Chapter 701, The Price for Keeping the Gluttony Mask. Can I see it? Asked Jacob while glancing at the little elf girl. The wood elf hesitated for a moment before he gently said to his daughter, Elia, show uncle your neck, he might be able to help you. Elia obediently nodded before she handed the binoculars to her father and unwrapped the scarf around her neck. Jacob didn't plan to help the little girl, he just wanted to see why his hex core subtly reacted to her. Furthermore, he hadn't examined anyone with a curse before, especially a curse that someone was born with. He didn't even know if this was possible. Nonetheless, he was quite interested in this connate curse that Elia was afflicted with. Furthermore, Jacob knew Elia's father was lying when he said they only came to this place because Elia wanted to see the mountain gates. But he decided not to call him out on this and wanted to observe further before making his move. After all, despite the wood elf lying about the part approaching him, his other words were true. Jacob's eyes narrowed when Elia dropped the scarf, and a web of dark lines spread around her neck revealed. It was quite hideous to look at, and Jacob could seize dense dark particles rising around that web of dark lines. On the other hand, the wood elf held his breath when he saw the dark elf looking so intensely at Elia's curse, and hope shimmered in his agitated eyes. Truth be told, he only found Jacob because of Elia. He didn't know why, but when they were heading towards the mountain gates, Elia suddenly told him that she was sensing something familiar in Jacob's direction, which greatly shocked him since she had never said something like that. Nonetheless, he decided to trust his innocent daughter and followed her direction. It was then that he found the dark elf sitting on this tree, and Elia told him that she got that familiar feeling from the dark elf. But he was still on guard and decided to approach the dark elf under the pretext that Elia wanted to see the mountain gates. He even taught Elia to act with him. First, he was still somewhat suspicious, and he could feel the dark elf had this unapproachable air around him. He clearly didn't want to be disturbed. Nonetheless, for his daughter, he would do anything, so he tried probing the dark elf to see if he could get something out of him. But when Jacob said that he could sense Elia's curse, his heart skipped a beat, and he finally understood why Elia reacted that way. Now, he was really hoping that this dark elf could help him cure his daughter since he didn't have much hope with the fairy humans as well, and he didn't know what he would do if even the holy magic failed to cure Elia's curse. At the very least, he was hoping the dark elf would point him in some direction. While Elia and the wood elf were silently waiting for Jacob's evaluation, Jacob mused, if I want to examine this curse more thoroughly, then I must use my hex mana. But with the gluttony mask on, I can't use my true magic without removing this disguise. After he entered the conflict planes, the first thing he did was familiarize himself with the gluttony mask and experiment with its true function. After many trials, Jacob was finally able to thoroughly understand the gluttony mask's two functions, the gluttony shapeshift and gluttony genesis. He found that when he fed the gluttony mask the corpse of a peak epic rank, it instantly evolved into advanced epic rank with gluttony genesis. However, he soon found that gluttony genesis wasn't just there to help the mask evolve. When he used the gluttony shapeshift to change into the epic rank barbarian he fed to the mask, not only did his entire body completely morph into that barbarian, but even his rank and magic were masked. First, whenever he used his mana, it morphed into the same element as the barbarian without any flaw. The barbarian had an earth magic core, and when Jacob used his water, fire, or hex mana, it instantly converted into earth mana perfectly. This was simply too shocking, so Jacob continued his tests further. Then, he discovered something even more shocking when he tried to use his Star Watch in that barbarian's disguise. He found that his Star Watch didn't work and got disconnected because it couldn't detect Faceless Ancient's life signature. But when he tried to use the dead barbarian's Star Watch, it instantly connected, and he was able to access the barbarian's star account and everything. This discovery shocked Jacob and made him ecstatic because it meant that this mask's disguise was perfect, and even the bloodline test was tricked. This made him realize just how powerful and dangerous this mask was. It could perfectly mask everything without leaving behind anything, and no one would be able to tell the difference between the real and the fake except for their memories. Then Jacob tried the same thing with a unique rank goblin with a mystic signature, and just like before, everything was perfectly morphed, even that goblin's mystic signature. However, the only thing Jacob found bothersome and disadvantageous was that as long as he was using the gluttony shapeshift, he couldn't use his real magic, strength, or anything his real body had. Meaning, as long as he was in disguise as this peak unique rank dark elf, he couldn't use his fire, water, or hex mana, nor could he use his physical strength to its peak or fluid acceleration. The only ability he found that he could have with his mask was his Eyes of Judge and Soul Force. Jacob mused that this might be related to the Eyes of Judge being a soul-type innate ability, or the mask might simply be too weak to stop the Eyes of Judge. Another possibility is that this treasure only morphs physical bodies, not souls. He had to wait to get the answer to that question. Last but not least, Jacob found that while using Gluttony Shapeshift, he was vulnerable to all attacks that his actual body normally wasn't, which was very dangerous in various situations. Simply put, if he was disguised as a rare rank being, someone in epic rank could easily kill him. So, in any dangerous situation, he needed to cancel his disguise and reveal himself. Most importantly, Jacob discovered that his mask actually used his blood vitality as a source of power to keep the gluttony shapeshift constantly operating. Then he finally got a vague idea why the Witch Queen left behind this mask. If someone normal used it, they would simply end up dead by feeding it their own blood vitality. Only someone like Jacob, who had a universal godly scripture, can afford to keep this ghastly mask and use it to its full potential without ending up getting killed by it. 702. Chapter 702, Benefits Above Everything. Jacob knew he couldn't use his hex mana without revealing his true form in front of Elia and her father, but he really wanted to examine Elia's curse. So, he decided to choose the most effective and safe way. Looking at Elia and her father, he said, "Wait here, I'll be back." The next moment, he jumped off the tree and vanished into the forest, leaving the baffled wood elf and his daughter in shock. "Is that uncle going to cure me, Daddy?" Elia suddenly asked her father with an expectant look in her big round eyes, and she didn't take the dark elf's action as strange. Her father pulled a pained expression, seeing his daughter's hopeful gaze, and smilingly nodded, "I think he will. Let's wait and see. Even if he can't help you, I'm sure we'll find a cure for you in the Cardinal Spirit crew." Suddenly, the wood elf's eyes were shut, and he started to fall off the tree as he fell unconscious mysteriously. Elia was startled and panicked, seeing her father suddenly starting to fall, and was about to cry in alarm when she also lost consciousness the next moment, and she started to fall off the tree as well. However, at this moment, before she could crush on the ground, a giant bone hand grabbed her while her father directly smashed on the ground and lay there in slumber. It was naturally Jacob's doing, as he used his slumber hex on his father and daughter so they wouldn't find out his true identity. This way, he can also examine Elia as much as he wants without her father's interference. Jacob, without wasting any time, placed his bone finger on the curse marks around Elia's neck, and crimson mana started to coat his finger. The moment his hex mana touched the dark web around Elia's neck, an unexpected reaction occurred. The dark web of the curse suddenly lit up in dark light, and his hex mana suddenly started flowing into the curse at an alarming rate. Consequently, the web of dark lines started to spread all over Elia's body and face. Jacob was astounded when he felt his hex mana being greedily absorbed into the little elf girl as if she were a bottomless pit. For some reason, he started to feel strange reasoning with her, or, more accurately, he felt as if his hex core was forming a strange connection with Elia. As more of his hex mana was absorbed in Elia, the web of dark lines shimmered strongly, and those lines spread profoundly around her face. What is happening? Does she have some kind of affinity with curse magic? I really wish that damn book wouldn't be in its cooldown period, and there are still around 20 days left before I could summon it. Should I continue without knowing what's going to happen? Or should I just abduct her and keep her into my pedant until I got an answer out of Immortality? However, at this moment, he ran out of hex mana, and thereafter, the dark lines on Elia's body started to dim down, but Jacob could now feel that those dark lines still wanted his hex mana and were far from done. What is happening? Does she have some kind of affinity with curse magic? I really wish that damn book wouldn't be in its cooldown period, and there are still around 20 days left before I could summon it. Should I continue without knowing what's going to happen, or should I just abduct her and keep her into my pedant until I got an answer out of Immortality? But it's quite clear her curse isn't normal, and my hex core seemed to have some kind of connection with her. As for her father, he looked at the unconscious wood elf coldly. In the end, Elia vanished from his hand, and then he used his water mana to write something on the tree and place something on the wood elf's hand before he walked away, leaving the unconscious wood elf behind. He knew what he was doing was wrong, but since it might benefit him, he wasn't going to hesitate to do what was necessary, even if it meant abducting someone's daughter. After 6 hours, as the sun was about to set, the wood elf finally opened his eyes in confusion. He was alarmed and cried, "Elia?" He instantly searched for his daughter. He didn't know what happened, but he was more afraid about Elia's safety than his own. Then he noticed something metallic in his hand. When he saw what it was, he was bewildered because it was a spacer ring. However, he didn't have the mind to pay it any heed and called loudly, "Elia!" But what replied to him was an eerie silence. He started to freak out and looked around frantically. At this moment, he finally spotted something unusual on the bark of the same tree where he found the dark elf. There was something carved on it. When he read it, his expression warped, and he was horrified because what was written on the tree was, "I'm taking your daughter because her condition is very special, and no one but I can help her. Once I'm done with her, I'll send her back. You don't have to worry about her safety. She's safer with me than you because if she remained with, you'll get her killed eventually. I know you're going to hate me for what I'd done is wrong, and you should be hating me. But know this, if you try to find me or your daughter, only misery awaits you. It's a warning and my advice to you. If Elia doesn't return to you in 10 years, then I would suggest you move on and forget about her. I left enough treasures for you to live like a king in the unique plains. I hope it'll give you some solace until we meet again, Jay." The wood elf's eyes opened wide as the dark elf's face suddenly appeared in his mind. His body started to shake with rage, and his eyes shimmered with dense hate and killing intent. He then looked at the space ring in hand and wanted to throw it away, as it instantly reminded him of this humiliation. However, it also increased his hatred for this dark elf who took Elia as if she were some kind of commodity and then left those words as if he was doing him a favor. He started to regret his decision even more. At this moment, he clenched the ring in his fist and threw a punch at the writing on the tree bark, blasting it into smithereens, and roared furiously with hatred and resolved, "Bastard, you fiend, how could you do this? I'll kill you for taking my daughter, even if it's the last thing I do." 703, Chapter 703, Holy Mountain Range. After his strange encounter with the Wood Elf and Elia, Jacob focused on his true target, the Cardinal Spirit Church. He was naturally here to investigate the fairy humans and find some more clues about the Eyes of Judge. As for his body's background, he wasn't interested in it from the start. After all, he was no longer a fairy human and was becoming something else entirely. Although he was somewhat curious about his body's past at first, it no longer interested him. Even if he found something, he wouldn't care. Furthermore, the neutral planes were in the center of the conflict planes, so this was the perfect place to observe and lay in wait for what was about to come. However, he wasn't completely sure if the Ice Fiend Locust Queen even took this bait and attacked the conflict planes she couldn't send above the unique rank Ice Fiend Locusts. Nonetheless, he was still hopeful and wanted her to take this bait and come here. As for going to the Dark City, he still didn't want to reveal the fact that he was back. If someone were on the lookout for him, many troubles would come that he didn't want to handle at that moment. However, he didn't take the Dark Elf's disguise anymore, especially since he knew that the Wood Elf might not give up on finding his daughter so easily. He only showed him some kindness because he took his daughter and spared his life. But if he didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he didn't mind getting rid of him for good. But he knew once he fed the Gluttony Mask another race, that Wood Elf would never be able to find him again. As for sending Elia back, it would all depend on Immortica's evaluation and why she makes his Hex Core react this way. Jacob had been scouting and observing the Holy Mountain Gates for a few days now, and with Autark's help he had gathered quite a lot of information. So, now was the time to enter this so-called Holy Mountain Range ruled by the fairies. At night, when the Holy Mountain Gates were closed and the people who were waiting were either asleep or doing something in their temporary lodgings, he found an alone monkey-faced orc and disguised himself as that orc. Thereafter, in the guise of the orc, Jacob approached the colossal mountain gates without hesitation and then ordered Autark, "Open the small gate." As if Autark was waiting for his command, a few moments later, the small doors on the side suddenly opened, revealing a giant race guard. Some people who were still outside also noticed this, and they were shocked when they saw the small gate suddenly open at this hour, and then a cloaked figure entered through it. This caused some small commotions, since this had never happened before. However, Jacob didn't care at all, since he couldn't just climb the walls because there were very powerful formations protecting them. Raising the alarm just to enter this place was not worth it, especially when he could easily get in without drawing the attention of the entire city. The giant guard led Jacob inside a huge hallway within the wall. Even more giant race guards stood around this hall, but they didn't react to Jacob's presence at all, as if they didn't see him. It was naturally all Autark's doing. After Jacob crossed the hall, the giant guard opened another door. Behind it was a vast forest with many paved roads. Once Jacob crossed the gates, the door behind him was shut. So, this is the Holy Mountain Range, huh? I can feel the mana is far denser than outside, and those trees are different from the trees outside. Well, it doesn't matter since I need to find another disguise to move around easier. The highest rank fairy human here is the priest, who is also the overseer of this place, and he has the strongest holy magic. Then there are the ranks of deacon and devotee. Only fairy humans can claim these ranks, while the other races can only become believers whose job is to do chores or serve the fairies or Holy Spirit Knight, like those guards who protect the fairies. Jacob's lips curled up in a cruel smile. He had already decided what he should do next, so he released the disguise, used his own power to enter stealth, and then headed toward the core of the Holy Mountain Range. There were many abodes all over the Holy Mountain Range, some small and some large and grand. They all belonged to the fairies, and many other people were here to heal. Jacob saw them kneeling outside some of the large abodes without moving. So, I need to be at least a fairy human to move around freely, but why would I be satisfied with a devotee rank fairy when I can just take over the priest and do everything I want to? Jacob's lips curled up in a cruel smile. He had already decided what he should do next, so he released the disguise, used his own power to enter stealth, and then headed toward the core of the Holy Mountain Range. There were many abodes all over the Holy Mountain Range, some small and some large and grand. They all belonged to the fairies, and many other people were here to heal. Jacob saw them kneeling outside some of the large abodes without moving. Jacob also noticed that some races among these people were wearing completely white robes, and their faces were covered by transparent muslin. They were bringing those kneeling people inside the abodes while taking others out. They were the believers who devoted their lives to the church and served the fairies in the name of faith. Jacob didn't know what kind of magic the fairies had used to make them devote their lives to servitude like this, but he knew they were nothing less than fanatics when it came to serving the Holy Justice God. Furthermore, the fairies called themselves the Holy Race or Children of the Holy Justice God, further evaluating their status in the minds of these people. Some of them were even fugitives who became believers to avoid their enemies. while some were the same people who had come here for healing once, and then they wanted to show their gratitude by serving the god who gave them another life and saved them from the torment. As Jacob headed deeper, he started to see guards wearing white armor on patrol. The forest started to become clear, and many mountain peaks started to appear with adobes on them. Furthermore, these adobes were like small castles, and those people who wanted to seek the help of the owner of these mountain abodes were kneeling all over these mountains. They were also wearing lavish clothing, and their ranks were even more powerful. However, Jacob easily avoided them all since this wasn't his target. At this moment, he finally saw a huge mountain in the center of these small mountains. On top of this mountain was a huge, magnificent golden cathedral, shimmering under the starry sky like a godly palace. Furthermore, the foot of the mountain was surrounded by high walls, and giant guards stood guard with solemn expressions. But there weren't any people here, or they simply didn't dare approach this place because of those guards. Jacob's eyes lit up as he looked at the tall mountain and the cathedral on top. He knew what kind of place this was, and his eyes turned sharp. The Cardinal Spirit Church where the priest lives, 704. Chapter 704, A Ghost from the Past 1. The spire is a tall, pointed tower that rises above the cathedral's roof. Inside the spire is a luxurious chamber, but only the priest has access to it. However, at this moment, two men were standing side by side in front of the large glass frame, which showed the entire scenery of the Holy Mountain Range and gave a very good view of the starry sky. One of a wizened-faced fairy human with short silver hair and a skinny frame, he wore a golden priest robe with silver making shaped like a justice scale. He was the priest of the Cardinal Spirit Church, Percy Edgar, a direct descendant of the fairy human's ruling clan, the Edgar clan. He was also the great-grandson of the current clan leader as well as the Pope, Sebastian Edgar. Beside Priest Percy was a young fairy human with long silver hair and a handsome appearance. He was wearing a dark golden robe, and his amber eyes contained deep shrewdness, which also hid his arrogance. His name was Rudolph, and his identity was extremely special and noble among the fairy humans, for he was a holy child undergoing his trial in the conflict plains. Every time you ask for our lesson to be in the spire, you have something troubling you, holy child. Speak your mind freely. Let's hear what kind of riddle is in your mind. But as always, I might not have an answer that you seek or don't have the answer at all. Percy gently asked without looking at Rudolph because his old eyes were profoundly looking toward the starry sky. Rudolph glanced at Percy, who had been his mentor for many years, and said, "Mentor, I'm very grateful for all of your teaching and the experience you provided me, and you treated me like your own. But it seemed we'd have to part ways soon since I received notification about the final trial for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter being opened in the main temple in 3 years. So, I want to tell you in this place where I have so many memories." Percy finally averted his eyes from the sky and looked towards Rudolph, who seemed very sincere and even sad about leaving this place. He sighed while shaking his head. "I failed my duties when your younger twin brother was kidnapped right under my nose. But despite this grave sin, I'm still alive because of my eyes. And you know I deeply resent that since I should have been put to death that day for my sin. Nonetheless, I'm still proud of you for reaching this stage, and it seems I've completed the purpose my God has given him in this life. If you become the Holy Son and then the Holy Pontiff, maybe, just maybe, the burden of my sin could be slightly reduced." A hint of pain and sadness crept out in Percy's eyes when he mentioned the biggest shame of his life. However, Rudolph's expression changed ever so slightly when Percy mentioned his younger twin brother, but he quickly hid it with his regrettable expression, "You don't have to blame yourself for what happened in the past. It wasn't your fault, but those vile blasphemers who profaned the land of and took away his child and my little brother from us. Even now, his innocent face torments me to this day in my dreams, and for him, I have to succeed, and only then can I bring down God's judgment on whoever did that vile act. Please don't blame yourself, Mentor. Let me handle the burden of avenging my little brother." His tone was filled with hatred as his eyes shone with vengeance. Percy's eyes flashed with gratification as he nodded solemnly with faint killing intent in his eyes. "I know you can do it, and don't worry, I'll be with you when that time comes. I still must repent for my sin. Only then could I have face to return to the embrace of our God. What the fuck? Is this a melodrama or something?" Right at this moment, an unfamiliar, deep yet annoyed voice rang in the spire, startling both Percy and Rudolph. They were shocked because they knew no one could enter this place without going through the Holy Spirit Knights all over the cathedral. Not to mention, this place was filled with traps and alarms. Only someone with authority below Percy could reach it. But even if someone managed to find such a person and even capture him, it was impossible for them to betray the temple. Yet the impossible had happened. However, this wasn't the first time someone had broken into the church, and it wasn't the first time this kind of thing had happened. Percy felt like he was experiencing déjà vu, as if he had experienced the same thing that happened almost 6 decades ago. Who dares to break into the land of God? Rudolph's pupils suddenly turned to vanish as his amber iris spread over his eyes, turning completely golden. "Oh, you guys indeed have special eyes. This just makes it even more worth my while." At this moment, the closed door blasted open. The next moment, a towering giant wearing a windbreaker and hood over his head walked in with slow and steady steps. Behind his hood, cold golden eyes were glowing like 2 suns. Ah! Rudolph suddenly let loose a strange, painful cry when he looked towards the face of this hooded giant with his amber eyes, which suddenly backlashed. It was as if he was looking at a burning sun, and blood trickled down from the corner of his eyes. Percy's heart trembled when he saw Rudolph suffering a backlash from using his eyes, which should have been impossible since Rudolph was a peak unique rank, and his proficiency in using his eyes had become a little bit better than even himself. This means this giant should have had a powerful treasure that was protecting him from their eyes. He didn't even entertain the thought of someone resisting their eyes in the entire unique planes. Furthermore, since this giant had revealed himself so arrogantly and bypassed all the security in the church, this could only mean he was very skilled and confident enough to take both on. That tickled slightly. The giant scoffed as his golden eyes were locked on Rudolph's face. "Are you here to assassinate the Holy Child?" Percy took a deep breath and concealed his nervousness as he took a step forward in front of Rudolph. He was going to stake his life to protect Rudolph and wouldn't let his previous mistake repeat itself. The giant, who was obviously Jacob, looked towards Percy at this moment before he said, "You know, I couldn't help myself but hear your touching conversation just now. Although I didn't plan to raise this subject, after seeing that idiot's face, I changed my mind. Let me show you what I'm talking about." Percy and Rudolph, who had suppressed the pain, his eyes were startled when they heard this giant's strange words. However, when Jacob dropped the hood and revealed his face, Percy was gobsmacked with disbelief while Rudolph's eyes widened fully, his face turned pale, and he directly dropped on his butt with horror. Impossible, he shrilled while crawling back. Jacob's eyes narrowed as he looked at Ashen Rudolph and chuckled thoughtfully. "Why are you reacting like you've just seen a ghost?" 705. Chapter 705, A Ghost from the Past 2. His charm was otherworldly, a sculpted perfection that sent shivers down Rudolph's spine. Long silver hair, the color of moonlight, cascaded down his back in shimmering waves. It framed a face that defied limitations. A heart-shaped face with high cheekbones and a sharp jawline. He was classically handsome, yet his features held a touch of fey. But what truly stole both Percy and Rudolph's breaths away were his eyes. Bright golden, like molten gold, they held an unsettling depth. They were beautiful, yet a creepy coldness lurked within them. They seemed to pierce through Rudolph, judging, assessing, and devoid of any warmth. There was a hint of cruelty in the way the corners of his lips were slightly upturned, a stark contrast to the delicate curve of his heart-shaped face. He radiated an air of aloofness, seemingly utterly untouchable, cold, and distant as the winter frost. After a long time, Jacob showed his face, and what was baffling was Rudolph had the same face as him except for his eyes, strange charm, and creepy coldness, not to mention the sheer height difference between them. Nonetheless, anyone who saw them would think they were identical copies of each other, with the only difference being Jacob was a towering giant, while Rudolph was a fairy human with a 2-4-meter-tall slim frame, and Percy was experiencing just that. Impossible. You dare to impersonate me, you sacrilegious vermin. Rudolph roared in utter disbelief and horror as he didn't dare to even think about a certain possibility since it was simply too absurd, and although Jacob had his face, his entire body was telling otherwise. Percy finally snapped out of his stupor with Rudolph's high-pitched roar, but his expression was still filled with uncertainty and apprehension as he looked at the giant with Rudolph's face. But for some reason he couldn't help but think about another boy with the same face who always had a cheerful, warm smile on his face, and he had a kind heart. However, despite his strange thoughts, he knew what he was thinking was virtually impossible, since this giant was in stark contrast to the boy that he remembered. In fact, because of his mastery of holy magic in his eyes, he could sense a terrible, vile, and murderous aura seep into the very bones of this giant, as if he were crawling out straight from the depth of hell. Nonetheless, despite his instincts screaming at him to run away, he didn't, and stepped in front of Rudolph, who was behaving as if he had gone completely insane. The biggest reason Rudolph's mind suddenly became chaotic was not Jacob's similar face. Instead, it was when he used his eyes to discover and even attack the intruder. At that time, he suddenly saw something that he couldn't describe with words. It was as if he had used his eyes again, something extremely superior, just like the god they serve, and provoked something that left his mind greatly weakened from that terrible backlash. Moreover, after experiencing Jacob's power, suffering his life's most pathetic defeat, and finally seeing Jacob's face, it turned into a permanent mental trauma because of his unstable mind. What are you trying to do by impersonating Holy Child? If you don't stop whatever you're about to do, then you will have the entire Cardinal Spirit Temple hunting you down, Percy grimly stated as he started to regain his calm. He coldly said, "I'm not lying. If you know about our spellbind holy eyes, then you should know that every person who possesses them is connected with our legacy treasure, the spellbind mirror. One of its abilities is that it can record everything the possessor of a spellbind holy eyes can see. I and Holy Child here both have the spellbind holy eyes, and if you do anything, everyone in the main temple would know about it. Even if you're disguising yourself to mislead others, I can promise you that the spellbind mirror will track you down no matter what kind of disguise you wear. So, as long as you tell me your reason for doing this and who compels you to do this, you can leaven, and you can have my words that no one will look for you. You don't want to mess with followers of Holy Justice God, for the divine judgment will be endless. Percy started to regain confidence after seeing that Jacob wasn't attacking or doing anything. He was listening to his every word with an impassive look on his face, so he thought Jacob was hesitating, and there was a chance to turn this around. Are you done? I'm only putting up with your nonsense because I'm waiting. Oh, and I know you're also lying about something. Jacob's dismissive yet cruel words sent a shiver down Percy's spine. But since you were kind enough to reveal this interesting thing about these spellbind holy eyes and spellbind mirror, then I want to send a message to the fairy humans. Listen well, don't mess with me, or it'll be the end of you all, followers of God or not. I don't know if the divine judgment will come or not, but know this, I'll come. Percy was horrified seeing Jacob's completely unwavering glare when he just literally threatened the entire fairy human race as if they were nothing but some common goblins. However, before Percy could say anything, he suddenly felt as if powerlessness enveloped his entire being before darkness started to creep into his eyes and icy chillness replaced the warmth of life. At this moment, Percy's emotional face suddenly became stoic and emotionless, and he said, "What he said is true, but not entirely. The spellbind mirror has a limited number of slots, and they are reserved for some of the extremely talented and precious members of the fairy human race. Although Percy was considered the great-grandson of the current pope, he was actually a contender for the previous generation's holy child. However, he rejected that status because he wanted to live here in peace and serve God by preaching his dogma and enlightening others. But the Edgar clan didn't look too kindly upon simple ambition, especially his father, and since he didn't listen to their advice, he ended up losing everything. However, despite his lack of ambition, Percy was still a genius who had awakened the spellbind holy eyes and earned the right to compete for the pope position by becoming a holy child. So, he did something no one had ever expected from someone like him who had no ambition. He created a never-before-seen optical ability of the spellbind holy eyes on his own, which were powerful enough to alert the bishops of the temple. However, because of what his clan had done to him, he didn't reveal his abilities secret to them, no matter what kind of trick they tried to pull. He even rejected the offer to register himself with the spellbind mirror, because he knew that once he was registered with the spellbind mirror when he died, his entire life memories would enter the mirror archives, and they would get what they wanted, and he would lose his leverage against them. So, before they could do anything more extreme, he simply made a deal with them. In exchange for this position of church priest of the Cardinal Spirit Church, he'll teach his techniques and even theories about the spellbind holy eyes that helped him to achieve that impossible feat. However, his only condition was, there can only be one successor in each generation because he said his technique were special. So, the temple had no choice but to agree to his demands. Jacob was astounded when he heard the vague yet interesting history of Percy, who dared to rebel against his powerful family just because he wanted to live peacefully and serve his god like an actual priest without any malicious thoughts or benefits. Furthermore, he was resolute and genius enough to achieve that dream. But alas, this genius and kind priest was now nothing but a shell for a fantastic insect. 706, Chapter 706, A Ghost from the Past, 3. Rudolph was appalled seeing Percy speaking like an emotionless puppet. However, he knew something had terribly gone wrong with Percy, and the person behind it was naturally the dreadful giant standing there nonchalantly. At this moment, Rudolph doesn't care about Percy's condition. He only has one thought, survival. The next moment, Rudolph instantly leaped towards the big glass window behind him, hoping to flee from this unknown monster and save his own skin. "Where do you think you're going? We're far from done," Jacob instantly reacted. With a single step, he vanished from his spot and appeared right in front of Rudolph like a ghost. His speed was extremely superior to Rudolph's. Slap. Jacob then sent Rudolph flying with a single slap, and Rudolph crushed into the wall, shaking the entire room. He hurled up blood and broken teeth while half of his face was caved in by Jacob's casual slap. Then Jacob ignored the blood-coughing Rudolph, looked at Autark, who had now completely taken over Percy's body, and asked, "What's the story behind this guy, then?" He wanted to know this since he had already heard Rudolph and Percy's conversation, and after seeing Rudolph's face, he knew that Rudolph was his twin brother. But before wasting time on interrogating Rudolph or considering Autark taking over Rudolph's body to read his memories, he wanted to know if it was worth it or not. Autark emotionlessly revealed, after Percy declared his condition for only choosing a single successor to teach his eye technique, the temple had no choice but to comply with his demands and sent 2 holy children with the greatest talent and highest bloodline density among the current generation of the fairy human. They were twin boys born by the Pope's youngest wife. He's one of them. His name is Rudolph Edgar, and he's the eldest among the twins. His younger twin brother was named Adolf Edgar. They were sent here when they were 10 years old to learn from Percy. At first, Percy really didn't have any intention of teaching them, since he knew that once his technique was passed down, the temple might start to find a way to get rid of him, and they would also get their hands on that technique through these boys. However, when he started to teach them, he found that the boys were real geniuses, especially the younger twin, Adolf. He was kind towards others and helped anyone in need. He kind of reminded Percy of himself. In the end, Percy changed his mindset, took the job of being a mentor seriously, and taught them. But he noticed that Rudolf wasn't like Adolf. Instead, he was ambitious and arrogant and thought everyone else was beneath him, a trait common among the fairy humans and something Percy loathed. Nonetheless, he still taught them both and hoped to reform Rudolf's character. Things were going quite smoothly, and Rudolph's character also started to change, but since Percy could only teach his secret technique to one of them, his first choice was Adolf. However, after a decade of Percy starting to teach the boys, something happened before he could start imparting that secret technique, since Adolf needed to be at least a unique rank to learn it. That day, someone broke into the church without alerting anyone or triggering any alarms. When Percy or someone else realized it, it was already too late. When they launched an investigation, they found that nothing important was taken, except for Adolf. That mysterious person kidnapped Adolf that day, and when Percy found out about it, he was furious, and he launched a huge investigation with the temple's full support. In the end, the investigation lasted for quite some time, but no matter where they searched, they couldn't find the kidnapper or any traces of Adolf. Furthermore, because both brothers were registered with the Spellbind Mirror, they confirmed that Adolf was alive because his memories didn't return to his mirror. However, all of a sudden, the temple suddenly stopped the investigation and declared Adolf dead without providing any explanation to furious Percy. The only thing he got was that the kidnapper was found dead and Adolf's memories had been retrieved, which means he was dead. In the end, Percy had no choice but to believe the temple since he knew they wouldn't lie about something like this or take this humiliation sitting, especially since it involved a holy child who was the Pope's youngest son, at that, with an extremely powerful bloodline. But Percy had taken this to heart and blamed himself for Adolf's death, who he even considered his own child and had deep sentiments for. He even wanted to die for his sin, but he was spared and told to complete his duty for both his and Adolf's sake. He also found some solace in Rudolf since he looked like Adolf, yet it also haunted him at the same time. That's why he protected him with everything he had. Rudolf naturally didn't disappoint him. He learned everything and even changed his ways, which satisfied Percy. But the regret and guilt of losing Adolf never left his heart to this day, and he always prayed in secret for his soul and sought forgiveness for his sin. Autarch explained everything related to the twins and Percy's relationship with Jacob. Jacob didn't react much because despite knowing that he was Adolf's, the kidnapped twin, he didn't have any memoirs of Adolf, nor did he have any feelings towards his background or Percy. However, he was still curious about who was behind Adolf's mysterious demise, and he even had a guess as he glanced toward Rudolf, who was also listening with a pale expression after he stopped coughing blood and stabilized his condition with a self-healing spell. Although Rudolf didn't know what kind of magic Jacob had performed on Percy to cause him to spill everything out like this, after getting slapped by Jacob and almost dying, he knew Jacob was a terrifying being, and his fate was now in his hands. At this moment, Autarch ended his explanation with a final revelation. Percy, despite not wanting to believe it, always had a guess about who was behind Adolf's disappearance. Jacob was intrigued as he thought Percy wasn't a complete fool after all and asked, "Oh, who was it?" Autarch said something completely different from Jacob's trail of thoughts, and even Rudolf became deadly appalled and started to tremble after hearing it. Percy always believed that it was none other than Adolf's own father, Pope Sebastian Edgar, who killed Adolf. 707. Chapter 707, A Ghost, from the Past 4. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he heard Percy's unexpected conjecture. Seeing Rudolph's reaction, he knew there was some truth in Percy's speculation. Why did he consider this possibility? Jacob asked. Percy didn't just investigate the others, but he also secretly poked around the temple, and then he discovered that there were similar cases of Sebastian Edgar's children dying mysteriously. Percy found it quite strange that no one had ever investigated them, or those cases were buried as if someone didn't want anyone to touch them. Furthermore, Percy only managed to get his hands on this information because he secretly snuck into his father's library and discovered a secret compartment with the help of his eyes. But he was too afraid to confront his father about it because this matter was directly related to the Pope, and he knew that if this involved some kind of secret of the Pope, he wouldn't be able to live long whether he had his technique or not. At first, he also had doubts, but when the investigation suddenly stopped, he started to believe that Sebastian Edgar had been behind Adolf's disappearance. Only Sebastian Edgar had the power to stop the investigation and completely cover up this incident. But no matter what kind of conclusion he had reached, he knew it was meaningless as long as he didn't have the power to confront Sebastian Edgar. If he had opened his mouth, he would have been dead. That's why he pinned his hopes on Rudolf, and he wanted him to become the next pope before revealing this to Rudolf, so he could bring his brother justice and punish Sebastian if he was the one behind Adolf's death, Autarch stated emotionlessly. Realization dawned on Jacob as he understood Percy's reason for suspecting Sebastian, since even he found it strange. What could be the purpose of all those children dying, and why only the children of the Pope? Furthermore, when I reincarnated in this body, its condition was terrible. If I hadn't reincarnated, then the owner of this body had already died under Decker's cruel experiment. It also didn't make sense that he didn't completely kill Adolf and instead sent him all the way to the common plains and sold him as a slave. This matter seems far more complicated than I had thought, and all these complications lead to Sebastian Edgar, the father of Adolf. Whatever the reason, I should feel grateful, since without Adolf reaching his situation and dying, I might not have been reincarnated into this body and died that day. But it doesn't mean I'm not interested in the inheritance of the fairy humans, since they had a variant of Eyes of Judge. Although it is quite weak and a diluted version of Eyes of Judge, I might learn something new and use the Eyes of Judge better. Jacob didn't show any anger towards Sebastian since he wasn't Adolf, who had already died. He never considered himself Adolf because he was only Jacob. In fact, he might even thank the guy who made Adolf die for giving him a chance to chase after immortality. Furthermore, the situation in which he was reincarnated was far from cordial. If he hadn't lucked out with Decker's meaningless experiment and gotten the qualification to become Cursed Immortality's inheritor, he knew there was no escape from Decker, and he would have died meaninglessly. His perspective of the family might have been different if he had received the parental care and love that he never knew, especially after the incident with his mother. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but think about the old priest who had taken care of him in his youth when he heard that Percy had a somewhat similar mindset. Jacob sighed with a hint of regret as he looked at Percy. You're just born in the wrong world, and if you want to help others, you don't need a lifeless statue's acknowledgement. Why do people like you all believe in someone else? Jacob wondered with a hint of melancholy as a hazy face flashed past his mind before his eyes returned to being icy cold. He then looked towards Rudolph, who started to shake when he sensed Jacob's predator-like eyes locked on him. A foreboding feeling gripped his heart. I could easily tell you know something about your brother's disappearance, and I can even sense that you have a hand in it. So, I'll give you two choices: spill out everything I want to know, and I'll spare you any pain. Or resist, and I'll make sure you know what true pain is. Oh, and don't even consider that someone is coming to save you, because everyone in this place is under my control, and I have all the time I need to torture you until your fragile mind breaks. I can tell you have never experienced any suffering in your life, so I'll be happy to indulge you if you're really curious. Jacob's words were laced with a sadistic touch. Rudolph shuddered even more as sweat flowed all over his body. He felt as if Jacob was a bloodthirsty demon who wanted to unleash hellish suffering on him. Just as Jacob said, he had never experienced any hardship, and he hated pain. Seeing how ruthlessly and overwhelmingly powerful Jacob was, he knew there was no escape. Furthermore, with how interested Jacob was in the topic of Adolf, he started to believe that this person wasn't just taking his appearance, but he might be the real Adolf who had somehow escaped his doom and crawled out from hell, a vengeful demon to take revenge for what happened to. Since you didn't want to speak, I'll take it as you choose the second option, Jacob coolly stated as a dark killing intent suddenly burst out of his body. This was the final straw that breaks the camel's back, as Rudolph could feel the accumulated killing intent from Jacob that he had never seen, and he even thought that he was the devil himself, just how many people he had killed. He finally snapped out of his thoughts, quickly waved his hands, and dreadfully said, wait, I yield. I'll tell you everything you want to know as long as you spare me. Jacob's killing intent finally vanished as his lips rose slightly. He nodded in satisfaction before ordering Autarch, leave and keep everything in order until I have finished catching up with my brothers. 708, Chapter 708, A Ghost from the Past 5. Once Autarch left, only Jacob and Rudolph were left in the room. At this moment, Jacob stood close to Rudolph and coldly asked, all right, start with whatever Percy didn't already know, and don't try to lie, because if you did, I'd skin you alive. Rudolph shuddered, seeing the towering giant standing 2 meters away from him while he was still sitting in the rubble beside a little puddle of his own blood. Jacob's presence was simply too ghastly for him, and after witnessing everything, he threw any thoughts of resisting out of his mind. Upon our 20th birthday, Faith, His Holiness suddenly contacted me. I was surprised and also happy because it was the first time he ever contacted me after I was sent here. He first asked me if I was happy with my current situation, about our progress, and if our mentor was teaching us diligently. I responded positively. But then he suddenly said, I know you are not happy because your brother excelled you in everything, and he was your mentor's favorite and most likely ended up inheriting his techniques and knowledge. Just mentioning this made Rudolph's eyes flash with awe and a hint of fear as he vividly remembered Sebastian's look and continued, I naturally denied it first, but deep down, I was shocked because he was telling the truth. It was like he could read my mind, and I really never told anyone. In fact, I had already acknowledged Adolf's superiority and admitted my defeat, but I still wanted to surpass him, and I even worked hard to achieve it. However, His Holiness then said to me that if I was willing to let Adolf, who was younger than me, get ahead of me and take what should be mine without even doing anything. He said he was disappointed in me and ashamed that despite having God's blood in my veins, I was a coward. Rudolph's eyes flashed with madness at this moment, just like that day. His words suddenly awakened something in me, and I raised my voice against him. I was really unwilling to accept the reality, and he could read me like an open book. I also wanted to be acknowledged by him because of my mother, who he never visited after our birth. She longed for him, and I had seen her cry many times. But that ungrateful, wretched Adolf never shows any care for our mother, so I knew I have to take it on myself. Hatred filled his eyes as he glared at Jacob as if he could see Adolf's carefree yet hypocritical face. I thought he would stop talking to me after my outburst, but instead he laughed in satisfaction. He said he wanted exactly that in his children, ambition and the will to do anything for that ambition. He told me that Adolf wasn't worthy of being his son, and so he was going to give me a chance to prove to him that I was worthy. He then told me to get rid of Adolf within a week without drawing any suspicion to me, and if I did well, he'd not only acknowledge me but also let my mother live with him. I quickly agreed. A hint of guilt suddenly shone in Rudolph's eyes as he gritted his teeth and revealed, but I realized it too late that it was all but a pretext to get Adolf, because not only did he give me this task, but he even provided me with the resources to achieve it. The first thing he gave him was a pill that I should feed Adolf, which would completely destroy his magic core and magic orbits. The second thing was a strange device that would not only completely extract Adolf's memoirs, but also destroy his connection with the spellbind mirror, making his death a complete mystery. However, the strangest part that made me suspicious was after I've done destroying Adolf's magic core and erasing his memories, I had to hand him over to someone sent by His Holiness, and that person would make to completely dispose of him without leaving any traces that could lead to me. But the strangest thing was he sternly warned me not to kill him, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Despite my suspicion, I was blinded by my own rage and inferiority complex and didn't miss the chance to get rid of that hypocrite. So I did everything from deceitfully feeding him that pill and destroying his mind while he was begging me. I killed my own brother because I hate him. I let my father use me because I seek his acknowledgement, but I'll do it again for my mother no matter what. Rudolph suddenly appeared like a madman as he glared at Jacob. His fear seemed to have vanished, or he was simply having a mental breakdown because he knew he might not be able to live after that. However, Jacob's expression didn't change except for a hint of curiosity and even slight pity for Rudolph, who was being used by his own father to kill his own brother. Jacob sighed at this moment, as he had already expected this much from the moment he saw Rudolph's somewhat weak mentality, and said impassively, "You have no one but only yourself to blame for falling into someone else's scheme so easily. You know I have my own little theory now. Do you want to hear it?" "What?" Rudolph was startled by Jacob's response. He thought that he was Adolf and was back for revenge. It was none other than his who was behind this as well, and it was another one of his sick games. However, Jacob didn't even seem bothered by this entire thing, as if it had nothing to do with it. Maybe he had lost his mind after that day and now turned into a puppet of his father and was here today to get rid of him? Strange possibilities started to pop up in his mind. Jacob coldly said at this moment, "Tell me, did it ever occur to you that your father had some kind of secret optical magic like Percy that can manipulate you into doing things without even realizing it, and you think you're doing it out of your own free will? Maybe he only needs to use this magic after grabbing your weakness and attacking your mind with it? After all, he's the freaking leader of the temple, an existence that had only 4 or 5 equals. Do you even know that your mother received everything after you completed your task? And even if she told you it's all true, have you ever seen it personally since? To my knowledge, you were here all this time. Have you ever asked your brother how he felt? Or did you just paint that picture of him being carefree and a hypocrite all by yourself? Don't you find it strange that despite you have already figured it out, you still respect your trash of a father and can't bring yourself to hate him? Tisk, tisk, even, I'm starting to pity you, Rudolph Edgar. You're a pathetic excuse for a man who had been manipulated his whole life without even knowing it." Jacob shook his head with utter disappointment. He didn't expect Adolf to die at this idiot's hands, which made Adolf an even bigger idiot. Seeing Rudolph's expression turning paler by his words as if some kind of invisible veil had been lifted, Jacob lost all interest in him. This guy was simply too pathetic, and he knew that with how meticulously Sebastian had manipulated him, he had nothing else that could interest him except the fact that he now wanted Sebastian's knowledge about his magic. "All right, we are done," Jacob declared coldly, making Rudolph snap out of his stupor. However, his eyes seemed somewhat listless, as if he had lost his soul. But Jacob didn't care and issued his verdict. "As I promised, I'll spare you of any pain. Now you can rest forever, which should be quite a release for you, I presumed. After all, your pathetic life had nothing worth remembering or living." 709, Chapter 709, Witch Queen Samara. A few thousand miles away from the shores of the conflict plains, a massive wall of fog was approaching while leaving behind snowflakes in its path. However, its speed was terrifying, almost like an ice blizzard. If someone approached this fog, they would hear the ear-piercing buzzing sounds of countless wings. At this moment, thousands of meters above the ocean level, 4 streaks of light suddenly stopped a few hundred meters away from the fog and revealed 4 floating figures. One was a silver-haired, wizened-faced old man with a burly build and a long beard reaching his stomach. He was the oldest fairy human alive, Silas, the 4th seat of the Treaty of Legends. Besides, Silas stood a 40-meter-tall giant with violet skin and white runic tattoos on the left side of his square-shaped face. He was the strongest thunder giant of the unique plains and the 2nd seat of the Treaty of Legends, Vermont. Then, there was a charming woman with fair skin and a black dress with long cleavage, showcasing her seductive figure. She was the 3rd seat of the Treaty of Legends, Samara, and the strongest charm witch of the unique plains. Lastly, a 30-meter giant covered in a long crimson cloak, holding a bone staff with a black crystal skull in his bone hand, and the only visible things under his cloak were 2 blazing gray flames and 2 devil horns gushing out of his cloak. He was the newly appointed 7th seat of the Treaty of Legends, Necro, the Lich Emperor. 4 members of the Treaty of Legends appearing at this moment were a huge deal, especially the most senior members. Tisk. I alone was enough for squashing a bunch of bugs, Vermont annoyingly stated as he coldly glared at the island hidden behind the fog. Don't underestimate those locusts. They belonged to the dreadful race of fantastic insects and ruled a forbidden zone for thousands of years. Their queen is even older than the Treaty of Legends. More importantly, that floating island under the Locust Queen's control is an extremely powerful treasure. It can not only float around like a flying ship, but is even capable of defending its owner, and there might be more to it. There are even records about some powerful people try to snatch that island, but all of them died in the end. Even quasi-legends are part of these records. Or do you think our queen would have let those insects grow to this extent, and instead of getting rid of her, she sent us for a peace talk? Fighting against them when our resources are being used to find the legendary key, and then we also need more to venture into the path of legend, is nothing but foolishness. Silas solemnly stated before Vermont would do something foolish. As the oldest among the treaty and a wise, shrewd old monster, he was in charge of this mission. He then looked towards Samara, ignoring the grumpy Vermont, and said, Lady Samara, I'll leave the talking to you. Don't forget clashing with them is our last resort. We just need to find out why the Locust Queen suddenly decided to move towards the conflict plains. If she planned to attack, then we must persuade her to give up by negotiating. You can use your charms as you wish, and we'll be here to protect you if things go wrong. A beautiful smile bloomed on Samara's charming face as she clearly understood Silas's subtle hints, and she nodded. Leave it me, old Mono. She then looked towards the approaching fog and muttered with a creepy smile, Since we need to talk, then we need to knock to see if there's someone home. The next moment, Samara's glabella suddenly turned into a slit, revealing a vertical gray eye. The moment her spiritual eye, the signature of the witch race, was revealed, Samara's white skin also started to turn gray, and a mystic charm started to emit from her seductive body as if some kind of illusion had been lifted. But this much was nothing in front of what happened next. Her spiritual eye suddenly started to shimmer in the dark gray glow, and her eyes were affixed to the island hidden in the mist. Necro suddenly spoke at this moment, as the flames under his hood burned fiercely with trepidation. Senior Silas, what is she doing? Didn't you just say we are not supposed to attack them? If she attacked just to draw their attention, it'll provoke those insects. Although he called Silas Senior, there wasn't any respect behind his words. He was just being polite since he knew everyone was stronger than him and that provoking them would only make his life more miserable. Furthermore, he was actually quite excited about his mission and wanted to see the senior members of the treaty in action while secretly learning their tracks and increasing his own power. However, when he heard the details of this fog island and about millions of fantastic insects, he knew this was far from a simple mission. And now, seeing Samara suddenly releasing her aura and seeming to be using some kind of spell, he felt she was going against Silas's orders. But he didn't dare stop her and instead asked Silas to see his reaction. When he saw that Silas and Vermont were both calm, he was astounded. Silas replied with an amiable smile while stroking his beard, Don't worry, she's not attacking, but searching for the Locust Queen to directly send her a special mental message with her spiritual eye, which she can't ignore. That's possible? Necro was slightly surprised, and he could tell Silas wasn't completely divulging the full information about this special mental message. There was more to it. Before Silas could answer, Vermont gave him a fierce glare and coldly said, Newbie, just watch silently. Your voice is irritating me. Necro quickly gave up, as he knew this guy and Skyfall were both madmen who would attack anyone just because they felt like it, especially when the Queen wasn't around to keep them in check. He had already experienced just how dreadful Skyfall was, and he had heard that Vermont was at least 5 times worse than him, but he secretly noted this humiliation so he could repay everything once he became stronger. He was worthy of being a dark being who hated every living being, even if they had treated him quite well. This island is really a treasure. It can even block any spiritual singles with malicious intent. No wonder my lady said curses are ineffective against her. Even curses belong to a witch queen. Samara muttered with a hint of amusement. She didn't seem flustered at all. Well, let's keep it civil then. She then instantly used her innate ability, Spirit Channeling, 710. Chapter 710, Queen Ice Fiend Locust. In the center of the fog island, the Queen Ice Fiend Locust's multifaceted eye suddenly glowed in rage when she suddenly heard a melodious voice. Although she had never come into contact with the language, she could easily understand it because she had a special spiritual ability involved in it. Pardon my way of reaching you, but I have no malicious intent, and you're quite hard to come in contact with, so I seek Her Majesty's forgiveness in advance. I'm the representative of the Treaty of Legends, an organization founded by the Unique Plains Quasi-Legends. I'm here to find the reason behind your sudden departure from the Vicious Calamity Fog Zone and your intentions for heading towards the Conflict Plains, which is under our protection. If this matter can be resolved without any bloodshed, then we'll help you achieve it to the best of our abilities. Or, I can assure you, it won't benefit both sides because the conflict plains can't be destroyed or put under any external threats. So, please have dialogues with us so we can reach a common ground. It was Samara's voice, and there was a peculiar charm in her voice that could put anyone at ease and give them a good opinion of her. However, the Queen Ice Fiend Locust was a spiritual being, and despite any being a perfect stage, Inception Body Legend rank, her mentality was as powerful as Samara, even stronger because of the mysterious Fog Island under her control. The Queen Ice Fiend Locust's first reaction was anger when she sensed the trick hidden in Samara's communication ability. She knew that if she had any malicious intentions, Samara's ability would have been blocked. Furthermore, when the Queen Ice Fiend Locust heard Quasi-Legend rank, her anger was quelled greatly because she knew what kind of existence a Quasi-Legend rank was. She had been working her whole life towards this exact rank, and she was very close when a thief suddenly came and took that hope. Inception Legend rank Frigid Soul Saxifrage away. Her hatred for that thief was at its peak, and she wouldn't rest until she flayed his skin, drank his blood, crushed his bones, and tortured him until he ran out of life. Although her hatred for Jacob was almost blinding her high intelligence, it doesn't mean she was suicidal enough to go against an unknown number of quasi-legend rank. It wasn't as if she was afraid, not even close. She had killed a quasi-legend rank before who had been arrogant enough to barge into the Fog Island to kill her and take the island for himself. But for this exact reason, she knew how huge of a price she had to pay to kill multiple of them, and then she had to go into hiding until she recovered her forces again. She was planning on threatening the others to hand over that thief to Being With since unique planes were filled with hidden experts. Now, they were reaching her on their own accord, which gave her a superior position, and she felt they were afraid of her because they knew what she and her army of 100 million were capable of. All she wanted was that thief, and if he was close to her, she might lose her mind and put everything at risk. So, she decided to converse with these people first while she had her sanity. After coming to a conclusion, she took control of one of the children, and it flew toward the 4 members of the Treaty of Legends. She had already sensed the direction where the spiritual fluctuation came from, and also slowed down the Fog Island advance. Inviting them inside would be akin to exposing herself to danger because while she might be a powerful spirit being, physically, she was as weak as a common rank being. Samara instantly spotted a silhouette approaching them, and her lips curled up as she said, "She's hooked." Silas was pleased, while Vermont grunted in dissatisfaction because he found it somewhat humiliating to negotiate with some bugs. Necro remained silent and watched attentively. An Ice Fiend Locust stopped a few meters away from them at this moment and released a sharp sound wave towards Samara, which was a method of spirit combination just like what Samara used but simpler and without any tricks. "I received your proposal, and I can retract my army as long as you hand over the thief who took something very precious from me. However, if I don't find my treasure and that thief has already ruined it, then I want compensation of equal value." The Queen Ice Fiend Locust didn't beat around the bush and stated her demands right away. She wasn't expecting the Queen Ice Fiend Locust to demand compensation from them bluntly, and she wondered who was daring enough to snatch her treasure and escape with it alive. Nonetheless, she still conveyed her words to Silas since he was in charge here. "Does this bug think we are pushovers?" Vermont's expression fell instantly when he heard the Queen Ice Fiend Locust's demands. "Just keep your calm." Silas sternly glanced at him before he looked towards the Ice Fiend Locust. He knew it was just a puppet since it was too weak. He said to Samara, "Ask her who it was and what the treasure was. How did she know that this thief was in the conflict planes? Besides, only a unique rank can enter the conflict planes, so how could someone of this level snatch her treasure and get away? We need more input before we can believe her words." Samara nodded since she was thinking the same thing and repeated what Silas said with spirit communication. The Queen Ice Fiend Locust felt anger bubbling up because she knew how humiliating this was. Even she was skeptical to this day about that incident. Furthermore, it was the first time that Queen Ice Fiend Locust heard about the matter, as only unique rank beings could enter the unique planes. This means she could only send 99% of her army in, and couldn't send her most powerful children, or use the island herself to corner that hateful thief. If what they said were true, then they might get away like last time by using that strange weapon again. She arranged her words and conveyed, "The thief stole my treasure from my garden with unknown means. It was a quasi-legend rank frigid soul saxifrage that can turn anyone who touches it into ice. I don't know the thief's identity, but I left my mark on him, and I can sense his exact location. I can lead you to him if you want, but I want my treasure at all costs. But he's very cunning. Last time, he was able to escape using a destructive treasure, enter the deep ocean, and remain there for over 2 decades. If you're sincere and don't want this conflict plains to turn into an icy hell, I need assurance that he won't get away this time. But if you can't, then don't stand in my way, or I'll let you know why my garden is known as a vicious calamity fog zone." Queen Ice Fiend Locust coldly issued a threat as she was determined to get that thief. She knew if she showed weakness, she wouldn't get any benefits from them. She could tell they were afraid of her raising hell in these conflict planes, and she was going to take full advantage of it. Either way, she would get that despicable thief one way or another. However, Samara and others were shocked about something else when they heard this mysterious daredevil remain in the deep ocean for decades, and the more they thought about it, the more it didn't make any sense. Unknowingly, they became extremely curious about the identity of this thief, and they didn't know that this curiosity would lead them to huge trouble. 711, Chapter 711, A Shot in the Dark. The queen was sitting on her throne in the headquarters of the Treaty of Legends, and beside her was standing the cloaked midget, diminutive, like a royal advisor, but the queen knows better. Furthermore, she was listening to Sila's report about the Queen Ice Fiend Locust and her demands on an open voice call, and her eyes were narrowed in slits with a hint of disbelief. Diminutive's eyes also shimmered with a peculiar light when he heard about the thief who stole a quasi-legend ranked treasure from the Queen Ice Fiend Locust. The thief even managed to escape into the deep ocean and remain there for many years without getting killed by the ocean races. It was nigh impossible for someone supposedly at the unique rank. So, how should we respond to the Locust Queen's demand of a quasi-legend rank soul-type natural treasure if that thief has already used it or damaged it? If you ask me, this is all too strange, and I think we shouldn't agree before apprehending that thief and interrogating ourselves. She might be taking advantage of us since we are responding so passively. What is your opinion on her response after knowing that we have an unknown number of quasi-legend ranks ready to confront her if she doesn't back down? Furthermore, how strong is she? The queen questioned instead of answering with a cold tone. Silas contemplated for a moment before replying gravely, "Truthfully, I can't tell, but she seems fearless and even threatened us not to get in her way. She seems very determined to capture that thief and even seems ready to go to war with us. That fog island under her control is too strange. Even Samara wasn't able to measure her true strength, nor did her charm have any effect on her." The queen didn't reply instantly, and instead looked towards Diminutive, clearly seeking his opinion. She knew they had to respond quickly, or the Queen Ice Fiend Locust would not be going to wait for them if she really wasn't afraid of them. Diminutive didn't speak and merely nodded, and the queen instantly understood what he was hinting at. He was telling her to handle this situation as she seemed fit. She then replied coldly, "For now, agree to her demands and ask her to lead you to this thief. Even if he's really in the unique planes, I give you permission to use soul puppets to capture him. But make sure you tell her that we'll only compensate her if what she told us is true or we are not afraid of war. If she thinks she can take advantage of us, she's thoroughly mistaken. Leave it to me. I'll handle it as you want." Silas quickly agreed, and the call ended with that as the Queen Ice Fiend Locust was still waiting for their response. Now that Silas wasn't listening, the queen asked with narrowed eyes, "What do you think? And don't give me some ambiguous reply. This matter is very serious. If that insect is a quasi-legend rank, then you should know how terrifying she would be with that island under her control. Furthermore, can you explain how a unique rank being entered the deep ocean and survived there for over 2 decades because I can't? The equipment to achieve this feat is all under the control of 3 factions or hidden organizations like us. Not to mention, if this thief is really hiding in the conflict planes, then this could only mean he didn't have a backer to turn to, or he was simply doing someone else's bidding. But then again, it doesn't make any sense to me, since if someone else was pulling the strings, then they should have already discarded this pawn if they had any idea what kind of existence the Locust Queen is. Or they are simply doing it on purpose and had a deeper reason that we can't think of. Diminutive finally spoke in an impassive tone. "Well, first of all, I have to say, I'm quite impressed with whoever did this, and if they are willing to pledge their fealty to me, I don't mind taking them under my wing. Although it would be a hassle to convince that insect, I'll be worth it. But I know this is just my wishful thinking. As for your assumption, I completely agree with you, and I'm just as clueless as you. However, if I might add something, why are you all still assuming that this person is definitely a unique rank?" he asked in a meaningful tone. The queen's eyes suddenly widened slightly as she instantly knew what Diminutive was hinting at and knew she had reached a conclusion too quickly. Diminutive pulled an icy smile hidden under his cloak as he knew she understood the meaning behind his words. He continued, "What if this person is an unknown quasi-legend rank? We both know we didn't have all the quasi-legend ranks in our ranks. The Locust Queen, the 3 Empires, and the Temple of the Deep Ocean could be a good example of that. We only have those who we were able to find and overpowered. Not to mention, the unique planes are infinitely older than the Treaty of Legends. There are still things that even I don't know about. So, let's just assume that this thief is a mysterious quasi-legend rank expert. I have another reason to believe that he is, which is that a quasi-legend rank treasure formed in nature always has some special traits that protect it from predators. A unique rank would die before they could even touch the thing. That's why assuming that a unique rank existence was able to pull it off is just like thinking a common rank could one-hit kill 3 steps of legend. Then there is also a possibility that this thief has a quasi-legend rank treasure to help him achieve this. But this just makes my theory even more solid because only 3 steps of legend can use treasures in the 3 steps of legend rank, especially treasures that we call legacy treasures. This left us with only 3 possibilities. The first is most likely what is going on here. Maybe this thief has either wounded himself, dropped his mana signatures to the unique rank so he could enter the unique planes and remain untouched by the Locust Queen, or was gravely wounded in the deep ocean and chased out by the experts of the ocean races. That would also explain why he came back and took such a risk to enter the unique planes. The second is that he had some extremely powerful treasure that could trick the Zodiac planes, not SAAI, but Zodiac planes. This is even more impossible since these kinds of things only exist in myths. If he really had it, he wouldn't have to be afraid of mere locust queens or anyone, as a matter of fact. Last but not least, and there is an extremely rare possibility of this happening, that Diminutive's voice turned solemn and a hint of killing intent flashed past his eyes, that he has awakened something that only a legendary existence could. The queen's eyes widened entirely for the first time as shock surfaced in them. She looked at Diminutive and thought with disbelief and a peculiar chillness in her eyes, just like this old ghost. 712. Chapter 71T, Vision of the Faithful. The spellbind eyes of the fairy human race were their biggest secret, and not everyone possessed them. Only those with a certain blood density are born with them. However, being born with spellbind eyes doesn't mean they can use them at will. Although they might be able to use some of their connate prowess, to utilize them fully, they need the secret knowledge of the fairy human race that they guide with the utmost security. Only those with privilege, like the members of the Edgar clan or the candidates of the Holy Children, can gain some level of access to their knowledge, while those from the branch families must pledge their absolute loyalty to the Edgar clan before they are given the chance to learn the mysteries of spellbind eyes. However, no matter their status, they don't get the entire knowledge. Instead, it was divided into parts, and then they had to prove themselves to the temple to earn the rest of it. The spellbind eyes knowledge was divided into the introduction, initial, intermediate, advanced, and core sections. Both Percy and Rudolph had access to the intermediate section. In the introduction section, the awakening ranks of the spellbind eyes and their introduction about what they are capable of were written. According to this section, the spellbind eyes has 3 awakening ranks. The dormant rank, where the fairy human is born with the eyes and can utilize them to the minimum. Then, the awakening rank, where they start tapping deeper into their optical prowess. The spell rank is where they can use their eyes to see through illusions. And then the final rank, the spellbind rank, which has no context for it, was described as a legendary rank that no one was able to achieve. The initial section of the knowledge of spellbind eyes contained a universal magic scripture or just a single part of it. This universal magic scripture was called the Spellbind Arts of Holy Judge. According to the historical texts of the fairy humans, this scripture was bestowed to the first fairy human by the Holy Justice God, and it has been passed down from generation to generation ever since. Only by cultivating the spellbind arts of Holy Judge can the spellbind eye's power show its full potential, and it was essential for learning about the eye's abilities and prowess. Furthermore, the higher the comprehension of this scripture, the quicker the spellbind eyes will rank up. This section also included insights from the old generations of fairy humans that can greatly help the new fairy humans progress and form their own insights. According to the ancestors of the fairy humans, the spellbind eyes can evolve further, but the way to achieve it can only be paved by themselves. There are no shortcuts. In the intermediate section, there was another part of the spellbind arts of holy justice, and it was all about seeing through illusions using the spellbind eyes and even creating illusions using them. Just like how Percy, using just these 3 sections of the spellbind eyes knowledge, created the secret technique and named it Vision of the Faithful. This technique can create a powerful emotional resonance with others who are weaker than the user, amplifying their faith in the Holy Justice God and strengthening their connection to holy magic. The Vision of the Faithful creates a positive feedback loop, where the amplified faith fuels stronger holy magic, which in turn strengthens their faith energy further. This can lead to a significant overall boost in the potency of holy magic rituals and abilities. Not only that, but by unifying the emotions of others, the Vision of the Faithful can bolster morale and create a sense of unbreakable unity among others, which could be invaluable for military purposes or large-scale religious ceremonies. The user could potentially use the Vision of the Faithful to influence outsiders. By amplifying positive emotions associated with the Holy Justice God, they could convert non-believers or sway them to their cause easily. The user of this technique then acts as a conduit for the emotions of the group. They use their spellbind eyes to identify and amplify the most potent feelings of faith and devotion within the participants. But the true potential of this technique was that as the group's emotions intensified, the user's faith and connection to holy magic also grew stronger. This creates a symbiotic effect, pushing the entire group to new heights of spiritual power, especially the user of this technique. Nonetheless, there were still drawbacks, and it wasn't without a cost because only the user possessed the ability to initiate and control the Vision of the Faithful. This makes them highly valuable, but also creates a single point of failure. Like susceptible minds, the Vision of the Faithful relies on manipulating emotions. Individuals with strong wills or opposing beliefs might resist its influence. Not to mention overzealousness, if not carefully controlled, the amplified emotions could lead to fanaticism or destructive behavior. The user needs to ensure the faith remains focused and righteous. That's why Percy wanted only someone with a righteous heart to have this technique and didn't want to expose it to the temple. With his own insight, he decided that only a single person should use it, or there would be huge conflicts among others if there were many users searching for people to amplify their faith power and holy magic. Percy wanted the Vision of the Faithful to be incorporated into regular religious ceremonies within the temple structure. This would help maintain a strong connection to the Holy Justice God and bolster the overall power of the temple. But he knew if the fairy humans found this technique's true potential, the vision of the faithful could be used to train and motivate soldiers before battle, and even turn them into suicidal maniacs who only know how to kill without caring about their own lives. The emotional unity and amplified faith would make them formidable opponents. Although he wasn't sure if the fairy humans would do as he suspected them, it became clear when he explained subtly this technique, which ended up creating a powerful incentive for fairy humans and even drawing those bishops' attention. This guy, Jacob's eyes shimmered with astonishment when he heard this from Autarch. He could have easily overthrown everyone in the temple if he wanted to with this technique, but he decided to waste it on something so meaningless. He truly lacked ambition, and his head was full of fanatic faith for his god. Jacob sighed ruefully as he again compared Percy to the old priest and shook his head before his eyes shimmered with resolve. Don't worry, I'll make sure to use this technique to its full potential and even turn it into something far greater. Then there was also this power of faith they got after worshipping the Holy Justice God, but they had to perform a ritual first to enable themselves to do it. I had a feeling that I shouldn't do that. Furthermore, I also need to get my hands on the complete spellbind arts of Holy Judge. 7 1/3, Chapter 713, Hunters or Preys, 1 turn. Today, a flying ship in stealth mode entered the vicinity of the Holy Mountain Range of the Cardinal Spirit Church territory. Well, this is unexpected. I've heard the outside of the Cardinal Spirit Church of the Conflict Plains is always teeming with people who seek a cure from the church, but I guess we can't believe in rumors, huh? Samara, watching the barren territory of the Holy Mountain Range, commented while looking at Silas. Silas was also startled since he knew better than anyone just how influential the church was. There was never a day when there wasn't a crowd of afflicted people gathered outside, waiting for their turns to enter the Holy Mountain Range. No, something is wrong with this situation. In fact, her leading us here is proof of it. Silas's expression turned grave. He looked towards a 3-meter-tall hominoid locust glaring at the depth of the Holy Mountain Range with absolute hate. He asked, Locust Queen, how sure are you that the thief you're looking for is really there? My ability had never failed me before. He's hiding in those mountains, and we are getting closer to him. Make sure you won't let him get away. The locust spoke in a common tongue this time, thanks to Samara's teaching and the Locust Queen's powerful congestive talent. Do you think that thief did this to the church? What is his reason behind it? Necro asked in a peculiar tone. He suppressed his gloating when he thought how those annoying bastards who used the holy magic, the bane of his race, suffered such a tragedy. Nonetheless, this still made him uneasy since this thief was becoming more and more mysterious the more they knew about him. When we got closer to the church, I thought he was a member of your race, but I knew those who had performed the ritual to awaken the faith power couldn't kill someone else with the faith power of your god, while others without it aren't a match for those with the faith power. It seems we are dealing with an interesting fellow. Vermont couldn't help but snicker, fighting intent in his eyes. Silas's expression fell slightly. If what they were thinking was true, then it would be a huge blow to the temple. Although he had left the temple long ago, that didn't mean he didn't belong to the fairy human race or use the faith power. There was an absolute rule of the ritual that granted them faith power. Once you come under God, there is no leaving. You'll be God's follower until your last breath. But why would this person do something like this? Did he have some grudge against the temple? Not to mention, there aren't any people of the other races. How could he have deterred them from coming here without raising any commotion? Did the temple even know about this situation? Those fools are getting more and more lax. It seemed they had forgotten what would happen if God's followers decreased to a certain degree. They'll even drag me down with them. I need to pay the current pope a visit after dealing with this daring fellow. He just made it personal by profaning God's abode. For now, I should alert them about this situation, Silas thought as his eyes turned chilly. Since he had been pope himself, he knew the deepest secret of the fairy human race and the temple. He knew all those secret records were true, and it would be a disaster if they enraged God because of their own stupidity. I think there is a reason behind the desolation of the Holy Mountain Range. At this moment, a small figure in cloak coolly spoke. Who could it be but Diminutive, the weakest member of the Treaty of Legends? Little Diminutive, what do you have in mind? It seems your tagging along wasn't a bad thing after all. Vermont chucked with a hint of disdain. He clearly looked down on Diminutive because he was weak and a coward, and he loathed these types of people. In his view, Diminutive wasn't worthy of being a member of the treaty, and it was just dumb luck that he became a quasi-legend and met their merciful queen. Diminutive, however, wasn't angry. In fact, he replied with a bow in respectful tone, Lord Vermont, as I've already told you the queen's prediction about this thief's rank being most likely a fa. Ade. Now that he had chosen the church of all places, where all the users of the holy magic gathered, don't you think there's a purpose behind it? After giving subtle hints, Diminutive glanced at Silas and saw his expression change. He knew that the old man got it and became silent again because he knew Silas would explain from here. Just as he predicted, Silas instantly reacted. He's most likely wounded and wanted to recover his power. Samara's eyes also narrowed. But then how would you explain this condition of the church? I can assure you that I didn't detect life from even behind the mountain gates of your church when I used my eyes just now. Don't tell me he's some vile being who killed everyone here after he used them. Furthermore, he hadn't fully healed, or he wouldn't be staying in the unique planes right now. There is more than one way to heal your injuries, especially those injuries to your core strength that dropped your rank. These kinds of injuries cannot be healed in a day or two. In fact, the more powerful you are, the more difficult it is to heal this type of injury. Although I don't know the extent of this person's injuries, I can guess what type of injuries are required to drop your rank from the quasi-legend to unique rank. One would be on the brink of death if not far from it. So, he might have used some unorthodox technique to recover from those injuries and stabilize his situation, and this desolation state of this place is most likely because of that vile technique. Silas's expression grew darker the more he talked. He was furious because, first, this person chose to use the temple of all places, and on top of that, he even used all those people seeking help from the church. Once this matter is revealed to the public, it will have a huge effect on their reputation. The temple will suffer massive backlash, and their followers will greatly plummet. He never thought this chore would become personal just like that. If he was only interested in this person because of his capabilities, now he started to have the same mindset as the Locust Queen. Such a ruthless being shouldn't be left alive. As they discussed and guessed what had happened in the church, they grew near the thief and stopped taking this for granted. They knew they were about to confront a wounded lion. At this moment, Diminutive seemed to sense something and suddenly approached the Locust Queen, who was emitting killing intent. She could sense that the thief was very close, and her rage and hatred were slowly blinding her. Diminutives meaningfully said in a grave tone, "Your Majesty, please call your army here, just to be on the safe side." 714, Chapter 714, Hunters or Preys. Jacob sat cross-legged in a lavish room which belonged to the church priest, Percy, and he was naked. However, if anyone saw his appearance right now, they would be shaking in their boots and think of him as some demonic abomination. Because below his chest were nothing but gray bones sculpted with crimson runic lines. This also includes both arms. However, Jacob didn't seem to care since he had already accepted the reality. In fact, he felt extremely refreshed and powerful like never before. It's been a little over a month since he took over the Cardinal Spirit Church, and the moment he was able to summon Imorika, he instantly continued the cursed bone marrow amalgamation. However, while he was waiting for Imorika's cooldown period to end, he wasn't sitting around and doing nothing. He spent over 3 weeks studying Percy's knowledge about the spellbind eyes. However, he stopped in the middle because Percy Autarch reported to him that some people from the main temple had arrived to escort Rudolph back to the main temple for the preparation of the final trial to select the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Although it was unexpected, Jacob handled it without any misgivings as he had no intention of leaving the unique planes right now. However, he didn't return to study the spellbind eyes afterward since he knew it required more time and decided to collect more blood vitality. After all, he wasn't here just to learn about the fairy humans, it was just one of the reasons he selected such a crowded place. Furthermore, after acquiring Percy's memoirs, he knew how the fairy humans' faith and holy power worked. He knew that the more followers the temple had, the more powerful the high-ranking members would become without any limit. Furthermore, he found that his hex mana was extremely vulnerable to the mysterious power of faith but not against holy or light magic. But if they were imbued with faith power, they worked even more fiercely against his hex mana. That's why he knew he had to get rid of this faith power for good, or at least weaken it as much as he could. This instantly aligned his intentions of collecting blood vitality while giving a blow to the temple's reputation and their faith. Jacob instantly launched a massacre by using Autarch's ability to turn high-ranking members of the church into puppets, and dyed the entire Holy Mountain range with blood, staring from the inside, and didn't even spare those people waiting outside. Furthermore, Jacob even recorded this entire slaughter performed by high-ranking church members, including Percy. Just a day ago, he had Autarch use Percy's Star ID to post it on the Star Network with a single sentence, "We no longer need ants to empower ourselves, death of all lowly beings." Although this sentence was somewhat of a cringe, who was going to care about it when they would see the bloody slaughter in the Holy Mountain Range done by none other than the priest and his followers themselves? The video instantly trended to #1 on Star Network News, and right after that, people instantly stopped coming to the Holy Mountain Range and even started to dread the fairy humans while publicly condemning them and even imploring the factions to act against the fairy humans, inhumane slaughter against all those innocent ill people. Jacob wanted to achieve this with this video because he knew those high and mighty factions wouldn't sit still because of public enrage and had to act against the fairy humans. In fact, he presumed that they would send huge forces to this place to apprehend those involved in that bloody massacre and include the main temple as well, since they had to give an explanation to everyone or they'd never be able to recover from this scandal. The temple naturally reacted strongly and immediately contacted the church, but he didn't even bother to respond and waited for this matter to escalate even further. As for why Jacob was still here after causing such a ruckus, it was quite simple. He wanted to refine more blood vitality, and he knew no one was his match as long as he stayed in the conflict plains. Also, if he included the incoming Locust army, this would cause a huge storm in the entire conflict plains. This is what Jacob wanted to begin with. He wanted the entire conflict plains to be dyed in blood and collect it all and raise his power in one fell swoop. Once he was able to summon Immortality, he instantly started using all the blood vitality he had collected from different races, especially the fairy humans, who gave him the most blood vitality despite most of them only having a unique rank. Jacob didn't know if he had noticed it wrong, but those with faith energy seemed to have far more blood vitality than normal people, which was nothing but good news for him. It took him 4 days to exhaust the blood vitality he had collected from the ocean and the church, but it seemed all worth it as he saw how much progress he had made. First phase of body transformation, cursed bone marrow amalgamation. Third stage, cursed bone marrow amalgamation. 78 to 64% description. Amalgamate your cursed blood into bones to change your bone marrow into cursed bone marrow by sculpting longevity schema on your bones. Longevity schema, picture. Completion of this stage will result in 5,000 years of lifespan and genesis of cursed immortal bloodline. Jacob's lips rose upward in a content yet cold smile. He was very pleased with this progress, and it was going quite fast compared to what he had expected. As long as he could gather the same amount of blood vitality, he would be able to complete the final stage. But he knew the closer he completed the longevity schema, the more blood vitality he needed from before, and he was afraid that the unique rank beings might lose all effect on him. Nonetheless, he knew a huge blood bank was coming, so he wasn't overly worried. At this moment, he turned the page and asked Immortality, now that he finally had the time, "You should know about that elf girl that I encountered when I came here. Don't try to deny it. I know since I can't summon you, it doesn't mean you fall into some slumber. Just give it to me straight. Why would the Hex Core react to her, and what kind of curse is she afflicted with?" Ha 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 ha. Immortality suddenly started laughing, which made Jacob iffy for some reason. But he knew it was normal for Immortality, so he waited for it to stop. However, what Immortality wrote afterward wasn't what he expected. Haha, are you sure you want to know this right now when you have so many guests approaching? 715, Chapter 75 Hunters or Praise? 3. Jacob instantly understood the meaning behind Immortality's ambiguous writing. Although he was startled for a moment, he quickly calmed down since he was already expecting guests. "Is it Queen Ice Fiend Locust or others?" Jacob asked as he stood up. Clothes appeared on his body as he started to head outside. "What do you think?" Immortality asked, clearly entertained, yet Jacob didn't reply and glared at the cursed book before it wrote again, "Tisk tisk, don't look at me like that. There is indeed Ice Fiend Locust among them. The others aren't here personally, but one of them is quite interesting." Jacob's eyes narrowed when he read the last part. "What do you mean they aren't here personally?" Hehehehe. Remembered what happened with the horned ogre when you thought you had killed him? Immortality questioned. Jacob's eyes contorted as he instantly guessed what Immortality was implying. "So, the other you're talking about is using those strange substitute puppets? Furthermore, it seems the Queen Ice Fiend Locust has also sent her proxy since she can't come here personally. But I was still under the impression that she was a vicious being and would raise hell in the entire conflict plains while making her way to me. However, it seems she was not blinded by vengeance, as you told me she would, and instead, she seemed to have brought her friends with her to deal with me. Is there something else I'm not aware of?" he asked coldly. "Ha, don't blame me. I can't predict her actions or control her to what you're expecting her. But I'm not wrong about her flaw, no matter how much restraint she had. Once you're in front of her, I can guarantee you that she'll do everything in her power to kill you even if the situation is disadvantageous to you," Immortality confidently wrote. Jacob didn't argue because he knew Immortality had never been wrong. No matter what kind of variable appeared, the end result would always be the same. Then those guys who are using those puppets, are they the 3 steps of legend rank as well? Or are they just some kind of guides, and who among them caught your interest? He asked. I'm afraid they are all quasi-legends, and there are 5 of them. As for the guy I'm calling interesting, it is a Lord Goblin who can suppress any goblin who is not a lord, an extreme rarity among the goblin race with the direct bloodline of a cosmic goblin, a cunning and highly treacherous race with the space-type abilities. He's also at the peak of quasi-legend, and just like you, he had awakened his soul force as well. Ha 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 ha, now is something I wasn't expecting. Immortality started to laugh crazily. Jacob's expression finally changed when he read about so many quasi-legends popping out of nowhere. The more absurd part was that the Queen Ice Fiend Locust managed to make them come here with her. He had never thought that the Queen Ice Fiend Locust had such a connection despite living in that remote no-return zone. If he had known this, he would have made more preparations. But this was still all right in light of the news that someone with the Soul Force and the extremely rare space-type abilities was also in that group. Furthermore, he clearly remembered that when he killed the Society Killer 10, the reason behind his rise was also some kind of opportunity he found from the civilization ruin of the cosmic goblin race. He wasn't expecting to encounter a living one in this place. What are you getting all worked up for? I guess it's time to give you some more information about the final stage. With your current progress with the longevity schema, you can take on intermediate stage quasi-legends. Not only that, but despite your blood vessels being absorbed into your bones, you can still use the fluid acceleration because the schema sculpted on your bones is far more powerful than blood vessels, and you could consider it a new and powerful version of your blood vessels. In fact, now that you are about to get rid of those weak organs and blood vessels, the fluid acceleration you use on your blood to increase your blood flow and raise your power will also change. Before, you had to worry about blowing up your body, but now there are no such limitations as long as you complete the final stage. If you can replenish your cursed blood to the current capacity, you can use 500x acceleration, and the power you'll get would be far greater because of your cursed blood. The more blood you have, the stronger the acceleration, and you don't need to worry about it at all, because each glyph within the runic lines on your bones can store 99 drops of cursed blood. Do you even know how many glyphs there are in the longevity schema? There are 999,999, which means they can store 98,999,999,999,901 drops of cursed blood. Only when you have completely filled your glyphs with 98,999,999,991 drops of cursed blood will the final 1,000,099 drops of cursed bone marrow condense, which will complete the final stage. This means that even after you complete the longevity schema, you need to fill those runic lines with cursed blood to complete the process. I was going to tell you once you have completed the entire longevity schema, but I guess now that you have created this kind of opportunity, you shouldn't waste it. Ha 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 ha, just thinking about what you're going to do now would make all the wait worth it. Immortality instantly started to laugh after dropping such a huge bomb on Jacob. Jacob was alarmed when he learned the deeper details of the longevity schema. He finally understood why he could store so much blood in his runic lines. The more blood he had, the deeper those runic lines started to glow, and he felt even more powerful. However, Jacob wasn't happy at all, and he felt his scalp tingle with trepidation when he thought about just how difficult it was getting to collect the blood the more he progressed. But now, he had to fill all the 999,999 glyphs with almost 100 million drops of cursed blood even after completing the schema to complete the process. This was simply too absurd. You should have told me this from the start. How I'm supposed to gather so much cursed blood? I'm afraid even if I bleed the entire unique planes, I still won't be able to fill the cursed blood. Are you freaking sure that this is just the first phase, not the final phase? What kind of absurd requirements are these? Jacob was feeling indignant, and for the first time, he started to question the cursed book. He was even wondering if this book could truly make someone immortal instead of the devil. Getting cold feet, are we? How about I share with you a quote I suddenly remembered said by none other than my first inheritor before he met his end. It was like this: "Beware, wayward traveler, for the path of immortality is paved not with gold, but with the crimson tide of countless fallen. It is a treacherous journey, a gauntlet wrought of iron and despair. Here the very air reeks of carnage, and the ground is slick with the lifeblood of those who dared to dream of defying mortality. Only the most resolute souls, forged in the fires of tribulation, can hope to endure the horrors that lie in wait." 716, Chapter 716, Hunters or Preys. 4. The flying ship descended at the grand entrance of the barren entrance of the church's mountain, and the people inside disembarked the ship with solemn expressions. "So, he's here?" Silas asked with a heavy expression as he looked at the church on top of the mountain. He knew things were no longer as simple as he had thought. The temple was really going to take a hit after this blunder. Yes, and that hateful thief is coming our way. Queen Ice Fiend Locust nodded in affirmative. The Locust's eye shimmered with hatred, and it started to emit dense killing intent. She was almost at her boiling point. "Her Majesty is right. I can see him walking down the mountain path, but it's quite strange. His silhouette is like fog, so I can't see through him or measure his strength. I think he also had a powerful protective treasure, so spiritual attacks might not work on him. Just who is this person? He's giving me very terrible vibes." Samara, who was using her spirit eye, solemnly stated, "Ha! Who needs a sneaky spirit attack? I'll just crush him with my fists. Since he's arrogant enough to come out on his own, it seems he's very confident in taking us on. He's clearly underestimating us just because we are in the conflict planes," Vermont disdainfully stated. He took a step forward, and violet lightning began to cackle all over his body, ready to subdue the other party with his tremendous strength. Samara glanced at Silas when she noticed he didn't stop Vermont this time and asked, knowing what he was thinking, "So we are directly going to confront him without any talking?" While listening to their conversation, Diminutive looked towards the empty mountain road as an ethereal glow shimmered in the depth of his eyes. "I can't sense force on this person, nor can I see through his power or any sign of injuries. It seemed he really did have a treasure that blocks all the probing. If he had also started to comprehend the totem, like me, then wounded or not, these guys wouldn't be his match if he knew how to use the legendary energy. But it's still not completely clear. I'll let these cannon folds fight him to see for myself. If he has really awakened the legendary energy, I can use this guy in the path of legend. But first, I need to make sure he is in a situation where he has no choice but to accept my help. Only then can I control him. This idiot insect is perfect for it. No matter how powerful he is, and even if he has legendary energy, there is a limit to that energy, and if he excessively uses it, he'll fall into danger even more quickly. After all, he's but a lone quasi-legend with millions of insects in unique rank. Even I don't dare to go against them alone. Now, I just need to make sure to appease the Locust Queen at the right time. I'm sure he'll prefer coming to my side instead of getting captured by an insect who wanted to torment him. Diminutive's lips rose slightly under his cloak in a shrewd smile, as if everything was under his control as he watched others. He's dangerous, and he might also have other means to flee since he's coming out on his own. So, just to be safe, let's try to subdue him first before interrogating him. Silas coldly stated, clearly not intending to talk amiably with this cruel bastard who had caused huge trouble for the temple. Samara sighed, deciding not to push any further. If the same had happened with the witch race, she would have made the same choice as Silas. After all, even an idiot could guess what had happened here after seeing the once lively Holy Mountain range in a desolated state. Whoever this thief is, he is a one cruel and merciless bastard. Could it be he's a dark being? Necro thought as his eyes burned with anticipation. If his speculation were true, then this would change everything. After all, he was willing to follow a dark being that could inflict fear into these high and mighty treaty members, and he no longer needed to play obediently or act like their dog. At this moment, while everyone had their own thoughts, calm footsteps rang, and a giant figure wearing a long black windbreaker, his head covered under a hood, appeared in everyone's vision. He's only this tall, and here you guys are making him some kind of monster. Vermont spat in disdain when he saw the giant's height was half of his, and as a common sense about giants, the taller you are, the more powerful you'll be. Vermont, as a quasi-legend, knows better than anyone that a quasi-legend giant can grow up to 40 meters, and only those unique ranked giants have a height of around 20 meters. Even if this guy was using some kind of treasure or was wounded, it shouldn't have affected his height if he was really a giant. While the other races with tall height can't grow to this size, especially those races like whales, their hominoid form wouldn't match giants since it was a racial trait that only giants possess. Even Diminutive and others started to wonder if their judgment was truly wrong, and if this guy was just some lucky individual who had some sort of powerful treasure that helped him achieve all these feats. However, when Vermont saw that the hooded giant was still walking nonchalantly towards them and treating them like winds, his expression went deadly cold since he felt as if this guy was looking down on him despite his little size and didn't know life from death. The next moment, Vermont no longer waited and turned into a violet lightning bolt. It shot toward Jacob, leaving behind a trail of lightning, and only a second later, a powerful shockwave rang in the vicinity. Even the Queen Ice Fiend Locust was still controlling herself, yet Vermont was even more impatient than her. After all, he had been suppressing his displeasure for giving in to Queen Ice Fiend Locust's demands, and now this hotshot turned out to be nothing but a giant disappointment. Furthermore, since Silas didn't speak until now, he knew he was free to do as he pleased, and in fact, he was even glad that this guy pissed the old man. The next second, Vermont was right in front of Jacob while sticking out a powerful punch surrounding with lightning, aiming at his hidden face with a cruel smile on his face. Since he was using a soul puppet, he knew this guy wouldn't die even if he used the full capacity of this soul puppet. Nonetheless, his face will be disfigured, and he'll lose consciousness or might even turn into a vegetable with the impact and lightning. However, what happened next made everyone snap out of their thoughts, and all their doubts about Jacob instantly vanished into smoke. Boom. A huge impact occurred, however. This impact wasn't because of Vermont's punch connected with Jacob's face, but from a powerful slap that was even faster than Vermont's lightning and came out of nowhere. Just as Vermont thought his punch was going to connect, he saw only a streak. The next moment, he felt a mountain suddenly smack on his face before everything went dark. Because what happened next was his head exploded like a watermelon. 717, Chapter 717, Hunters or Preys. 5. As the headless body of the soul puppet controlled by Vermont fell on the ground, it shattered into pieces, awakening the others from their stupor. Everything happened so fast that they couldn't comprehend clearly how Vermont, who was the strongest aura user among them, died in a split second. Just a moment ago, it seemed as if he was about to send the mysterious giant flying, but the next moment, his head suddenly blew up. They knew the soul puppet in their arsenal could mimic 33% of their original strength despite only having a unique rank. But despite the suppression, no one in the entire conflict planes could counter them, not to mention destroy their soul puppets with a mere slap. At this moment, the thought of this giant being weak or having any misgivings about him just because he was out of the norm vanished in smoke, and they were fully on guard. He's an aura user with a ridiculously powerful physique. And he seemed even stronger than that brainless fool. Just what kind of race he belonged to, Diminutive thought as his expression was solemn. If he was planning on subduing this person by letting him taste despair first, his entire plan changed after witnessing Vermont's soul puppet end. He even started to doubt if he could go against this guy with his main body. Jacob leisurely walked towards the foot of the mountain as if he had just flicked a flea in his way. This time, no one made any move, not even the Queen Ice Fiend Locust. However, the Queen Ice Fiend Locust wasn't afraid, just a little shocked and thought, I guess the treasures they are using are pitifully weak. They're turning out to be useless despite their early arrogance, and it seemed I had to deal with this matter just as I had initially planned. I'll just wait for my army to arrive, and then I'll show them what true power is. At this moment, Silas could no longer take the suspense and question with a hint of apprehension, "Who are you?" He figures that subduing this guy and inflicting some pain on him as a payback might be difficult after witnessing Vermont's pitiful end. Jacob stopped about 15 meters away from the remaining 5, and he didn't have any intention of replying to Silas. Instead, he looked at the ice fiend locust and said with clear provocation, "You must be the bug bitch. Oh, I mean the queen ice fiend locust, right? I was expecting your huge army, but you came with these cowards instead. Tusk tusk, I guess I was expecting too much from a fantastic insect. You have no dignity at all." The queen ice fiend locust's eye almost turned crimson with wrath when she heard Jacob's disdainful words as if she were just a bug in his eyes. She felt even more humiliated, and her somewhat clear mind was instantly blinded by the rage that she had been suppressing all this time. "Vile thief, even if you hand over my treasure, I'll torment you until the day your pitiful life ends," she screeched as the ice fiend locust opened its menacing maw. An ice-blue aura suddenly gushed out from its body, turning the surroundings into ice. She could no longer endure it, and instead of waiting for her incoming army like she initially planned, she lost her reason, and ice spikes started to materialize over Jacob's head. Just as Immortality said, she really lost her rationality once I came in front of her and provoked her. She's easy to manipulate like this, Jacob thought with a hint of relief, as he was just testing the Queen Ice Fiend Locust's flaw by provoking just to confirm if her flaw worked as Immortality predicted it would, and it seemed he was worried about nothing. Silas was about to stop the Queen Ice Fiend Locust from releasing that spell since he could tell this guy was provoking them. But alas, it was completely useless, and the Queen Ice Fiend Locust controlled the Ice Fiend Locust and released the most powerful spell, Ice Filed, Death Rain. And the ice spike suddenly shot towards Jacob from all the directions, and the more mana she poured it, the ice spike rain were almost endless. Normally, she would have used this spell with millions of Ice Fiend Locusts, creating an endless rain of ice spikes that completely overwhelmed her opponent. Her opponent wouldn't have had any choice but to block it with their mana and slowly exhaust everything until they couldn't block it anymore. But a single Ice Fiend Locust could only cover a 50-meter area into an ice field, and its mana would only last for a minute. Furthermore, Jacob was extremely powerful right now, and despite Immortaka's subtle explanation, he wasn't aware of his physical limitations. Earlier, when Vermont attacked him, it might have appeared extremely fast, but in Jacob's eyes, he was as slow as a snail. That slap wasn't meant to kill him, but because he didn't know just how powerful his physical body had become, he ended up destroying the soul puppet despite not even using half of his strength. Now that the Ice Fiend Locust was using this spell, he didn't dodge and let it hit him, as he wanted to see how this advanced unique rank spell would affect him. However, when the ice spike connected his body, despite their sharpness and powerful force behind them, they shattered like glass upon collision, and all Jacob felt was nothing. Although the damn book had hidden the essential part of the final stage until now, I had to admit, the benefits are insane. So I guess I just have to gather more blood now and complete this as soon as possible. But instead of doing it the hard and time-consuming way, I'll just have to change my method. Once Jacob was content with this experiment and saw the hint of fear in the quasi-legend's gazes, he decided to proceed to the next step. Jacob moved and appeared right in front of Ice Fiend Locust as if he had teleported, but that was his full speed. The Ice Fiend Locust was shocked when Jacob suddenly appeared right in front of it, completely ignoring the spell. But before it could react, Jacob's hand moved as he threw another slap, and the Ice Fiend Locust blasted into mincemeat, splashing purple blood everywhere. Once it died, the spell lost its effect by the time its headless body dropped to the ground. The quasi-legends who witnessed this similar scene again quickly jumped back instinctively. They knew their soul puppets weren't this person's match. However, at this moment, Jacob, who had spoken to them all this time, suddenly said nonchalantly, "That's how you squash a bug. You guys are quasi-legends, right? Do you want to make a deal with me instead of this bug bitch?" 788, Chapter 718, Establishing Might. When they heard Jacob's leisurely conversation as if they were old friends, the treaty members were somewhat speechless. However, before they could reply, they witnessed something shocking and eerie. With a wave of his sleeve, the scattered purple blood started to churn and then flow towards Jacob's palm, which was covered in a black glove and started to gather in a sphere. When all the blood gathered above his palm and the Ice Fiend Locust's corpse turned into nothing but a dry carcass, the blood suddenly vanished, and Jacob finally turned towards them while nonchalantly clapping his hands behind his back, waiting for their response. Diminutive was the first to sputter out of his stupor, followed by Silas and the others, but all of their reactions after witnessing that scene were similar: apprehension. "Who are you, and did you do the same thing with the people of the Holy Mountain Range?" Silas questioned, but his tone was no longer as confident as before. He knew this person was extremely troublesome to deal with without their real bodies, and he had the upper hand as long as he was in the conflict planes, so hearing him out was the only way. Jacob looked at Silas, and he knew he was a fairy human. Instead of replying, he coldly asked, "Are you the Temple Pope Sebastian Edgar?" Jacob hadn't seen Sebastian's appearance, but since this fairy human was a quasi-legend, he could only think of Sebastian, who was most likely of this rank. This made him even more confused, since he never had thought that Sebastian was connected with the Queen Ice Fiend Locust. As for holding a grudge against Sebastian for scheming against Adolf, he didn't have any since he wasn't Adolf, and as long as Sebastian gave him what he wanted, he didn't mind letting him live for now. Silas was surprised for a moment when Jacob mentioned Sebastian's name. He was doubtful about why Jacob was asking about his descendant and thought he might have some grudge against him. Nonetheless, he still shook his head, denying it, and replied, "No, I'm not Sebastian, but he's my descendant. Did he provoke you?" Now this is unexpected. Jacob was slightly surprised, but his expression was hidden as he subtly replied, "Yeah, something like that, but there is nothing that can't be resolved by some compensation. However, before that, what do you think about my proposal? If you guys are unwilling, then there is nothing to discuss here." Jacob then suddenly looked towards Diminutive, who was standing behind everyone in silence. This made Diminutive flinch slightly, as he didn't expect Jacob to take notice of him. Jacob then speaks while looking at him. "You should be the boss here, right, Lord Goblin? How did he know?" Diminutive, for the time in decades, was shocked by something to this extent. No one had ever been able to tell his identity because he could conceal his true prowess with soul force. It was even more impossible while he was using a soul puppet. Yet this guy somehow easily guessed his identity as the Lord Goblin, which he didn't even know until he stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity that changed his entire life. Now, Jacob seemed even more unfathomable to him, and if he had been confident in going against him before, he wasn't anymore. In fact, he was even thinking of running away from this person because he could feel a sense of fear from him, which normally others felt from him. However, the treaty members were even more shocked when they heard this and looked collectively towards Diminutive with incredulous expressions. They knew this person shouldn't be teasing them by calling the weakest member of the treaty in charge of them. He was either playing with them, or there was something more to Diminutive's identity they didn't know. Furthermore, when Silas and Samara considered it, they really hadn't seen Diminutive's face or known about his race. All they knew was that he was a servant of the Queen and ran errands for her. Now, they started to wonder if this guy was hiding something. Jacob also noticed the others' strange reactions, and a peculiar glint flashed past his eyes before he nodded in understanding. "So you were hiding your identity as a cosmic goblin from them, and the face about already awakening that, huh? A true example of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, forgive me for exposing you, but something tells me that you are the true manipulator behind these guys. So, what will it be? Are you going to make a deal with me, or continue to stand against me? Or just run away now that you know I'm extremely dangerous? But before you choose, let me tell you what you can get from me if you make this deal in advance." Jacob's words were like knives that completely cut open Diminutive's deception in front of everything, and the confident goblin was finally terrified when all of his secrets were exposed in a single breath. Just as Jacob stated, he was really planning on running away as he found Jacob extremely dangerous now, but he still stopped when he heard the last part. The treaty members were completely skeptical about this, and they felt even more fear of this person whom they had thought of as prey just a few moments ago. They knew they had unknowingly entered a tiger's den, and now this tiger was toying with him. "I'm completely convinced and awed by your Excellency's foresight. I seek your forgiveness for my and my college's actions. As an apology, I'll sincerely hear your Excellency's offer, and as long as it is something we can do, we'll accept it without any compensation in return." Diminutive finally spoke in a solemn yet submissive tone. Although he knew he had hit an iron wall this time, he was still glad his main body wasn't here, otherwise he would have never been able to rest and might have already started running. The treaty members were shocked when Diminutive finally took charge, and they finally believed Jacob's words. But they remained silent since this also meant they could leave this to Diminutive, and they didn't have to deal with this terrifying being personally. "Ha ha ha, you really are a goblin. You should know I have a soft spot for goblins." Jacob laughed with an eerie coldness behind it, which sent chills down Diminutive's spine for some reason. Jacob finally stopped laughing, and since he had already established his dominance and planted an image of an unfathomable existence in these quasi-legends' minds, he directly revealed his offer, which he knew they wouldn't be able to refuse no matter what. Although it would be somewhat troublesome, he knew if he wanted to save time, he needed to use these guys. Even if they didn't agree, they wouldn't sit still and react in a way that was nothing but beneficial to him. "If you agree to my conditions, I'll give you the location of the legendary key that everyone is searching for." Absolute silence descended in the area before sounds of ridged breathing could be heard. 1719, Chapter 719, Bested the Best. Jacob's words were like a bomb in everyone's mind because Jacob directly hit the nail when he tempted them with the location of the legendary key. Jacob knew the entire unique planes were stirring because of the missing legendary key. As the opening time of the Path of Legend was drawing near, the hidden experts who were eyeing a higher realm of power would naturally not sit still. His conjecture became more solid after he learned that so many quasi-legends were suddenly making moves. Although revealing the clues about the legendary key would put him at huge risk, he was now confident in escaping with his life from any kind of threat in the unique planes. Moreover, the purpose of only revealing the part about how he knew where the legendary key was, but not that he already had it put a layer of protection on him. If they wanted the legendary key, they wouldn't make a move until they didn't want to lose their only lead. Even if they were greedy and attacked him while thinking that he had it, after witnessing Jacob's prowess and his mysterious depth, he was sure they wouldn't act against him unless they wanted to put their lives at risk. And he knows damn well that a quasi-legend won't take unnecessary risks for others' sake after reaching his point of power. He was especially confident after observing Diminutive. This kind of sly goblin wouldn't take a risk going against someone like Jacob, who literally exposed everything about him that he had been hiding all this time. As Jacob expected, Diminutive was the first one to compose himself after hearing the part about the legendary key and said solemnly, "Your Excellency, your offer is indeed templating, but forgive my lack of respect when I say I can't trust you with just your words. If you can give us something that makes us believe, you have my word, that will help you with everything we have. Of course, if you want to join our little group here in the venture of the dangerous path of legend, I'll be happy to give you the leader's position. I'm sure everyone will be happy to follow someone powerful like you, unlike a weak little goblin like myself who is too afraid to lead them." Diminutive's submissive attitude shocked everyone, especially when he casually offered the Treaty of Legends leader position. This also proved that he was the true leader in the shadows while the Queen was a figurehead, or they were deliberately hiding Diminutive's strength as a trump card. However, no one retorted because they knew Jacob was unfathomable at this moment, and even this shadow leader of theirs was sucking up to him right now. It made them even more apprehensive of Jacob. Nonetheless, just as Diminutive stated, if Jacob really comes on their side and knows where the legendary key is or already has it, then all the trouble they were going to have would be resolved. Moreover, they will also gain a terrifying existence like Jacob. It was far better than following this sneaky fellow around who might sacrifice them for his own gains. At least Jacob would be there to keep Diminutive in check. TSK, although his words are submissive, and he only wants to confirm whether I have the key in my possession or not. Not only that, but he clearly didn't want to show his true abilities, and by putting me on the spot he could scheme all he wanted. A hint of coldness crept into Jacob's eyes as his lips rose slightly. Well, it's not like I hadn't expected it from someone like him, and he didn't know he was just digging his own grave. Oh, you're doubting me? Well, it's to be expected, I guess, since you can't take a stranger's words seriously. Jacob nodded in understanding before he dismissively stated, "Although I don't have the key in my possession right now since I can just take it whenever I want, truthfully, I've left it alone all this time because I'm not interested in the path of legend. Nonetheless, to make you guys believe what I just said, how about we sign a Zodiac Oath contract? I'll let you pen the terms so you won't think I'm leaving some loophole to exploit you." This time, Diminutive didn't respond for some reason, as he was starting to have some doubts about Jacob's confidence. His sharp eyes flashed with a hint of uncertainty as he mused, does he really know where the legendary key is? He seemed too confident, as if he weren't afraid of signing the oath contract at all. Moreover, if he's revealing this important information just like that, then this could only mean that something is even more important to him than the legendary key. No matter what, since he held the initiative, I can only be in a lost position. And here, I thought I could do anything in the unique planes. Just where did this monster pope off from? I need more information about him before I can't take the risk of going against him. Old man Silas, if I agree with his excellency, do you have any problem with that? Diminutive suddenly put Silas, who had been silent all this time, on the spot, startling the old man. Jacob looked towards the old man with a hint of dark anticipation, as if he wanted him to make a move while he was secretly sneering at Diminutive's rookie attempt at flying a kite. No, I have no problem with this senior. It seemed my descendants have offended this senior unknowingly. Silas quickly backed down. Demanding justice from this unknown monster, wouldn't he be courting death? Although his faith and power were important, they were not as important as his old life, which he cherished the most. I forget he's the biggest coward of them all when it comes to facing danger. In a time like this, I really missed that muscle brain idiot. He would have jumped on this trap, and then I could have measured his strength even more. Although his power is unfathomable, there is no doubt. But he's in the unique planes, so he's not at his peak. Curse these damn rules, only allowing unique rank people into the conflict planes. Even if someone used the same method to enter the conflict planes, they would be slapped to death by this guy. Guess I have to give in for now. Feeling bitter, Diminutive finally nodded. Since no one has any problem with his excellency, then let's sign this contract right away. Please give me your star ID so that I can send you the contract. Jacob had already expected this before he dismissively replied, "There's no need for a digital contract. I've already had a physical one. Oh, and don't forget to put a condition that only real bodies could sign this contract, not any kind of substitutes, servants, or slaves. Since this is somewhat of a big matter, I think you would agree with me if someone between us turned out to be only a puppet, right?" Jacob casually said in a friendly yet chilly tone. "My thoughts exactly." Diminutive agreed with a chuckle, as if it was only nature yet inside. He cussed, "This crafty fox." 720. Chapter 720, Bested the Best, C2L. The Zodiac Oath contract was quickly written by Diminutive. After Jacob made sure the goblin didn't leave any tricks in it, he signed it while Diminutive handed it over to Necro so he could bring it to his main body. After all, only the main bodies of Jacob and Diminutive could sign on it, and this was Jacob's only condition. Jacob wanted to make sure to bind Diminutive with the Zodiac Oath contract. As for others, as long as they didn't have soul force, he didn't consider them a threat. In fact, he leaves them alone because he wants someone among them to become reckless and then deliver blood vitality to him. After all, for Jacob, the Treaty of Legends was nothing but a tool to increase the final phase progress. They were useful for him, whether alive or dead. How about His Excellency? Tell us what you want in return while Necro delivers the contract to my real body, Diminutive asked, his face still hidden behind his cloak, just like hooded Jacob's. Well, I guess it would save us some time. Jacob coolly nodded before he directly stated, it's actually not a big deal for people in your ranks to achieve what I want in return for the location of the legendary key. They all knew what Jacob was implying by emphasizing this point. After all, they were all quasi-legends who belonged to different races and held massive power and influence in the unique planes. With just their individual prowess, they can easily manipulate their races and any organization under their races, especially Silas, Samara, Necro, and even Vermont. These four have 223 of the Life faction, 113 of the Neutral faction, and the entire Dead faction at their beck and call. That's why when Jacob found their racial identities from Immortica, he decided to use them instead of just killing mere soul puppets. He knew those greedy, power-hungry wolves wouldn't reject such a powerful individual of their race overseeing their organizations, making them reap even more benefits. Jacob knew that if he could use their influence, he wouldn't even need to do anything himself. He could do everything just by issuing orders. He even had a perfect bait to make sure they would listen to him, the legendary key. After grabbing everyone's attention, Jacob finally revealed what he wanted from them. I want high-quality blood, at least unique rank, and a lot of it. This is what I want in return for revealing the legendary key's location. Furthermore, as our contract states, I won't trick or harm any of you once you guys acquire the legendary key or reveal this information to a third party. Moreover, if you want to enter the path of legend, I'll go with you guys and won't harm you if you don't go against me. All these conditions are quite steep if you asked me, but I'm still fine with them. The thing is, can you pay the price to keep me neutral? After all, the contract will only be valid if you guys help me achieve my goal until I'm content with the result. Even if you guys are unwilling, then I have no problem at all, but don't get in my way or... Jacob bluntly released his killing intent towards the end, which sent chills down everyone's spines. Even Diminutive was stumped when he sensed that bloodlust. Although Jacob's demand came as a surprise, some of them still expected his demand to include this kind of condition. After all, the current situation of the Holy Mountain Range was right in front of them to see, and Jacob's presence in the unique planes also hinted that he was wounded or his power had been regressed. This means Jacob wanted blood to get back to full power, and the most frustrating thing was even if they wanted to confront him with their real bodies to fully understand what kind of wounds he had to be able to enter this place. The only one among them who had another opinion was Diminutive. Despite having similar-minded thoughts with the other quasi-legends, he also thought about another possibility. Could it be that he has some kind of treasure that allows him to trick the Zodiac Plane's laws? Although they are just myths, I still found their records in that ruin, so I can't ignore them. However, the possibility of having such a thing in this kind of place and under mortal control is as good as impossible. I need more input on him. At this moment, Samara, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke before Diminutive could. With a charming smile, she bowed in front of Jacob while moving her chest slightly, showing her perfect figure to the fullest. Great sire, I'm a senior witch who others call a witch queen, and my name is Samara. It is an absolute honor to meet someone like you. Please allow me to confirm something with you. Although she had a confident smile on her charming face, the streaming sweat from her temple and her trembling third eye was evidence of her fear, as if she could see something the others couldn't. A witch queen, huh? Jacob's eyes flashed slightly as he wasn't expecting this witch to be a witch queen. After all, he had acquired quite a lot from the inheritance of the vile witch named Witch Queen Margaret, and the ironic part was the vile witch race had a blood feud with the charm witch race, which Samara belonged to. Nonetheless, Jacob never felt gratitude toward Margaret or enmity toward the charm witch race. He got the witch queen's inheritance with his own luck and skills, while the charm witch race never wronged him in any way. So, he was still neutral against them, but this didn't mean he didn't want the witchcraft, related to curse magic, practiced by the witch race. In fact, Samara only made him prioritize the witch race even more. As for her attempt to stir Jacob's carnal desires by using her appearance and charm, it failed miserably. Let's hear what you have to say. Jacob impassively gave his permission while Diminutive narrowed his eyes under his cloak. Although Samara's interference clearly undermined his authority, Diminutive knew this vixen was full of tricks, and her intelligence was not bad either. In fact, after thinking about it more, he was glad that Samara interfered, which meant he could observe more, and he wouldn't be at any risk of revealing some opening in front of Jacob. Samara secretly sighed in relief when Jacob agreed to talk with her, which meant there was a chance to seduce such a powerful being. Nonetheless, she didn't dare be reckless. If she offended him instead, she knew the sly goblin over there wouldn't hesitate to discard her to quench Jacob's anger. She had already put Diminutive above the queen once Jacob revealed his true identity, or he was at least on the same level. but for some reason, she can't preserve Jacob's silhouette with her spiritual eye at all. Even Queen and Diminutive's silhouette was cleared in it. All she could see was an endless fog of crimson, which made her spiritual eye tremble with fear and excitement, since this meant Jacob was far more powerful than both Queen and Diminutive. If she could earn his favor, she knew her path forward would be extremely easy, especially the venture of the Path of Legend. "Thank you for this chance," Samara pulled with a beautiful smile. She couldn't see Jacob's face or reaction at all, but this didn't make her dejected. "I think the Great Sire's condition isn't that hard to fill at all. In fact, I think we should thank the Great Sire for his magnanimity. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Great Sire. You said you only need unique rank blood, but you didn't specifically say what kind of blood or blood from a specific race, right?" "Indeed." Jacob nodded while closely observing the enthralling Samara, but the cause of his attention was not her beauty but her sharp mind. Samara smiled even more widely when Jacob didn't deny it, and she continued, "Then doesn't it mean a huge source of blood is already on its way to this place?" Silas's eyes widened as he almost forgot about it because of the shock Jacob brought him, and he quickly blurted, "The Locust Queen and her army. Yes, Great Sire had already provoked the Locust Queen even before meeting with us, so I can presume that Sire might have provoked her for this exact reason. It's just that you're finding it quite a hassle to kill all those bugs alone, so that's why you want our help, right? In fact, if I'm not entirely wrong, you didn't actually want our help, but you want the help of the people of 3 factions. You could easily annihilate the entire army yourself, but you deemed it insufficient to meet your current needs. But if the 3 factions were to go against the Locust army," Samara's eyes shimmered with a dark glint as if what she had just said was nothing but trifle matter. "Then there will be a war and an endless stream of blood. We don't even need to dirty our hands." Diminutive solemnly concluded the rest of Samara's words, but a hint of cruelty was present in his eyes. Jacob's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Samara. She had almost guessed his entire plan. "I guess the goblin isn't the only one in this group whom I need to be wary of." 721. Chapter 721, The 3 Factions in Chaos. The conflict planes were busy with daily activities when a steep warning was suddenly issued through the Star Network. When people first saw this ridiculous news, their first thought was something was spouting nonsense to grab others' attention. However, when they noticed the Star ID who posted this Star News, no one dared to belittle or doubt the authenticity of this news because this news was posted by the Alchemy Guild president. Moreover, shortly after, the Alchemy Guild president, the bank manager, the Alliance chairman, and even the 3 neutral factions suddenly posted the same Star News, making it impossible for others to ignore it anymore. The Star News was, "We have spotted a massive Locust army controlled by a Locust Queen, and their numbers are in the tens of millions, and the lowest rank among them is at least peak of extraordinary rank. This is an unprecedented disaster that has never been heard or seen by the unique planes. The Locust army has already breached the boundaries of the unique planes, and they will make contact with the Alchemy region first. We need all the help we can get to protect everyone. If you can fight, please fight for your loved ones. We are sending all the reinforcement we can muster up as quickly as possible, but it'll require some time. Please defend your homes until the reinforcement arrives. We hope the unique planes can escape this calamity with little loss." And not only were there startling revelations about the incoming army of locusts, but there was even a video feed showing a massive ice mist heading toward the Alchemy region. Moreover, after this news was made public, many scouts of different powers quickly headed towards the location to get more information on this matter, and soon many live feeds were being watched all over the conflict plains. This caused massive chaos, and many people, along with their loved ones, started to flee. However, there wasn't any way out because the Queen Ice Fiend Locust had blocked every direction to make sure her target wouldn't be able to run away. Furthermore, she seemed to have lost her mind as her army was leaving behind a trail of icy hell, freezing everything dead or alive in their path, turning the lustrous scenery of the conflict plains into purple ice hell. "What the hell is going on with these bugs?" Alliance Chairman Matthias bellowed while lighting cackled all over his giant body. He hatefully glared at the live feed of millions of locusts heading towards the Alchemy region, and they would soon reach the first city of the Alchemy Guild. However, he was truly frustrated by the order he received from the Treaty of Legends. It was a very simple order. "We can't interfere with the conflict planes directly, but it is of the utmost importance that you deal with this Locust army as soon as possible. Otherwise, you and your organizations will be in a world of trouble if you let the conflict planes population plummet to a certain degree." Furthermore, it wasn't just Matthias who received such a warning from the treaty, but all the leaders of the 3 factions received the same warnings, even the dead faction. So now Matthias and the other leaders of the 3 factions were having an urgent meeting virtually. "I got information from my men that these locusts seem to be part of the elusive fantastic insect race. As for their exact species and abilities, we have no information on them," Guild President Bronte gravely stated from a projection. "I get it, but why did these insects suddenly decide to attack the conflict planes? Who provoked them? There must be some kind of motive behind their sudden attacks, and look at this." Federation Master Ryan solemnly interjected before he displayed an image of a massive silhouette hidden within the fog on his screen for everyone to see. Once everyone's attention was on the image, Ryan gravely said, "This is an image captured by one of my suicide squads before they turned into ice dust. But I think it was worth it because, according to the information we were able to gather, despite the huge army of locusts spreading all over the conflict plains, there are still a massive, unknown number of locusts, far more powerful than the one infiltrating the conflict plains circling around this mysterious object in the center. Whoever dared to approach this place will be instantly dealt with. Not even a fly could bypass this protection circle. But this also means that whatever is inside this object is very important for the Locust army, and I think this might be the key to stopping and defeating this army. Heh, as impressive as ever when it comes to gathering information, Federation Master." Dark Duke Tomas praised before he questioned coldly, "But I still want to ask, how are you planning to approach this object if it is protected by an army even more powerful than unique rank locusts? If what you just said is true, then I'm afraid even if we gather everyone under us, we won't have enough manpower to go against this army. We'll be exhausted to death before we can even reach their main nest. Besides, why is the treaty not taking action? Could it be there is something in there that even they didn't dare to face, and they are using us as bait to test the waters? I get that they are extremely powerful, even our seniors, but this didn't give them the right to order us around and use us as bug baits. Besides, does anyone here know what kind of consequences we would have to suffer if the population of those useless masses dropped a certain level? It's my first time hearing something like this." Everyone looked at Tomas with astonishment and impressed by his boldness. After all, they all had thought about the same thing but didn't dare to voice it out, because it was simply too suspicious of the Treaty of the Legends not to act personally despite this matter being so grave. Ha! If you have guts, say the same thing in front of the treaty. At this moment, the Aura Dead King jeered at Tomas with his eerie voice as the flames behind his hood glowed brightly. "You livestock only have benefits in your head all the time, not loyalty towards your leaders. I knew from the start that this meeting was a waste of time. But since I'm already here, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to follow my Emperor's order and take my entire army to kill those bugs. You can scheme against each other all you want. Let me see if your schemes are more solid or the treaty's power." Without waiting for the other's reply, the Aura Dead King, who was the new Dead Emperor, cut off his connection, leaving behind deadly silence. At this moment, Sebastian finally spoke in his impassive yet somewhat gloomy tone. "I'm with the Dead Emperor this time, and I have other matters to tend to. As the oldest among you, I'll advise you all not to test those old monsters. Trust me, you'll only end up in misery whether you win or lose." He also cut off his connection. "I'm also following Senior Queen's order." Bronte quickly picked a side as well. In the end, only Ryan, Matthias, Bank Manager Roy, and Tomas were left. Tomas's expression was extremely dark, completely opposite to his previous confidence. He never expected that no one would take his side despite the situation being so obvious. "Give up, old man. You can't take that person down, at least not until you're in the unique planes." Matthias meaningfully glanced at Tomas, his anger greatly subdued after the Dead Emperor had given him a wake-up call. Although he was also indignant about this whole situation, he was a believer in might above all, so he knew without strength, no matter what kind of opinion he had, his voice wasn't strong enough to have any weight. So, it was best to plan an attack and cut his losses to the minimum. Skay. Bank Manager Roy clicked his tongue, clearly disappointed about this meeting, and cut off his connection as well. However, Ryan didn't cut off his connection, and his somewhat dark expression suddenly turned stoic as he looked toward Tomas. "What are you waiting for? Do you have anything to say?" Tomas asked coldly, as he seemed to have aged a great deal after hearing Matthias's ambiguous words. Ryan impassively said at his moment with a different tone as if completely a different person. "Dark Duke Tomas, I know what you want, and I can even grant you the means to achieve your lofty goal. However, the thing is, what can you offer in return? After all, killing a god's avatar has certain consequences." 722. Chapter 722, Pubescent Class, back to the Holy Mountain Range, which has now turned into Jacob's backyard. Because of Silas's secret interference, the fairy humans would not seek to reclaim this place or seek revenge. If anything, Silas was saving them from certain death. Nonetheless, now that the treaty has signed a deal with Jacob, saving a few more fairy humans won't matter anymore because, according to their deal with Jacob, they won't interfere with the Locust army and will also encourage the factions of unique planes to take part in this war. Although the Queen Icefiend Locust's target was Jacob, those three factions didn't know that, and so the more they tried to resist the army, the more bloody mess it caused, which was Jacob's goal to begin with. Furthermore, with Treaty on board, Jacob also didn't need to worry about wasting any spilled blood outside the unique planes. However, there was a single change in this deal. Jacob would have to give away the location of the legendary key after 5 years, whether he was satisfied with the amount of blood or not. After all, without this time limit, Jacob could easily have continued wasting time until the Path of Legends opening time was over. So, Diminutive had to propose this condition after knowing what Jacob wanted from them. Jacob also agreed with this term since he knew Diminutive might not agree to anything less than this. Furthermore, Jacob wasn't planning on dragging this at all. If anything, he was the most impatient of them all to complete the final stage before the Path of Legend opened. At this moment, Jacob was in the library of the church, where the hidden lab of Percy was also located. He was closely monitoring the Star News. 1. Star News by Witch, Queen 9842, Star News. We have spotted a massive locust army controlled by a locust queen, and their numbers are in the tens of millions, and the lowest rank among them is at least peak of extraordinary rank. This is an unprecedented disaster. 2. Star News by Rusty Dusty Star News, live streaming of the locust army at the risk of my life. Please join my Star server, and any donation will be much appreciated. Your support is my motivation. Click here to join the Star server to watch the live stream. 3. Star News by Danger King Star News, live streaming of the Locust Army, and I'm the one who is closest to them the most. Please join my Star server, watch my live stream, and show your support with donations. Beware of scammers. We are having an event in my Star server. If someone donates 1 billion ZC, I'll personally kill a locust. Click here to join the Star server to watch the live stream. Jacob couldn't help but sneer when he saw that. Except for the first notification by the Alchemy Guild president, the rest of the trending news was all about the people capturing live feeds of the incoming Locust Army to earn some profits amid the chaos. Nonetheless, Jacob had to admit that the treaty had done a great job of riling up the masses, and now all he had to do was wait for the first clash between the Locust Army and the unique plains. The time for gathering the harvest is not far. I have to move personally to collect the blood. But I have to keep my presence hidden as much as possible, and thanks to these idiots showing everything, I can easily be at the place with most casualties. Jacob's lips curled up as he closed the Star Network for now and looked towards a small pile of old books. These books were given to him by none other than Silas after Jacob bluntly demanded all the secrets related to the spellbind eyes of the fairy human race as well as their scripture. All he gave in return was that he wouldn't bother the fairy human race, especially that he wouldn't touch any of their temples or sully their god. Furthermore, Jacob also demanded a private meeting with the current pope, Sebastian, and he promised not to harm him in any way. In the end, Silas has no choice but to agree with Jacob despite his curiosity about why Jacob is so interested in the fairy human race's heritage. After all, now that Silas knew what kind of terrifying being had set his eyes on their race, he didn't dare take this matter lightly. After all, he didn't care about his race but only himself, and, for now, protecting the reputation of the Holy Justice God was protecting his own neck. So, he gave away everything Jacob desired. He even promised him Sebastian on a silver platter anytime he wanted. However, Jacob didn't want to leave the unique plains at this moment because he didn't want to reveal the truth about him being completely fine despite staying there. After all, he knew Diminutive might have already considered the possibility of him having a treasure that allowed him to enter the conflict planes without any restraints. If he left now and someone powerful attacked him, this would easily reveal the truth, and then things might turn more complicated for him. So, he wanted to collect as much blood as possible and only then leave the conflict planes. This way, it would appear in others' view that he had recovered with that blood he gathered. Jacob was about to open the first book when he felt a cold sensation suddenly spread through his mind as if something had broken free within. This was the end because suddenly, Jacob started to feel his soul force stirring, and the next moment, it started to spread. It was growing abruptly. Jacob was bewildered by this sudden turn of events, and he had no idea why his soul force suddenly started to grow. However, at this moment, something instantly came to his mind when he felt a familiar presence within his mind. A realization dawned on him, and a hint of anticipation flashed past his eyes. Just how many years had it been? Ha 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 ha! I finally reached the pubescent class. At this moment, a jolly yet melodious voice with a hint of mischievousness rang in Jacob's head. Jacob knew who this annoying voice belonged to. Although he was glad that she was finally done with her evaluation, he was still feeling depressed about hearing her annoying voice all the time in his head again. After all, it was Nyx. Suddenly, Nyx's jolly voice turned into an astonished yelp before she cried in alarm. What the hell did you do with your body? 723. Chapter 723, Nightmare Eater. Hearing Nyx's annoying voice, Jacob was slightly glad but mostly annoyed as he replied impassively, "Whatever I do to my body is none of your business. Tell me about this pubescent class. This should be your current rank, right? But I clearly remembered you telling me that after the infancy class was the adolescence class, so why is it different now? How strong are you?" "What do you mean? It's none of my business. You've almost turned into a skeleton. How the hell are you even alive?" "No, what is most important is my life is also connected with yours. Whatever you're doing with your life will have a direct effect on me. So don't tell me it's not my business because IT is," Nyx furiously retorted with exasperation. Jacob sighed as he knew Nyx had a point, so he decided to explain a little since he didn't want her nagging voice ringing like flies in his head. "Don't worry, my condition is just like your evolution phases. Currently, I'm evolving into a new rank, and this is a result of that. Skeleton or human, as long as I'm alive, I don't think it matters too much. Now stop asking meaningless questions and answer me." Tski, I guess with your personality, being an undead suits you more," Nyx commented with a hint of indignation. Jacob's eyes narrowed. "I guess you've become more daring after you evolved. It seems I have to do something about it. Wait, I was about to explain. Why are you always like this?" Nyx quickly cried in alarm as she knew Jacob was reaching his limit, so she quickly got to the main point. I really didn't know that there was the pubescent class between the infancy class and adolescence class. I only learned this now that my evaluation has been completed. I guess the adolescence class held some kind of significance to me, so I knew about it from the start. Anyway, after evolving into the pubescent class, all my previous abilities have been strengthened at least fivefold. Your Dreamscape Nightmare Realm has also expanded by 5 times, and the time difference from reality has increased by 5 times. Now, spending 5 seconds there is equal to 1 second in reality. I can also emulate things that I wasn't able to before. As for what rank exactly, we still need to experiment with that. The Nightmare Conqueror Seeds limit has also been increased from 3 to 15, thus strengthening the Nightmare Conqueror's overall abilities. Now, even after the Nightmare Conqueror devours someone's Dreamscape realm, as long as I don't call it back, the victim will never know the difference. Furthermore, in addition to the Dreamscape Nightmare Realm and Nightmare Conqueror innate abilities, I've awakened a new ability, the Dream Invader. Now, I don't need the presence of the Nightmare Conqueror seed to invade someone's Dreamscape realm, or even the Dark Nightmare realm, Dreamscape realms of dark beings. You just need to make eye contact with the victim, and as long as they are not powerful enough, I can easily invade their Dreamscape realms. Moreover, the best part about this ability is that even if someone is using a fake substitute, as long as they had even a sliver of their consciousness or soul connected with the fake, I can directly infiltrate their main body if I want, and then leave without devouring their Dreamscape realms. Although this is somewhat of a letdown, I guess this ability is quite useful if you want to gather information or torment someone for a very, very long time. Nyx finally concluded her explanation. Jacob's eyes shimmered with satisfaction. Nyx's abilities were as useful as always, and after they strengthened, he knew his enemies would be in a world of trouble. However, suddenly, Nyx revealed something in an excited tone. There is one more thing that is directly beneficial to you. Jacob's eyes narrowed. What is it? How about you say something nice about me, and I'll tell you, Nyx playfully stated. Jacob coldly replied, It seems you want to live in the Nightmare Realm from now on. How's this for a nice thing? Don't you dare. Tiesk, what a killjoy. Alright, I'll tell you. Nyx quickly gave in with a rueful tone. As my nightmare contractor and host, you share a similar fate with me. This also means you'll get to enjoy some privileges as well. After I reach the pubescent class, you also get an ability related to dreams. It's called the Nightmare Eater. It allows the nightmare contractor to infiltrate the target's dreamscape realm, constructing an illusion and causing their soul to degenerate. You can then devour the target's dreamscape realm and absorb their entire soul vitality, killing them in the process. But I'll get 50% of whatever you devour, and you can only target a single victim at a time. However, this ability required something called Soul Force to activate. Furthermore, if the target's soul force is too powerful than yours, or they somehow see through the illusion, it may injure your soul in an unpredictable manner. Nonetheless, knowing you, I know you'll figure it out. Now, rejoice and praise me. After all, you'll get to enjoy such an ability all because of me. Jacob completely ignored the last part, and while Nyx continued to rant, he was shocked when he heard about this ability that required Soul Force to use. Nyx had no idea that Jacob had already awakened it, and it seemed that after Nyx had evolved, his Soul Force had also been re-elevated to some extent. Although he was still dissatisfied about giving away 50% of the soul vitality he got from his target, this little price was enough to pay for such an ability. He also learned more about Nyx's usefulness. Not only was she extremely powerful, almost like a cheat, but she could also bring endless benefits to her contractor. He even wanted to test this Nightmare Eater ability now on someone. But he held back because he first had to sort out the knowledge about the Spellbind Eyes and re-elevate his Eyes of Judge. After all, now that the time difference between Dreamscape Nightmare Realm and reality time had increased, he could do it in minimum time with little effort. However, he first must determine whether the Dreamscape Nightmare Realm can emulate his Eyes of Judge now. But at this moment, Jacob suddenly received a message from one of Autark's puppets he had planned in his place, and his eyes narrowed. The real leader of the treaty is here and wants to meet me. What is that goblin playing at now? 724. Chapter 724, No More Tricks. In the grand chapel of the Cardinal Spirit Church, there was a majestic golden state of the Holy Justice God. It was a being with a blindfold wrapped around its eyes, and its majestic 3 pairs of wings were spreading above the sky. In its hands were a spear and a sword. A trace of unknown radiance was emitting from the statue of the Holy Justice God. However, in this holy place that the fairy humans were supposed to protect with their lives, an empty throne was sitting right on the same platform as the statue of the Holy Justice God, which was a complete blasphemy to the god's prestige, since this throne on the same platform could very well mean that whoever sat on it would be equal to the Holy Justice God. Consequently, the 2 cloaked people present in the chapel have the exact thoughts at this moment. What a daring fellow! A melodious woman's voice rang from the tall, cloaked figure. Heh, you sounded impressed. The midget-cloaked figure, diminutive, sneered slightly with a hint of dissatisfaction. At least he has the guts to declare his intentions openly, unlike a certain coward. The woman, who was none other than Queen using a soul puppet, disdainfully retorted without a hint of fear. A hero died early, leaving behind a legend, while a coward lives to choreograph a legend. Diminutive chuckled coldly. Well said. Before the queen could retort, another cold yet impassive voice rang behind the high prayer platform, instantly drawing Diminutive and the queen's attention. From the secret entrance behind the platform, a giant figure wearing a hooded dark windbreaker entered the chapel, and then directly jumped on the high platform and sat on the giant throne without even glancing at the grand statue behind him. In fact, the radiance emitting from the statue makes the giant sitting on the golden throne look extremely holy with a touch of sinister air. Jacob glanced at Diminutive for a moment before finally observing the newcomer with him. He seemed to have no fear of this cunning goblin, which piqued his interest in this leader of the treaty. As for the throne he was sitting on, Jacob wasn't the one who put it there, but it was Autark who arranged a fitting seat for Jacob to meet others, and Jacob didn't think much of it at all. But Jacob or anyone present in this place failed to notice that the moment Jacob sat on that throne, the radiance emitting from the state of the Holy Justice God suddenly lost something peculiar within. Thank you, Your Excellency Crimson. It means a lot to be acknowledged by someone like you. Diminutive quickly bowed his head slightly as if he was completely submissive to Jacob, but Jacob would rather believe a liar than believe this guy. As for the name Crimson, it was naturally given to them by Jacob, after thinking about how he was collecting blood, so he decided to use something related to blood. He also didn't sign his name on the oath contract. He didn't need to because a physical contract needs the blood and life signature of the party who signed it, and it doesn't matter if the name they used was fake or real. That's why Diminutive couldn't play any tricks in this contract. Although his main body wasn't there, the soul puppet had a trace of his life signature, and Jacob clearly stated that Diminutive had to use his life signature first and then complete the contract by using his real blood, which contained his unique life signature. He himself was completely unrestrained by such things. When Jacob doesn't reply to Diminutive's flattery, he doesn't mind it at all and introduces his companion beside him since he can sense that Jacob's eyes are on her. Let me introduce you to this fair lady Veronica. Alongside me, she's the real leader of the Treaty of Legends, and I'm not lying when I say that she built the entire organization from scratch and has kept it together all this time. She can also be considered half of my student and successor. She was eager to meet with His Excellency Crimson from the moment she heard about your gallant and heroic character. Please feel free to instruct her in any way you want. I promise you that you'll be satisfied with her performance. Diminutive introduced the Queen or Veronica like some kind of precious item on sale, making the fierce woman's heart sink a little as she viciously glared at Diminutive. Is he making me look like some kind of slut, so this person thinks little of me and no longer takes me seriously? No, knowing him, he's planning even more deeply. Could it be he wanted to incur his lust? And since he knows that I would resist at all cost, which might make him displeased, he'll use force? Once that happened, a chill went down Veronica's spine as she instantly thought that Diminutive was planning to use her as bait to test Jacob's real prowess and, while doing so, hers as well. She instantly started to regret her decision to come together with Diminutive and saw him being suppressed by this mysterious person named Crimson. If she had known that Diminutive would be even more despicable, even going as far as selling her to Jacob just so he could measure his strength, she would have been even more careful. Just like that, the little bit of trust and goodwill she had in Diminutive vanished in smoke. Are you a pimp now? Oh, I mean a procurer? Because I can clearly see this lady over here isn't even least bit entertained with your sales pitch, or perhaps did you take her for your family's women? Jacob suddenly spoke in an icy tone, making Veronica instantly look at him in astonishment before a weird expression flashed past her eyes when she comprehended what this person was actually implying. She had never thought that this dignified person would be so brazen. What was most unbelievable was that he was actually taking her side while bluntly berating Diminutive, who he knew was stronger than hers. Not to mention, Diminutive was left speechless and couldn't comprehend what Jacob had said for a long time before it finally dawned on him, and his hidden expression warped a little. But before he could say anything, Jacob spoke again in a threatening tone. If you want to test me, come at me any time instead of being a pimp. Don't test me with these paltry tricks. Or trust me, until you start gathering blood for me, the contract is still valid. How about we cancel it, and you can come at me with your real body or try playing all the tricks in your book, and I'll show you what I got? Or, as you said, a hero died early, leaving behind a legend, while a coward lives to choreograph a legend. But let me add something more. To choreograph a legend, the coward needs to be a king. So, tell me, Goblin, are you a king? Jacob's arrogant and overbearing words were like a thunderous declaration of might against Diminutive. He was bluntly putting him down and forcing him to take action, simply accept his defeat, or at least make his attempts to test him more discreet next time. Because Jacob knew that if he didn't react in any way or play along with Diminutive, this guy would become daring with his lack of response. So taking an overbearing attitude was actually a good way to show that he wasn't afraid of him at all and instead wanted him to take action. This way, a person like Diminutive would think even more carefully before messing with or trying anything funny, just like he did right now. Another reason for doing it was, Veronica. He could clearly sense that these two weren't in sync at all. In fact, Veronica contained clear hostility against Diminutive, and after he put her up for show, Jacob even sensed hidden killing intent appearing within her. So, by taking her side while treating Diminutive like a dog, he was also earning himself a pawn right beside Diminutive. It seemed that my little joke greatly displeased Mr. Crimson, so I apologize to you. I don't want anything to happen to our cooperation just because of this little joke of mine. Diminutive didn't lose his calm despite Jacob's clear act of provocation, despite the poison hidden deep within his icy cold eyes. He even changed his way of addressing Jacob. What a snake, but I had to admit, I had never seen him so rattled up by someone and completely helpless. Veronica's eyes flashed with a hint of gloating as she felt extremely refreshed while her evaluation of Jacob raised by another level. However, despite Diminutive retreating and deciding to bid his time to strike at another appropriate situation, all of this doesn't matter anymore to Jacob. Jacob was now at ease against Diminutive, all because of Nyx's awakening. Now, even if Diminutive had tricks up his sleeves, he was completely at Jacob's mercy. 725, Chapter 725, A Nightmare's Mission. If that's the case, then do you mind if I talk with Miss Veronica in peace? Jacob impassively asked ambiguously. He also asked through telepathy, is it done? Diminutive eyes shimmered sharply, clearly reluctant. But since things were not going according to his plan, he nodded. Why, of course, you can speak with little Veronica as much as you want. I also have things to take care of. After all, we have to make sure to satisfy Mr. Crimson's bloody needs. However, unbeknownst to Jacob, Diminutive used another aspect of soul force that Jacob was still unaware of, soul telepathy, and sent a warning that directly rang in Veronica's head. I want to hear everything and don't say anything I wouldn't, or I don't want to use that. Remember, you are nothing without me, and you are alive because of me. The next moment, Diminutive silently retreated from the chapel, leaving the grim expression Veronica behind. She never expected that Diminutive would be so wary of Jacob that he broke his promise to her, and without any care about the consequences, he directly threatened her. But alas, she couldn't do anything. She didn't even know how to retort without alerting Jacob and then incurring Diminutive's wrath. So, Miss Veronica, did you really call this meeting, or was it also that goblin's idea? If it's the former, please speak your mind freely. Jacob stated at this moment after Diminutive was gone. Behind the mask, Veronica bit her lips in frustration, and she asked with a hesitant tone, it was my idea, and he just tagged along. Nonetheless, Mr. Crimson is far more than what the others are making you to be. I had never seen someone going against Diminutive and pushing him so much. Still, I want to ask you why you're going against Diminutive like this and taking my side despite not even knowing me. Only then can I decide in which direction should our talk go. Jacob chuckled coldly before he replied nonchalantly, I have no grudge or any enmity with that goblin. It's just that I don't like goblin kind, and that fellow is every bit of a goblin that I loathe. Furthermore, I can sense when someone is sincere towards me and when someone is trying to scheme against me, and there is not even a hint of the former with that goblin. He's just too causation and wouldn't make a move against me until he's fully confident that he can win against me. As for why I look favorably upon you, it's quite simple. I had this feeling that you had a similar opinion of that goblin, and you didn't seem to be just a puppet leader either, which I had been expecting you to be. If it's true, then I should have a chat with you instead of that goblin, which no one in the treaty seemed to acknowledge. Veronica was speechless when she heard Jacob's ridiculous reason for opposing Diminutive, and astounded when she heard Jacob's assessment of her. He's not only daring, but also cunning. His early actions seemed to be thoroughly calculative as well. Just where did this monster come from? It's no wonder even that Old Ghost is wary of him to such an extent. Can he really help me? Veronica quickly became conflicted as she decided whether to take the risk. After all, she knew she would only get this single chance, and she didn't want to use it haphazardly. Even if she managed to win this gamble, if it meant falling into the hands of another greater monster, she would rather be with the lesser monster. In the end, when she thought about Diminutive's early actions, her heart turned cold. She knew Diminutive didn't care about her playing any tricks before because he simply didn't have any match. However, now things were completely different. Veronica gritted her teeth and flipped her palm, and a translucent scroll appeared on it. Without hesitation, she tossed it toward Jacob without saying a word. Jacob was startled for a moment before he caught the scroll. He didn't sense any danger from it, and then he opened it. Beautiful writing filled the scroll. Once he read it, a glint of shock flashed past Jacob's eyes. When he was done, the translucent scroll suddenly turned into light particles. It was clearly a magic item, and after reading its content, Jacob was sure of it. At this moment, Veronica finally spoke in an ambiguous tone. That's all I have to say. If you agree, please contact me anytime. I'm sure you know how. I'll take my leave now, and I can assure you that the task you entrusted the treaty will be fulfilled without any hitch. Veronica then nodded farewell and left without waiting for Jacob's response. Once, Jacob was alone in the chapel, resting his head on his gloved hand, deep in thought about what he had just read. Why are you thinking so much about it? They're already done for, and no matter what kind of scheme they are hatching, it is meaningless now. Nyx chuckled coldly at this moment. I know that, Jacob replied before he clenched his fist. But I read something in that scroll that got my attention. If she weren't a mere puppet, I would have had Autark infiltrate her mind. But I guess now I must rely on you to get all the information from those two. That goblin is hiding many interesting things, and despite his careful personality, he lets that woman get a hold of his secrets. Or that woman is even more sly than that goblin. Oh, what is it? Tell me. I'm itching to test my new powers on them, Nyx quickly asked, clearly enthusiastic. Jacob revealed with a solemn tone. In that scroll, along with the lines about her being diminutive slave, she wrote that the thing he was using to enslave a peak quasi-legend like her is actually related to an hourglass. She wrote that she had only seen him use that hourglass 2 times. First, when he enslaved her, and second time, she saw him manipulating time with it. Furthermore, no matter what she tried, she wasn't able to release that slave mark on her at all, and that's also what she wants my help with. Although I don't know if that was his own ability or some spell, the part about the hourglass reminded me of something that was very beneficial for me. I want you to find everything relating to this hourglass for me. Also, confirm that the woman is telling the truth and not hiding more information. Jacob's eyes shimmered with great interest. Things are getting more and more interesting. 726, Chapter 726, Dreadful Locust Army. Today, a massive army of different races from different regions of the conflict plains were gathered together in grass plains. The atmosphere was extremely heavy and solemn, and everyone was on edge. They looked towards the clear horizon with trepidation. Both aura combatants and spirit sorcerers were arranged in formations, while the healers were protected in the middle. If it were any other time, this army could have been unbeatable in the entire conflict plains. But alas, if only it were that simple this time around. In the rear of this huge army stood a giant in heavy armor standing tall like a mountain, holding his towering spear imbued with flame-like patterns, giving an intense, fiery aura. How long before the contact? The giant asked the giant standing beside him in a grave tone. The second giant, holding a lance, solemnly replied, Chief Commander Gunner, the Vanguard Army will contact the Locust Army in 20 minutes. Chief Commander Gunner was the previous chairman of the Epic Plains Alliance, but he was no longer in that lofty position after he fled the Epic Plains with his daughter upon offending someone he shouldn't have. Nonetheless, his life was still quite lavish despite his arrival in his unfamiliar yet terrifying place, and it was all thanks to his daughter Charlotte catching the interest of the young lord of the Thunder Giant clan. He smoothly acquired resources to break through to the unique rank and climb the high ranks of the Conflict Plains Alliance. Everything was going fine until the damn Locust Army suddenly showed up, and despite his connections, he was given no leeway and selected as the chief commander of this Vanguard Army. Even his potential son-in-law, who belonged to the mighty Thunder Giant clan, was appointed to another region of this Locust Annihilation Army, including his daughter. Including him, everyone who was enjoying their lofty positions was baffled by these sudden steep orders from the higher-ups. It seemed as if someone extremely powerful was monitoring this entire thing, and no one could use their statuses or bribes their way out of this dangerous situation. Although they were all strong, the problem was that the Locust Army's numbers were simply too huge. Not to mention that the army seemed to fear nothing. They were like fearless puppets and didn't need morals to continue moving forward. So, deterring them would be nigh impossible, while, on the other hand, the life forms of the conflict planes were completely opposite. They knew just how bloody this mess was going to be, and they secretly wanted to flee, but even that had been made impossible by the 3 absolute factions. No one knew what was happening, why the Locust Army was attacking, and why the 3 factions were so united to tackle it, even at the cost of so many lives. It was like they were being used as chess pieces by someone. I wondered if those 2 were fine. Gunnar's face looked nostalgic as he thought about his 2 equals. He then shook his head ruefully, knowing there was no point in thinking about the past now. Gunnar's eyes shimmered with cold resolve as he looked toward the direction where the locusts were coming. I can't let those damn bugs pass this checkpoint, or they'll quickly reach where Charlotte is. I didn't leave everything to get myself and her killed in this place. No matter what it takes, I'll protect her. This was going to be the first clash between the Locust Army and the Locust Annihilation Army, and everyone was watching this with high hopes. However, 3 hours later, the entire unique plains was enveloped by a deadly silence because the first clash with the Vanguard Army and Locust Army resulted in the Locust Annihilation Army's utter defeat and no survival. What remained after the battle were mountains of corpses enveloped in purple ice and mist, and the Locust Army continued to advance at the same pace despite losing almost 1 million locusts. While the unique plains were feeling the terror of the Locust Army, some people started to flee in all directions, and some people in the shadows returned to the place of battle at night and started to gather blood on the Vanguard battlefield. Skyfall was one of these people, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Did we have to do such a humiliating and despicable thing now? He couldn't help but furiously question the giant with him, who was none other than Vermont. If it were any other time, these 2 would have already started bickering with each other. But on this rare occasion, they couldn't be any more united. Vermont, who was using another soul puppet, kept a rare, humble silence all this time, or he would be the first one to throw a tantrum. He even took his job quite seriously. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't forget that deadly slap that had become his biggest nightmare, and whenever he thought about it, a sudden chill would always follow suit, and his fury would turn into fear. We don't have any choice. That person is simply too powerful, and even the Queen has completely taken his side now. Vermont gloomily replied as he looked at a runic container in his hand, which was filled with crimson and purplish liquid. Bullshit. He's only powerful because he's in the conflict planes. If he had guts, why didn't he just step outside the conflict planes protection? He's taking advantage of us by using the legendary key. Skyfall retorted in indignation as his eyes were filled with fury. No, that person definitely had the power to back it up. Vermont sighed ruefully. Skyfall was speechless. It caused him great pain to see his unyielding rival acting like a scaredy cat. He exclaimed, "Why are you so afraid? It's not like you at all. Don't make me look down on you." Vermont smiled bitterly. "Once you experience it, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But I still advise you not to try it. If that goblin was good at scheming to keep us all in the dark all this time, then that person didn't need any schemes because he had the power to overcome schemes. Furthermore, if we can enter the path of legend with him, I think we might have an upper hand against other lesser galaxies. Don't forget our goal. Once we achieve that rank, it won't be too late for a rematch. As for these sacrifices, they can only blame themselves for being weak." Vermont coldly stated as he had already made up his mind. For him, only the path of legend matters, and only that could he pay back the humiliation he received that day. Diminutive oversaw gathering the filled special containers and delivering them back to Jacob. He took this job upon himself under the pretext of safety and speed. He was also the one who brought these special containers from somewhere. At this moment, under the darkness of night, he was standing in front of 32 containers filled with blood that the members of the treaty had gathered in a few hours. But there was a runic circle under those containers, shimmering with an ethereal glow, resonating with the runes of the continuers. At this moment, Diminutive grimly asked while staring at the empty space, "Would it work? What if he noticed this? That person is not easy to deal with." A stoic yet profound voice rang at this moment in answer. "Don't worry, no one can go against the corrosion of time." 727, Chapter 727, Dark Prince Asher, why are those ants getting in my way? Queen Ice Fiend Locust let loose a rageful shrill as she observed many hurdles between her and her acts of vengeance. 12 giant locusts with a mysterious pattern and horns on their heads kneeled around her, sensing their mother's fury. They trembled with killing intent. It took Queen Ice Fiend Locust a few moments to calm her raging fury. As she looked towards the 12 giant kneeling locusts, a hint of frustration flashed past her eye. They weren't lying when they said no one above unique rank can enter these conflict planes. The next moment, a menacing glint flashed past her eye. But so what? No matter how many ants they sent, they can't go against unstoppable tides. If they can lessen the number of my children, there is nothing more laughable than this. She then coldly issued her decree to the 12 giant locusts. Royal 12. I'm going to start the Yin Fiend birth to replenish the children's numbers. But while in this state, I won't be able to control the Yin Sky Island, so you all need to make sure no one finds out about this. Don't let anyone come within a 1,000-mile proximity of Yin Sky Island. Let me show them the glory of the Ice Fiend Locust race. In the Dark Palace, located in the Dark Kingdom territory, Dark City, Thomas was alone in the throne hall, but he wasn't sitting on the Dark Throne, which represents the highest seat in the Dark Kingdom. Instead, he stood below the throne platform and looked at the empty throne with an icy, cold gaze. At this moment, the Dark Throne suddenly shimmered in dark light and a tall figure materialized on it. He was 8 feet tall and had a burly build. However, despite his humanoid figure, his face was anything but human. His head was like a bull with purple skin and long, dark bull horns. The coldness in Thomas's eyes suddenly replaced with respect as he bowed in front of this bull-headed hominoid. Dark Prince Asher, it's been a while. The Dark Noble rank, the Dark Prince of the Dark City, was completely unknown to the common public. Not even the high-ranking Dark Nobles were privy to this knowledge unless they reached the Dark Duke rank. Before reaching the Dark Duke rank, every member of the Dark City thinks that this is the highest pedestal of the Dark City. Once they become Dark Duke, they will be able to call rain and storms in the Dark City. However, only after becoming a Dark Duke would one truly know how vast the Zodiac Planes were. There was even a higher rank than them, which truly held the authority of the Dark City. Thomas's case was similar. When he became a Dark Duke around 1,000 years ago, he felt like he was at the top of the world, but only after becoming the Dark Duke did he get to meet the Dark Prince Asher, and all his ambitions suddenly vanished into smoke. He was still ignorant at the start, but as time passed, he realized that the Dark Prince was simply too terrifying, and no matter what he did, he couldn't usurp or dethrone this person. The most frustrating thing was that there could still be at least 3 Dark Dukes at a time in the Dark City of the Unique Planes, but there could only be a single Dark Prince. Until he dies or willingly chooses a successor, a Dark Duke can forget about achieving this rank. The only other way was to challenge the Dark Prince to a one-on-one title fight after competing with the Dark City's prerequisites. It would be a death match between the Dark Prince and the challenger. But Tomas wasn't fully confident enough to take this road. The biggest reason for him to keep being humble in front of Asher was the secret records left behind by the previous Dark Dukes. According to these secret records, Asher should be over 100,000 years old or even older, which is simply unbelievable yet horrifying. But the records left behind by those old Dark Dukes in similar situations were too hard to ignore or take lightly. There was much proof that made Tomas believe everything. Furthermore, the most terrifying part about all this was that whoever dared to challenge Asher was always killed without even being able to inflict any injury on this ancient Dark Prince. This unbreakable wall named Asher has become the Dark Dukes' biggest nightmare and their obsession. Tomas was the same, but just like those sensible Dark Dukes, he wasn't willing to confront Asher. It would have been fine if it were the only disadvantage. After all, the Dark Duke was still in a lofty position, and Asher never interfered with the matters of the Dark Kingdom, nor did he ever bother to make any public appearance. All the decision-making power of the Dark Kingdom was still in the hands of the Dark Duke. However, what compelled these Dark Dukes to take action against Asher was the Path of Legend. Apparently, ever since Dark Prince Asher has taken his position, not even a single member of the Dark City has been able to enter the Path of Legend. Anyone who had tried would have been dealt with by none other than Asher. He was like an executioner standing between the Path of Legend and the Dark City members, stopping them from entering it. No matter what trick they used, Asher seemed to overcome them all and hunt them down before they could enter the Path of Legend. This was simply too horrifying, but people like Tomas, who were reaching the end of their lifespan and this was the only opportunity to change their fate forever, were unwilling to simply give up on this. So, every time the Path of Legend was about to open, Dark Dukes like Tomas would start to find ways to enter it by hook or crook. Furthermore, in this generation, Tomas also discovered that Dark Prince Asher was also the member of the Treaty of Legend. But what shocked him was he wasn't the leader. In fact, there were 5 more superiors above him. Tomas instantly knew that Asher was playing a wolf among the sheep herd. But he didn't dare to tell anyone because Asher had already given him a warning the moment he entered the treaty's headquarters that day through a mysterious spell. This made Tomas somewhat doubtful of Asher's strength, and he started to wonder if there was someone in the treaty that Asher was wary of, and that's why he was keeping a low profile. But it was still too little to give him the courage to act, and when his other attempt failed when he tried to rile up the others, he had almost given up when he was approached by a mysterious existence. Asher pulled an amusing smile seeing Thomas's respected appearance. "Drop the act, Dark Duke. I know respect is the least thing you have for this prince." Thomas straightened his back as he coldly looked towards Asher and felt his blood boil. He still didn't show it and calmly replied, "Since Dark Prince has no qualms with it, then so be it. I would like to ask if you're planning on continuing to stop the Dark City from entering the Path of Legend this time as well." Asher's smile grew a little colder as his sharp teeth gave a bloodthirsty smile. "Is that even worth asking? Of course, it'll be the same as it always had been. Just enjoy your peaceful life in the Lesser Galaxy. In fact, I'm saving you from a gruesome death." Tomas's expression went dark as he took a deep breath before nodding. "I understand. But can you tell me why you're doing this? There has to be some kind of purpose for doing this so long." "Oh, you finally have the guts to ask me about it." Asher seemed more amused instead of angry as he snickered before replying, "I can give you the answer you seek, but you have to defeat me first. Now, if you don't have anything noteworthy to report, then you should be tasked with the treaty assigned to you. I don't want to lose face because of your incompetence." If that's the case, Tomas sighed ruefully before a crazy determination flashed past his eyes as he coldly declared, "Dark Prince Asher, I, Dark Duke Tomas Heartfelt, would like to use my privilege and challenge you for your Dark Prince title in the death match in Dark Battle Arena." 728, Chapter 728, Title Deathmatch. In the grass plain, which stretched endlessly, Dark Prince Asher stood with cross arms, wearing full-body blue armor and 2 menacing huge axes attached behind his back. Asher looked at the Dark Duke Tomas, wearing a green wizard robe and holding a long staff that appeared to be snapped from a tree trunk, standing 50 meters away from him dismissively. At this moment, Dark Rose's static voice rang. "Title deathmatch for the Dark Noble title. Dark Prince has been instated by the challenger Dark Duke Thomas against the defender Dark Prince Asher in the Dark Battle Arena. All the conditions have been met. Title deathmatch rule 1. The power rank of challenger and defender have been limited to Tier 9 unique ranks and 9-star unique magic core. Title deathmatch rule 2. Both parties are only allowed to bring 2 weapons of choice limited to advanced unique rank. Title deathmatch rule 3. Only the winner of this deathmatch can return alive from the Dark Battle Arena, while the loser will be put to death. Title deathmatch rule 4. If both parties agree to the title deathmatch rules, please sign the deathmatch dark contract. The challenger has given one last chance to back down. If the challenger chooses to use this last chance right, the challenger will also lose the right to instate any further title death matches against the title holder, Dark Prince Asher. The next moment, black contracts suddenly materialized in front of Asher and Tomas. They were filled with bloody crimson words, and all the conditions were written on them. Asher didn't even look at the black contract as he nonchalantly stated, "I accept the death match dark contract." He then looked at Tomas, who seemed to be solemnly reading the contract, and sneered with a hint of amusement. It seemed you have gone senile. It's time to let someone sensible put in charge of the Dark Kingdom. I hope you have decided on your successor already, or it'll be quite troublesome if I have to select one. Well, no worries, it's not like I've never done it before. You can be on your way peacefully. Tomas's eyes narrowed sharply, and killing intent swirled in his emerald eyes. He was clearly infuriated by Asher's arrogant taunt, as if he didn't even consider him his opponent. Taking a deep breath to calm his boiling anger, he coldly stated, I accept the deathmatch contract. Both parties have accepted the terms and conditions of the title deathmatch. Deathmatch starts, Dark Rose announced. The moment Tomas felt the restraints on him removed, he instantly cast a spell as dense mana started to gather on the head of his staff, and a massive phantom of a tree manifested behind it. Wood spirit magic, death veins. Suddenly, the ground under Asher trembled, and dark green veins as sharp as nails shot up, emitting the deadly air of corrosion as they instantly twisted around Asher. However, Asher remained nonchalant. He didn't seem to have any intention of making a move at this moment, and he still didn't consider Tomas a threat at all. Before the death veins could even touch Asher's armor, an extremely sharp aura released from his body, and those veins suddenly cut into countless fine threads while Asher remained standing cross-armed. Thomas's eyes contracted when he witnessed this scene. Even though he knew Asher was extremely powerful, he was also limited to the peak of unique rank, and the spell he used was one of the strongest spells in his arsenal. Even if the death veins failed to touch Asher, the aura of corrosion emitting from them should be able to damage his armor and skin, especially when Asher cut those veins into so many threads. The surrounding air should have been extremely deadly for any living being, even a dark being, which would have already started to rot, yet Asher seemed completely fine while standing in his position, even battling an eye. The element of wood mixed with the element of poison, I must say, you are already at the doorstep of the quasi-legend rank. Still, it is far from enough even to graze me. Asher commented with a ridiculed smile. Spirit Tree Race, your background is very scary, but the thing is, you're away from your origin. If only you had been born in that place, a real pity. Tomas's eyes narrowed. He didn't know if Asher was taunting him or implying something, but he didn't have the luxury of being distracted. He cast his most powerful spell despite the huge risk involved. Forbidden Spell, Withering Sorrow. A tree phantom behind Tomas suddenly trembled as it started to wither from its lust state, and even the rosy complexion of Tomas started to plummet as he turned into a skinny old man. This time, Asher's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, but it was only for a moment before he pulled an intrigued yet icy smile. So you've also mastered a forbidden spell before reaching the quasi-legend rank? Is that where your confidence came from to challenge me? You old fool, don't you know some of those fools before you had also mastered the forbidden spell, and they were far stronger than you, but you should know what was their end. Let's end this meaningless battle. However, unexpectedly to Asher, Tomas didn't release the spell. Instead, Tomas suddenly looked toward Asher with a crazy glint in his eyes, which made Asher uneasy for some reason as he frowned. Tomas spoke at this moment, his voice extremely croaked. I admit that you have lots of experience dealing with forbidden spells, but let me share something with you. I recently learned that forbidden spells can not only be used to empower a caster at the cost of burning their life force. Instead, they can also be used as a medium like sacrifices to summon ancestral beings of the past, or a contracted being. The moment Tomas uttered those words, Asher's expression finally changed. He blurted, "Where did you learn this?" Seeing the usually arrogant and nonchalant Asher showing such an expression, Tomas felt mirth spreading through his body as he knew that person didn't lie to him. Tomas scoffed with a crazy, murderous look in his eyes. Who told me? How about you asked him yourself, O Avatar of God? Tomas then chanted in the rune language, I invoke the legendary summoning contract as the cost of my life force, and summon the golden constant 51,117 descend. W729, chapter 729, golden constant 51,117. The moment Tomas triggered the legendary summoning contract, the wilted tree phantom behind him vanished, and a dark frame hourglass suddenly metallized, overflowing with golden sand. However, Asher didn't wait this time for Tomas to succeed, and the two axes behind his back landed in his hands and lit up in milky white flames. He instantly hacked the axes in Tomas's direction. Sky Annihilation. Countless sharp white slashes suddenly bolted towards Tomas, who seemed dazed. They were so fast that they instantly shrouded Tomas into countless pieces. However, Asher's expression was grave because despite Tomas turning into mincemeat, the black hourglass phantom behind Tomas was still there, hovering in the air majestically. The next moment, the hourglass suddenly trembled, and golden sand in the hourglass gushed out from within and created a golden tornado around Tomas's remains. Time reversal. An imposing, ethereal voice sounded in the battle arena. Under Asher's ugly expression, the golden tornado started to fade, and a tall figure appeared, standing like an immovable mountain. It was none other than Tomas, who was now completely fine. Even his drained body was back to normal, not to mention that he now looked even younger. However, Tomas's emerald eyes were now completely pitch black and cold. However, there was a slight change in the hourglass behind Tomas. It wasn't overflowing with golden sand, but there was 20% less golden sand in it. A constant, huh? So, you're from the intrusion of those undying roaches. I never thought you would dare to show yourself openly in front of me. I wonder what could have had to compel you to go against me despite knowing who I am. Nonetheless, did you tell that fool what it means to associate himself with your kind? Asher coldly spoke at this moment. He knew things were troublesome now. He had lost his chance to end this quickly. It wasn't like he was afraid of the Golden Constant. Instead, he could easily wipe him out with a thought. But the thing was, the price he needed to pay was something he wasn't willing to fork out. If he used his true prowess, all the effort he put in hundreds of thousands of years would be turned into smoke. Not to mention, he'd suffer a backlash from a terrifying being. Tomas, who was now possessed by Golden Constant 51,117, suddenly pulled a brilliant smile. Completely ineffective to Asher's taunt, he performed a bow in front of Asher and greeted him as if he were meeting an old friend. I didn't know even the servant of H% knows about our insignificant gathering. The moment he uttered that name, it instantly turned into gibberish, making Asher's expression change because he knew why this happened. Who the hell are you? You dare to utter that name? He asked with a panicked expression. If he had previously thought that this opponent was only troublesome, he now knew that troublesome was far from it. This person knew exactly who he was and who was behind him, but this shouldn't be possible. I'm just a wanderer who is on the journey of seeking the truth. Golden Constant 51,017 nonchalantly replied before he profoundly smiled at paled Asher. Aren't you assisting your master in doing the same? But alas, if only it were that easy after all, as long as Zodiac W. Stop. Asher's expression went ashen as he quickly released his terrifying aura, quickly stopping Golden Constant 51,117 from uttering that name. He was completely spooked at this moment because he knew this person wasn't a nobody. In fact, he seemed to know grave secrets only known by terrifying existences like himself and his master. Aren't you afraid drawing its attention? Although I might be forced into slumber for a very long time, you will not be as lucky as me. Even if you had that mysterious protection and can revive again, it won't work against it once you're marked by it. If you want to commit suicide, go do it somewhere else. Asher berated as his aura spiked up to the extreme. He was now ready to use his full power to get rid of this suicidal lunatic. He would rather suffer the wrath of his master than suffer the wrath of it. He even started to regret entertaining Thomas's challenge. If he had known Thomas was such a fool, he would have never answered his call and gotten rid of him, even if he had to suffer some backlash from the Dark City. But now, it was too late, and this Golden Constant 51,117 was holding on to his neck. He had to pay for his arrogance now, so he decided to pay the minimum price. Death is but a temporary sleep for someone like me. But I still didn't want to sleep, especially now of all the times. Golden Constant 51,117 suddenly chuckled as he directly threw away the magic staff, raised his hands, and meaningfully suggested, I'm not here as your enemy. Instead, I just want your help, and I promise you won't regret it. The hell are you doing? This wasn't part of our deal. Thomas's rageful yet horrifying voice suddenly roared in Golden Constant 51,117's mind. He was completely conscious despite Golden Constant 51,117 overtaking his body, and after witnessing Asher's panic-stricken face, he felt it was all worth it, and he was gloating until Golden Constant 51,117 said those horrendous words. Nothing is everlasting, neither a promise nor life, only time is eternal. If you don't believe it, experience it. Time flow. Golden Constant 51,117 dismissively replied as if he were teaching a student. But the moment his voice trailed off, Thomas's real consciousness suddenly felt like he was teleported into the middle of a maelstrom. Before he could utter or see where he was, he instantly turned into sand particles. Asher was unaware of this little exchange between Golden Constant 51,117 and Tomas and the latter's ghastly demise. He was looking at Golden Constant 51,117 with astonishment and doubt since he didn't expect this guy to say something like this. Still, he hesitates since if he could avoid this confrontation, he wouldn't have to suffer any backlash. But he was still extremely vigilant since he knew making a deal with this guy would be a huge danger in itself. Not to mention, with how cunning he seems, he might get tricked. Nonetheless, he wanted to hear what he had to say first. While keeping his aura to a maximum, he coldly asked, What are you plotting? If he senses even a little trickery, he would instantly use his true power to eliminate Golden Constant 51,117. Golden Constant 51,117 calmly stated his demands as he wasn't bothered by Asher's stance. It's quite simple. Actually, I want your help to capture a person who's very troublesome to deal with. That's why I need you to use your authority to drag his soul into this place while I take care of his body. After all, he seemed to be a member of your Dark City. 730. Chapter 730, Exposed Without Knowing. It was the third day since the invading Locust Army and Locust Annihilation Army started clashing, and the result was an eerie suffocation of death that covered the entire conflict plains. The Locust Army seemed endless, and no matter how many the Ingenious were up against it or how many they killed, they didn't show any signs of stopping or diminishing in the least bit. The higher-ups of the conflict plane quickly demanded a safe retreat from their superiors because they knew it was a suicide mission and they didn't want to die. However, to their horror, they were given absolute order to continue fighting the Locust army, and if they deserted, they'd be put on trial and punished by death. How could those from the territory listen to their demands? After all, the treaty had given them a clear warning that if they didn't want to personally be on the front line with their families and clans, they had to make sure the others wouldn't leave. After experiencing the power of the Locust army and observing the extremely powerful Locusts patrolling around the Fog Island, they knew that even if they gathered together, they wouldn't be able to take down the enemy headquarters. So, they wanted to do everything in their power to avoid being dragged into this mess. Furthermore, the treaty had already promised them a spot in the Path of Legend, and they seemed to have discovered the key as well, which greatly motivated the faction's leaders and gave them reason to look the other way. The treaty played their cards well, and despite the raging criticism all over the Star Network, the three factions didn't respond at all, as if they were blind and deaf. At this moment, Jacob was looking at hundreds of runic containers, and each container, despite being only a meter in diameter, contained 5,000 liters of blood. One could only imagine just what kind of bloodshed was taking place in the conflict plains, even at this moment when Diminutive was delivering the blood containers to Jacob. Jacob looked at Diminutive and Veronica standing beside him. Both were wearing cloaks, and Jacob was also hiding his face. For both of our sakes, I hope you didn't play any tricks. Jacob nonchalantly chuckled as if he was making a joke, but his eyes started to glow as he looked at Diminutive closely. Diminutive quickly replied in a candid tone, "Your Excellency sure like to jest." "Ah. It's a mutual partnership between us, and we are both benefiting from it, so I won't dare to mess this up. If you like, you can check them." Jacob's eyes returned to normal, and his lips curled up in an icy smile behind his mask. He had already gotten the answer. "Then I'm glad. Now, if you excuse me, I'll be in seclusion for some time. Oh, and I have something to discuss with Miss Veronica." "Give us a moment," Jacob casually stated. Diminutive's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't show it in his reaction and chuckled. "Of course, take your time. I'll be right outside if you need anything. Please don't hesitate to call for me." After sending Veronica a secret message, Diminutive quickly left them alone. Once Veronica was alone with Jacob, she looked towards Jacob with expectancy as her impassive expression was no longer there. She knew Jacob was about to respond to the secret deal she proposed. Jacob could sense Veronica's high expectations as he directly addressed them. "Miss Veronica, I have thought about your plight, and I'm willing to go with your plan. However, I'll be the one to decide when to execute that plan. If you're good with it, then you may leave. I've already known how to contact you." Veronica's eyes shimmered with elation when she heard Jacob agree to her proposal, and she quickly nodded in agreement with Jacob's arrangements. She had no problem with Jacob taking the initiative. After all, she had waited for a very long time at this moment, and a little bit more waiting wasn't a big deal for her. "Thank you. I'll wait for your reply," Veronica calmly stated before she quickly left. She didn't want to draw Diminutive's suspension by staying too long with Jacob. Although she would have to tell him what they talked about, the contents of their talk were extremely ambiguous, and just like last time, even if Diminutive used his authority over her, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Once Veronica left, Jacob finally shifted his attention to those blood containers and coldly sneered. He had done something to the blood. Even if he's a professional liar, before my eyes he's nothing. But he didn't know that poison, curse, or any kind of toxin wouldn't work on me unless he used some legendary rank poison. That's why I had to be extremely careful. The next moment, Jacob issued a command to Nyx. Analyze those continuers and emulate them in Dreamscape Nightmare Realm. Stimulate Diminutive's original body as well. We're going to conduct some experiments. After Nyx evolved, the Dreamscape Nightmare Realm's capabilities greatly strengthened. Nyx can now easily emulate a quasi-legend rank treasure or a person perfectly. However, she can still not emulate anything related to Cursed Immortality or some treasures in his possession, like the Gluttony Mask and the book he found with the Curse Path Glory gem. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't flustered since the most important thing to him was the ability to have endless resources to conduct experiments, and this also gave him the ability to measure the strength and abilities of his enemies. Although Diminutive was extremely secretive and hadn't shown anything, the moment Nyx infiltrated his dreamscape realm, his entire being exposed to Jacob, and now Jacob knew almost everything about him, he had to admit that the goblin was extremely cumbersome to deal with, especially with his ability to manipulate the space element. Truthfully, Jacob wasn't confident in killing Diminutive with direct exchange because he could easily run away unless he could restrict the space abilities of a quasi-legend, and he didn't have any way to do it except using his hexes. But what shocked Jacob the most was Veronica. The moment he battled her, she killed him with a single exchange without his original abilities, even surprising Nyx. This happened 10 times because Jacob figured out what was going on and how to counter her. That's why Jacob was willing to help her since she was a perfect pawn with her uncanny abilities. 731, Chapter 731, Power Behind the Throne. In the dreamscape nightmare realm, in the starry landscape, Jacob was frowning as he looked at the thousands of bodies of purple-skinned goblins while Nyx, in her goddess-like appearance, stood beside him with a faint, content smile. It seemed you were only overthinking things. Nothing is abnormal with any container of blood, Nyx suddenly voiced her opinion. Jacob's frown deepened slightly before he replied, "No, there is something wrong with it unless he could escape my eyes. Could it be that whatever he did to the blood is even higher than your emulating capabilities?" The eyes of Judge had never been wrong, and he knew for a fact after countless experiments, especially after learning about the spellbind eyes. As Jacob's early conjecture, the spellbind eyes were a variant of the eyes of Judge because they had some similarities with the eyes of Judge, especially their ability to see through illusions. Moreover, according to the records he acquired, the fully awakened spellbind eyes could also see through deceit, which was a lesser version of eyes of Judge's passive ability, judgment gaze, to see through true and false. Nyx pursed her lips. "So, you would rather doubt my abilities than believe that you might be wrong." Jacob shot her a cold, impassive glance as he nodded. "Indeed. Don't forget you still can't emulate my eyes of Judge, which means they are more reliable than you at this moment. Nonetheless, I can't waste time trying to figure out what that goblin did to the blood. The best way to get rid of all the trouble would be to kill him directly, but it would take some time before he'd die after you retrieve the Nightmare Conqueror seed. Not to mention, I don't want him dead in some unknown place where I can't get my hands on his body. I guess I should consult with someone else." "Ha! Just who is this someone else? Won't you tell me now?" Nyx asked pitifully as she tried to induce her seductive charm. After all, with her perfect appearance and body, anyone else would be instantly mesmerized by her pitiful appearance, do anything to appease her, and give in to her demands. Maybe it would have worked on Jacob at the start, but now he was completely immune to Nyx's appearance, and as long as there weren't any abilities involved, he would have remained ineffective. Furthermore, after Jacob's body started to change, he seemed to have gained control over his emotions to a ridiculous degree. "You shouldn't ask what you're not supposed to," Jacob coldly retorted as he knew Nyx was asking about Immortica since he always cut her vision whenever he summoned Immortica. Although he has a feeling that Nyx won't be able to hear his conversation with Immortica or able to see the cursed book just to be saved, he always takes precautions. After all, Cursed Immortality was his biggest secret, and although he had tried to emulate it in this place and failed, he decided not to reveal its existence to Nyx. Of course, things would be different if Nyx could really emulate the cursed book. Then, it would mean that Nyx was even more powerful than Cursed Immortality, which he had great doubts about. Nyx clicked her tongue in annoyance when Jacob remained completely ineffective like he always had. She could tell that he was even more composed after he had transformed his body into this monstrosity. "All right, but you have to release my vision the moment you're done." Nyx gave in before stating her only demand. "Will do." Jacob nodded dismissively before he looked towards thousands of goblins. "You should keep observing them for more time. Maybe something will happen." Jacob then vanished. He had already spent 35 days doing his experiments here, which means that, in reality, 7 days had passed. I should play with that goblin and woman, and I won't tell him until he requests it from me." Nyx muttered with indignation as she created a lavish table filled with all kinds of delicacies and sat down on a comfortable couch as if she were about to watch a movie. But apparently, she was about to torment others to relieve her pent-up frustration, and it was at this time that Diminutive started to experience nightmares and started to realize that something was wrong with him. Veronica was the same. Cursed Immortality. The moment Jacob opened his eyes in the secret chamber of the church, he instantly summoned Immortica. He could have done this much sooner, but he didn't because he wanted to rely less on Immortica and do his own research before seeking Immortica's help. Jacob knew how much he relied on Immortica in these kinds of situations, and he wanted to change that habit. Only when he reached a dead end would he seek Immortica's help, just like now. The moment the cursed book appeared, he asked directly, "Would I be fine using the blood that I have recently acquired?" After its signature laughter, Immortica didn't reply and instead wrote playfully, "Are you dumb?" Jacob raised an eyebrow before he replied, "I don't have time for your riddles. He. You're the one who is making the riddles, not me. Just think about it. You have a freaking immortal chapter entirely dedicated to blood, and instead of researching it, you're wasting time on meaningless experiments. Now tell me, are you dumb or not?" Jacob's eyes contracted a little as he retorted, "Are you talking about spending years comprehending those blood glyphs? The last time I checked, I didn't have that kind of time, or do you think if I could just find what I'm looking for in those damn glyphs, I would be really wasting my time in asking you? Even if I do that, the path of legend might open at this very moment. Unless you can tell me another way to enter the middle galaxies, I don't want to spend thousands of years in this place waiting for another opportunity. So, if you don't have any solution to my plight, then just answer the damn question. You do have a point, and there is indeed another way to enter the middle galaxies, but you'll die the moment you take it. Alright, I admit I was wrong, but not entirely. Because you're too paranoid, even if the blood is tampered with, do you think the cursed heart could be fiddled with just these small tricks? The blood needs to be refined first into cursed blood, and your immunity to the poisons, curses, or anything else is not just for show. Anything that is not blood or harmful to you will instantly be filtered by the cursed heart, and you won't even know it. At this moment, with your current progress, even a legendary rank trick will be rendered useless. So, now you tell me, is there even a need for you to waste your time? Furthermore, you're already in the grasp of your enemies' lives. Just threaten them with it if someone ends up happening, which I'm confident won't, and they will be dancing on your palm. You held the incentive here. If someone needs to worry, it should be the people going against you. Jacob knew Immortalita's words were correct, but he had no plan on losing his vigilance, no matter how powerful he became. After all, he had learned his lesson to never look down upon anyone. Nonetheless, since Immortalita had given its assurance, he instantly started to refine the blood, and the runic markings on his bones started to stir. 732. Chapter 732. Cursed Heart Moved. After Jacob refined all the blood, he frowned because he only got around 45% of the cursed blood from such a huge amount of blood. This clearly means that the unique rank blood has almost lost its effect on him, and the next time he refines the same quantity of blood, he might not get even half of it. Even this high percentage was all because this blood belonged to myriad races, so the first time he refined it, he got a higher value. Nonetheless, Jacob found that just as Immortalita told him, nothing out of sorts happened, and he appeared to be completely fine. But just to be safe, he decided to turn this cursed blood into a longevity schema. Jacob then quickly removed his clothing, revealing 80% of his skeleton body. Furthermore, in his empty stomach area, a glowing blue sphere filled with tiny white dots revolved like a blue star. This was his water magic core, which was revealed after his last sculpting session. Jacob was worried at that time and thought that the magic core might escape his body once there was nothing there to hold it, but his worries were for nothing. The water magic core remained at its position, and Jacob still felt his connection with it. In fact, he felt closer to it than ever before. Nevertheless, it was still strange to see his magic core within his body like this, and he might never get used to it. That's why he didn't dare to reveal his body in front of others, as this magic core was an obvious target. Now, he was about to sculpt the longevity schema on the rest of his ribcage, especially the area around his heart. He didn't know if his cursed heart would also be absorbed in his bones like his other organs, and Immortalita refused to comment on its ether. He was about to find out, though. After calming down, he started to sculpt the longing scheme, starting with his right breast. Last time, Jacob had already sculpted the 6 false ribs and 4 floating ribs. Now, only 14 true ribs, the sternum, and half of his spine remain. Jacob started the sculpting from the 7th true rib on the right side. 89 runic lines were supposed to be sculpted on each true rib, and this process was extremely delicate, not to mention painful. So, Jacob made sure no one disturbed him during this time. He dug out a deep tunnel below the church and filled it with many powerful traps and arrays. After all, he can't take any risks with his progress in Cursed Immortality. It took Jacob 4 days, between resting during Cursed Immortality's summoning cooldown period, to complete the right side of the true ribs and sternum, and he stopped after completing the right clavicle. Now, below his neck, only the left side had skin, and his entire upper body had turned into a skeleton. Around 17% of the cursed blood remained, which Jacob mused should be enough to complete the rest of the true ribs on the left side, or at least 6 of them. Furthermore, after he completes the sternum and one of his clavicles, a half-glowing red sphere with a fiery aura appears within his empty skeleton. Just like the water magic orb, it is the fire magic orb. Furthermore, Jacob also noticed an ethereal tiny black hole within the xiphoid process of his sternum, and he instantly recognized it as his solar plexus, as he could sense Autark's presence within it. Moreover, the longevity scheme's glyphs, which were sculpted around the solar plexus, seemed to have a strange effect on this black hole, because when Jacob thought about how troublesome it was for it to be on display like this, the black hole suddenly twisted, turned into a tiny infinity symbol, and could appear again with a thought. Jacob was astounded when he noticed this strange effect as he looked at the crimson infinity symbol, which was exactly like his mystic signature thoughtfully. But since it was quite convenient to have, he was content and quickly started to work on the side of his heart, which was the part he was most worried yet expectancy about. After taking a break until he was able to summon Cursed Immortality again, Jacob started the true ribs of his left breast. Time slowly passed for Jacob as he endured the intense pain while completely focusing on sculpting the longevity schema. Furthermore, Jacob noticed the pain he was feeling while sculpting the longevity schema above his heart was more intense than he had experienced previously. It took almost 8 days to fully exhaust the cursed blood and sculpt all his true ribs on his left side. However, when he saw the result, he was shocked because, for the first time, Jacob saw the appearance of his pulsing cursed heart. He always has been curious about what kind of change the first stage would have brought him, but this was something he had never imagined. He thought that his heart might be filled with runes or glyphs or would be of different color and size. Yet although the color was indeed different, the heart's entire shape and structure were different. Moreover, the hex core was revolving within the section of his cursed heart, giving off a profound yet vile aura he was familiar with, and whenever the heart pulsed, it released a crimson glow. Jacob finally understood why Immortalita had told him that the cursed heart was the very foundation of his physique, and that it was far more than just a simple heart. Furthermore, the moment he was done sculpting the rib cage above his heart, the cursed heart didn't get absorbed into his bones like the rest of his organs and skin. But it was far from over. The moment his cursed heart was revealed, it suddenly trembled, and Jacob's entire body shuddered with cold chills. The next moment, under Jacob's flabbergasted gaze, the cursed heart suddenly started to move from its initial position and slowly flow toward the center of his ribcage. When it completely aligned with the center of his ribcage, it started to pulse strongly, and the crimson glow intensified, almost making his heart appear like a glowing star and releasing an icy cold current all over his body. It was as if his cursed heart was about to do something, but the moment the cold current reached his neck, the heart quivered violently, making Jacob almost lose his mind. Then, suddenly, the cold current retracted back to his heart, and the cursed heart slowly started to return to its original position before it suddenly vanished with the hex core from view. Jacob was paled with trepidation and shocked when he noticed the cursed heart was gone, but he could clearly feel its presence right where it had vanished. It was as if the heart was hiding on its own and waiting for the right time to emerge again. 733. Chapter 733, Don't Freak Out. In a hidden location, Star-Lord Vincent was holding a glowing glass orb that shimmered in purple light. At this moment, a cold voice rang from it. I've done my part. Now, when are you going to make your move? Vincent didn't instantly reply. Instead, an ethereal voice suddenly rang directly into his head, and he repeated the voice's words without hesitation. Patience is the key to greater things. You have waited so long for Path of Legend that a little more won't hurt you. In fact, you are only making things easier for yourself. Don't preach to me, Star-Lord of Atlas. The cold voice rang again from the glass orb. Don't forget our deal. Vincent again repeated the same thing as the voice in his head. How could I? I've already shown you my sincerity, and we even have a contract. Furthermore, I won't dare mess with someone like you. Others might be ignorant about your background, but I know my limits. As long as you know, I'll be waiting for your good news. The cold voice replied with a hint of warning before the glowing orb suddenly went dormant and appeared like an ordinary glass orb. Vincent suddenly sighed in relief. This was extremely nerve-wracking for him, not to mention uncomfortable to an extreme degree. Usually, it was him manipulating others on his whims, but now, the same thing had been happening to him ever since he had encountered that existence. Why did you seem anxious? An amiable, ethereal voice suddenly rang in his mind with a hint of amusement. Vincent forced a smile and replied, Just who is this person you had me talking to all this time, and what is this strange orb? It's clearly not made with any of the Star Hacker's technology. Oh, finally, couldn't you keep your curiosity to yourself? The voice asked nonchalantly, clearly not bothered by Vincent's queries. Vincent took a deep breath before he replied, I'm just being careful, and I also want to be more helpful to you, my lord. Just who is this person you want to hunt, and why are you going through so much trouble? Even if I tell you, you won't understand. The voice didn't have any intention of revealing the crux of the matter, as it said reassuringly, This matter is far out of your reach. You should be glad that I'm only giving you a simple mission to be my proxy while you stay in the protection of your cozy home. Besides, the difficult part is over, and it won't be long before everything falls into place. You'll get both the traitor of your race and the reward that I promised. Who knows, if you perform well, I might even consider letting you become my right-hand man, of course only if you're willing and don't want to go to the middle galaxies. The voice chuckled towards the end, as if merely making a joking comment. However, Vincent's expression was slightly paled as he suppressed his rage and discomfort and subtly answered, I'm too old, my lord, to serve someone like you. Age is but a number to me. Still, I respect your choice. The voice dismissively replied before suddenly saying something that sent shivers down Vincent's spine. Your son isn't half bad either. How about you sell him to me, and I'll prolong your life up to 10,000 years? Vincent's eyes widened when he heard the last part as his heart raced, and he even started to consider selling Nelson to the owner of this voice. If it was before, he might have not even hesitated to accept the offer. However, he knew behind this gentle voice was a devil-like existence, and making a deal with him was like singing a death contract. Even his freedom was in question, and putting his only son into this hellhole would be akin to shooting on his own feet. Not to mention, he didn't let the possibility of what if, once this person had Nelson, he wouldn't discard him. Although 10,000 years of life was extremely tempting, he needed to make sure to live to enjoy his life. He knew if he had no use, he would have long been discarded after what happened last time. He was in this mess because of his own actions. Furthermore, if things went according to plan, he would already have the ticket to the legendary planes, so prolonging his life wouldn't be difficult at that time. He also knew prolonging his lifespan like this had major drawbacks. What if he turned into a puppet or something else entirely once he accepts the lifespan? Nothing was free in the Zodiac Plains, and existence like the owner of this voice was even more dreadful. Lastly, when he thinks about how this person wanted Nelson, he suspects that there might be something to his son that he didn't know about. So, it was even more reason not to let him encounter this voice. I'll think about it, my lord. Besides, my son is extremely lazy and always messes things up. He might not be able to follow your orders. Vincent didn't refuse nor accept in a subtle way so he wouldn't offend the other party. I know what you're thinking, but I don't care. Remember, do not speak with this person without me, or, I don't have to tell you twice, yes? The voice gently asked, a creepy coldness hidden behind it. I understand. Vincent quickly agreed, as he had already been warned about this at the start of this strange endeavor. Once the voice vanished, Vincent sighed in relief as he started to massage his temple in frustration. However, someone else was sitting in the seat in front of him, and he said, with an amusing look in his shrewd eyes, he really got you good, huh, geezer? Vincent annoyedly looked at his son and said, you have no respect for your father. I should have accepted the offer. Nelson's eyes flashed with curiosity. What offer? Selling you for 10,000 years of lifespan. Vincent casually revealed the offer he just received. Nelson's eyes widened with disbelief as he jumped from his seat and agitatedly shouted, what in the hell? Old ghost, if you dare to sell me, I'll commit suicide. Don't forget we are on the same side. You can't be this heartless to sell your own son for some bullshit lifespan. We both know it's too good to be true. And your cute granddaughter will hate you to death. If I don't know better, I would have really considered if my wife was cheating on me with some clown. Vincent felt some of his frustration vanish after seeing Nelson's reaction, and he wanted to tease Nelson even more, but his mood turned gloomy again when he remembered this was no laughing matter. Don't worry, I'm not going senile yet. I won't sell you for a measly 10,000 years. Of course, if it's 100,000, I might have considered it. Vincent impassively replied. Nelson looked at Vincent with disbelief and suspiciously asked, you really rejected the offer? Do you think I would be telling you this if I had accepted it? Vincent asked, looking at Nelson with exasperation. Nelson finally sighed in relief. It made perfect sense, and knowing his father, he knew the old man wouldn't reveal something like this. Nelson finally sat back before he looked at Vincent's appearance. He seemed to have aged to a great degree ever since he had encountered this bosses of his. Although he wasn't always on good terms with his father, after Vincent admitted his wrong, he didn't resent him anymore. After all, he was also a father now and knew how it felt when your child walked on a different path than yours. Sigh, I always knew your ambitions would be the end of you. Why can't you be like me and remain out of trouble? Nelson sighed ruefully. If you had the same experience as me, I don't think you could think the same, Vincent retorted faintly. At this moment, Nelson suddenly dropped his lackluster attitude and solemnly questioned, do you think whatever he's making you do is related to the war in the conflict plains? Vincent wasn't surprised by Nelson's speculation, as he also had the same trail of thoughts and replied with uncertainty, I don't know, but I have a feeling that there is a 90% chance that it is related. But I was told to stay away from the conflict plains and also keep the star hackers at bay. I think everything can be handled, but the Zodiac soul contracts that he made you sign with this person of interest is the true problem here. We have never heard of it and don't know how powerful it is compared to the Zodiac Oath contract. Nelson frowned when he mentioned this, as Vincent hadn't kept anything from him since that day. It was a countermeasure placed by Vincent himself just in case something happened to him, and that person tried to manipulate his son into doing something under the pretext of revenge or something else. After thinking about it for a while, Nelson finally said, I guess I can't let my meat shield die like this. Vincent was startled when Nelson called him meat shield and wanted to strangle this bastard son of his. But his expression changed when he suddenly received a message from one of the clan members. Nelson also noticed the change in Vincent's expression and asked in an irritating tone, now what? Vincent looked at Nelson, clearly worried, before he grimly told him, don't freak out. Your idiot daughter seemed to have snuck out of the base. 734, Chapter 734, 7 Sins and 7 Virtues. What the hell just happened? Jacob instantly questioned Immortality after his cursed heart suddenly went out of control. Although he was feeling more powerful and calm, and the cursed heart movement didn't seem to have any negative effect on him, he could not ignore that strange movement and the peculiar feeling it caused him. Jacob thought that the cursed heart only stopped or failed in whatever it was going to do because the longevity schema was still incomplete, and after this session of sculpting, his progress was at 89%. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid I can't answer that question. You'll know once you complete the sculpting process, but I can assure you it's part of the process. Immortality wrote without giving any clear answer to the actual question. Jacob frowned, but he knew this would be all the information he would get from Immortality. Even he could tell that whatever was going to happen was part of the process. It's just that his cursed heart's appearance and sudden movement made him somewhat anxious. After Jacob calmed down and felt his power improve, he was satisfied and even wanted to test his power against someone strong. Now that I think about it, it's been quite some time since I've been in the Dark Battle Arena, and now that Nyx has also evolved, will she be able to take over it? Jacob suddenly thought about the fake virtual battle arena, which had helped him awaken the Soul Force and helped Nyx evolve. For Nyx, it was a true treasure ground, and the same could be said for Jacob as well because it can help him increase the Soul Force, and who knows what kind of benefits would await him if he could completely take over it. However, it remained to be seen if Nyx could really take over that dreamscape realm, which was connected with all the lesser galaxies. This was a huge endeavor, not to mention a risky one. That's why Jacob decided to put it on hold for now and only try once. If it turned out to be still out of Nyx's league, he'd give up without hesitation, or if it were dangerous, the result would be the same. Right now, he was letting Nyx familiarize herself with her new evolution before he brought her into the Dark Battle Arena again. At this moment, Jacob suddenly remembered a matter he had been forced to put on hold the day the treaty tried to intimidate him. Now, he still has time until Cursed Immortality's summoning time runs out. Wasting no time, he waved his hand, and in front of him, a tiny, delicate elf girl with emerald hair bound in a ponytail appeared. Her big eyes were closed, like those of a porcelain doll. But right under her chick, a web of dark lines spread around her neck, like a strain on flawless painting, and Jacob could see dense, dark particles rising around that web of dark lines even more fiercely than the first time he saw them. This little elf child was Elia, whom he had taken an interest in because of her curse and reasoning with his hex core when he arrived at the Cardinal Spirit Church. He naturally took her from her father. Now, I think it's about time you tell me what her deal is, Jacob calmly asked while looking at Elia, who was still in slumber because of his slumber hex. His eyes were affixed on the marking on her neck. If before he only felt vague reasoning with those dark lines, now that he had progressed further into the longevity schema, he could feel even more intent reasoning with those lines, and for some reason, he felt a warmth in his heart, which was a foreign feeling to him at this point, making Jacob both confused and vigilant. He. I always admired your devil's luck, and this time you have acquired something quite interesting, which will make you privy to some information that you would have only been able to get once you entered the middle galaxies and stumbled on it, or when you've completed the second phase of the scripture. Jacob's eyes widened when he heard this unexpected revelation. He wasn't expecting this little girl to trigger something like this. First, let me explain to you more about the two main branches of the curses, as you already know their names, the sin and virtue curses. The sin curses can be further strengthened by sin, while the virtue curses are fueled by virtue. Lastly, they are the unbreakable curses because they are unbreakable or absolute. But what you don't know is that there are 7 curses of sin and 7 curses of virtue, namely sin curse, pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth, virtue curses, humility, charity, chastity, gratitude, temperance, patience, and diligence. The last piece of very exclusive and important information about these 14 cures I can give you now is that each virtue curse is a counterpart of a sin curse, and the same goes the other way around. They not only counter each other but also complement each other. I know you won't understand what this means, but for my next explanation and for your own good, you should remember it well. Like sin curse of pride counter and complement the virtue curse of humility, greed counter and complement charity, lust counter and complement chastity, envy counter and complement gratitude, gluttony counter and complement temperance, wrath counter and complement patience, and sloth counter and complement diligence. The witchcraft that you are familiar with is also the result of simplifying the sin curse of envy, because some idiot didn't have a brain to comprehend the true curse. Remember the last time you asked me about the true curse magic? I said its sheer scope was something that no mortal could achieve. So, remember this information well, for this is just the beginning of the path that leads to the true curse. Jacob took a deep breath after he carved this information into his mind, as he considered this a completely unexpected harvest, especially the information about the sin and virtue cures. Although he only learned their names and their relationship with each other, he could tell how important this information was because of Immortalita's constant reminders. Moreover, he really didn't understand how something completely opposite to each other could complement each other. Furthermore, he was very familiar with the names of the 7 sin cures and 7 virtue curses, which were known in his old world as the 7 deadly sins and 7 heavenly virtues. In many religious texts, they appear as the harbingers of good and evil, the dividing factor between innocent and sinner, the loggerhead between heaven and hell, and sometimes used as the line between gods and devils. But Immortality was calling even the virtues curses, which was extremely baffling and strange. This made him somewhat confused about why the names of the 2 main branches of curse were so common in his mortal world. He wondered if there was more to his world and if he was missing something. He finally understood why he wasn't privy to this information at this point because he simply didn't comprehend the meaning behind it. But before he could raise this question, Immortality moved on to the main topic. 735, Chapter 735, Zodiac Constitutions. This spirit wood elf is actually born with a zodiac constitution of one of the 7 sin curse, the Curse of Pride. As for what a zodiac constitution is, it's actually an upgraded version of growth-type magic cores. While the growth-type magic core only helps its wielder have a huge amount of mana in comparison to common magic cores, and can help the element of the magic core evolve into a greater element, it won't affect or help their physiques in any way. However, the Zodiac Constitution targets both the magic and physique of its wielder. Not only would they have a growth-type magic core, but they would also have a growth-type physique of a certain element. Furthermore, the magic core of a Zodiac Constitution wielder is called the Constellation Magic Core, which actually enables them to wield both spirit and aura of their respective elements simultaneously. This is the highest variant of magic core in the Zodiac planes. Moreover, a Zodiac Constitution is the most sensitive towards its connate element. They can easily discover treasures and draw towards the opportunities that can help them grow as long as they are within a certain range of them, and this only grows as they become more powerful. A Zodiac Constitution Wilder also grew far quicker than its peers and is virtually undefeatable in the same rank. Normally, a Zodiac Constitution won't appear for thousands or even millions of years because it is not inherited, and only by luck can one be born with it. But while they have many advantages over others, just like the fantastic insects, they have flaws. The biggest one is that a Zodiac Constitution Wilder can only live up to 50 years if it doesn't discover a corresponding universal scripture that can help it cultivate its body aura and magic spirit all the way up to the legendary rank. There is no leeway there, and this elf is in even more trouble because she was born with a specific cursed Zodiac Constitution, not with an all-around curse physique, which should have surprised me if she really had been born with it. Anyhow, the crux of the matter is, she needs a universal scripture with an affinity of pride sin at legendary rank, or a scripture that far surpassed the laws and can bypass them. He. Otherwise, she's as good as dead. Immortality concluded its explanation with a subtle yet obvious hint towards the hint. Jacob was flabbergasted when the details of the Zodiac Constitution unraveled in front of his eyes. This was completely unexpected as he looked at the slumbering Elia. She was blessed yet at the same time cursed because of the same blessing. Furthermore, the details about the Zodiac Constitution were truly intriguing. He was yet again hit by the fact that he was still completely ignorant about the Zodiac planes and just how lucky he was for having cursed immortality. Jacob's eyes shimmered sharply when he looked at the end and asked, "So, what you mean to say is that she was the one who discovered me because I have something in my possession that can help her escape her predicament because of her curse-related Zodiac Constitution, which means you. Does this mean if there is someone else with a curse-related Zodiac Constitution, they can also sense some opportunities on me?" This news was far more intriguing. If anything, this discovery was extremely grave and made Jacob uneasy, as he never expected there to be living detectors that could draw toward a universal godly scripture. Although they wouldn't know that he had the universal godly scripture, this didn't mean he would encounter someone as weak as Elia next time. What if some extremely terrifying existence with a curse-related Zodiac Constitution draws to him next time? After all, there were 14 unbreakable curses in total, and they did not even cover the entire curse element. He can't even fathom the concept of a single element. Ha, you sure have the wildest imagination. You're also right about the part that a universal scripture can help a Zodiac Constitution bypass its flaws. But how can a universal godly scripture be discovered by a measly Zodiac Constitution? Don't overthink things, although there is a possibility that the Zodiac Constitution is of the same element as the scripture, which I can assure you is impossible. Although I have cursed in my name, this doesn't mean I'm a scripture related to curse. This elf was drawn to you because you have something else on you that attracts her to you. Jacob instantly felt relief when he heard that, but he became confused again. Then what drew her, and why is my hex core reacting to her? Although I admit that I've reached a conclusion too quickly, it is still not a laughing matter that a Zodiac Constitution with curse affinity has a reason with my hex core. Although I don't know if she could sense it as well, I'm pretty sure if it's some extremely powerful existence, they would be able to sense it and won't approach me ignorantly like her. You do have a point, but it's actually quite opposite what you're thinking. The reason why your hex core reacts to her is because her existence is nothing but beneficial to you, and she or any other Zodiac Constitution Wilder with curse affinity can't sense your hex core at all. As for how she's beneficial to you and the reason your hex core is reacting to her, it's because just her immature flesh and blood can help your hex core evolve into legendary rank. Immortality suddenly dropped a huge bomb. Jacob's eyes widened with disbelief, and after a few moments, greed and killing intent suddenly surfaced in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Elia. How could he not react like this? After all, he knew damn well just how difficult it was going to be to evolve his hex core into legendary rank. Yet, this little girl can help him achieve it right this instant. But Immortality wasn't done, as it wrote. Even, I'm feeling the shivers here. Might I suggest something before you end up wasting a huge opportunity in this crude way? What? Jacob's eyes narrowed as he suppressed his urge to devour Elia. He knew Immortality wouldn't just make any suggestion on a whim. There had to be something extremely important here. Immortality laughed for a while before finally saying, "The thing is, you should nurture her and 736. Chapter 736, Elia Awakes. Are you serious?" Jacob couldn't help but ask with disbelief after he heard an unexpected yet long explanation from Immortality. In front of this information, the information about the Zodiac Constitution was nothing at all, and he finally understood why Immortality even bothered to explain so much. Without the early information, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend just what was in front of him, and he would have most likely ended up shooting on his own foot. I never lie. Now it's up to you if you want to believe it or not, and the choice is also yours. This is all the information I could give you, unless you find something interesting again. Immortality wrote playfully. Jacob took a deep breath as he looked towards Elia, and a hint of struggle appeared in his eyes. Instant benefits or long investment? It's like I'm back to making decisions for the company, but it's far more important than just measly money. Jacob faced a dilemma. On the one hand, the sheer scope of what Immortality told him about was too grand for him to understand completely, and on the other hand, the opportunity to instantly evolve his hex core into legendary rank was just too compelling. After an intense struggle, Jacob gritted his teeth and started to calm down. He looked towards Immortality and coldly asked, "All right, I'll gamble. Ha 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 ha." Immortaka's maniacal laugh filled the page, extremely amused about Jacob's decision. It was like the cursed book could vividly imagine the enormous entertainment coming its way in the future. "Don't make it sound like I'm the one forcing you. I'm just doing my part as your advisor, but I had to admit you're doing a great job at entertaining me." Jacob was annoyed as he wanted to trample on the cursed book. "I hope you choke on it someday." After he had finished cussing, he directly unsummoned the cursed book as he didn't want to get more annoyed by it. After all, this decision was simply too big, and by taking this path, he was taking a risk. But he knew if it paid off, just like Immortality had told him, it would all be worth it. Furthermore, with this information, Jacob's horizons have greatly widened, and he won't be at a disadvantage in some unique situations. After Jacob calmed down, he looked towards Elia. The next moment, clothes appeared on his skeleton body. Now, only his skull and neck remained human, while the rest of his human features were gone. However, he didn't cover his original face this time, nor did he use the gluttony mask. He remained seated cross-legged. The next moment, he broke Elia's slumber curse. After his hex core had evolved into a unique rank, his hexes could now strengthen by 3 times, not to mention the new innate hex he awakened that day. But Elia was just a mortal, and his hexes could affect her for a very long time, even if he didn't use the infinity pendant space that could stop time for anything placed in it, or at least it appeared like it. But Jacob failed to notice that the marks around Elia's neck deepened after he used his hex on her, and that was also the reason he had seen far denser dark particles around her since the last time he saw her. At this moment, Elia's eyelids suddenly fluttered before they opened, revealing big, warty eyes filled with confusion and stupor. "Daddy?" Suddenly, she started to remember what had happened, and she cried in alarm, panicked, and filled her heart with dread. Elia quickly picked herself up with her little hands from the ground. She stood up and started to look around the dimmed cavern, which had nothing but a few luminous stones and only a huge entrance. At this moment, it was closed with a barrier, and an illusion was placed on it, making it appear this place had no entrance or exit. "Daddy!" Elia panicked, and tears started to fill her eyes. She called her father again, but no reply was heard, and she started to tumble with fear. "Stop exhausting yourself. He's not here." At this moment, a gentle yet icy voice suddenly rang from above Elia. In her panic, she failed to notice the strange boulder in front of her. She was simply too small, and Jacob was extremely huge despite sitting down. The moment Elia heard that voice, she shuddered in fear. She quickly looked up and was shocked to see a huge giant with handsome features and long silver hair looking at her impassively. Furthermore, for some reason, she felt this giant's presence was extremely soothing and made her fear quite a lot, which was very strange. Yet she was also familiar with feeling because she felt the same thing from the dark elf she suddenly discovered before she fell into this weird sleep. Elia knew about the giant race, and it wasn't like she hadn't seen any before. She wasn't just a weak-willed child either. In fact, she was mature for her age because of the curse she was born it. It has been tormenting her ever since she turned a year old, and that pain wasn't something a baby could endure. Sometimes she even thought that she would die, but strangely, when she was on the verge of death, that curse strangely stopped tormenting her. Furthermore, she knew how much it pained her father and how much he freaked out every time her curse tormented her, so she learned not to show too much since she didn't want to see her father like that. But that was far easier said than done since that curse was simply too vile, and every time it came back with vengeance. Furthermore, every time Elia undergoes that torment, she feels anger with herself for showing such a sight as if her pride was greatly hurt, and she starts to become silent because of it. However, she still loved her father the most since he was her everything, and she knew how much he had sacrificed for her. So, she always showed him her smile so as not to make him worry. But now, seeing this giant instead of her father sitting in front of her, he gave her that similar feeling with the dark elf. That feeling that she felt for the first time in her life. The same feeling that suddenly made her feel like she had to get to the bottom of it. The same feeling which made her long for something else than her father's happiness, for the first time in her life. "W who is un, Mr.? W where I is my dad?" she asked while trying her best not to cry and show a brave face. But she was still too young despite her somewhat mature mindset. But she still gets the courage to speak with Jacob because of that strange attraction coming from him. Jacob was slightly amused when he saw how quickly Elia had recovered and how she had put up a brave front. Still, he suddenly pulled a faint smile as he replied, "My name is Jack. As for your dad, I don't know where he is, but if he'd known better, he should have already returned by now and been enjoying his life. You see, little Elia, I took you away from your father and gave him enough wealth for him to live like a king. You can hate me for this, but know that if you had remained with him, not only would it have brought you both misery and pain, but you would have died in a few years because of your special condition. That's why parting with him is the best thing you can do for him and yourself. Although he would be sad, it would be only for a little while, and it's far better than giving him constant grief and pain. At least he would know you were still alive somewhere. I'm the only one in this world who could help you with your condition, and I know deep down you know it too well. After all, you approached me that day for this exact reason, right? But I don't want to help someone who has no will to help themselves. So, you can choose to either go back to your father and give him more misery and wait for your impending end, or you can follow me on my long journey as my apprentice. However, you must choose only one and discard the other forever. This is also my first test for you. I want to see if you have what it takes to live, or if you want to go back to your miserable life. 737, Chapter 737, The Reason. Elia was appalled when she heard Jacob's harsh words and saw how casually he was taking her away from her father as if it were the most natural thing in the world. However, when he revealed the truth behind her condition and also thought about what Jacob said was true about her father, tears flowed from her eyes, but she didn't make any sound. She knew what Jacob casually presumed about what was going to happen was most likely true, and his prediction about her father was even more true. He had always been worried about her, and maybe he had not shown it. He was living a life of anxiety and despair, all because of her. Furthermore, since Jacob didn't hide his act of kidnapping her, she believed that he was also telling the truth about giving her father enough wealth to live lavishly. She knew it would have been so easy, as her father was very protective of her, and he might be searching for her right now. But he'll only be sad for a little while before he gives up on me and settles down. Maybe, as he told me, it's far better than giving him long-term suffering, and he also knew that I was alive somewhere. He'll accept it eventually, but can I trust his words? Why do I want to believe his words? It's all this crew's fault. More tears streamed down her cheeks as she mulled over Jacob's words. It may look like Elia was only around 8 years old, but her actual age was in her early 20s. It's just that elves had much longer life cycles than common species, so their growth phase was different from other species, like other races with longer natural lifespans. Furthermore, because of her condition and suffering from pain all her life, she didn't have a kid's mind, so she didn't completely break down upon hearing Jacob's harsh words despite her uncontrollable tears. In the end, she wiped away her tears, but her body was still shaking as she looked at the giant with a hint of indignation, but also deeply resolved. If I choose to become your AA apprentice, I can't see my dad, forever? Her voice choked as she asked. However, despite the little girl's sad and painful appearance, which could cause anyone heartache, Jacob felt nothing as he replied curtly, "Indeed, that's my only condition to take you under my wing. Soon, you'll realize just how broad the world is when we leave the unique planes for a much higher place. You two belong to different worlds, and this separation is a bond to happen, so why not now, then later?" Elia was again shocked by Jacob's subtle words. Although she didn't know what Jacob meant by those words, she could guess that he was planning on going somewhere far away from this place. Furthermore, she also felt calmer after hearing this reason, since it now made more sense. She thought that Jacob was being harsh on the outside, but kind on the inside. But she still felt somewhat unwilling, as she asked again, "Can I see him one last time? I just want to see if he's doing fine." Unknowingly, tears started to gush from her eyes again. "No." Jacob shook his head without hesitation. Although he knew if he agreed to her, things would be simpler, and Elia would have no misgivings about following him. However, with the current situation of the unique planes, he can't take that risk since her father might have already been dead if he was unfortunate enough to be caught up in the war. This would only create more complications, which he didn't want with Elia. He had to make this girl give up on her past, even if it meant she held a grudge against him. But he didn't care, since she needed to be completely focused on what was to come. Elia bit her lips as she didn't know if this guy had some kind of grudge against her or if he was simply too cruel, and the little goodwill she had for Jacob vanished again. Nonetheless, after thinking for a while, she clenched her little fist, and with rageful determination she nodded. "All right, I agree to follow you, teacher." Jacob's lips rose slightly when Elia chose to follow him. After all, he had already expected it, since even if she was willing to die, she didn't want to see her father in pain because of her. Correct choice. Jacob uttered, "You'll understand soon enough that you are meant to do things far greater than you can ever imagine, and once you walk on this path, you'll come to realize how fragile the bonds called family are. You are born different from your kind, and trust me, if they had known what you are, even your own race would have sold you or, most likely, discarded you the moment you were born because you are completely different from your origin." Elia clearly did not believe Jacob's words and felt angry, but Jacob wasn't done. He continued, "If you don't believe me, decide again after you hear the truth behind this curse on her neck. You were born with a zodiac constitution, an extremely rare body." Jacob then explained to her about the zodiac constitution and how rare it was. It was important to her that she knew what she had and how lucky she was. Little Elia was shocked the more she heard about the zodiac constitution because she always thought that she was cursed, but it turned out she was blessed. Once Jacob was done explaining the zodiac constitution, he became silent and let the little elf absorb all the information, which was mind-blowing for someone like her. After Elia snapped out of her stupor, she doubtfully looked at Jacob and asked, If it's true, then why would I die? Isn't it a good thing?" She started to think that Jacob had tricked her, but she wanted to hear more before she decided. Indeed, it's a good thing, but the world or the zodiac planes we live in is extremely cruel. Although you are blessed by it with extreme talent that could put anyone to shame, it didn't come without a cost. In fact, what I have concluded after living in this place is that nothing is free here, and everything has a price. Just like you are blessed with a zodiac constitution, you can't utilize it without paying a steep price. Anyone blessed with a zodiac constitution will only live for 50 years unless they can find a scripture. Jacob patiently explained to her the reason for her impending doom. Although Elia didn't know what a legendary rank's universal scripture represents, she knew about the ranks of species because of her father, so she paled when she realized why she was condemned to die. Even her father can't complete this condition no matter what he does, and she finally understood why she was drawn to Jacob as well, because it was her own body leading her to him because he really had something that could save her. Now, she also no longer feels blessed. In fact, she resents the world for cursing her in the guise of a blessing, and Jacob is just doing her a huge favor by saving her. Just as he said, everything has a price, and Jacob wanted someone from her for his help as well. It was a fair exchange for what he wanted, but she knew he wasn't strong enough to give it to him. Lastly, your constitution is also related to an abstract concept called curses. There are 14 absolute curses in total, and your constitution is affiliated with the curse of pride, an extremely rare constitution. As for why you are drawn to me, it's because not only am I proficient in curses, but I also happen to have an aura of something that you need the most. Jacob ambiguously stated while inwardly still feeling dread when he heard this reason for Elia's attraction to him from Immortality. The next moment, without waiting for Elia's reply, he waved his sleeve, and beside him, a pristine crimson book with inky borders appeared. On the cover of this book was etched the face of a devil with an empty grove over the devil's forehead. It was the same book he had found with the Cursed Pathglory Gem, 738, Chapter 738, Liber Chaotica. Looking at the devil-faced book cover, Jacob felt skeptical and somewhat apprehensive. Towards the end, Immortality revealed the reason for Elia's attraction to him, and it was all because of this book, which Immortality had never bothered to comment on before. It turned out that this book is called the Liber Chaotica, and apparently it contained the inheritance of a mysterious being who was proficient in the absolute curses of wrath and pride. Although Immortality didn't reveal the mysterious being, it was quite clear to Jacob that whoever it was extremely powerful because this Liber Chaotica's rank was not revealed to Jacob because he wasn't privy to this information yet, which shocked Jacob to the core. However, what made him even more shocked was that despite keeping the Liber Chaotica within the Infinity Pendant, it left its aura on Jacob every time he took it out to try opening it, and he wasn't strong enough to even detect this aura. But this aura would have vanished once he completed the first phase. Yet, once Jacob had taken out the Liber Chaotica again, he would be infected with this aura again, and apparently a legendary rank or higher rank existence with curse affinity or anything remotely related could easily detect it on him. Lastly, Jacob also discovers why he cannot open it and can barely move its cover, and this book cannot be moved without being enveloped in his hex mana. It turned out that this book was never meant to be read by just anyone. Instead, it was meant to be inherited by establishing a bond with a worthy person, and that person acknowledged by this book can open it and read its context. Jacob was able to move it and even open its cover because this book was created with the Cursed Pathglory Gem as its core. The concept of the sin curses of pride and wrath also came from the Cursed Pathglory Gem, which shocked Jacob because he knew the implications behind this. Anyhow, since the Cursed Pathglory Gem was the origin and core of this Liber Chaotica, Jacob, as the gem's master, was naturally able to bypass the restrictions put on this book, no matter how strong they were. It's just that he didn't have enough mana to do so. Elia was attracted to him because Liber Chaotica had the inheritance she needed, and Jacob was also glad that he had discovered that this book's aura was so nefarious that it could infect him before it was too late. Jacob also presumed that its mystery was most likely related to the curse, which was why it was infecting him. Although he didn't do anything to it, it was most likely because he had the Cursed Pathglory Gem. But Immortality had hinted that just this aura was enough to drive others to insanity, and they wouldn't be able to realize it, and anyone who isn't worthy enough to inherit the book would be consumed by it if they tried to acquire it. Furthermore, according to Immortality, this Liber Chaotica wasn't meant to be inherited. To begin with, even someone like Elia, if came to inherit it, would fail and be consumed by it, which opened even more terrifying possibilities behind this Liber Chaotica existence. But since Jacob had taken the Cursed Pathglory Gem, whoever had left the Liber Chaotica at that strange place for whatever purpose wouldn't be able to achieve it anymore, which means Jacob might have an unknown, terrifying enemy. That's why he was appalled about this entire fiasco, and Immortality never even bothered to warn him. Just having this book on him was like having beckoned for that existence to find Jacob easily. Just thinking about that existence, who could even utilize the Cursed Pathglory Gem without Immortality and extract 2 absolute curses from it coming after him made Jacob shudder. That's why he decided to give up this freaking time bomb to Elia without hesitation, and another reason was he didn't even need this book because he had the Cursed Pathglory Gem. Although it would be somewhat difficult to comprehend it from scratch, he didn't care since his life was more important. Furthermore, it wasn't like he couldn't get the knowledge in this book since Elia was going to be with him from now on. This was one of the reasons he decided to invest in Elia rather than just kill her on the spot, but it wasn't the main reason, it was far from it. Even now, Jacob still couldn't believe he was taking this gamble and wondered if he was cursed with the curse of greed, which should be impossible. Anyhow, since he had already decided to follow Immortica's suggestion, he wouldn't back down unless he found that his investment was bringing him more losses than profits. On the other hand, Elia was completely drawn by the Liber Chaotica. All her thoughts vanished, and what was left was a desire for the Liber Chaotica. Her entire body was tumbling in euphoria, and she unknowingly started to walk towards the devil-faced book. There was even a shade of black glowing in her eyes, while the dark pattern around her neck seemed to have come alive. Jacob's eyes widened ever so slightly because he could see the dark partials around Elia were greatly intensified, and his own hex core was trembling with desire, filling his mind with thoughts of devouring her right here and then. Suppressing his dark urges, he calmed his mind before he coldly sneered while releasing some pressure on Elia. Snap out of it. Yep. Elia instantly came back to her senses with an alarming yelp, and she was shocked to find herself almost standing 2 steps away from the Liber Chaotica. "Oh, what happened?" she muttered in bewilderment, but her eyes were still affixed on the Liber Chaotica. "Your body is reacting to this book called the Liber Chaotica, and it contains not only what you need, the absolute sin curse of pride, but also the absolute sin curse of wrath. Now, you should believe what I told you earlier, right?" Jacob coldly questioned. Elia completely believed Jacob because her reaction and that raging desire within her couldn't be faked. She nodded with a pale face before she reluctantly looked towards Jacob. Thank you. You should only thank yourself for choosing the right path." Jacob smiled meaningfully. "But before you can have the Liber Chaotica, you have to promise me that your life belongs to me from this point on. You will obey my every command without question and won't keep anything from me. Don't worry, I won't send you to your death, and you shall have the freedom to preserve your life if it has ever been threatened because of my task to you, and you can enjoy your life as you like as long as it won't intervene with my plans or could be harmful to me in any way. After all, your life is quite important to me, but I'll always be the first one on your priority list, no leeway there. You should know that I sincerely acknowledge you as my apprentice, and I'm not enslaving you or using any contract to bind you. But I need your promise," Jacob demanded. Elia was surprised by Jacob's sudden condition. She knew he could easily do anything to her, and she wouldn't even know or have the power to resist him. But all he was asking for was her promise. However, what Elia failed to notice was that the moment Jacob's words were spoken, an invisible crimson circle filled with dark runes suddenly formed under her, which could only be seen by Jacob. Elia looked towards the Liber Chaotica and then Jacob again before she nodded solemnly. "I promise." The moment she uttered those words, the runic circle suddenly glowed brightly and twisted under her feet, forming a loop. The next moment, it turned into a crimson streak and directly pierced Elia's glabella, and she didn't even realize it. The next moment, a dark crimson infinity symbol suddenly shimmered over her glabella before it vanished without a trace. Soul tether hex is established. Jacob's eyes glowed darkly when he sensed his new innate hex, which he had awakened after evolving his hex core to a unique rank. He successfully bound Elia without her realizing it. Now, all he had to do was make sure she never surpassed his soul, and even if she did manage to pull it off, there was another assurance in place. Jacob's cold expression softened as he looked at the little girl who didn't know what had just happened. He smiled. "Good little Elia, you are my first and official apprentice now, and I'll always protect you and see to it that you reach your full potential no matter what. Now, the Liber Chaotica is yours. All you have to do is drip a drop of your blood on its cover, and it should be absorbed into your mind. From there, you can access all the information." 739, Chapter 739, Constellation Arbiter of. After that day, Diminutive kept delivering Jacob's blood containers, but despite the huge amount, the cursed blood condensed from them was minuscule. Jacob knew that he had reached the limit of condensing cursed blood from the unique rank species, and he now needed blood vitality from 3 steps of the legend rank species. As for Elia, she suddenly fell into a slumber right after she bound the Liber Chaotica with herself, and a devil face mark was pulsing over her forehead continuously. Jacob decided to keep her in the secret chamber and allocate a puppet of Autarch to keep an eye on her. If anything happened or if he needed to leave, he would take her into the Infinity Pendant. Nonetheless, Jacob knew that if he wanted to complete the longevity schema, he couldn't remain a bystander anymore. That's why he summoned Veronica to discuss the next phase of the plan with her. While Jacob was getting the blood from locusts and the species of the conflict planes, the number of people alive on the conflict planes decreased to a dangerous level, while the locust army seemed to be endlessly pouring into the conflict planes. When the population of the conflict planes dropped by over 60%, this triggered a critical signal in something hidden deep in the fabric of space. Within a continental-sized space filled with countless shimmering runes, a massive ethereal gray octahedron pulsing with neon radiance hovered. At this moment, SAAI's voice suddenly rang from the octahedron, but this voice wasn't static. Instead, it was feminine and icy. A Red Tier report has been submitted by the Lesser Galaxy of Taurus. Investigation. The Red Tier report took priority. Opening and decrypting data package. Extinction level threat has been discovered. Threat, Ice Fiend Locust belongs to Forbidden Spices, fantastic insect race. Gathering date from Unique Plains star servers. Progress 1%, 5%, 18%, 18%, 88, 99%, 100%. All the data has been gathered. Sending the date and requesting permission to trigger extreme respond from ZODIAC. Suddenly, a few seconds later, an ethereal hominid neon figure appeared right in front of the massive octahedron. I'm the constellation arbiter of the will of ZODIAC, Virgo. A warm voice suddenly rang. Suddenly, the countless runes in the space lit up, and a light suddenly released from the octahedron on the neon figure before it vanished almost instantly. Constellation Arbiter of the will of ZODIAC, Virgo, identity confirmed. The figure, or Constellation Arbiter, wasn't bothered by it and asked impassively, what triggered the birth of Queen Ice Fiend Locust? We do not have substantial information about it, but there are two prospects. The first possibility with 30% probability is 24,994 years ago, when a void calamity zodiac beast mysteriously escaped the star-ocean boundary of the unique plains of Lesser Galaxy of Taurus. An exception was made and the servant of Aten was dispatched by the Eaton. Although we retrieved the corpse, the remains of such a high-intensity battle and the void calamity's blood could trigger mutation in any locust-type species with a trace of fantastic insect genes present there and can birth the Queen Ice Fiend Locust. The second possibility, with 80% probability, is when the fantasy insect pirate lord tried to infiltrate the Lesser Galaxy of Taurus for a reason still unknown, but it happened during the time when we released the Dark Ruins Plains trail in the rare plains of the Lesser Galaxy of Taurus, which seemed to belong to the fiefdom of a baron from the heretical insect shaman kingdom. There is a high possibility that the fantasy insect pirate lord had released eggs in the Lesser Galaxy of Taurus, so when they hatch and reach a certain maturity stage, the fantasy insect pirate lord can take control over them. The neon light around the Constellation Arbiter shimmered slightly as its amusing voice rang. What could have compelled the notorious fantasy insect pirate lord, who even the IND5s is searching for high and low, to take such a risk? I have examined the trail Dark Ruins many times, but there was nothing there out of the ordinary that could pose any threat to the Zodiac Plains. Anyway, since he failed, the Dark Ruins have long been clear, so there is no point in dwelling on this matter. But still, since Ninian landers and might be involved in this, sanction an appropriate fine according to the probability and send it directly to Odin? The fantasy insect pirate lord has broken multiple rules, and this variable occurrence has the most probability to be related to him, so raise its criminal level one more start and reveal its current location to his enemies once every 1,000 years starting from now until he can drop his criminal level by 3 stars. You are authorized to initiate the Extreme Respond Protocol. The Constellation Arbiter impassively issued its verdict as if it was doing something trifled, but the people involved in those commands were anything but ordinary. Authorization received, initiating the Extreme Respond Protocol according to the Zodiac Plane's planetary rules and regulations, starting to send the instruction to the living beings and dark beings. Given extreme respond time will be 3,000 days. If the extension level threat isn't dealt with within the given time, the restriction on the star-ocean boundary of the Lesser Galaxy of Taurus will be released to initiate the Lesser Plane's reset. The Constellation Arbiter seemed to be nodded in satisfaction, and it was about to leave when SAAI said something unexpected. There is another report on a small anomaly. Since I can't judge if this is an anomaly or not, and since you're here, I'm hoping you can judge it for me. The Constellation Arbiter suddenly stopped as the neon light around it intensified a little. State your conundrum, child. The Centum Millennium Path of Legend of this term was supposed to open in 34 years, but for an unknown reason, it's been 54 years and it still hasn't shown any signs of opening. I don't know if this is an anomaly or a space-time error on my part. An error with the Philosopher Heart of Tesseract's replica? That's impossible. The Constellation Arbiter muttered in a rare, solemn tone before it shone brightly. It seemed that while our attention was elsewhere, someone was stirring up trouble. I'll look into it. Continue to monitor this anomaly and report to me if you find anything. 740, Chapter 740, Ultimatum for the Entire Lesser Galaxy, Lesser Plains of Taurus. Today, a red alert notification suddenly appeared throughout the entire Lesser Plains Taurus, whether it was common, rare, epic, or unique. Anyone who had Star Watch and Star Network received it, and it instantly caused panic and confusion for those who didn't know what that was about except for the unique planes. The notification was an ultimatum, and its contents were as follows. Extinction threat detected in Lesser Galaxy of Taurus. Threat, Ice Fiend Locusts, forbidden race of fantastic insects. Urgency, their numbers have surpassed a critical threshold, posing an existential threat to the Lesser Plains of Taurus. These ravenous creatures leave behind a chilling trail of yin ice, a corrupting frost that seeps into the very fabric of life. It ravages flora and fauna alike, extinguishing all who lack the resilience of their abominable race. Immediate action is imperative to prevent the lesser planes from succumbing to a frigid wasteland. Extreme, respond, blue phase, initiated. Prospect. Every living being and resident residing in the lesser galaxy of Taurus has been granted an extreme respond period to deal with the Ice Fiend Locust threat before the timeline runs out. Extreme respond time, 3,000 days success, the extreme respond, blue phase, will conclude upon the elimination of the extinction threat. Failure, the extreme respond will enter, red phase, lifting restrictions on the star-ocean boundary of the lesser galaxy of Taurus, triggering a lesser planes reset. Disclaimer, during the extreme respond period, all obstacles to the extinction threat were removed. We sincerely hope the inhabitants of the lesser galaxy of Taurus can overcome this challenge before the extreme respond red phase initiates. Good luck, Zodiac Planes Enforcement. What in the world is this? Veronica cried, alarmed, as she saw the red alert suddenly appear on her star watch. This is bad. Diminutive, who was also with her, muttered in a grave tone, although I read ancient texts about this extreme respond, they weren't in such details, and that made me take them lightly. I didn't think that this punishment would be implicated in every single inhabitant of the lesser galaxy, not just those absolute factions. Furthermore, just that name of this lesser planes reset is chilling. You're still calm? Veronica was shocked as she grimly retorted, it's no longer about just the conflict planes or unique planes, but the entire fucking lesser galaxy. They didn't even hide the lesser galaxy of Tauruses and revealed the star-ocean boundary like it's nothing. One can only imagine just how trifled these things are to this Zodiac Planes enforcements that those idiots are hiding all this time from the common public, and ironically, we are part of those idiots as well. Diminutive didn't retort. His heart was cold, and he knew they had royally messed up this time around because harming the conflict planes seemed to have extreme consequences that they could not even imagine. It's not my fault. If you want to complain, complain to your friends who started all of this. Don't pretend to be like a martyr because you're not, since you were in it for greed as well, just like everyone. Diminutive coldly chided before he ordered, there is no point in fighting among ourselves. Summon everyone in the Holy Mountain Range. I'm sure Crimson would be panicking now as well. It's about time for him to show us what he's capable of. Utter fools. Asher roared out loud, creating a powerful shockwave that almost decimated the surrounding buildings despite them being made with unique rank materials. Furthermore, Asher was completely different from when he met Tomas and faced him. Right now, he didn't have a bullhead. Instead, he was a barbarian with purple skin and white runic tattoos all over his face and body. Without hesitation, he put the notification on the side and contacted a specific star ID. I reckon it's about this extreme response fiasco? The cold voice cut to the chase, but a hint of apprehension was deeply hidden within. Wow, genius. Why the hell do you think I would bother to call you? If you don't know, then let me make one thing absolutely clear. The Zodiac Planes Enforcement never kid around, and even those beings didn't dare to draw their attention. But this measly little shithole has exactly done it. If they say they are going to reset, this means literally reset. I don't have to tell you the implication of the Star-Ocean Boundaries restriction being lifted, right? At that time, whether it's you and me, no matter what kind of trump card we have, we'll be food for those damn abominations, and being devoured by them means permanent consequence. Lastly, even if you're a clone like me, once we show our power, our original bodies will be fucked. We'll instantly receive 9-star criminal status and also enter the radar of Zodiac Planes Enforcement. At that time, even if you have an entire galaxy backing you up, they'll kill you to make sure they won't get implicated. So, stop being so nonchalant and react like it matters. Asher was literally roaring. He didn't know why his luck was this bad right after he met Tomas, and he cursed the old man's 9 generations. Sigh, the other person sighed ruefully. I have no idea, trust me. I don't even know if they were capable of lifting the boundary restriction. And here you were acting so high and mighty, yet you know shit. Even I know if their conflict planes were suddenly put under threat, they would not act like bystanders anymore, but I had to admit, I wasn't expecting them to react this extremely, despite this place only being a lesser galaxy. Asher felt extreme terror because he knew if his existence were to come to light, the person who sent him here would be the first one to get rid of him, as well as the others. Alright, stop panicking. This isn't much of a problem, as long as we get rid of the Ice Fiend Locust race. Everything will be resolved. Furthermore, we don't even need to act, since others will react first. If they failed, we'll just take over. Furthermore, I think this is also a perfect time for you to help me. The target should also be in a similar situation and would be forced to leave, and now that he's been given so much blood, he should already be ready, the voice coldly stated. Asher finally calmed down as he knew he was overreacting after he saw the Zodiac Planes Enforcement name and gravely said, Alright, tell me what you have in mind. The sooner we end this farce, the quicker we can focus on this real threat. 741, Chapter 741, Controlling the Tides. 1? Is that even real? Jacob was looking at the crimson projection of the Star Watch with a hint of disbelief, just like any other person who had received this alert in the entire lesser galaxy of Taurus. He even thought that the star hacker had hacked his Star Watch and was now messing with him, but he knew it was highly unlikely since they didn't have the technology to hack a 3-star privileged star ID, and he knew it for a fact. However, he didn't have to mull over it for much longer since a few moments later, the star news flooded with chaos, and it was all about the same red alert that he had received. Apparently, he wasn't alone. Everyone who has a Star ID and Star Watch received the same red alert at the same time, and now panic follows. Although not many didn't understand some names in the red alert, they were pretty sure about one thing. If the Ice Fiend locusts weren't dealt with, something terrible would be triggered. Jacob's eyes shimmered with trepidation. He knew this red alert was authentic, and it seemed this Zodiac Plane's enforcements was probably an existence far more terrifying than anything in the lesser galaxies. They held enough power to use the star network as they wished. The most appalling factor was that they seemed to have ways to release the boundary between the star ocean and the lesser galaxy on a whim. He never thought that the threat of Ice Fiend Locust was this huge, and now he was vigilant and even afraid that this might draw the attention of Zodiac Plane's enforcement on him since he was the perpetrator behind this entire mess. Just when I thought things were going my way, something like this always popped up out of nowhere. I have to take action. I don't want to find out what this reset means, nor do I want to encounter those Zodiac beasts hidden in the Star Ocean boundary. But I'm still quite curious why this extreme crap only triggered now. Last time I checked, the Ice Fiend Locust existed for a very long time, or could it be that they are attacking the conflict planes and winning with an overwhelming advantage? No, the living and dead factions killed each other daily. There has to be something else I'm missing. Jacob was deep in thought, and he even hesitated to inquire with Immortality. Knowing that he didn't have any solid clue, he knew the cursed book would only laugh it off and wouldn't provide an answer. Sir, Diminutive, and Veronica, with other members of Treaty, are requesting your presence. Autarch alerted him at this moment. Jacob had saved some of Autarch's puppets, and now they were scattered in the Holy Mountain Range and worked as Jacob's eyes and ears they were convenient to have. They are most likely here for the red alert as well. Jacob easily guessed the reason behind their sudden visit. All right, lead him to the meeting room. I'll be there shortly. Jacob stood up and was about to head towards the chapel when he suddenly looked towards Elia, who was still in deep slumber. A dark, devilish mark was pulsing over her forehead. After hesitating for a while, he decided to take her with him in the Infinity Pendant because he knew things were about to get chaotic and didn't want to lose his investment. In the Grand Chapel, all the members of Treaty of Legends soul puppets were gathered, and everyone wore grave expressions since they had all received the red alert. Some of them were even indignant because they knew the person responsible for this startling event was coming. If they could, they would have already reported Jacob to whoever was behind that red alert. At this moment, Jacob entered the chapel and took his imposing throne. He could sense hostility in the air, especially from the white-haired elf Skyfall and the giant Vermont, whom he squashed like a bug, but he was extremely well hidden since he knew Jacob's terrifying means. Lastly, Jacob's attention was drawn to the barbarian, who gave him a peculiar feeling that he couldn't put his finger on, and he knew they had met for the first time. Nonetheless, he didn't have time to dwell on these little matters and gravely said, "I presumed you have received the same notification?" "Indeed, and we are here to seek your opinion on it, Your Excellency," Diminutive replied in an impassive tone. "If you want my opinion, then it's pretty simple. Since we are given 3,000 days to deal with the Ice Fiend Locusts, I say this matter is simply resolved," Jacob replied, not revealing his own discomfort. "I don't think it's going to be easy, sir," Samara spoke in a grave tone. "The Fog Island under the Locust Queen is a mysterious treasure that can stop even my spiritual attacks, and we have yet to get close enough to find its physical defense." Jacob was startled since it was his first time hearing about this matter. He couldn't help but think about the floating island, which seemed more like a flying vessel that the Queen Ice Fiend Locust could drag around on her whims. But he didn't expect it to be a defensive treasure that could even block a quasi-legend's spiritual attack. She's right. Veronica nodded as she gravely said, "Not only the island, but there are extremely powerful, probably quasi-legend rank locusts guarding the island, and they would kill anything coming towards the island, not to mention there should be few thousand locusts below the quasi-legend rank hiding on the island to protect the Locust Queen. After all, only unique rank can enter the conflict planes, so the Locust Queen wasn't able to utilize her entire army's might. Underestimating them could be fatal. I've already predicted this much since I was about to make a move against those 3 steps of legend locusts, but the island is a real problem." Jacob thought with a gloomy look in his eyes. Before he could speak, Skyfall suddenly came forward and asked, in a neutral tone, "I want to ask something from Mr. Crimson." Jacob's eyes narrowed slightly, and the members of the treaty shook their heads in exasperation as if they knew trouble was coming. "Ask away." "Will Mr. Crimson move personally this time? After all, this entire scenario is because of you." Skyfall didn't mince his words at all. Furthermore, he wasn't here with his original body, so he became even more bold. Skyfall! Veronica was shocked because of Skyfall's blunt disrespect. After all, among everyone here, she knew more about Diminutive's strength, and Jacob was someone that even Diminutive didn't dare offend, yet the arrogant idiot had no fear. On the other hand, Diminutive's lips rose ever so slightly as if he was extremely elated about watching Skyfall playing with Tiger's whiskers. "It's all right," Jacob dismissively said before he looked toward Skyfall and replied, "You're right, this is happening because of me, but do you think I haven't expected it?" Jacob's words instantly shocked everyone, while Asher secretly panicked as many speculations about Crimson's identity started to rise in his heart. "Then why?" Skyfall asked with disbelief. "Because if I had killed the Locust Queen sooner, would the Star Network give me anything in return?" Jacob asked again, and his voice was filled with deep meaning. At this moment, even Diminutive and Asher were startled as realization dawned on them, and a chill ran down their spines because if it was true, then Jacob knew about everything and deliberately led them to this point. He was truly a terrifying being, and they started to wonder if they were even playing on the same field as him. Seeing that his bluff worked, Jacob hit while the iron was hot, and his next words directly moved the tides exactly where he wanted them. He curtly declared, "So, my answer to you is, I'll be personally making a move this time, and I'll be the one to kill the Locust Queen. You guys don't need to interfere anymore." 742. Chapter 742, Controlling the Tides. Jacob's declaration shook everyone's minds, not because he was willing to destroy the Ice Fiend Locust by himself, but because of the implication behind his ambiguous words before the declaration. After all, they knew what it meant to be rewarded by the Star Network, or more accurately, by SAAI. Furthermore, if there were really a reward involved, by the magnitude of the difficulty, it would be anything but ordinary, and this made the Quasi-Legend's hearts race. Why did he reveal such information? Either he's leading us all by provoking our greed, or he's simply too arrogant and confident that no one would compete against him. Whatever the case is, I can't ignore his words since he's too mysterious. If he could even predict the actions of Zodiac Plane's enforcement, then our plans need to change, Diminutive thought grimly, as Jacob's words forced him to think in another direction and made the goblin deter a litter. Even Asher has the same trail of thoughts as Diminutive, and he starts to regret agreeing to that damn lunatic. If there's nothing else, you all may leave now. I'll be moving soon, so if you excuse me, I will need to make a little preparation. Jacob didn't wait for anything and directly declared the end of his meeting. He knew if he had to pretend to be in a hurry if he wanted them to buy his words, so the more agitated he seems, the more they will believe in his words. Diminutive was the first snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Jacob had already stood up and about to walk away. He hurried spoke out, Wait, Your Excellency." Jacob's lips curled up slightly, but no one could see his sly grin. He turned around and coldly asked, "Do you have something to add, Mr. Diminutive?" "Ahem, please forgive Skyfall. He was just too excited and spoke out of line." Diminutive quickly showed his foxtail and berated Skyfall, making the elf's expression darken slightly. But Diminutive didn't care as he continued righteously. "How could we just remain sitting while you're going to fight for the fate of the entire galaxy's sake? After all, we still have our contract and, moreover, our integrity as the inhabitants of the lesser galaxy of Taurus. Still, since you are going alone, we all respect your gallant spirit, but still, I think it won't hurt to have backup. So, representing the entire treaty, I would like to offer our service as your backup. We'll only move on your command if you need us, or we'll be just bystanders." The treaty members were speechless, and some of them were clearly unwilling since, despite the potential rewards involved, they knew they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Furthermore, their confidence was at an all-time low after learning about Jacob's mysterious means and unfathomable prowess. But they couldn't speak against Diminutive since they knew this sly goblin might look weak, but he was a terrifying existence in his own right. Veronica had already warned them about it. This guy lies like drinking water. Well, it's not like it's not going in my favor, Jacob thought as his devilish grin widened. No need, I don't want anyone near that fog island. Your not getting in my way will be your help to me. Jacob directly rejected it since he couldn't agree right away. He continued in an irrefutable tone, and don't worry about the legendary key. Right after I am done with the Locust army, you can have its location. Now, Diminutive really started to believe that Jacob knew something about the rewards. He even mused that all this massacre was done to trigger this exact event, and Jacob's end goal was always this reward. However, he couldn't think of any other reason to make Jacob agree to let them participate. He knew Jacob was wary of him, and he had every reason to be. After all, he knew if it were him, he would have also been planning to sabotage the other party to claim this reward. So, Jacob's cold stand against their participation was completely justifiable. Not to mention, this also further congeals Jacob's claim. If he had agreed to their help, Diminutive's entire thought process would have been the opposite of what it is now. Please allow us to be your backup, Sir Crimson. Veronica suddenly stepped forward and solemnly requested before Diminutive could come up with some good excuse. Veronica took a deep breath when she sensed Jacob's cold gaze suddenly locked on her and continued, I promise you that no one will sabotage your plan in any way. In fact, we should all sign a new oath contract to make sure of it. It's not like I don't trust you, but your security is very important to us, especially since you have the legendary key, so please accept this little request of mine. Diminutive was impressed by Veronica's reasoning and even thought that he should have treated him more gently, but all that goodwill vanished the moment she brought out the oath contract in this. He cursed her for being so foolish and not knowing when to think for herself. After all, why would they risk being only reinforcement if there's nothing to gain, especially that mysterious reward that Jacob was unwilling to share with them? But he couldn't retort since it would only prove Jacob's worry justifiable, and he clenched his fist and hoped Jacob would disagree since this way, he could at least continue with the early plan. Furthermore, he can't sign this contract because it would conflict with another more powerful contract that he had already signed. Jacob secretly appreciated Veronica even more, as this woman was not only powerful and hiding herself too well under Diminutive's nose, but she seemed to be adamant about doing anything to break free from the goblin's clutches. Even if it's meant to make a deal with the devil. Seeing that Jacob didn't refuse instantly this time, Diminutive started to sweat, and he wasn't alone. Asher also frowned grimly as he stared dagger at Veronica for suggesting something so ridiculous. If that is the case, then, wait, Mr. Crimson, is your star ID Faceless Ancient? Before Jacob could agree, Asher suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Jacob's eyes went sharp, and faint killing intent surfaced in them when he looked towards the barbarian. 743. Chapter 743. Lies Within Lies. 1. Jacob was startled when he heard the barbarian mention his star ID. He didn't pay him any attention. In fact, no one in the entire treaty would normally ignore Asher and even forget about his existence. It was a very strange phenomenon that even Diminutive didn't seem to have noticed. Furthermore, Asher rarely spoke and took part in their meetings and followed orders without batting an eye. But now, he suddenly spoke, and his words didn't seem casual as well since they all suddenly felt the tempo of the chapel was disrupted the moment he mentioned that star ID. Although they might pay little attention to the barbarian, they all knew that he was the Dark Prince of the Dark City and, unlike them, his authority wasn't something he could just give away on a whim. Nonetheless, the most important thing was why Asher suddenly uttered that star ID, how he even knew that Crimson was the owner of this star ID, and what his intentions were in bringing it up. Is he in on that? Diminutive eyes suddenly widened slightly as he carefully glanced at the barbarian and then Jacob, who had suddenly turned silent. Many possibilities started to appear in his mind, and he decided to keep observing. No, this is my first time hearing about this star ID. But why did you reach this conclusion that this is my star ID? Jacob impassively replied. He controlled himself from hexing the barbarian since he knew it was just a puppet, and if he showed an excessive reaction, he would declare to everyone that he was the Faceless Ancient. Although it wasn't a big deal even if they found out about his star ID, the thing is, there were simply too many things that would surface if they could search the database of 3 factions. If they find out his history, they would know that he was not as mysterious as he seemed, nor was he as powerful as right now about 2 decades ago. Once the veil is lifted, his deterrence would be gone, and he wouldn't be able to manipulate them as he wanted. Not to mention, it would also become painfully obvious that he had a huge secret that allowed him to reach his point within just over 2 decades. Then forget about Diminutive. Everyone would be scheming against him. Moreover, he had signed the oath contract with the Atlas about him not knowing the legendary key's whereabouts, and if they find out about it, his ability to bypass oath contracts will surface. Although he could always tackle it by saying that he had discovered its location after signing the contract, the seed of doubt would remain. That's why he can't let them find out that he was Faceless Ancient, and he also had to find out why and how this barbarian suddenly reached this conclusion, since he hadn't let any clues nor Faceless Ancient was enigmatic enough for Asher to link Crimson and Faceless Ancient suddenly. Jacob instantly sensed a conspiracy, and he again discovered that Diminutive and Veronica weren't the only ones in the treaty he had to watch out for. Those quasi-legends were simply too unpredictable. Nonetheless, he now had to deal with this guy first before he could formulate another plan to completely detach himself from the star ID, Faceless Ancient, at least until he was in the unique planes. As for simply changing his star ID name, it was impossible now because he was a 3-star star privilege ID holder. The 20-year name change function of the star ID only works on O-star star privilege ID holders, or he would have changed his damn star ID long ago. However, he now has another way to fake a star ID, the Gluttony Mask, but sadly, he can't use it right now. Asher's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't think Jacob would deny it so casually, and he couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not since Jacob was simply too careful not to show his emotions. The early undulation in his aura could also be due to his dismay with being disrupted and questioned in the middle of his speech. Furthermore, Asher had already investigated the star ID, Faceless Ancient, and when he found the details about the guy, he was in disbelief and thought the Golden Constant was messing with him, who gave him this information. After all, how could a unique rank suddenly become a quasi-legend in a mere 2 decades? Not to mention that because of Tomas's interest in Jacob, and since he had noticed him when he was in the Epic Plains because of his winning the medallion, he had gathered almost all the information he could find on the guy. But that information also fell into Asher's hands. And although he admits that the guy was talented and abnormal, he could not believe that he could reach such heights within such a short span of time. However, then he thought about how the Golden Constant was interested in him and insisted on taking his body, and he instantly thought about Jacob's abnormal growth. It finally struck him that there must be a secret that even that lunatic wanted at all costs, and he became interested in it as well. After all, if that secret could help him grow to such heights, and even someone like Golden Constant was willing to reveal himself for it, it was worth looking into it. Who knows, maybe he might get something unexpected in this backwater place. Anyway, his plan of secretly confronting Jacob about it so he won't deny it fell into the drain when Veronica suddenly suggested the signing of the Zodiac contract. He also became uncertain about Crimson really being the faceless ancient after hearing about him manipulating the Zodiac plane's enforcement to trigger the darn extreme respond, which even he was afraid of. So, he had no choice but to ask this question to prevent him from agreeing to sign the Zodiac contract. Otherwise, things would turn sour quickly. Now that Jacob had also denied it without much hesitation and asked him the reason for his conclusion, he was stumped and didn't know how to respond. But he knew he had to first stop him from thinking about signing the Zodiac contract. Mr. Crimson, forgive my rudeness, but it's very important. If I can have some private moments with you, it would be easier for me to explain. Asher sounded embarrassed and shy, as if he had done something wrong, which instantly made everyone's eyes twitch. However, Jacob's eye could see what others can't, and he instantly knew this guy was lying. He also wanted to know what compelled him to take such action and what he wanted with Faceless Ancient. Alright, I'm also quite interested in what you have to say. Everyone, please excuse us. Jacob impassively nodded, as it might show that there was really something between that star ID and him, but he had to know what this guy was after. A strange unease started to grip his heart the moment Asher mentioned his star ID, and he knew his instincts couldn't be wrong. 744, Chapter 744, Lies Within Lies. 2. The members of the treaty left with somewhat doubtful looks on their faces since this turn of events was completely unexpected. But now Asher was on everyone's radar, while Diminutive was dying to have a chat with him once he was done with Jacob. At this moment, Jacob and Asher are alone in the chapel, and Jacob nods to Asher to start explaining. Now, please elaborate. Asher, who still hadn't found any opening in Jacob's attitude or aura, was secretly frustrated because he didn't know whether to continue. But he had no choice since he couldn't have an oath contract on his back. Mr. Crimson, you might not know this, but I'm the Dark Prince of Dark City, a dark noble rank higher than Dark Duke, and apparently, Faceless Ancient is also a member of our Dark City, a Dark Viscount as a matter of fact. Asher introduced himself. He's the Dark Prince of Lesser Galaxy of Taurus? So, this rank does exist here as well. Jacob was slightly astounded. He had encountered a Dark Prince in the Dark Battle Arena, Flame Calamity, and from him he had learned many things about the Path of Legend. That's why he suspected that there should be a Dark Prince in this place as well, and he was spot on. But now he was even more confused about why he was interested in Faceless Ancient, and why he would suspect him to be him. Not sensing any reaction from Jacob, Asher continued, A few days ago, I received an unexpected call from the upper management of the Dark City directly from the Legendary Plains. They told me that the Faceless Ancient was selected for being a Dark Royal contender. But they couldn't reach him, so they gave me the task of searching for him and reporting back as soon as possible. Lies? Jacob's eyes went cold, but he still pretended to be oblivious and let Asher continue. You may not be aware of the Dark Royal ranks of Dark City. These ranks are above the Dark Noble's rank, and only personal members can vote for them. Like my Dark Prince is actually a Dark Royal rank, and I'm just a Dark Prince contender. In fact, any Dark Prince who exists in the Lesser Galaxies will be a Dark Prince contender. But no one is aware of it since it's a secret for Lesser Galaxies, and only people with deep connections directly to the Legendary Plains Dark Cities are aware of this fact. The Dark City members of Dark Royal ranks have massive influence among the Dark City, and Dark Nobles are like subordinates of Dark Royals. But becoming a Dark Royal is vastly difficult from a Dark Noble. First and foremost, they all had the potential to reach the legendary rank and acquire the status of Dark Prince Contender, and the Dark City would nurture and support them to the best of its abilities. Only after becoming a Fable legendary rank can one become a true Dark Prince, a Dark Royalty of the Dark City. In fact, as long as you are a personal member and can become a legendary rank expert, you can directly acquire the status of Dark Royalty, the Dark Prince, and will be privy to resources of legendary rank. When Asher revealed the secret of Dark Royals, his voice was filled with possession and excitement. This secret shouldn't be a possibility for anyone else because only the true Dark Royals, not contenders, were privy to it. Only when someone becomes a Dark Royal will they be revealed and notified about this secret. Before that, the Dark Prince contenders were just given the Dark Prince statues and couldn't interact with any Dark Royals because they existed in completely different dominions of Dark City. Furthermore, not even the high-ranking members of the three factions who were aware of Dark Royalties dared to reveal this information to the public because even the lowest Dark Royal was a Fable legendary rank, and with how untied they were, they had to suffer the wrath of the entire Dark Royal community, which was a scary matter. But Asher was now revealing this secret to an unknown individual, and truthfully, he didn't have another way to confirm Jacob's identity as the Faceless Ancient. He revealed this secret information because if Jacob were a member of the Dark City, Asher wouldn't receive any sanction from the Dark City because despite this information being a secret for Dark Nobles, as long as they found about it themselves, the Dark City won't punish them. Similarly, if an extremely high-ranking Dark Royal revealed this information on his own accord to an aspiring Dark Noble, there still wouldn't be any penalty. But if this information were revealed to an outsider, even to an outer member of Dark City, there would be sanctions. If they were just a Dark Noble, they would be directly sentenced to death, while for a Dark Royal, the punishment was different according to their rank. For Asher, whose actual rank was impossible to imagine, this punishment was nothing but a slap on the wrist. As for how the Dark City will continue if the other party isn't a personal member, the life signature, which can't be hidden no matter what, and Asher has something extremely powerful that can record someone's life signature. In fact, the stronger a person becomes, the more powerful their life signature will become, and similarly, the more powerful the method required to scan and record it. A legendary rank being could also detect their life signature being scanned or recorded with their powerful soul force, and that's why no one dares to do such a thing if they don't have a death wish. But Jacob, despite awakening his soul force, was still new to it and didn't know how to utilize it to its full potential, so the moment he decided to hear Asher, he had already fallen into Asher's trap. The moment Asher revealed the secret of Dark Royals, something hidden under his sleeve suddenly shimmered for a vague moment, and Jacob overlooked another since he was quite marveled at the information about the Dark Royal. Furthermore, the status of Asher in his eyes was evaluated even further, and he became extremely wary of this guy who had access to such information that even that arrogant wyvern didn't know. He also sensed that there was something wrong since Asher casually revealed so much in front of a total stranger. After all, as a member of Dark City, he knows damn well just how strict their rules were, and Dark Rose always monitored them when the Dark City was involved. That was one of the reasons he didn't like to wear his Star Watch when he was around others. So, he instantly sensed something amiss when he noticed that Asher's words were nothing but truth while he was lying a minute ago. But he couldn't put his finger on it, yet he knew his senses weren't wrong. At this moment, he suddenly heard Nyx's voice, explaining that he had given a task the moment Asher called out his star ID. When he heard what he had to report, his expression went extremely heavy. Please don't be mad. I can't infiltrate his dreamscape realm because, for some reason, he didn't have one. 745. Chapter 745. No more hesitation. Jacob was floored by this sudden news from Nyx, and he didn't know if he was hearing it right, but he knew it was really happening. Is that even possible? Shouldn't he be dead if he didn't have the dreamscape realm? Jacob questioned Nyx with disbelief, as he had heard multiple times that Dreamscape Realm was a very important part of the soul, so important that without it, one would die eventually. But now, he was hearing that Asher didn't have the Dreamscape Realm at all, which was simply incomprehensible. He would have understood if Nyx said that she couldn't infiltrate his Dreamscape Realm, which means he was extremely powerful. But this was completely different, and it made Asher even more mysterious and dreadful. Your guess is as good as mine. I haven't encountered this situation before, so we need more input on this before we can reach some conclusion. If anything that made sense in this situation, it would be he's only a segment of a complete soul, which I don't know if it's even possible. But whatever the case is, you should be careful of that creep. Nyx solemnly warned as she was also clueless and as baffled as Jacob at this moment. Jacob's expression only grew warier as he looked at Asher and said, I appreciate your information, Mr. Asher. But this still doesn't explain why you think I'm this faceless ancient who's becoming a Dark Prince contender. Jacob knew the first part of Asher's context was a complete lie. He wasn't chosen to be a Dark Prince contender, and Asher was up to something which he had to know, and making more talk might shed some light on this strange development. A peculiar glint flashed past Asher's eyes as he became calm, and at this moment, he suddenly said something unexpected. Please forgive my rudeness, Mr. Crimson. Truth be told, since Faceless Ancient has been selected as a Dark Prince contender, he has to be powerful and talented. But this person has been missing for many years, and now, from Dark Duke Tomas, I have found very interesting things about him. It was also he who steered me in your direction, and it seems he jumped the gun and made me antagonize you for no reason. I'll punish him for this misunderstanding now that I know you are not the Faceless Ancient. Furthermore, since I still need to find him, I'll not be joining your cause, and I'm leaving the treaty as well since Dark City came first. I hope you understand and forgive my early rudeness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to break this news to my associates before I start searching for him again. It's really a pity that I won't be able to witness your grandness. If you need anything from the Dark City, please don't hesitate to contact me. My star ID is Bull's Blessing. Farewell, Mr. Crimson. Asher abruptly changed his entire tone, and without explaining himself or making things completely clear, he decided to leave as if he was really mistaken suddenly and was sure that Jacob wasn't the person he was looking for. However, Jacob furrowed his brow in grimace because every word Asher said was a lie, except for his decision to leave the treaty. But Jacob didn't stop Asher because he knew confronting a soul puppet would be meaningless. If anything, Asher would become alert if he found Jacob had seen through his lies and might hide. Furthermore, he still was thinking about Nyx's words, and he didn't want to admit it, but he was now somewhat afraid of Asher, and the danger his senses picked up early was something he wouldn't ignore, period. Could it be that his early talk confirmed that I'm Faceless Ancient? But how? Jacob thought gloomily. Whatever the case is, I need to be prepared for what is to come, at least until I get the Locust Queen and complete the longevity schema. At that time, Crimson would cease to exist. Nyx, if I'm not wrong, whatever his plan is, he won't make his move alone and might seek some helpers, and Diminutive is most likely on top of this list. Probe information out of him. I'm giving you permission to bring Froth your nightmares. Asher didn't know that he had fully alerted Jacob despite being extremely discreet. Even though he knew Jacob might suspect him because of his abrupt departure, he would have never imagined that Jacob could see through lies. Although he got what he was looking for, it came at the price of compromising their secrecy. Asher quickly left the chapel, where he was confronted by the treaty members, especially Diminutive. But to everyone's surprise, Asher directly told them that he wouldn't be a part of the treaty anymore. The reason he gave them was the same one he gave Jacob. However, he didn't tell them the details about the Dark Royal. He only told them it was extremely important and couldn't be put on hold. Yet, what surprised everyone and made Veronica suspicious was Asher's request for Diminutive to have a private conversation, which the goblin agreed to without hesitation, causing more confusion. Asher led Diminutive far away from the Holy Mountains. After making sure no one was in the vicinity, Asher directly took out an array plate and activated it, creating a powerful barrier around them. Diminutive didn't move because he had his suspicions ever since Asher confronted Jacob and waited for Asher to do whatever he was doing, and another reason was that he was just a soul puppet. Alright, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be straight with you. I was informed that you are also a part of the plan, and I am too, and I know you have already guessed it, so let's get to the point. Asher impassively stated as he looked towards Diminutive. Diminutive was slightly astounded when he noticed that Asher was completely fearless. After he found out how he really was, it didn't seem to deter him at all like the other members of the treaty. Now that Diminutive thought about it, he never paid Asher any attention at all, which was very strange, and now that he knew he was also included in this plan by this existence, he was sure that Asher was most likely someone like him who was hiding his truth strength. Asher seems to not care about Diminutive thoughts about him as he continues. Everyone in this wants something, and I'm really surprised that one person could get so much attention from dormant beings who didn't even show their faces for hundreds of years. Asher sighed, a little skeptical, before his eyes shone with creepy coldness. I have confirmed Crimson's star ID. He is the Faceless Ancient. So, now we can all start the next part of the plan without worrying about getting the wrong person. The plan will start 746. Chapter 746, A Traitor's Fate. After the red alert, the entire unique planes were in chaos, and even the 3 territories of the 3 absolute factions were on the move. If they had only been passive and somewhat unwilling to follow the treaty's command before, now it was a matter of life and death, and those leaders had finally become serious. However, in this commotion, the bank manager, Roy, suddenly vanished without any trace, leaving the mercenary agency in chaos. Everyone searched for him, but to no avail. In the end, his second-in-command took over as the temporary bank manager. Meanwhile, the Fog Island and the Queen Ice Fiend Locust remained oblivious to the fact that entire unique planes were united against her, and a massive incoming army desperate to end the Ice Fiend Locust. At this moment, Vincent was in a dimly lit chamber, looking at the unconscious middle-aged lighting elf with a complicated glint in his eyes, but there was also a hint of killing intent. I have fulfilled one of my promises to you. Bank Manager Roy, the only known lightning elf and traitor of your race, is yours to deal with however you wish. I hope you can resolve your grudge as quickly as possible before you move out. There is still one final hurdle before you get your spot in the Path of Legend. A dismissive voice stated in his head at this moment before it vanished without waiting for Vincent's reply. Vincent let out a deep sigh as he looked towards the high and mighty bank manager, who was untouchable and whose location was almost impossible to find. He lay without any defense in front of him. Bank Manager Roy, a lightning elf who sold his race and betrayed it for power and ambition, was from the same generation as Vincent. It would be an understatement if Vincent said his entire life purpose and choosing the unorthodox path of a star hacker wasn't because of this man. Everyone he was doing till now was to get his hand on this traitor who almost extinct his own race and killed them with his own hand by siding with the Thunder Giants, just so he could get the Alliance support in his path to become the bank manager. However, Vincent still felt complicated because the same Roy, who was extremely cautious and cunning and always managed to avoid his malicious attempts, was so easily delivered to him by the lords within a matter of hours. It was simply too surreal and a reality check for the old elf, as he knew the Lord was simply too powerful and resourceful. He now really wanted to join the ranks of true Atlas. Sighing again, he took out an array plate engraved with a slave rune seal. This was another form of slave rune, which anyone who had the slave rune seal could control. It was even more powerful than a normal slave rune and could even enslave a 3-step legend like Roy, Awake. Vincent coldly issued a command while activating the slave rune seal. The next moment, Roy suddenly opened his eyes, and confusion was written all over his face as he got up and looked around the dim room. His eyes finally landed on the old elf standing in front of him, and his eyes widened in horror as if he had seen a ghost. Why, Y-O-U, you're Vincent, the vice chief. How are you alive, and what did you do to me? Roy roared with trepidation as he instantly tried to cast a spell. To his horror, his magic core was sealed, and no matter what he tried, his magic orbits were completely exempt from any mana. He was simply immortal at his moment. So, you still remember me, huh? Vincent chuckled coldly as he felt refreshed seeing Roy's expression. Of course, you'll remember me. After all, you are the one who plunged that dagger into my heart. But it seemed fate had something else stored for me. I survived just because my heart was on my right side, and now, here we are after hundreds of years untied again. But our positions had changed, little Roy. Vincent casually revealed, but the rage behind his words couldn't be hidden, and Roy's expression warped as he never expected Vincent would survive just because of a simple mistake. He gulped dryly as he tried his best to calm down. Looking around, he asked, "Where am I? How did you find me? Does it matter?" Vincent pulled a dark smile. "What you should be asking is what I'm going to do with you. After all, our race almost went extinct because of you. Millions of innocents were slaughtered just for your luxury and comfort. I hope you haven't gotten rusty with your comfort and won't break so easily, or I will be disappointed in you. After all, to slaughter your own parents and siblings required guts and conviction, and I want to test that conviction." Roy was completely horrified when he heard Vincent's dark words. He knew the old man wasn't joking since he knew who he was. He slowly pushed himself back while desperately trying to use his magic core, and he also found that his space ring was gone. No, Vice Chef, we can discuss it. I'm the bank manager. It's completely different from the past. The Thunder Giants and the chairman forced me to go against the tribe. I've always regretted my actions. Boo, but now it's completely different. I can support you against the Thunder Giant. We can make the Lightning Elf flourish again, and you can be the chief. Just don't do anything stupid. The past is dead, and all that matters is the future. Roy tried his best to peruse Vincent while desperately searching for some way to escape. Although he didn't know how the hell Vincent got his hands on him since all he remembered was enjoying some virgins when suddenly everything went dark, and the next thing he remembered was waking up in front of this old ghost. He cursed his guards for their incompetence and was clueless about where the hell they were even now while this lunatic was on the loose. He knew they would be searching for him, so he must buy as much time as possible. If he had known that Vincent was still alive, he would have done everything in his power to kill him, but alas, it was too late. Vincent's smile almost reached his eyes, and that smile was extremely vile and ruthless, making Roy's heart almost explode. If only the past grudges could be resolved with simple words, little Roy, but it's a pity they couldn't. The past is indeed dead, but what we are and what molds us is also the past. I'm not interested in revenge against the Thunder Giants since they will be dead soon enough, and they did what they did because of you. Or would they've won so simply in a frontal assault against us? Wasn't it you who destroyed the defensive barriers and took our treasures, making us sitting ducks? If not for you, I wouldn't. Vincent almost trembled as he remembered the past and took a deep breath to calm down. Your crimes are numerous, little Roy, and if I start recounting them, it will take a long time, which I don't have right now. So, let's start with your punishment. Roy's heart trembled when he saw a dagger that wasn't sharp but blunt suddenly appear in Vincent's hand. He threw it in front of him, and the next moment, the array plate in Vincent's hand suddenly lit up, making Roy pale. Roy finally understood what was going on. He recognized the array plate and felt a burning sensation from his back. Vincent cruelly smiled as he ordered, "Roy, for your first punishment, you are to remove your skin with this blunt dagger, eat your traitorous flesh, and wait for it to regenerate and repeat again and again and again." 747, Chapter 747, Time for Reckoning. 1. The fog island was surrounded by icy cold fog and an eerie silence in the dark shade of moonless night. Over 100 meters away from the floating island, a flying ship in stealth approached it, and this wasn't the only ship. In fact, around 100 more ships were slowly surrounding the island from all directions. They were keeping their distance to not alert the locusts around the island and waiting for everyone to be in position. As for the person in command of these ships, he was a few hundred meters right above the fog island with the most powerful and influential figures of the unique planes. Not only were the true bodies of the Treaty of Legends members present, but even the leaders of the three absolute factions were present here, called by their seniors within the treaty. Everyone was silently looking at the towering giant, adorned in a dark windbreaker and a long hood covering his head. He stood silently under the dark sky and watched below as cold winds brushed past his towering, slender figure. Everyone will be in position in 3 minutes. Veronica finally broke the silence at this moment as his eyes contained a hint of excitement and trepidation. Furthermore, Diminutive was nowhere to be seen, which made Veronica remember the last time she saw him. There was a hint of tiredness on his face, as if he hadn't slept because of nightmares, which he still couldn't comprehend since he didn't remember anything. Yet his body always shivered for some reason whenever he tried to remember. Although she didn't know what was going on with him, he left after saying he had another more important matter to tend to, and Jacob was enough for this venture. After all, he didn't sign the oath contract, which only made Veronica suspicious since she knew Diminutive's nature and was on guard against him. She even told Jacob about her suspicion. The latter only told her he knew and didn't comment further. Jacob finally averted his focus and looked around, merely glancing at Veronica for a moment before he looked toward the leaders of three absolute factions. It was his first time seeing them in person, and the same was true for them. A hint of surprise flashed past his eyes when he saw one of the leaders. They were finally able to seize the treaty's shadow leader, the very reason they were in this mess. On the other hand, the Pope of Cardinal Spirit Temple, Sebastian Edgar, had some idea who Jacob was. After all, he almost lost his position because of him when his ancestor suddenly paid him a visit and berated him for his incompetence in offending someone he shouldn't have. Yet he was still confused about when and how he offended this enigmatic being and why he had waited for all this time to target him. As if sensing his perplexed look, Jacob suddenly looked towards him, or at least it seemed that way since no one could see Jacob's face, making the old man's heart almost stop. At this moment, Jacob finally spoke. "Everyone, thank you all for coming here, despite knowing that it was I who put you all in this situation. But don't worry, as I told my friends from the treaty that I alone am enough to handle this. I wasn't lying, and my words still stand. You don't need to do anything but just watch, and please don't get in my way. It'll be best for everyone," Jacob coldly declared. The treaty members didn't react much, but the leaders of the three factions were shocked since this was their first time hearing about it. Nonetheless, they were glad that they didn't have to sacrifice or put their lives in danger against the Locust army, and this man seemed to know how to take responsibility. "But before we start, I would like to have some private words with Pope Sebastian," Jacob suddenly stated, making everyone look toward Sebastian, who seemed to be hiding at the very end. Silas sighed when he heard it. "So, it still comes to this. Well, I've done everything in my power to retract his dissatisfaction with the fairy humans. The fool's fate is now in his own hands. What? Why would?" Before Sebastian could snap out of his stupor and question Jacob's purpose, Jacob was already walking towards the room as his cold yet irrefutable voice rang, "Follow me." It would be an understatement to say Sebastian was feeling fear now. No, he was appalled and even shaking in his boots. Although he may have looked like the Grand Pope of the temple, the guy was actually a coward, and he was only a lion in his own den while a rat in front of true lions. That's why he never left the temple's safety and very seldom made personal appearances. He wouldn't have come today as well, at least not with his main body, but it would have offended every member of the treaty, and he knew pissing off so many quasi-legends was nothing but courting death. Not to mention, his own ancestor can still bypass all the security of the temple since he still has the same authority as him. As for running away, there was simply no chance as long as he didn't want to live anymore and surrender his lofty status. He was only planning on putting up an act, and when he heard Jacob was planning to go alone, he was the happiest of them all. Yet now, this sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard, and if he could, he would have been long starting to flee in the opposite direction since he knew what happened in the Holy Mountain Range was all Jacob's work. "What are you waiting for?" Veronica coldly glared at rooted Sebastian. Although she didn't know what the fairy humans had done to earn his wrath, she didn't care about them. She only cared about getting Jacob's help. Sebastian finally took a step forward while sweating bullets. His peers, who knew him, couldn't help but scoff secretly, gloating at the old coward's misfortune. After all, they had dealt with Sebastian's arrogance and hypocrisy, and they knew he was a fiend playing angel. Well, except for two new leaders of the three factions. One was Roy's replacement and previous vice manager of the bank, so his ascension was something everyone saw coming while they were still completely clueless about Roy's fate, who was also, in a sense, like Sebastian. But what no one saw coming was Thomas's sudden death, and his successor wasn't actually the one he nurtured. Instead, this Dark Marquise came out of nowhere and took the Dark Duke's spot fair and square. At this moment, the new Dark Duke squinted her beautiful emerald eyes as she looked deeply at Jacob's figure, which vanished into the room. Her heart raced when she thought of a possibility. Is he Mr. Jack? Just what is going on? Dark Duke Zoe was both confused and excited after her sudden realization. 748. Chapter 748, Time for Reckoning. 2. Jacob looked at agitated Sebastian, and the old man had a great resemblance to his own face. There was doubt that he was the father of the original body owner, Adolf Edgar. However, Sebastian's heart was in chaos under Jacob's silent stare, and he suddenly forced a smile before he said, "Yes, sir, I want you to know that whoever offended you, I have nothing to do with it. The temple is a free organization. We can't control other actions. Still, if we are dissatisfied with something or someone, I'll do everything in my power to change it or punish the person who was blind enough to offend you." How could Sebastian have any thoughts of tricking or negotiating with the other party when he knew from his ancestor Silas just what kind of being he was standing in front of him truly was? Even his ancestor was afraid of him. Although he had done everything to placate Jacob's fury against the fairies, it seemed it was still not enough, and Sebastian really wanted to torture the man who had brought this calamity upon him. Jacob suddenly chuckled in amusement when he heard Sebastian's words. He really didn't care about the fairies or Sebastian, and he had already gotten what he wanted from Silas, yet there were still some unanswered questions he wanted to know before the matter with Adolf was resolved. Furthermore, from what he had gathered, Sebastian should have been dead long ago since a fairy human's lifespan of Inception Legend body rank was around 5,000 years, while a quasi-legend fairy human could live for 10,000 years. But Sebastian had been alive for over 5,000 years now and was brimming with strength, and Jacob didn't detect any traces of dark alchemy use on Sebastian. Even Silas had missed this detail. In fact, since Sebastian had little presence and usually didn't appear in public for many years, he was very easy to overlook. That's why Jacob was sure that there was something with this old man, and Adolf's appearance when he crossed over was proof of that, and there were still many questions unanswered. That's why the moment Sebastian appeared here, he was already gone, and it was only a matter of time now. Well, since you want to help me, how about you tell me about your son, Adolf Edgar? Jacob impassively asked. Sebastian's eyes widened when he heard that forgotten name, and he became slightly confused. Yet his guard was suddenly up the moment he heard Adolf's name, and Jacob instantly noticed it. Adolf is my deceased son who met with a tragedy. Sebastian suppressed his unease and replied while try staying calm. Did he offend you in the past? This was the only explanation he could think of since, otherwise, Jacob wouldn't mention a dead man's name in this conversation. But this only made Sebastian even more confused since he knew Adolf's history better than anyone. That child had a benevolent heart and wasn't the one to hurt someone, not to mention offend someone like Jacob. Jacob's lips curled up in a cold sneer. Don't lie to me, Sebastian. You should know I can see through any lies, no matter how much you try to hide them. Tell me the truth. What did you do to Adolf before you sent him to Common Plains? Why leave him alive like that? After all, you should have already gotten what you desired from him. Why not just end the poor fellow, and why go through such trouble? Sebastian was appalled when he heard those details, which shouldn't have been known by anyone since he had already dealt with the only person who sent Adolf to Common Plains. He instinctively took a step back, and his voice stuttered. Just, who are you? That is not the answer to my question, Sebastian. Jacob nonchalantly stated as he looked towards the old man who was paled like a ghost, and he was freaking out like someone had removed his mask in public. This was already enough for Jacob to know there was something deeper going on, and he wanted the answer to that question. After all, he had long passed the point where he would think that his crossover to this place was just his luck and mere coincidence. He knew there was no coincidence in this world, and everything had a deeper meaning behind it. Just why was he reincarnated into an adult's body who was already dying? Why would he encounter Decker, who happened to have cursed immortality in his possession, the very thing he longed for, or anything as a matter of fact? Furthermore, there were many other coincidences that he found quite disturbing, and he knew there was nothing natural or lucky about his reincarnation. Or he was simply thinking too much, but he still wanted to investigate and wanted answers because he was afraid that he was living in an illusion and that one day, this illusion would be shattered like a dream. That's why he wanted to comfort himself by knowing Sebastian's story. He really hoped that the old man didn't have any reason to send Adolf to the Common Plains while he could have dealt with him here. Just this reason was enough to cause Jacob's paranoia to run amok, and he wanted answers. Sebastian, on the other hand, was panicking now since he didn't know what to do in this situation. Should he just reveal the truth? But he knew he would die the moment he said certain something. However, the person in front of him can kill him as well. I want tea, Sebastian had just opened his mouth to explain, but the very next moment, something out of Jacob's widest expectation happened. Boom. Sebastian's head suddenly exploded like a balloon, spreading his brain fragments and gore everything. Even Jacob just stood there, rooted in his place as some blood and brain matter fall on his body. He was completely bewildered. At this moment, from one of the brain fragments, something extremely fine and small wiggled, and Autark crawled its way out of the brain matter. But what shocked Jacob even more was Autark's body, which was missing 10% of its original length, and his previously pristine shell had faint cracks. Horrified, Jacob quickly retracted Autark in hand with his soul force, and he could feel Autark's was weakened and extremely weak. What happened? Jacob asked with a hint of disbelief. It was his first time seeing Autark fail and get wounded like this, and it all happened when he ordered him to turn Sebastian into his puppet to get answers. At his moment, an invisible fear suddenly gripped his heart. 749. Chapter 749. The Mystery Remains. Jacob was looking at the headless corpse of Sebastian as his blood continued to spread, with disbelief and trepidation. Taking a deep breath to calm his palpitating emotions, he looked towards Autark and asked again, "Are you all right?" I'm fine, sorry, sir." Autark finally spoke in a feeble voice. "It's not your fault, no one saw it coming." Jacob sighed, not blaming Autark, but feeling relief that he was fine and could still speak. After something like this had never happened before, it was Autark's first time to experience something like this, not to mention getting injured. He was glad that Autark didn't die, or he would really lose much more than he had gained, which was nothing. He then sent Autark back to his solar plexus space since it was the best way for Autark to rest and recover. Then Autark told him what happened without asking. "Yes, sir, I don't know why, but a strange sigil was branded on his brain containing his life memories. The moment I try to devour it, it suddenly triggers a powerful fluctuation, and then I sensed extreme danger, so I quickly tried to flee his brain, but I failed. I have seen nothing like that sigil before, and I didn't sense any danger from it until it was too late. I have no excuse for my incompetence." Jacob's eyes narrowed when he heard Autark's explanation about what actually happened, and for some reason he sighed in relief. He started to think that someone or something had just intervened to prevent him from knowing the reason behind Adolf's presence in the common plains. However, this just made the matter more complicated and eerie at the same time, since whoever was behind it was extremely cautious. This information was so important that they had made it so that Sebastian wouldn't be able to tell, or someone like Autark wouldn't be able to get his memories. Sebastian didn't strike Jacob as a person who would be willing to let someone place a bomb into his head, not to mention this bomb seemed to be a product of some mysterious magic that even Autark failed again and almost died because of it. However, he knew with Sebastian's death, the mystery was completely buried unless he could find the person who placed this sigil in Sebastian's head, the true hand behind the curtains, which he had no clue about. I've told you, it's not your fault. Let's take it as a lesson, and if you find something like that in the future, retreat. Now you should rest. You've done enough. Once you recover, I want you to draw that sigil for me in case we encounter something similar. Jacob sighed ruefully as he didn't let his emotions run amok since this wasn't the place or time. I'll follow Sir's orders, Autark weakly replied before he went dormant. Jacob then looked towards the bloody mess, gritted his teeth, and waved his hand before starting to gather blood. After all, Sebastian was still an Inception body legend rank expert, and despite his discomfort, he couldn't waste such high-quality blood. He also grabbed Sebastian's bracelet, which was also a space treasure. Is he fine? Nick suddenly asked. She was watching everything with a hint of worry. What? I thought you didn't like him, Jacob coldly replied as he tried to open the space bracelet. Who said I like him now? I'm just worried since he's a very important tool at our disposal. Nyx quickly changed her tone as she retorted. A tool, huh? Jacob's eyes flashed with a subtle glint before he replied, he'll recover in time, but currently he's indisposed, and we need to change a few things. Leave it to me. Nyx quickly agreed despite knowing she couldn't take Autark's role. They were too different from each other. Jacob didn't comment on it as he was in a gloomy mood. At this moment, he unlocked Sebastian's space bracelet, but he was shocked when he saw what was inside. It was completely empty. He came here without any recovery medicine or any weapons. Is this even possible, or was he too confident about keeping his life? Don't tell me this thing is also related to this sigil? Jacob had never been so flustered as he was now, ever since he had crossed over, and he had never expected that in search of answers he would leave with more questions and a never-ending anxiety. What are the chances of him leaving some clues in his personal quarters? Jacob thought gloomily as he looked towards the dry, headless corpse of Sebastian before shaking his head. If this is organized, then whoever did this won't make such a rookie mistake. The only clue I have now is that sigil. Fuck. Jacob's momentarily outburst made the entire ship tremble before he controlled himself and directly absorbed Sebastian's blood, and the runic lines around his thumb started to glow. Afterward, Jacob directly torched the dry corpse and watched until it was a pile of ashes. This time, something endured his flames, and with his soul force, he grabbed it. It was actually a golden chain with a triangular pendant imbued with a silver gem, and Jacob didn't find anything extraordinary about it as it appeared extremely ordinary. However, he was surprised when he finally noticed that even in the eyes of Judge, the pendant appeared exactly the same without any kind of particles emitting from it, which had never happened before. He activated his eyes of the Judge completely. At this moment, Jacob was finally able to see something squirming within the silver gem. It was a mercury-like liquid and extremely tiny. Despite activating the spectrum of flaws, the pendant appeared the same without any flaws. The only change was that he could now see the white mercury squirming within the gem. Jacob tried imbuing it with his 3 types of mana one by one, but nothing happened. The white mercury didn't change, and despite his powerful physique, he couldn't break the pendant or even the golden chain. Just what is this pendant? Is it related to whatever Sebastian was hiding? Jacob mused as he gravely looked towards the pendant. Then he tried another and decided to take it into his space ring. As he suspected, it didn't go into a normal space treasure at all, which made Jacob solemn before he tried stowing it into the infinity pendant, and this time he succeeded. A rueful yet grave sigh escaped Jacob. Just what is the mystery behind my reincarnation? Is there even a mystery to unravel? 750, Chapter 750, Planet Destroyer's First Form. The Queen Ice Fiend Locust was surrounded by myriads of pulsing membranes, which were actually the eggs of Ice Fiend Locust, as her body glowed a purple hue. At this moment, she suddenly stopped as her eye locked towards the sky above, and she let loose a piercing shrill, "The thief is here." She instantly stopped the Yin Fiend Birth ability despite the backlash of not able to use it for 10 years once this ability is stopped. The next moment, the purple ice mist around the fog island started to churn, and the Queen Ice Fiend Locust issued a lightning-fast command through her ability. All the Ice Fiend Locusts on the unique plains suddenly stopped rampaging before they roared in unison and flew towards the fog island at full speed, like a dense thundercloud. While the 12 royals patrolled the island, the most powerful Ice Fiend Locust stopped under the Queen's command and directly headed towards their Queen's side to protect her. The Queen Ice Fiend Locust didn't say anything when the 12 royals returned and took their positions as her guards. She was still looking towards the sky as if her eyes could pierce everything and could directly see the tall giant standing above a floating disc while holding a pitch-black rifle even longer than his own body and looking through a long scope. With the eyes of Judge, Jacob didn't need any kind of special vision scope as he could easily find whatever he was looking for, no matter how much the target was hidden, unless they could restrain his eyes. At this moment, he saw the fog island as a gigantic mass of black particles, which meant danger. A complex array of lines around it also indicated that this island wasn't a normal rock, but a dangerous treasure. Furthermore, he spotted 12 purple hominids surrounded by a dark purple shout emitting flame-like particles, and he was astounded when he saw countless ethereal threads spreading from this dark purple silhouette connected with all those locusts. Even the 12 purple humanoids were connected to those ethereal threads. But what made Jacob grimace was the sudden appearance of a crimson ethereal thread, apparently connected to his head. The moment it appeared, it started to pulse. If I take that dark purple silhouette as Queen Ice Fiend Locust, and all those threads as her innate ability that connects her with the other Ice Fiend Locusts, then this thread that connects me with her should be the Fiend Mark that let her know my position each time I've used mana. If I kill her, those locusts would be fish on the cutting board, and that bug bitch didn't even realize that I'm already locked on her. Furthermore, I still remember Immortality saying something about some benefit if I managed to kill her, so I must retrieve her body, and then there is that island. But I don't know how those 12 would react once their queen dies. Well, I guess I can't be stingy with quantum bullets. Once I killed all of them, it would be an upheaval and would also be my chance to retrieve their corpses with the entire island if possible. Connect my vision with the planetary scope and start locking the targets. Jacob directly issued a command with his Star Watch, and the runic lines around his sniper rifle lit up as they covered the entire scope. Planetary scope has been connected to the user through the Ancient Artifact app. Please select targets. The moment the static voice of Star Watch rang, a target circle suddenly projected in front of Jacob's eyes through the scope's glass. Without hesitation, Jacob slowly pointed the barrel at each Ice Fiend Locust before muttering, "Lock." A red dot suddenly appeared in the display, and he moved the rifle's barrel towards the other and muttered again, "Lock. Lock, lock, lock." After repeating the same process 13 times, the display showed 3 red dots. He issued another command, "Load 13 quantum bullets, QV.1, and activate multi-quantum shot mode of first form of planet destroyer, quantum rifle, QV.1. The quantum bullets were his most powerful bullets, and he invented them to this day and modified them many times with Nyx's help. Jacob called the final product QV.1's the first quantum version 1, and the same goes for the quantum rifle. While the Ancient Artifice app was also designed by Jacob, specially to control the Planet Destroyer with the Star Watch developer platform, only he knows just how much time he spent perfecting this app. Yet, just like his Planet Destroyer, it was still far from perfect, so he left room for upgradation. But the foundation was set, which was the most difficult part. As his knowledge grows, he will continue to add more and more until he creates the ultimate weapon that solely belongs to him and best suits his fighting style. After all, why would he risk his life when he can assassinate his target from far away? As a gunsmith, his first choice would always be guns. As the saying goes, you shouldn't bring a knife to a gunfight, especially if your gun can shoot through space. 13 quantum bullets, QV.1 has been loaded and compressed into quantum homing buckshot with multi-quantum shot mode. Would you like to release the nuclear fusion limiter for quantum bullet? What level of nuclear fusion limiter would you like to set? The limiter of quantum bullet, QV.1 nebular fusion, is from level O to level 5. Remove the limiter and set it at level O, Jacob ordered without hesitation. Quantum bullets were completely different from normal bullets as they could be modified in many ways. For example, he could not only compress their sizes but also decide if he wanted them to be atomic or not. Furthermore, Jacob wasn't using the nuclear fission of an atomic bomb for quantum bullets. Instead, he was using the nuclear fusion of a hydrogen bomb. Even a level O nuclear fusion packed the power of 10 atomic bullets that use nuclear fission, and only quantum bullets can handle nuclear fusion to its full potential. That's why Jacob never bothered to make hydrogen atomic bullets, because the quantum bullets were the hydrogen atomic bullets. The limiter has been set, Planet Destroyer's first form, Quantum Sniper, ready to fire. The next moment, the entire rifle was brightly lit in runic lines, and the trigger, triggered under Jacob's finger, finally clicked forward. All that remained was for him to pull the trigger. Jacob took a deep breath before he looked towards Queen Ice Fiend Locust and her most trusted minions, who were clueless about the Grim Reaper's scythe was already arced behind their necks. "It was fun while it lasted," Jacob muttered before his finger, and the glowing trigger was pulled back. Chapter 751, Reel in the Net 1. In the middle of the volcanic ice of Yin Sky Island, the Queen Ice Fiend Locust and her 12 royals suddenly felt something amiss, and their instincts activated in alarm. The Queen Ice Fiend Locust finally averted her eye from above and looked around with disbelief and confusion. She could completely monitor every inch of Yin Sky Island, and there was no intruder here. After all, there was no stealth work here. After the Yin Sky Island was an unknown treasure that could make Yin ice, and this was also the Queen Ice Fiend Locust's birthplace. Ever since she opened her eyes to this world, she was always connected with Yin Sky Island, and as her power increased, she took full control of Yin Sky Island. This was not only a defensive treasure against spiritual attacks, but it could also defend against physical attacks and reduce 70% of damage from magical attacks. It had never been breached before, and it was her biggest life assurance. Yet now, all of a sudden, for the first time in hundreds of years, a sense of dread suddenly enveloped her as if her life was coming to an end, which was even more baffling. Not only she, but even her most powerful children were feeling uneasy. Without any command, they were already emitting their aura and vigilantly protecting their queen. Right at this moment, before the Queen Ice Fiend Locust could even make sense of the situation, right in front of her eye, the space suddenly seemed to have trembled before a tiny round object suddenly appeared before her glowing eye. It was a bullet slug that seemed ever-changing, churning as if it was made with countless particles and glowing in a blue hue, and it seemed to be growing. Not only her, but the 12 Peak Inspection Legend Locusts also saw the same bullet slug before their eyes. However, they could only glance at its afterimage before it directly pierced through their eye membranes. Shoo! A small sonic bomb rang in front of everyone's face, making their heads spring back. However, despite the attack successfully landing, it only left tiny holes in their multifaceted eyes. No doubt it was painful, but that doesn't matter now because someone had managed to break past all the defensive and successfully wound them, even the queen. Who, Hikasa'a, before the Queen Ice Fiend Locust could utter, she suddenly let out a painful screech as her head suddenly started to glow a blue hue and inflate. The 12 royals reacted when they sensed their queen's deep crisis, but their heads started to inflate as well, encased in a blue hue. Bang, bang, bang. The very next moment, one after another, their heads started to pop up like a volcano, creating massive explosions and powerful shockwaves. The last thing the Queen Ice Fiend Locust saw was that all of her top guards' heads turned into meat mush, and she was in so much as her entire life flashed past her eyes. She knew she had made a huge mistake in her calculations. She overestimated herself by thinking she was safe in Yinsky Island and could retreat anything. She was thoroughly mistaken when she thought everything was under her control and that she would unleash horrors upon her enemy. Only now, a hint of clarity appeared in her mind when she was about to die without even knowing why. She could finally see through her flaw, and all that pain and unwillingness suddenly turned into a calm relief. Run, boom. As she issued her final order to all her remaining children, her head finally exploded in a powerful blue explosion. The moment the Queen Ice Fiend Locust died, millions of locusts, those guarding the island or those coming back, suddenly jolted as the intelligence in their eyes turned into savagery. Only a single thought left in their heads, which was also their mother's final command to them. They instantly scattered without hesitation in all directions like a beehive that had lost its nest. Not only that, but Yinsky Island suddenly trembled when it lost its owner and started to fall from the sky as the surrounding fog scattered. Are you seeing this? Not far away, a few figures in dark cloaks were closely watching the entire scene with a huge mirror. One of them exclaimed in disbelief when the island suddenly started to fall and millions of locusts scattered, as their previously strong killing intent suddenly vanished. Don't tell me that person really succeeded just like that? Not even half an hour has passed since he left for his big hunt, and it is over just like that? A hoarse voice muttered in disbelief and a hint of fear. It's either that or the Locust Queen is playing a terrifying game by using herself as a bait to lure the fish. A tall man solemnly stated, but with our data on her, I don't think she would take such a risk. After all, since her race as the Ice Fiend Locust had been exposed, any who had any record of this race would know that she had virtually not defense. Even a common rank could kill her. So, we can assume that our target has struck, and he struck hard, surpassing everyone's expectations. Nonetheless, as long as he isn't a true legendary rank, there is no need to be afraid of him. We have made enough preparation for even a legendary rank might be gravely injured, he declared with confidence. Then he looked towards the 9 people cloaked around him and coldly said, Gentlemen, it's time to reel in the net. We had ample time to prepare for this, and everyone would get rewards if we caught the big fish. Before that, I would like to remind everyone that don't be selfish, at least not until the target is dealt with. Or, I don't want to remind you of the consequence, not to mention you all just saw how mysterious and dreadful his prowess is. Let's move out, he solemnly stated before everyone vanished for their hidden spot. Furthermore, behind them were thousands of cloaked figures standing there like arranged soldiers, but there was something eerie about them. The moment those people left, under these men's feet, light golden discs suddenly shimmered before they all started to float, and the next moment, the golden discs shimmered again before they all vanished into the darkness of night. 752. Chapter 752, Reel In. The Net 2. The fall of Yinsky Island caused a huge splash in the Star Ocean, creating massive waves. After all, it was a 10,000-meter projectile dropping from around 20,000-meter high altitude. However, what happened next was truly shocking. The water around the island started to solidify into purple ice, creating a glacier, and it only stopped when the ice spread around 50,000 meters. This sudden turn of events shocked almost everyone who was observing. At this moment, amidst the chaos caused by the fleeing army of Ice Fiend Locusts and the fall of Yinsky Island, a dark figure stepped into the center of the volcanic ice, where lies the frozen, headless figures of the Queen Ice Fiend Locusts and her most powerful royal guards. Jacob coldly looked towards the headless corpse of Queen Ice Fiend Locust. Now covered in frosty purple ice, he snickered with derisive before waving his sleeve and stowing away the frozen corpses with their blood. At this moment, when the Queen Ice Fiend Locust's corpse vanished, Jacob's attention was instantly drawn by a shimmering purple rune within the volcanic, liquid ice, which gave a terrifying frosty air that could even affect minds. So, is this the benefits you were talking about? Jacob questioned the cursed book hovering in front of him ever since he started his assassination. After all, he knew some people were eyeing him in the dark, so he had to keep his alarm clock with him all the time, especially now that the threat of Queen Ice Fiend Locust was gone, and he was going to receive the reward. He. Now that was somewhat boring. Well, I guess I should expect nothing less from you. Immortality commented while laughing, which implied a contradicted statement from its comment. Nonetheless, you guessed correctly. I was talking about the yin ice, which is used to create the core of this damaged Fable Legendary Rank treasure. Wait, did you just say this island is a Fable Legendary Rank treasure? Jacob instantly questioned with a hint of disbelief. He hadn't expected that the Queen Ice Fiend Locust had a Fable Legendary Rank treasure all this time, yet she died so easily. Ha, I said, damaged, or do you think you could have assassinated her so easily? Although I admit the space bullet concept is genius, you aren't the only one who ever considered it. It's just that you have yet to come in contact with similar-minded assassins. If this treasure was not 95% damaged and operating at only 5% of its full capabilities, you wouldn't have been able to infiltrate the space in its territory unless you have equal rank treasure or higher. The horrors this treasure could have unleashed upon the lesser galaxies under the Queen Ice Fiend Locust, just thinking about it makes me excited. Jacob felt a sudden chill running down his spine when he heard the ghastly revelation, and he felt he had just dodged a bullet and was glad that the bug bitch didn't have such luck. As for the cursed book, who wants to watch everything being destroyed just for its own entertainment, Jacob is even more vigilant and curses himself for being careless. After all, just when the benefits promised by Immortality have ever been easy to take? Furthermore, Immortality also hinted that the same technology was present in this place, and he wasn't the first to have invented it. This realization made Jacob both gloomy and slightly excited, since this meant if he could get his hands on it. Taking a deep breath to calm down, he sternly asked, "Thank you for the info. But you still didn't tell me what use I have for this yin ice." Don't you want this treasure? Despite its damaged state, you can still repair it. But if you go for the yin ice, it'll be destroyed. Although I admit whoever used the yin ice for this treasure was an absolute fool and didn't know the true value of yin ice. Still, this treasure is quite unique. Don't try to tempt me. If I want to repair a Fable Legendary Rank treasure, I need to first go to the Middle Galaxies. Not to mention, the time required is still not clear, and the rarity of the materials is another fact, so getting imminent benefits is the only choice in this scenario. Lastly, its size is too big, and I can't store it in any space treasure I have. It would be akin to putting a target on my back if I try taking this treasure. Not to mention, if I take it to the Middle Galaxies, there is over 90% chance that someone will recognize its value. Unless there is a deeper use of this treasure that I don't know of, the risk is not worth it, Jacob coldly retorted. Immortality laughed again, clearly pleased with Jacob's reasoning. Alright, I won't tease you anymore since you don't have time. The yin ice is one of the fundamental materials from which an elemental world is created. It embodies the passive, feminine, and formless aspects of creation. It is the counterpoint of a yang flame that represents the active, masculine, and shaping aspects. Together, they create the foundation for all magical elements. Don't ask for more or anything else. This is the only thing I can divulge right now. As for yin ice properties, it's not just icy. Yin ice can possess a chilling presence that seeps into the bones, slowing movement and thought processes down. Yin ice could dampen or even nullify other forms of magic, creating areas where spells fizzle out or have reduced effectiveness. It can also slow the natural decay of objects or even living beings, leading to true suspended animation. Lastly, yin ice exists in a constantly shifting state, appearing as swirling mists, impenetrable glaciers, or even a formless, clinging frost. Whoever found this block of yin ice without the yin ice scattering first was extremely lucky, too lucky in fact. As for why I said you could benefit from it, the yin ice is also a source of pure potential, raw magical energy that can be shaped and molded into other elements and help them evolve related to the yin element. Simply put, yin ice can evolve magic cores and, in special cases, turn them into growth-type magic cores and, in extremely rare cases, turn growth-type magic cores into constellation magic cores. Jacob's eyes trembled slightly as he wasn't ignorant of growth-type or constellation magic cores, especially the latter, which was at the pinnacle of magic. So, you're saying I can use this yin ice to evolve my water element core? Jacob instantly grasped the crux of the matter since he already had a vague idea about the yin element after Immortality explained, which excites him. Hey, what do you think? It's just that you need... Immortality suddenly stopped before it burst into maniacal laughter, startling Jacob. Well, I guess our talk has to wait, and you will not be able to collect the yin ice if you can't handle this. So, let's save the rest until you retrieve it. Because it's time for entertainment. Jacob instantly felt something amiss because, from Immortaka's ambiguous hints, he knew the hyenas were here. 753. Chapter 753, Reel in, the Net 3. The very next moment after Immortaka's warning, a dark golden barrier suddenly encased the entirety of Yinsky Island, but there was no trace of anyone, making Jacob wince. So, they didn't want me to run away. They came prepared. He thought coldly while quickly asking Immortaka about the incoming enemies and their numbers. At this moment, Jacob suddenly sensed danger, and two inky swords filled with magic runes appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, he spun around and slashed them backward, creating a dark arc. Clang! A powerful sound of metal clashing together rang, magic particles sparked everyone, and a powerful shockwave occurred. Although Jacob didn't move, the attacker was sent flying backward, despite avoiding being beheaded. At this moment, Jacob could finally see the appearance of the attacker, who was in stealth, and his eyes contracted in disbelief and astonishment. The reason for this was that the attacker was wearing entirely white robes with golden outlines, and his head was covered under a golden hood. Still, what astounded Jacob was the translucent crystal golden disc attached under the man's feet. Aren't they... Jacob suddenly stopped his train of thought and again swung his sword above his hand and the second sword in front of his torso. Because the weapons clashed, powerful shockwaves appeared, sending two more figures flying. When their stealth broke, they wore the same costume and moved on the same discs. How could Jacob forget about these guys? He clearly remembered encountering them in the rare plains when they tried to assassinate him, and he almost lost his life to them back then. Furthermore, Jacob still used those discs, and to this day, he has never found anything related to them or been able to completely crack them. Yet now, these guys appear again and are clearly far stronger than those guys with gray and bronze discs. Although he was already expecting an attack, he wasn't expecting to counter these faceless assassins. This could only mean that one of his enemies was directly related to the organization behind these assassins. However, Jacob didn't have time to pay them any heed because, at this moment, he was finally able to see around 1,000 such figures scattering around him, and despite their stealth, they couldn't hide from his eyes. Not to mention, the color spectrum around them was quite strange and unique from the other living beings he had seen. Although they were only at the beyond unique rank, they could still handle one of his blows containing 30% of his actual might. However, if he fought them head-on, it was disadvantageous to him, and his enemy was clearly going for guerrilla warfare by sending these powerful cannon folders first and blocking his escape routes. But what those guys hadn't expected was that a hint of bloodthirsty ecstasy bloomed in Jacob's eyes because they had just delivered 1,000 beyond unique rank blood bags to him, and he didn't have to go through the trouble of hunting those fleeing Ice Fiend locusts. Moreover, the amount of blood he had absorbed from the Ice Fiend locusts was huge, and they had almost lost all effect on him. But these guys were mutants-like beings, and their blood was extremely potent, so even if Jacob had to be at a disadvantage, he wouldn't let them leave, and that barrier was another assurance. As for the Yinsky Island, he knew no one could take it in a short amount of time, especially with him around. So, without any more misgivings, Jacob took a step forward, leaving After Imagine behind him, and appeared in front of the first attacker, who was still recovering from his early blow. Looking at the color spectrum, he saw a peculiar thing, a hollow white spot right below his neck, which didn't exist in any living or dark being, and directly pierced towards it. The assassin reacted quickly, but he was slow in front of Jacob, who was almost at the peak of the first phase of body transformation, and that white color spot was directly stabbed. Now, it was normal, beyond unique. They would have been able to struggle, or at least not die right away, but the moment the white spot was stabbed, the assassin was instantly killed without any resistance, and the golden disc attached to his feet finally dropped. Jacob's lips curled up in a cruel smile. So, it is their weakness. The dead assassin and the golden disc under his feet vanished at his moment, and Jacob directly moved towards the other two. A few more were on his tail, coming from all directions. Jacob sneered, as despite the golden disc speed that could rival an inspection legend, they were still slow, and he wasn't even using his fluid acceleration yet. Like this, the game of cat and mouse begins, as Jacob goes off on a killing spree and starts killing them one by one while gathering their corpses in discs. While Jacob was having the time of his life, 9 figures were hidden, closely watching Jacob, who was exhausting his strength and waiting for the right moment to intervene. I think that guy is manhandling your men. He's not using his aura or spirit and dominating the entire battlefield with pure physical prowess. Furthermore, they can't even use magic since he's moving too fast, and if they cast any area of effect spells, they would only be doing him a favor. They are too weak. Hidden under a cloak, Asher harshly criticized with a hint of solemnity in his arrogant voice. He watched Jacob leave behind after images, mess with the assassin's momentum, and take full advantage of their disrupted flow. He wasn't making a single mistake despite facing 1,000 against 1. A tall man undercloaked was also watching coldly, with the same trial of thoughts as he replied, "At this point, he's playing with them, and it's like he's strolling in a garden and gathering fruit. If we don't change our tactics, the plan's first phase will be for naught. What do you think, Lord Leader?" He looked towards the figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of a dark golden runic circle. The circle was revolving, and countless rune symbols changed with it. No need to worry, everyone. He finally spoke in his confident tone as he dismissively said, "This is just the start of the battle. I don't care about those cannon folders, but it doesn't mean they are completely worthless. Let us continue to watch until I complete this formation. Then I must trouble Sir Prince to take over." Asher glanced at the cross-legged figure and snorted, "I hope you know what you're doing. There will be only one chance. Just don't mess up, or I won't be held accountable." 754, Chapter 754, Reel in the Net 4. Jacob, rotating his swords in two opposite directions, was like a butcher as he continued to slaughter those assassins without giving them any chance to react or counterattack. However, he was completely immersed in it. In fact, he was pretending to be wild without any care. But the truth was, he was already aware of the hidden danger. The true masterminds hidden at the edge of this barrier, all because of Immortality. But they were far more patient, and despite him slaughtering almost 200 of these assassins, they still didn't make any move. Although he was losing his patience, he continued to butcher these blood bags and kept collecting them without leaving any behind. After all, he wasn't sure what would happen once the real fight began, and he was secretly absorbing the scattered blood to replenish his energy. It was quite ironic that they wanted him to exhaust himself, but if he had blood, it was nigh impossible. At this moment, just as Jacob was about to stab another assassin, he sensed something amiss and quickly dodged. The very next moment, boom! The assassin suddenly exploded, and a powerful explosion filled with destructive magic force occurred. Although this explosion wasn't at the level of his own, it was still akin to the full might of an atomic bullet. Not to mention, Jacob instantly sensed the potent corrosion properties in the dark gray smoke. It was poisonous. Jacob's eyes narrowed as he wasn't expecting this kind of trick, and just as he was wondering if the others were also suicide bombers, those assassins no longer tried to strong-arm him or use any spell or weapon. When they were within 10-meter range, they started to explode one after another, creating terrifying blasts and releasing thick, poisonous fog. Boom, boom, boom. It was like someone had just released hundreds of fireworks at once, and the entire Yinsky Island shook as the glacier ice around it started to crack and fall into the ocean. But the barrier surrounding the island seemed extremely powerful as it was keeping everything inside, and thick, dark gray fog started to fill the dome. Soon, almost all the assassins had blown themselves up without caring about their associates, and those who were on the verge of death died while contributing to the same cause. Soon, the thick, dark gray fog was not only filled with potent poison, but also a strong stench of blood, and the entire island floor was dyed with gore and fragments of flesh. I have to admit, Lord Leader really knows how to catch others off guard. Even I won't be able to survive such a surprise attack. A flirtatious voice of a woman rang under a cloaked petite figure. A dark golden barrier surrounded these instigators, and they were completely untouched by the explosions and their after-effects. The cloaked figure sitting cross-legged above the runic circle suddenly chuckled as the runic circle under him stopped rotating at this moment and released an ethereal glow. "I don't know about you, Miss 70,469, but I'm confident that our target would be able to survive, or I'd have called you all in vain if it was actually this simple to take him down," the leader stated in an amiable voice as if it was a trifling matter. At this moment, he rose from his position and flashed out of the runic circle. He looked towards Asher and respectfully gestured towards the glowing ethereal circle with his hand, saying, "Sir Prince, the connection is now complete. You can start with your part. But please don't waste any time. You only have one chance, and the moment you start, you will have only 20 seconds to trap his soul. Or once the time is up, I don't need to tell you the consequences. But I'm pretty sure, all the preparations, this task should be a breeze for you," the leader ambiguously implied. Who do you think I am?" Asher snorted coldly as his figure flashed and then appeared on top of the surface. The ethereal light started to envelop him, and the next moment the runic circle started to expand at extreme speed. "It finally begins." An aged voice muttered among the group. "Wait, did you sense this?" The poison fog seemed to be beaming thin and flowing towards the center of the island. A ghostly voice suddenly exclaimed as two gray flames flared violently behind his cloak. The leader and others finally turned their attention away from Asher as they noticed this peculiarity. "It's indeed, as you said, Mr. 65,100, and it seems to be gathering towards our target's last visual location. It seemed he still had some tricks up his sleeve," the leader impassively replied, and the calm in his voice still didn't deter him even a little bit. His attention was again on the growing runic circle. A dark golden lightning flashed past his eyes. "No matter what you do, you can't escape today." However, after a few moments, the calm in the leader's eyes finally shook ever so slightly because a dark gray mist had suddenly turned into a massive cyclone. Even stranger, the dark gray cyclone contained a faint crimson glow. But what happened next left everyone astonished. The faint crimson glow suddenly started to pulse and gathered towards the lower center of the cyclone, turning the lower half of the cyclone bright crimson. However, it was far from over because when all the strange glowing crimson color gathered together, it started to slowly drop, little by little, as if something down there were devouring it endlessly. At this moment, Mr. 65,100 suddenly exclaimed with disbelief, That's blood vitality. How can he control so much blood vitality and even separate it from the poison fog? No, even if he can do it all, how is he absorbing so much? Did he want to commit suicide? What kind of dark being is he? His sudden revelation startled everyone, as they all knew what blood vitality was. Even the leader was astounded. They all looked towards the leader for an answer. After all, what they were witnessing was truly out of the scope of their knowledge. The leader's eyes narrowed for the first time, and he felt something amiss as he replied with uncertainty, I don't know how or what he's doing, but I'm pretty sure that he's not a dark being. 755, Chapter 755, Reel in the Net 5. Jacob stood in the center of the cyclone, absorbing the huge amount of blood vitality from the beyond unique rank assassins. The runic lines on his bones started to light up one after another. Furthermore, despite all those explosions, he was completely unscratched, and the poison was even less fatal to him despite being a sure kill move against any normal quasi-legend. After reaching the peak of the first phase, his control over blood was extremely refined. Despite being diluted and turned into poisonous mist, he could easily separate it as long as he could sense it. So, in a sense, by blasting off all those assassins, his enemy does him a huge favor. Although it might reveal his ability, so what? He can't continue to hide and waste away all this potent blood vitality, especially after sensing its potency. As for the poison mist that he separated, Jacob also sensed something familiar with the poison mist. It was actually a whammy poison, which means the product of an evil poison lord. Furthermore, this evil poison lord was far above his current level because Jacob didn't have time to research poison. Nonetheless, because of his special attribute, the whammy poison was even less fatal to him. Instead of harming him, this whammy poison ended up helping him control the blood vitality. It took him a minute or so to completely devour all the blood vitality, and 70% of the runic lines on his body were glowing in a crimson hue now. What was left around him was the whammy poison. However, Jacob wasn't planning on gathering it since it was an excellent camouflage, and he was sure those guys would be extremely careful with this poison. After all, the whammy poison has no cure like a normal poison, and only holy attributes can counter it. Furthermore, with so much whammy poison, he was sure even the creator, the evil poison lord, wouldn't be able to gather it in a short amount of time, so it was nothing but an advantage. Jacob directly cut his control over the whammy poison, and the cyclone lost its power and started to scatter again. However, before Jacob could rush over those hidden enemies, he suddenly sensed something and looked toward the ground. He was astounded when he saw a runic marking appear, and they were spreading at a fast pace all around him. Moreover, he could sense a powerful soul force or something similar emitting from those runes, and his expression became extremely solemn. What is this? Jacob quickly looked towards Immortality. Oh, an interesting thing, but useless. Immortality's reply was simple, but it made Jacob relieved. He gloomily looked towards the east. I can't let them continue as they wish, or they might do something I won't be able to handle. Playing time is over. With vague killing intent, his figure suddenly vanished in the mist. Is it over? Did he kill himself? Mr. 65,100 inquired with unease as he watched the cyclone finally go, but he could sense that before it vanished, the massive blood vitality gathered at the center was completely wiped out. No, something is not right. The midget among the ground, who was none other than diminutive, gravely said, and his voice carried a hint of unknown fatigue. A giant among the ground suddenly sensed something, and he roared in warning, I can sense extreme danger. We are exposed. Calm down, Mr. 91883. The leader spoke, but his voice was no longer calm as he looked towards the dark gray mist. The next moment, the dark golden barrier around them becomes even more solid as the leader confidently says, as long as we are inside this barrier, he can't breach. Just a few more seconds before the formation covered the entire sealed space, and no matter what kind of tricks he had, it would be for naught. The restless ground finally calmed down after the leader's assurance, as the target was simply too unpredictable and the seemingly easy mission was now turning out to be an uncertain one. They weren't here to lose their lives, but for the benefits, and if the danger outweighed the benefits, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon it no matter what price they had to pay. At his moment, the runic circle where an ethereal glow surrounded Asher suddenly started to pulse, and the next moment, a massive phantom of a bull suddenly appeared behind him. The soul-serving formation is finally complete. The leader emotionally commented, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. He knew it wouldn't be long before he got what he wanted. All the planning and resources he had spent were worth it as long as he could get Jacob's body. Even if his initial speculation turned out to be wrong, he still wanted Jacob's body and his secrets. If he suffered any loss, it would be his own fault, but he was willing to take a risk because just the faintest possibility was enough to make anyone take such a risk. Bang! At this moment, a powerful impact suddenly shook the entire dark golden barrier around Asher and the others, drawing everyone's attention. They finally saw a giant there in a windbreaker and his two swords trying to break the barrier. But the barrier was extremely powerful, holding off the giant's might behind his swords. He really found us. The aged voice inhaled sharply, and his trembling hands couldn't hide his fear. He didn't know what kind of enemy his dear leader had provoked, but he was glad that he was on the other side of this barrier. Otherwise, they might not be able to live to tell the tale. Jacob finally withdrew his swords when he failed to shatter this barrier despite using his full strength without fluid acceleration. From the outside, no one could see the inside, but he knew they were hiding there because he was using the eyes of Judge. Don't worry, he can't see us. Sir Prince, please hurry. The leader coldly looked at Asher, who was becoming impatient. Bastard. You didn't tell me this would take so much effort. Asher's unwilling and clearly enraged voice rang, but he knew now wasn't the time to settle the score with the swindler. The formation under him started to brighten up as powerful pressure suddenly released. Dream Soul Serving. Chapter 756, Reel in the Net 6. The moment Asher activates the soul-serving formation with his true prowess, Jacob, who is going to attack again to break open the barrier, suddenly stops. Jacob suddenly felt a dangerous soul force presence trying to infiltrate his body, and behind this terrible soul force was a strong suction force. Hey, someone is trying to devour your soul. Nyx's alarmed voice suddenly rang with a hint of astonishment. Since Cursed Immortality was in a summoning state, he naturally cut off Nyx's vision despite her strong protest, but now that his soul was being attacked, she was the first one to notice. After all, she was directly connected to his soul and also its defender. Can you defend it? Jacob asked, trying to suppress that uneasy feeling. Although Immortica had told Jacob that this was not dangerous, it was still his first time being exposed to a foreign soul force and attacked by it. He felt extreme nausea, and his mind seemed to be going out of his control, while the most terrible thing was that his soul seemed to resist. The excruciating pain was far worse than the physical one. If he hadn't endured the inhumane torture of the first phase, he might have already lost consciousness, and another reason for his enduring was naturally Soul Force and Nightmare Dreamscape Realm. But the power behind this attack and suction force was becoming stronger with each passing second. Of course, I can defend it. If it was before, it would be somewhat troublesome, but now, humph, my nightmare flame is no for show. Nyx disdainfully declared. Then what are you waiting for? Jacob almost cursed as the pain was getting on his nerves. Because I can sense that this strange attack that is trying to devour your soul is actually a medium that leads to a dreamscape realm. Nyx finally revealed the crux of the matter in a somewhat excited tone. Despite the terrible mental pain, Jacob was shocked, and he didn't doubt Nyx's words, since he knew when it came to the territory of dreams, Nyx was without any doubt at the top. So, they are trying to drag my soul into a dreamscape realm? Why? Jacob couldn't help but ask. His bloodshot eyes turned towards the figures behind that barrier. He could clearly see one of them was releasing a massive amount of magic energy that he had never seen before. He was directly connected to this formation, so it was pretty clear that he was the one controlling this formation. He was pretty sure this was someone with soul force. He even tried to use his hex on him, but the hex seemed to have missed its target somehow, which implies that either this person was far out of the scope of his current hex, or he had some kind of protective measure. He even suspects that this was because he couldn't seize the target clearly. Whatever the case was, this discovery about this dreamscape realm was quite alarming. What do you mean, why? Once you're in a powerful dreamscape realm, the owner can do as they wish. Just like you, they can also conjure anything. Unless you have a more powerful soul and defensive measures, you are as good as dead. It doesn't matter if you have a powerful body or not. Furthermore, they are trying to grab your entire soul, which means once you leave your body, it will be completely at their mercy, and you can imagine what will happen if they directly destroy your body or place it in some place that restricts your return. You'll die all the same without your physical body, even if you manage to escape. The relationship between soul and body is as complex as the universe. At least, this is all I know from my current inherited memories. Nyx solemnly explained as she suddenly sensed something and coldly snorted. Trying to increase power, but not enough. Jacob suddenly felt all the pain lessen by half as a cooling sensation started to tackle the soul force. He knew Nyx had finally taken action, and he was feeling far better than before. Furthermore, he was somewhat fearful after hearing about Nyx's explanation and finally understood what these guys were planning to do. Since they know what kind of danger he poses, they are trying to kill or imprison his soul. Even if it was only for a moment. If they managed to grab his defenseless body and then store it in something that could restrict his entry back to his body, then, just thinking about it made Jacob shudder as he was exposed to another kind of fatal danger. Now I know why I felt familiar with this dreamscape realm, Nyx suddenly exclaimed with clear excitement. What do you mean? It's one of your farms? Jacob asked as he thought about her Nightmare Conqueror seeds. After all, he had her infect every treaty member with it, and he knew there were members of the treaty present in that group. No, it's no one of my farms. In fact, you've been there before and even gathered massive benefits. It's the Dark Battle Arena. I can sense it. I know this unique fluctuation that I will never forget. They can't hide it from me, Nyx confidently explained. Now, Jacob was really shocked. He knew about the unique situation of the Dark Battle Arena. It seemed to be a part of someone's dreamscape realm and was used as a farm to gather the souls of others. However, currently, this farm has no owner because of the rules of the Zodiac Plains. Nonetheless, Jacob was already planning to try devouring it if he could, but he had never expected this dark battle arena could be used like this as well. But all this time, he was using it to kill others as well, so it wasn't impossible for others to do the same. But what baffles him is who could be the person who could control this place. Was the owner of the dark battle arena finally here to claim it, or did someone use some kind of trick to borrow its power? If it was the former, what kind of grudge he had against Jacob to take such a risk of exposing this galaxy's wild farmland, and if it was the latter, then who could control the dark battle arena without alerting the Dark Rose? At this moment, Jacob suddenly thought about the visit to the mysterious Dark Prince and his abrupt departure after spilling so many secrets. It all started to make sense to Jacob as his eyes shimmered with killing intent. "Since you sound excited, I can assume you want to do something?" Jacob asked Nyx as his tone was filled with hidden rage and bloodlust. "Ha ha ha, as expected of my nightmare contractor. Whoever is doing it, he didn't know he just exposed the core of that dark battle arena to me, and someone proficient in Dreamscape can easily infiltrate the core of a Dreamscape realm because of this, especially if the certain someone is the primordial nightmare." Nyx laughed, filled with maliciousness, and hidden behind it was hunger, just like her master. Jacob's eyes widened slightly before his lips curled up in a cruel sneer, and he knew what she was implying. "Do you know what you have to do? And I think you are Beast of Primordial Nightmare, not Primordial Nightmare." "Shut up! You are the beast!" Nyx instantly flared up with gritted teeth as if someone had stepped on her tail, but she still quickly vanished after receiving Jacob's confirmation. Jacob reacted as if he didn't hear it. The moment Nyx vanished in the suction force, he felt the foreign soul force in his body suddenly ejected, and he was finally free. It was clearly Nyx's doing. He knew she was holding it off because she wanted to use this channel to infiltrate from the start, and now that it serves its purpose, there is no longer any need to keep it open. Once Jacob was fully freed, he looked towards rats with dense killing intent, and his sword started to emit terrible plasma, like green flames. 757, Chapter 757, Reel in the Net 7, what are you doing? There are only 10 seconds left before the optimal time passes. He's still completely fine. The leader, or the Golden Constant 511117, also the Timeless City Lord of the mysterious Timeless City, finally loses his calm as he roars toward Asher after seeing Jacob standing there, and he starts to feel amiss because he can feel Jacob's icy gaze as if he could see them. "I'm trying my best here." Asher's frustrated voice, filled with indignation and disbelief, rang. "That bastard is resisting the soul severing somehow, and I'm using my full capacity of this body at this point. Impossible!" Golden Constant 511117 blurted as he knew what kind of existence Asher was, and even though he might not be able to escape Asher's true might unscratched, Jacob was resisting it. Boom. But before he could say anything, a powerful explosive sound followed by a powerful tremor appeared. Diminutive's grave voice rang with a hint of panic. "He's finally using his aura and the barrier. There's a faint crack on it." His words instantly drew everyone's attention. They looked towards the place where Jacob had just attacked and saw two sword blades shimmering in green plasma-like flames. There were two faint cracks where the blades had just hit. Could it be I've underestimated his true capabilities? Golden Constant 511117 muttered with a solemn look on his face as he saw Jacob pulling back his swords, and he seemed ready for another attack. Although this barrier stops Jacob from interfering with the formation, they also can't attack Jacob, and it also has a self-healing function. This entire barrier was created by one of the four most powerful legacy treasures in the Golden Constant 511117's possession. But now, Jacob was showing signs of breaking it, and Golden Constant 511117 knew that if he wanted to maintain this treasure, even its self-healing ability, he needed to pay a huge price. Just maintaining it like this was already akin to pulling his flesh, and he was willing to pay the price as long as the formation succeeded. Yet now, Jacob was not only resisting the powerful soul-serving formation, but was even showing signs of breaking this barrier, which was clearly not good. Golden Constant 511117 was unwilling to give up after coming so close, so he made a decisive decision. A cruel glint flashed past his eyes, and a dark golden cube filled with dark runic lines appeared above his palm. "Everyone, please buy us some time." His words sent shivers to everyone because they knew something was wrong. Before they could react, 6 of them vanished from the barrier's protection and appeared right behind Jacob. Now, only the Golden Constant 511117 and Asher were left inside the barrier. Golden Constant 511117 didn't react much as he used the cube to shrink the barrier again. The more people under its protection, the more energy it used, so he made the decision to get rid of the extras. He wanted them to distract Jacob so he could launch another of his trump cards. After all, they were his pawns to being with, and the oath contracts they signed all have the clause about helping him to the best of their abilities until the target was completely neutralized, and only then will he give them the rest of their promised rewards. By sending them out, he wasn't breaking any clause of the contract because he wasn't directly harming them. They were free to leave as long as they had the capability. Besides, he wasn't the one who personally signed those oath contracts at all. He knew that even if they had space talismans or similar treasures, they couldn't breach past this barrier that originated from this cube, since it completely sealed off this space from the rest of the world unless they had a true Fable legendary rank treasure. Even Diminutive, who has talent in space, can't go past this barrier despite awakening his soul force. That's why Golden Constant 51117 was secretly freaking out when he saw Jacob left cracks on this barrier, which could only mean that his power has infinity close to the Fable legendary rank, and decided to show his true colors by sending those cannon folders out to do their job. Jacob was also startled when 6 of the 8 figures inside the barrier suddenly vanished and appeared a few meters behind him. He immediately gave up on breaking the barrier since he needed to get rid of these 6 first. He also saw his enemies plan to distract him, but he couldn't do anything about it. Those 6 cloaked figures wanted to curse their leader and even wanted to attack him, but they knew they needed to keep their lives first to seek revenge. Everyone, don't panic. As long as we attack him together, before Miss 70469 could complete her gallant speech, she felt alarmed because Jacob's blades were already reaching towards the midget, Diminutive's head, and she thought, too fast. In this entire group, Jacob knew he needed to get rid of the goblin Diminutive first because of his troublesome space abilities, and he already knew how to deal with him. Furthermore, Jacob knew that Diminutive wasn't at his peak state because Nyx had not only devoured his dreamscape realm, but before doing it, she had tormented the goblin in his dreams so much that he didn't dare to sleep, and he even suspected that he was eyed by a powerful enemy. Yet no matter what the goblin did or who he sought help from, no one seemed to understand his plight. They even snickered at him for being a coward, and all he could do was grit his teeth. If not for the vile contract he had signed before, he would have never participated in this mission because he suspected and was 90% sure that his strange illness was all because of Jacob. Now, that person finally showed his true color, and he also became Jacob's first target before he could even escape. All he wanted to do was kill that guy who dragged him into this while also cursing himself for being too greedy. Without hesitation, in fact, of the crisis of life and death, Diminutive chooses to use his full power to flee. But right at this moment, just when he was about to use his space shift ability, he suddenly felt a strange tiredness wash over him and become languor, which made the goblin extremely alarmed because 2 swords were about to pierce through his head and heart. Why the hell wanted to sleep all of a sudden? But alas, he had no idea that after Jacob's Hex Magic Core upgraded, he could use it on Legendary Rank's powerhouses as long as he had the Hex mana for it. At his current level, although he didn't have that much mana, he could still use it on one quasi-legend, and Diminutive happened to be the lucky ones that Jacob selected. As the goblin lost his final sliver of consciousness, he felt something sharp stabbing into his head and chest before he fell into eternal slumber. This is how the cunning goblin, who has been alive for almost 10,000 years and has been scheming and planning for his debut in the legendary planes, died, all because of his greed and jealousy. 758, Chapter 758, Reel in the Net 8. Diminutive's almost instant death shocked everyone, especially Golden Constant 5111117, who knew better than anyone what kind of race Diminutive belonged to and was the hardest to kill with his annoying space-type abilities. However, Jacob didn't even give him the chance to use any of his abilities, but Golden Constant 5111117 still thought it was quite strange, and Diminutive died too easily. So, this uncanny death of Diminutive brings fear to Golden Constant 51117 as he starts to panic a little as only 3 seconds left before Asher would stop using the soul-serving formation since it would be akin to cutting off his own flesh if dared to keep using it, and no matter what kinds of benefits he promised him, he won't continue. That's why Golden Constant 51017 decided to drop all pleasantries. His eyes went icy cold as he quickly sat down cross-legged. A palm-sized runic altar suddenly appeared above his palm as the cube vanished. The next moment, a phantom of a black-framed hourglass suddenly appeared behind the Golden Constant 51117. It began to glow as the golden sand within the hourglass started to swirl and decrease. At the same time, the small altar in Golden Constant 51117's hand begins to expand, and the runes on it lit up. Without hesitation, Golden Constant 51017 slammed the altar into a particular area of the ground. The very next moment, the soul-serving formation started to release powerful undulations. At the same time, Asher's figure, surrounded by the eternal light, trembled as the bull phantom behind him became even more vivid, and tinny stars started to appear within its horns. "What are you doing?" Asher's alarmed voice rang with clear panic and disbelief. He tried to stop the formation and his power, but to his horror, it was completely out of control, and there was no more buffer time, which meant he was completely exposed. Golden Constant 51117's resolute voice rang, "I apologize, Sir Prince, but it seemed I've overestimated myself, or it won't be a lie to say that I completely underestimated that kind of sacred entity, if there is any. Nonetheless, I can't afford to miss this chance even if there's the slightest possibility. Trust me, it's far bigger than your purpose or even your master. So, if I succeed, then I'll compensate you in the future. Right now, please be my sacrifice." Just as his voice trailed off, the altar started to shimmer in inky darkness. The golden sand within the hourglass phantom started to drop at an alarming rate, and within a second, it was dropped by half, and even golden constant 51,117 was now turned bony. However, the person who was having the worst time was none other than Asher, as the bull phantom behind was suddenly roaring as the formation was trembling violently, and Asher could feel a powerful force sucking away all of his power. "You sacrilegious bastard!" Asher roared as he tried to break free from his restraints, but no matter what he did, he seemed to be completely stuck on his spot and his body refused to move. He roared in panic. "You madman, stop this at once before it's too late. I won't be the only one who will be punished, but you will be punished as well once it comes here. Don't forget that your entire existence is an act of blasphemy. You'll cease to exist for whatever madness you are pursuing." However, golden constant 51,117 acted as if he didn't hear it. His hands suddenly started to move, and he performed strange hand signs, leaving behind blurry movement. The light from the formation was almost blinding. It was more like the surface of the sun, and the pressure released from it was almost breaking past the level of quasi-legends. Those who were fighting or busy running for their lives outside suddenly let loose blood, curdling screams as they dropped to the ground, clutching their heads as they felt as if something was cut off their brains. Jacob also felt powerful soul force pressure, far more terrifying than before, but the nightmare flames of Nyx were still strongly resisting everything. So, this misfortune of his remaining 5 targets turned into a fortune for him. Without hesitation, he directly stabbed the closest person, who was actually Mr. 65,100, but Jacob felt his blade pass directly through his body. Astounded, he moved his sword upward and cut off the cloak, and what he saw sent a chill running down his spine. It was a translucent pale figure with strange glowing crimson runic lines on its hominoid body. His face was right from someone's ghastly nightmare, empty eye sockets and mouth, as if they were windows to the eerier darkness, bald head with a crown of bone-like horns filled with runic markings. Calling Mr. 65,100 Ghostface would be an understatement. He gave off extremely terrifying and creepy vibes, and Jacob could feel an extremely powerful soul force emanating from his translucent body. What kind of abomination is he? Is he the bone-crowned Bodak from Ghost Race of Dark Beings that Immortica told me about? No wonder Immortica said, "You'll know when you see it," when I asked what a ghost looks like in this place. I'm still processing the news that there are ghosts among the Dark Beings, and they seem quite high in the hierarchy since they are rare in lesser galaxies and mostly exist in middle galaxies. Although Immortica didn't tell me the reason, I can guess that it has something to do with their bodies and soul force. This guy seemed to be nothing but a manifestation of soul force, and because of this formation, he's dying as his soul force is being devoured at an alarming rate to protect himself. Normally, he might have been the most troublesome to deal with since he's clearly immune to physical attacks, but now, that desperate guy is doing me a favor. Well, you can't eat a ghost, so I better finish the others off. Jacob had already given up on Mr. 65,100. That guy was simply too creepy. However, just when Jacob was about to move on, he noticed something, and his eyes widened. He saw a black frame hourglass symbol suddenly appear on Mr. 65,100's forehead, and Jacob's heart raced as his eyes turned bloodthirsty with greed. He's one of them. 759. Chapter 759, Reel in the Net 9. The moment the hourglass appeared above Mr. 65,100's pale forehead, Jacob's heart raced, and he instantly knew that he wasn't wrong about this hourglass. It was the same feeling he had when he found those 2 hourglasses in the ruin of Siren Hymn Temple after killing the final 2 survivors, and they were extremely beneficial for him. Although Jacob didn't know who these people with these mysterious hourglasses belonged to, one thing he was sure of was that he wouldn't be going to miss this chance at all. Without hesitation, Jacob stabbed his sword into Mr. 65,100's head, but to his surprise, it easily bypassed Mr. 65,100's corporeal body, and at this moment, Mr. 65,100 seemed to have activated some kind of magic as a phantom of a half-filled dark-framed hourglass appeared behind. However, to Jacob's surprise, instead of an alarm, this hourglass phantom stirred something within Jacob as the sleeping hunger suddenly awakened. The next moment, his heart rate climbed through the roof as an extremely powerful invisible suction force suddenly enveloped the hourglass phantom and Mr. 65,100 together. "What are you doing? No, impossible. How could you harm my Haikuk? Ah!" Mr. 65,100 suddenly started to scream in agony as if something was ripping his very heart from his chest. Even Jacob was bewildered as he saw a dark wisp of smoke appear from Mr. 65,100's forehead, followed by golden particles. Within 3 seconds, an ethereal dark hourglass suddenly pulled out from Mr. 65,100's forehead. The moment the dark hourglass was pulled out, Mr. 65,100's blood-curdling screams instantly died down as his body started to turn into gray ash, leaving behind a dark gray glowing core while the entral hourglass directly absorbed into Jacob's chest, where his cursed heart had emerged at some point after being vanished ever since that strange incident. However, the moment the ethereal hourglass was absorbed by his cursed heart, it vanished. But before that, a powerful crimson pulse was released, and Jacob instantly felt a warm current passing through his entire body. Not only that, but he could feel the Cursed Path Glory gem heat up for a moment before it went dormant, leaving behind Jacob in a strange euphoric feeling before it faded away. It's just like the last time, Jacob thought as he felt full of energy and his eyes shimmered with ghastly light. I wonder if there are others like him in this group. After picking up the magic core like a hungry beast, Jacob directly selected his target and darted towards a 3-meter-tall cloaked figure not too far away. The hood was already removed from his head. It was a purple-skinned old elf with a haggard face filled with agony. He was trying his best to endure, but to no avail. At this point, he started to regret ever coming here just to earn some merit and raise his worth. He regrets not listening to his son and gives up on his ambitions. He regrets that he didn't flee when he still had the chance. He regrets, but alas, now seeing the giant appear above him like a grim reaper as he swings down his death scythe on him, all his unwillingness, regret, anxiety, and everything suddenly vanish as the sharp edge of the blade is about to stab him. He feels relief from everything just before his final moment. Forgive me, son, for everything I've done to you and Ellie. I was a terrible father, and I'm proud of why. Just like that, Vincent, the Star Lord of the Unique Planes who antagonized the entire Unique Planes for thousands of years, died because of his ambition. Jacob didn't give a damn who this elf was, but for some reason his face seemed somewhat familiar to him, but since the hourglass didn't appear, Jacob didn't pay him too much attention and stowed away his body for blood extraction. If he knew he had just killed the Star Lord, who he tricked once, he might not be so nonchalant, especially if he knew that Vincent was also Nelson's father, who almost ruined everything from him in the Epic Planes trial. Jacob moved on towards the giant, who seemed to be the same as Vincent. Since he was a quasi-legend, he was still able to crawl, but he still ended up like Vincent in the end, one of Jacob's blood bags. At this moment, Jacob has already accepted that there is no more Hourglass-affiliated person in this group, as there is only one remaining, Miss 70,469. However, just when Jacob was about to move towards Miss 70,469, his eyes shimmered with ecstasy as he saw the dark-framed hourglass phantom, which was 90% filled with golden sand and appeared above Miss 70,469 times. Time's shield. Ms. 70,469 roared with extreme difficulty as she already sensed the glare of death locked on her. She didn't care about anything anymore as she directly used her final trump card to save herself. Jacob's footsteps also came to a halt when he sensed a strange power suddenly enveloping Miss 70,469. The hourglass phantom behind was glowing, and the golden sand was churning and getting exhausted at an alarming rate. Even Jacob felt threatened by this mysterious power, and he could sense he wouldn't be able to approach it. He frowned as he watched Miss 70,469 slowly stand up, as the formation wasn't working on her anymore. However, he also noticed that the sand in the hourglass behind her was quickly drooping, and at this rate of exhaustion, she would only last for another 3 minutes or so. I have no enmity with you. Miss 70,469 suddenly spoke in an exhausted yet dreadful voice. As long as you promise to let me go, I'll help take down that traitorous bastard. She was filled with indignation and hatred for Golden Constant 51,117, as not only did he not pay her, but he even used her as bait to buy time. Although she was on friendly terms with Golden Constant 51,117, that didn't mean she would allow herself to be killed after being backstabbed by him. This was simply unacceptable. That's why she decided to change sides without hesitation. Although she knows that she wouldn't truly die since she didn't know about Jacob's ability to truly kill them, she knows she would suffer a huge loss, and her rank would also drop. Unaware of Miss 70,469's thoughts, Jacob had no intention of letting her go, and this was even more true after finding the hourglass's existence. Nonetheless, since he can't risk entering this strange field around her, he plays along, hoping to get an answer. Tell me who you are and your affiliation, or no deal. 760, Chapter 760, Reel in the Net 10. Tell me who you are and what your affiliation is, or no deal. When Jacob asks that question, Ms. 70,469's expression under their hood turns ugly because this is the only thing she couldn't disclose to anyone, even if she wanted to, unless she wants to commit suicide. However, feeling all of her accumulated sand quickly exhausting away, she knew that while there was this terrible monster standing there watching her like prey, if she didn't do something, she'd be as good as dead for this term, which she desperately wanted to avoid. I can tell you anything but, please understand, I can't say anything despite wanting to. You should be able to understand this much? Ms. 70,469 tries to reason with Jacob. How could Jacob not understand? It was quite clear that she was under some kind of restriction, like the oath contract or something similar, and he winced since this was the only chance to learn about these hourglass freaks' backgrounds. Autark was already out of commission after what happened with Sebastian and was still recuperating. Moreover, with how mysterious these hourglass freaks were and their uncanny abilities, Jacob didn't dare put Autark at risk. His death would be a massive blow to Jacob's resources. Nonetheless, he still wanted some clues, so he asked another question. Then tell me, those people on discs that blow themselves up, did they belong to the same organization as yours? If yes, and you can't disclose this informant, then reply like this or remain silent. If not, then tell me their background. Ms. 70,469 was startled by Jacob's way of questioning. She didn't expect him to be able to find this kind of loophole, and even if she remained silent, he would easily get his answer. But she wanted a bargaining chip to escape this calamity, and Jacob wasn't making it easy at all. Gritting her teeth, she said, "First, I need you to sign an oath contract with me that you will not take action against me no matter what, and in return, I can tell you anything I know as long as I can." Jacob already got his answer as his eyes shimmered with cold light and thought, so, these fuckers were after me since the rare plains. But why did they stop after that and not appear in the epic plains? And now they are coming after me too hard with all these schemes and preparations. I can tell that you don't have much time, and when your little trick runs out, I can take my sweet time getting all the information I want from you, and trust me, if you think that you are undying, then it's your biggest illusion. Jacob coldly replied, and he directly stabbed Miss 70,469's heart since she knew he wasn't making assumptions. It was a fact. Furthermore, Jacob was also calculating and testing something amidst all this chaos, which was his heart reacting to those strange hourglasses. Although he could still sense the pull, it wasn't as strong as before when his cursed heart overtook it and greedily pulled those hourglasses towards him. This means that this strange phenomenon or ability only occurred within a certain range. At this moment, he was standing around 20 meters away from Miss 70,469, who was using this strange ability that gave him a sense of danger. She seemed to be stuck while using it in a single place, which meant either she couldn't run away or something was blocking her escape route, which was mostly like that dome above. He also saw how this formation affected these five, which could only mean that it didn't discriminate between friend and foe. She was protecting herself not only from Jacob, but also from this formation. If you think that you can escape that treacherous bastard's clutches, then you are thoroughly delusional yourself. Miss 70,469 suddenly roared hatefully. She knew that reasoning with this guy was simply impossible at this point, so she decided to try opening his eyes to reality. I admit you are strong, very strong to even capable of surviving all that and resisting the soul-serving formation of that bastard who is using an unknown power to fuel it. But if you think that you can fight him head-on, then I hate to break it to you, but you will suffer a terrible defeat and lose your life because of your arrogance. Although I don't know how you provoked that treacherous guy to go this far to eliminate you, his means are out of your wildest expectations. If I tell you that the person after you was once a legendary being, would you still have your arrogance? Jacob was startled and frowned because he didn't find any lies in Miss 70,469 words, but her words threw him completely out of the loop since he knew legendary ranks could exist in lesser galaxies unless they regressed. But this was even stranger because if he was a legendary rank, then he should be someone from the middle galaxies. Then how did he appear here? Furthermore, given how familiar Miss 70,469 seemed with this mysterious enemy of his, he could guess they either belonged to the same organization or were pretty close. He inclined towards the former. Still, this revelation was enough to make Jacob draw his guard to the highest as he asked gravely, "So, what are you suggesting? Should I believe you so you can help me get out of here while you, yourself, are like a trapped rat in this cage? Even if I want to believe you, I don't see it happening." Ms. 70,469 finally saw hope at this moment as she quickly said, "I know it's a long shot, but as long as you don't come after me, I can tell you the weak point in this barrier, and with your prowess, you can easily break it. Once this barrier is gone, that bastard would be completely exposed, and then you can duke it out with him as much as you want, and I even owe you a favor. This is your only chance to stop him from doing whatever he's up to, and I can tell you he's doing something crazy that could even alarm the laws of Zodiac Plains, because I can sense something terrible is about to take place, and I don't want to be here to witness it." Again, Jacob detects no lies from Miss 70,469, and this time, his expression finally changes when he hears about Zodiac Plains laws. Although he doesn't know what that means, it sounds anything but good. Taking a deep breath, he looked towards the invisible barrier. His eyes widened when dense, dark particles began gathering all over the dome, and his heart palpitated. He finally believed Miss 70,469's words. It seems she's right. As for detecting weak points in this barrier, I can do the same. In fact, I already knew that. That's how I was going to break that barrier when these guys were sent out. Jacob scoffed secretly. "What are you suggesting?" he asked in a grim tone, not revealing his actual thoughts. Miss 70,469 finally sighed in relief as she knew Jacob believed her. Although she wasn't a combat type, she had a special vision that could see through universal mysteriousness. Although it wasn't on the level of Jacob's eyes of judge, it still originated from another optical ability on the same level. "First, you need to sign an oath contract since I can't fully trust you," Ms. 70,469 stated her only condition. 76.1, Chapter 76.1, Reel in the Net 11. Why? Just why isn't it working on him? Golden Constant 511117's voice was filled with disbelief and frustration as he sat cross-legged, and his entire body was trembling. On the other hand, Asher in front of him was now nothing but skins and bones, as his previously burly and healthy was long gone. The phantom of the bull behind him was now extremely vague and on the verge of fading entirely. Yet, despite everyone Golden Constant 51,117 had done, Jacob remained untouched without any harm. It was now pretty clear to him that it wasn't about soul-serving formation not having enough power, he had simply underestimated Jacob. At this point, he even started to believe that Jacob might have had a legendary king-rank soul treasure since it was the only possible explanation for his ridiculous soul defense, or he had simply chewed more than he could handle by going after that kind of entity. Ha ha ha, uh-huh. Asher's creepy laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. Although his voice was extremely feeble and even seemed on the verge of exhaustion, the sheer ridicule and mirth of Golden Constant 51,117's failure was evident in it. It seemed you have overestimated yourselves, little roach. If I'm not wrong, you are going after that mortal because you think he had a sacred scripture or sacred artifact on him, right? Asher suddenly uttered, making Golden Constant 51,117 tremble as he looked towards Asher with shock. But he quickly hid it and denied it impassively. I don't know what you're blabbering about, but you were right. I admit my plan was a failure. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't think of me as a fool, and there is no need to deny it anymore, for I'm already no longer a threat to anyone, and soon I'll be put into slumber for a long time. Asher's voice was filled with bitterness and a hint of hatred as his murky eyes flashed with craziness. But don't even think about getting away after you put me through this humiliation. Since I'm doomed, I'll make sure you will never succeed. Oh, by the way, and for your information, I've already recorded yours and his special soul signature and sent them with all this information to my lord. Once he hears about it, he'll pay you in kind. Ha 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 ha. Golden Constant 51,117's eyes widened with horror. You lunatic. For the first time, Golden Constant 51,117's entire demeanor changed as he knew what this implied because he was truly afraid of Asher's master. He knew even if he succeeded today, he'd never have peace with that kind of existence, constantly looking for him like a bloody hound because, just like him, the allure of those sacred scripture and sacred artifacts was enough to drive even gods made with greed. Furthermore, unlike him, they weren't limited, and once they really started looking, there would be no place to hide unless he had one of those sacred scriptures or sacred artifacts. Although it was only one entity, he didn't dare to think he could outsmart or outrun someone like that. Asher just literally cut off his escape routes, and now he had to get to Jacob and hope that he really had one of those mythical sacred scriptures or sacred artifacts. If his speculation was incorrect and Jacob didn't have any, then he'd never know peace in his life. No kind of explanation would be enough, and the hunt would last until he died or was captured. Oh, now he knows how to fear. Asher sneered weakly. Although I admit I also have such thoughts like yours, you ruined everything. Even if it turned out to be nothing but a madman's dream, we both know you are doomed with me even if you manage to escape today. As long as I can make your life miserable, this long slumber will be worth it. But don't worry, once I wake up, I promise you I'll burn shit on your tombstone, of course, only if I have any since I'm sure you won't even have ash remaining at that time. At this moment, a powerful smashing voice suddenly rang, followed by a cracking noise, drawing Golden Constant 51,117's instant attention as he looked behind, and his eyes widened with disbelief when he saw it was none other than Jacob. Furthermore, unlike before, the crimson fog was rising from Jacob's giant body as if he was on fire, and what made Golden Constant 51,117's heart even further was, there were massive cracks on the barrier this time, and not on the barrier, but Jacob's swords were also seemed to be on the verge of breaking as the blades were full of cracks. It was like his blades couldn't handle his power at all. What happened of Golden Constant 70,469? Wasn't she using the time shield? He shouldn't be able to bypass, and I know she can keep it up for around 4 minutes. Then how did he manage to kill her? Don't tell me he's immune to time. No, impossible. Nothing is immune to time, even those entities. Golden Constant 51,117's mind was raging as he no longer had any idea what the deal with Jacob was. But what he didn't know was while he was distracted by frustration and Asher, Jacob signed an oath contract with Miss or Golden Constant 70,469, and feeling finally reassured, she stopped using the time shield to save her golden timeless sand. However, what Golden Constant 70,469 hadn't expected in her wildest dreams was the moment she stopped using the time shield. Jacob casually approached her and, before she could say anything, stabbed his swords in her head and heart without hesitation. The guy didn't even emit killing intent as if he was squashing a bug. In the end, Golden Constant 70,469 died filled with disbelief and hatred while Jacob absorbed her hourglass, feeling euphoric. She died without knowing how Jacob was able to bypass the oath contract and full grievance towards Golden Constant 51,117. Nonetheless, Jacob no longer dares to waste more time as he still heeds her warning and instantly appears because the only weakness in this barrier is behind the invisible barrier where Golden Constant 51,117 is hiding. Furthermore, this time, he finally used his fluid acceleration up to 100x, and this crimson smoke was the result of it, which was news to Jacob as well. But he could tell that this time, the fluid acceleration was using the cursed blood instant of his body's energy, which meant as long as he had cursed blood, he could use it almost infinitely. Lastly, the power the boost he was getting from cursed blood was insane and many times higher than any previous fluid acceleration. Nonetheless, he didn't lose him in that boundless power because his cursed blood was even more precious, so he quickly came here to get rid of this true mastermind behind this entire scheme. Golden Constant 51117 gave up on figuring out how Jacob could survive and overcome all those dangerous situations because he no longer had any intention to test it himself and finally decided to retreat. As long as he keeps his life, he can always come back more powerful and with better schemes. But alas, at this moment, before Jacob could shatter the barrier, he felt invisible dread suddenly gripped his heart as an ethereal pressure descended the scene. The light started to dim down, and the dome above seemed to have ripped apart almost instantly. Asher's bitter yet gloating voice suddenly rang, "Ha ha ha ha, here it comes, there is no escaping the Zodiac Plane's enforcement." Golden Constant 51117 knew that he was trapped by his own net. 762, Chapter 762, Zodiac Plane's Enforcer, 1 Jacob, had no idea what was going on, but he sure did know that whatever was behind this blackout and this ghastly pressure was not to trifle with, and he suddenly remembered Miss 70469's words. Without hesitation, Jacob raised his arms to shatter the barrier, but to his shock, the pressure completely locked him in his place. At this moment, something strange happened when he was about to ask Immortality. "This is not something you can handle yet. Stay still and use the mask while you have the chance. Oh, and don't use your powers. It was nice knowing you. He 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 he." The cursed book in front of him had already vanished, leaving behind its eerie laughter, making Jacob horrified. He knew there was only one kind of existence Immortality had shown this attitude towards. Is it related to Zodiac Will? Jacob thought while grimacing as a chill ran down his spine. Although there was no one to answer him, he knew things were terrible, and someone had provoked the Zodiac Will or something equally terrifying entity. But he quickly suppressed his unease and did as Immortality told him before bailing out on him, probably to protect him or himself, he didn't know. He stops the fluid acceleration and instantly activates the gluttony mask, which already has an appearance saved in it. The next moment, Jacob's giant body quickly morphs as his height starts to decrease from 20 meters to 21 meters, and his aura completely changes from monstrous to mortal of a peak unique rank. Even his star watch was switched with another. Furthermore, he tried to hide his presence even more, however. As he does, the pressure increased tremendously, and he quickly falls on his knees and even felt like losing his consciousness, but for some reason he couldn't and only endure. At this moment, within the darkness, an ethereal golden eye suddenly snapped open, revealing endless strings of shifting stars within. Everything seemed to come to a standstill. It was completely emotionless, as if a god was watching mortals. Not only that, but the moment this starry golden eye gazed locked on where Jacob was kneeling, the invisible barrier ripped apart, turning into dust particles, revealing Golden Constant 51117 and Asher's figures within. But it was just the start, as the runic cube maintaining the barrier instantly turned to dust, followed by the altar, and the soul-serving formation also vanished from existence. Golden Constant 51117 was barely standing while trembling like a grass blade in a hurricane. Even he couldn't look towards the eye. But what shocked him most was Jacob, who was giving off completely different vibes. He knew this guy was fully capable of enduring this pressure, yet there he was pretending to be a weakling, making Golden Constant 51117 livid. Nonetheless, he didn't have time to pay Jacob any heed as he knew all escape routes were closed, so he chose to save his life before the eye saw through his origin. Tea time, refresh. He was barely able to utter and activate his biggest trump. The golden frame hourglass suddenly appeared behind it and started to revolve as the golden sand in it vanished. At this moment, the eye finally locked on Golden Constant 51117, and the pressure on him increased thousands of times, breaking his bones and pinning him to the ground, clearly an attempt to stop him. But alas, despite the eye's action, the hourglass phantom remained untouched as it revolved strongly, releasing powerful undulations as if it didn't exist in the same time and space as them. ATLAS. An ethereal voice boomed, filled with murderous intent, reverberating like thunder in the darkness and buzzing everyone's heads. Jacob, who was having it the hardest because of his power drop, was the most shocked when he heard that name. He was in utter disbelief since he knew there was nothing like hourglass freaks in the Atlas, or that the information he had from the anonymous stars was worthless. Furthermore, he was shocked that even that unfathomable eye knew about Atlas, which could only mean their roots were far deeper than he had anticipated. Moreover, the moment that hourglass appeared, Jacob felt a strong pull from his cursed heart, unlike the previous attractions. There was clearly something unique about this person's hourglass from the others, but Jacob didn't dare try anything. He quickly suppressed his heart without holding it because it would show his ability or might expose him entirely. The eye clearly didn't pay the unique ant any heed, as golden constant 51117 had drawn its full attention. At this moment, the dark ethereal mist suddenly came towards the revolving cloak from all directions like a tilde wave. The space around the hourglass phantom shattered like glass as the dark mist completely engulfed it. At this moment, golden constant 511117 finally felt the fear of death, as he knew that if he didn't do anything, even if he would be revived, that entity would leave behind an unshakable mark on his very soul, and at that time he would never able to live in peace and died no matter how many lives he had. So, he used his last reserve, and a tiny hourglass appeared under his clenched grip. He shattered it while issuing a command through his thoughts. I sacrifice my timeless city lord status, silver timeless sand, and bronze timeless sand to timeless god. Please make your followers escape this plight. Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang in reply. Not enough. Golden constant 511117 was shocked. He was almost giving up everything, and he needed the iron timeless sand to revive, so he absolutely couldn't give up his final life. But he didn't have any time, as he could feel the dark mist about to touch his hourglass, which was actually his soul. Gritting his teeth, he decided to choose his life and roared, I'm willing to share all my memories of this life. There are clues about a sacred scripture or sacred artifact in them. No, in fact, the person in question is right before me. This time, something happened. Golden constant 511117 felt a foreign power suddenly gripping his mind before it completely overtook it and caused him to lose consciousness. He didn't expect this kind of outcome at all, but he was helpless to fight against this foreign power. Riveting, at this moment, golden constant 511117 mingled body, which was pinned on the ground, suddenly enveloped in an ethereal white light and started to regenerate under it. The eye suddenly trembled when it sensed something completely impossible, and the dark mist came to a standstill. The white light around golden constant 511117's body got brighter and appeared like a white sun in the darkness. The ethereal voice rang again, but this time it was filled with disbelief. Impossible. Just as its voice trailed off, golden constant 511117 suddenly opened his completely white eyes. His body slowly started to float, completely ignoring the pressure. 763, Chapter 763, Zodiac Plains Enforcer 2. Jacob had no idea what was going on, but he could tell that things were going south too fast, and the parties involved this time were not entities he could handle at his current level. He was especially shocked by golden constant 511117's sudden transformation into a white human torchlight, and the eye in the sky seemed quite surprised by it as well. Furthermore, because of golden constant 511117's sudden transformation, the mysterious pressure on him lessened greatly as he was finally able to move, albeit with difficulty. It was still enough for him to raise his head and look towards the starry eye, which gave him instant goosebumps as if he was gazing at something sacred and undefinable. Without hesitation, Jacob decided to take advantage of the chaos and slipped away. He slowly started to retreat with every strength he could muster with his current disguise. He didn't dare to breathe, afraid of drawing the eye or the glowing golden constant 511117's attention. As Jacob slowly retreated, he noticed that the eye was really not paying attention to him. Under its piercing gaze, he was an irrelevant ant. However, he hadn't even taken 10 steps back when a new pressure looked on him. Goosebumps spread throughout his body as his mortal danger sense cried in alarm, but he seemed to be stuck where he was without any ability to resist. Furthermore, this new pressure locking him down was vastly different from the eye's pressure. If the latter was indifferent towards him, this former was clearly meant for him. The intent behind it gave Jacob palpitations, and for some unknown reason, his heart was beating excitedly. At this moment, the white glow around golden constant 511117 slowly vanished, revealing a tall, naked creature. He was 3 meters tall and had a slender frame, but except for his humanoid form, he was monstrous in essence. A peculiar white symbol glowing between his glabella, corporeal long white hair, and long beard covered his hoary head, which seemed like white flames. His skin was an unnatural shade of sickly green, stretched taut over bony protrusions. Eyes, devoid of pupils and completely white, burn with an infernal glow. Long, sharp claws replace nails, and a jagged maw filled with venomous fangs. A stench of sulfur and decay clings around. Whatever it was, it could only be described as a hellish entity. Good, very good. You bunch dare to birth a lesser demon in this sanctuary, and now you, Furcus, dare to descend in this lesser demon's body. This is a clear violation of Zodiac Plains rules. The ethereal voice boomed, filled with anger and killing fury, as the stars in the eye started to move in a special trajectory. However, the lesser demon, or Furcus, didn't seem to hear the voice at all, as his emotionless eyes were now locked on Jacob. Jacob felt goosebumps under Furcus's eyes, as if his very being had been completely exposed to the demonic entity's eyes. Before he could react, Furcus was now right in front of him. In his presence, Jacob felt overwhelming pressure and a never-felt aura like before. It was like an embodiment of evil, and carnage was hovering right behind him, and this entity could take his life with a single thought. He never felt so close to death like today, and he wasn't even able to move. Do you have it? A hoarse, overlapping voice between a young and an old man directly rang in Jacob's mind, overwhelming his mind with irrefutable authority and compelling him to tell the truth. However, at this moment, Jacob felt something stirring within his mind and awakening him from his stupor. Nonetheless, it didn't help even a bit since the other guy's power was simply at a ridiculous level. A little high mental defense doesn't matter in front of absolute power. Furthermore, what he didn't know was Furcus wasn't really here, it was only a whip of his soul because the real Furcus would have easily tore apart any soul defense he currently had. Even Nyx's nightmare flames weren't strong enough to defend against such an entity at her current level. Still, Furcus didn't seem to notice that Jacob had broken free from his spell. The thought even occurred to him, as the disparity between them was like sky and earth. But at this moment, Jacob was completely stumped as he didn't know what Furcus was asking about. Do you have it sacred scripture? Or sacred artifact? The same question repeats, but with more clarity and power behind Furcus's voice, which were extremely overbearing this time. Jacob still didn't know what Furcus was talking about, but when he heard the terms sacred scripture and sacred artifact, his heart skipped a beat because the implications of these two terms were simply too absurd. If Furcus was really asking about what he had thought he was, he would never reveal it. Every consequence of revealing it would lead to his death. Who is this mortal, and why are you interested in him? Is this why you took such a risk to descend? The ethereal voice from the eye suddenly rang with a hint of disbelief as it finally paid attention to the mortal, who seemed to be completely bonded by Furcus's aura. It could clearly feel Furcus using his prowess on him. Furcus was stopped in his tracks under that eye. Still, that voice seemed to snicker at this point as it icily declared, "If you had come personality, I would have still had some misgivings. But now, you are merely using a lesser demon's body to project yourself here with a wisp of your soul. Nonetheless, if I killed this guy, part of that soul residing within him would be as good as gone, and you'd suffer. I'll make sure you pay the price for ignoring the Zodiac law enforcer. Now be gone with your toy." At this moment, Jacob knew things were getting worse, as he clearly felt that voice's killing intent. It didn't care about his life or death, it probably didn't know why Furcus was here, but it sure did hell want to make sure he paid for his blunt disrespect. "Let me go." Jacob finally decides to struggle, as he doesn't want to be tied down here while waiting for his death. He even decides to use his true power. What was the point in hiding his strength when he knew he wouldn't be alive to protect his secret? His life was more important after all. Furcus's eyes widened ever so slightly, and he seemed surprised that Jacob wasn't charmed by him in the slightest. However, at this moment, both felt true death approaching, and before they could react, they were hit by the tsunami of ethereal dark mist. 764, Chapter 764, Joining the Stage. The moment the dark ethereal fog enveloped them, Furcus encasing both himself and Jacob. However, the dark fog was simply too strong, and seemed to hay was quickly churning away, and the dark fog slowly closed in. As for Asher, that poor fellow was already turned into Cosmica. The Zodiac Enforcer, without having any chance to explain him's, already decided the moment his origin was revealed, and not the Zodiac Enforcer. Paragraph comment. Paragraph comment feature now on the web. Move Mo over any paragraph and click the icon to add your comma. Also, you can always turn it off on in settings. GOT. But his reason for doing all that still eludes Zodiac Enforcer. Nonetheless, Zodiac Enforcer knew Asher's background, and he knew a massive investigation would be launched against his master. Answer, me and Ella shall lead you to safety, or I'll claim your soul. Furcus's solemn voice rang in Jacob's head again, and this time there was a hint of haste in it. However, Jacob didn't seem to hear it as his thoughts were chaotic, and he was hanging by a thread because, for a fragment of a moment, that dark fog had been able to touch Jacob before Furcus's reaction. But that fragment of a second was enough for Jacob to feel like he was plunged into the depths of hell without any resistance. That power was simply too high for him to handle even a fragment of it, especially the disguise. He didn't even get the chance to reveal his true appearance. Now, Jacob was completely vulnerable, and with a slight nudge, he'd meet with his end. He could barely able to make anything or even think straight. It was like he had returned to the time when he was towards the end of his life, living on all those machines. Furcus also seemed to realize it, and his demonic face winced. Although he said that he would claim his soul, he was fully capable of that without any doubt. But the thing was, the current him wasn't, and so he needed Jacob's corporation to claim his soul. If he tried to forcibly take it, he would lose the white light before he could extract his soul, and they would both turn into dust. Although the Zodiac Enforcer wasn't using its full power, it couldn't because of the rules. It was still using its full authority to get rid of him, which was more than enough to current him. Still, Golden Constant 51117's memories had truly piqued his interest, and just Golden Constant 51117, he didn't want to miss this opportunity to get his hands on one of those godly boons. Even just a sliver of possibility was enough for him to take this massive risk. As for why not simply kill Jacob and take it, he knew it was impossible because those things would vanish the moment their chosen one died until finding a new one and re-emerging again. Only if those chosen ones handed them over and transferred their rights willingly can others touch them. Only people in Furcus's position knew about them, but even their knowledge was extremely limited. That's why he wanted Jacob's soul, since he knew those things were soul bonds, and calming his soul meant getting whatever was inside. In a sense, Golden Constant 51117's approach was wrong from the start, as he wanted to serve Jacob's soul and search for his body, which wouldn't been for naught. Left with no other options and little time, Furcus made his decision, and instantly the lesser demon body of Golden Constant 51117 started to disintegrate, and his facial expression started to change and turn ethereal, matching his hair and the mark on his forehead. YOU. The Zodiac Enforcer's shocked voice rang at this point as he was watching everything clearly. You're really transferring more of your soul here? All for this mortal? Who is he? Even Zodiac Enforcer was gobsmacked by Furcus's bombastic act. This was simply out of his wildest expectations, as Furcus would go to this extent despite knowing what kind of harm he'd suffer once the dark fog reached him. But what further surprised him was that Furcus still completely ignored him as well as the dark, because he didn't seem to be using his power to protect himself, but channeling it for some other matter. Furthermore, Zodiac Enforcer's own power limit increased with Furcus's reckless actions, which gave him even more authority to deal with this rule breaker. Zodiac Enforcer understood that Furcus knew about this balance rule. Now, he was really starting to get interested in Jacob's identity and why Furcus was taking such a risk for him. Furcus finally stopped when only the black heart was left from the lesser demon body, which was on the verge of collapsing, but it was enough for him to achieve his goal, which was to get Jacob's soul. His ethereal, blurry hand was about to move towards Jacob's head when suddenly something out of the Zodiac Enforcer and Furcus's expectation happened. Jacob's small body suddenly started to grow while escaping Furcus's grip, which shocked the ethereal figure. But what was even more shocking was he couldn't seem to move his body, and not only him, but the dark fog came to a standstill as well. It was like time had completely stopped. Who, Zodiac Enforcer, who was also in a similar situation as Furcus, was equally flabbergasted. He was gawking at the giant with tattered clothes. Some of his body was revealed, showing parts of his runic gray bones, while his face was now covered in a faceless mask. Not even his eyes were visible, and from the tattered part of his hood, strings of bright silver hair flutter like flames despite the absence of any wind. Geez, a jolly yet eerie voice overlapping with Jacob's suddenly rang. I guess half of the cat is out of the bag now. Not like I'm complaining, since it'll be more entertaining this way. Ha 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 ha. Following the strange speech was an eerie laughter that could send shivers down anyone's spine. Even the Zodiac Enforcer was feeling uneasy, which was completely elusive to him for a very, very long time. Unbeknownst to Jacob, Immortality had joined the stage. 765, Chapter 765, Unforeseen Completion. I can't use my power. What did you do? Who are you? Zodiac Enforcer's voice echoed again, filled with disbelief and trepidation. If the Zodiac Enforcer was arrogant and confident, this sudden turn of events completely robbed the Zodiac Enforcer of it. This was simply imaginable, and now Zodiac Enforcer was really starting to wonder just who this giant was and why he pretended to be this weak if he had such a power. More importantly, how could he exist in this place? It was impossible, and unlike Furcus, there didn't seem to be any trick in play here. The biggest thing that made Zodiac Enforcer afraid was that he couldn't use his power at all. It was like it was completely sealed, and it couldn't move anymore, as if the time had been stopped for Zodiac Enforcer. Immortaka's eerie laughter suddenly stopped, but the massive grin on Jacob's face, which almost seemed ghastly, was still there. Immortality completely disregarded Zodiac Enforcer and looked towards Furcus, who was in the same situation, and his dismissive expression was now filled with confusion and never-seen terror. Furcus, the most powerful of the Hell Knights, calling you a king of Hell Knights won't be wrong. Immortality seemed to be praising Furcus, but the latter's expression became even more shocked when his identity was suddenly exposed. Immortality was clearly far from done. But why are you such a scaredy cat, huh? Why do you only bring 10% of your true soul here? Don't think that you can hide it from me. That lesser demon body was enough for you to bring at least 30% of your true soul here, so what gives? Tisk at tisk, if that's all you've resolved to claim a sacred scripture or sacred artifact, then let me tell you, it's not enough. Not cool, man, not cool. You are sullying the integrity of all the Hell Knights and Dark Beings. Furcus was even more shocked and felt like his entire existence was exposed in front of this giant at this moment. Furthermore, at this moment, he finally noticed something, and he was absolutely horrified. Why, you... Ha 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 ha. Immortality suddenly burst into laughter again, likely the Hell Knight's expression very much. I know, your connection to your main body is now gone. But you don't need to worry, my man, I'll take good care of you. Just a pity that it's only 10%. Oh well, beggars can't be choosers. But consider the plus point here. All the memories in this part of your soul can't be transformed back to your main soul anymore, and if you perish, your main soul won't even know why such a huge chunk of your soul suddenly gone missing. Hee 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 hee. Isn't that funny? Although Immortaka's words sounded like a harmless prankster, in Furcus' ears they were simply like the devil's whispers, and he finally spooked out. He started to wonder if it was all but an elaborate scheme of this guy to get his soul here. The implication behind it was simply too huge and horrifying. It was like he had fallen into his own trap. Even the Zodiac Enforcer was thinking the same thing and was trying to do everything to find a solution. This was simply too huge. What do you want? Furcus dropped his haughty bravado at this moment and was trying his best to find a way to get out of this eerie situation. But alas, he can't even use his magic anymore, much less move. If Soul could sweat, he would have been sweating buckets right now. Immortica playfully snickered. Why so afraid? Don't worry, we're all friends here. But before anything else, let me take care of something very important. I can't have my source of entertainment die on me now, can I? Before Furcus could say anything, suddenly, around 400 corpses appeared behind Jacob, including the Ice Fiend Locust Queen and her 12 royals. Blood. Immortica nonchalantly uttered a single word, which was more like a command, and the next moment, all those corpses suddenly turned into globs of blood. The next moment, something even more shocking happened as all that blood started to float toward Jacob before it started to seep into his tattered robes. All that blood instantly vanished. But Furcus and Zodiac Enforcer could feel a strange power suddenly starting to surge in the giant, and under his tatter robes, where his bones were visible, the runic lines started to glow. However, another ghastly yet shocking scene played out. The mask on Jacob's face vanished at this moment, revealing a widely grinning, eerie face, and suddenly the skin around neck started to sink into his neck before the gray bones emerged filled with runic lines. But it was just the start. Little by little, his skin continued to sink, and his skull started to get exposed, started by his chiseled chin. Soon, his lips vanished, exposing his bare teeth. Soon, half of his face had turned into a hollow gray skull filled with longevity schema before it reached his eye sockets. When the skin around his eye sockets was gone, his bright golden eyes also started to decay and absorbed into his hollow sockets. However, it didn't last long as golden white sparks suddenly appeared within his empty sockets. And the next moment, those sparks seemed to ignite something as two white ethereal flames flickering with golden edges seemed to dance in a harmonious discord, their intensity growing with each flicker. But this was far from over, as soon his forehead was revealed before his bright silver hair was gone, and now what was left was just a gray skull, and within this skull was a spherical nebula of ethereal neon mists. His brain seemed to have transformed into this after the entire longevity schema sculpted to his entire body. Jacob wouldn't have imagined that he could complete the longevity schema in this fashion. He wasn't even aware of it as he was in a coma while seemed to having a time of its life while watching the horrifying expression of Furcus, and maybe even the Zodiac Enforcer. However, the transformation was still not done, as under Jacob's clothes, the cursed heart appeared again and started to move towards the center of the chest. However, this time, the process was far smoother. The moment the cursed heart took its position, the entire longevity schema on Jacob's body came alive, and the cursed heart started to pulse powerfully. A powerful pressure was released from his body. Furthermore, at this moment, glyphs appeared on the surface of the black cursed heart. And the next moment, the cursed heart started to shrink until it was only the size of a tiny bean, yet it was still pulsing even stronger than before. At this moment, the longevity schema stopped glowing, and it became bleak again, evident of its emptiness, and the cursed heart suddenly moved again. It directly made its way to his skull before it vanished into the neon nebula. The white golden flame flickered fiercely at this moment as Immortica pulled a toothy smile, which was nothing but ghastly, sending chills to Furcus and Zodiac Enforcer's spins. Immortica uttered in a hollow voice, "What a bummer. It seemed the blood was not enough. How about you two help pour me out here?" 766 Chapter 766 Return of Cursed One. What a bummer. It seemed the blood was not enough. How about you two help pour me out here? Absolute silence prevailed. Neither Zodiac Enforcer nor Furcus said anything, as both of them were trying to get free from whatever was restraining them. Still, alas, no matter what they did, they seemed to have been completely confined. They couldn't use their powers or connections. This entire space was under the mysterious madman's authority, and they knew things were completely out of their hands. Both of them were utterly unfamiliar with the sense of helplessness because they were simply too powerful and had lived for so long that they had forgotten what it meant to be afraid. But now, it was all coming back. What? No volunteer? Immortica pretended to be hurt as it looked upward towards the eye, and his toothy smile grew. Even you, a Valkyrian from angelic races? Isn't your purpose to fight injustice and bring salvation to the damned or whatnot? Why are you playing this boring roleplay? So, will you help a poor fellow like me, or has the decorum of angelic races changed and you guys no longer care about it anymore? You, sacrilegious mortal, to dare utter such blasphemous words for the holy race. Zodiac Enforcer was finally triggered when Immortica directly taunted its race, as if he couldn't help it at all. I don't know how you knew and how you did it or what you're after, but if you know who I am, then you better release me this instant, and I can pray for mercy for your vile soul. Sigh. Immortica shook its head ruefully before it burst into laughter, startling Zodiac Enforcer and Furcus again. They couldn't keep up with this madman's mood swings and couldn't read him at all. Ha ha, everything changed with time. Even gods, once pure as the morning light, can falter, yield to shadows of the night. Angels, with wings of grace and holy fire, may lose their way and, thus, their sacred desire. Yet here I am, still the same, for time is nothing but my keeper. Immortica suddenly uttered a cryptic quote before starting to laugh again. Ha 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 ha, man, I have really outdone myself with this one. Don't you two think so? However, the Zodiac Enforcer didn't take those words as mere sarcasm because the meaning behind them was profound, and only someone like the Zodiac Enforcer could understand it. The Zodiac Enforcer didn't believe that this guy had just uttered something like that in a silly quote. Who in the world are you? Zodiac Enforcer asked again as it was back to the same question. A poor boar book. Who else? Immortica innocently replied, Oh well, since you didn't want to grace me with your benevolence, I shall shamelessly take it myself, for you are an embodiment of sacrifice for the needy. Now, fulfill your duty and sacrifice yourself, and don't worry, you shall forever be forgotten, remembered for it. Cursed blood sacrifice. Immortica words seem to create invisible commands that can't be ignored or rejected by anything. What are you? WHH. What are you doing? Aha! Zodiac Enforcer's confused voice suddenly turned horrifying, and he started to scream. Even Furcus, indifferent to Zodiac Enforcer, was shocked because he could feel real pain from his voice. He knew it was impossible for Zodiac Enforcer to feel pain or get wounded, for it was a well-known fact, yet here he was witnessing something unimaginable again. Immortica seemed in a daze as Jacob's body trembled in delight under the Zodiac Enforcer's screams. Now, this is what you call sacrificial music, my favorite, by the way. Just as Immortica's voice trailed off, glowing golden droplets started to fall from the dark sky within the darkness, creating a breathtaking scene. However, Furcus wasn't in the mood to admire it. He was completely spooked at this moment because he knew what those golden droplets were and where they were coming from. Holy blood? You really wound a Zodiac Enforcer? What kind of sacred scripture do you have? Furcus asked with disbelief. At this moment, he was feeling every emotion he had forgotten a long time ago, and the highest emotion he was feeling was true fear. Correction, sacrifice, my hellish friend, sacrifice. It's just serving its purpose. Don't you hear the screams of joy? The Valkyrian has achieved true peace, I'm telling you. Oh, and we can't let Valkyrian's sacrifice go to waste since he was so kind to me. Blood, Immortica playfully uttered, and the next moment, the golden rain of blood suddenly flew towards Jacob's body. However, when the golden blood fell on Jacob's body, whatever he was wearing, it instantly incinerated, revealing his entire skeleton body filled with runic lines. But what happened next sent chills down Furcus' spine as the golden blood, which could annihilate anyone and was the deadliest poison to his kind, started to absorb into those marks. The dimmed runic marks instantly started to glow as they greedily absorbed the golden blood, while the blood's owner still screamed until his voice started to fade. But Furcus didn't pay it any heed. As he watched, the skeleton was now surrounded by a crimson ethereal mist like a cocoon. Well, I guess my time for fun is over. Immortica sighed with fake ruefulness. But don't worry, my hellish friend. I fully appreciate your soul sacrifice, and I can assure you that this is not for this guy, but the little nightmare, since his soul defenses are simply too weak to handle beings like you who like to meddle in mortal businesses. It's all your thrall's fault for dragging you guys into this, so no hard feelings. But don't worry, he'll be able to handle you all soon. When Furcus heard Immortica's words, he instantly had a bad feeling about this before he could react. Soul blood sacrifice. Furcus couldn't even scream before his consciousness was wiped out. His ethereal body turned into a milky white mist, pulling towards the ethereal crimson cocoon and vanishing, leaving only the eerie cocoon behind. The next moment, the darkness suddenly started to fade away, revealing Yin Sky Island again while the crimson cocoon remained suspended in the air. Tiesk, those boring guys, I should have known they were incompetent. Immortica's voice rang filled with derision. After the first phase, the restriction on me will be increased by many folds. Maybe it's the last time I'll ever help you. But who knows? If you continue to provide me with entertainment, I may change my mind, again. Hee 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 hee. Immortica's eerie, wild laughter rang before it started to fade away. At this moment, in the center of Yin Sky Island, the symbol on the Yin ice suddenly broke, and a purple streak shot out before directly bolting in Jacob's direction and vanishing into the crimson mist. But the very next moment, the legendary key suddenly appeared, creating a powerful ripple before it vanished with Jacob's cocoon and the key, leaving behind the empty Yin Sky Island, which had now started to crumble. Far away, in an unknown dome riddled with endless void and darkness, hidden here was a palace created with stars completely different from its surroundings. Within this palace was a temple at its highest peak, and within this temple was hovering a dark infinity symbol which any movement. But for a few moments, crimson pools suddenly appeared in this dark infinity symbol before it went dormant. However, a blurry projection appeared just before the last pulse vanished from the infinity symbol, and it trembled slightly before, hi, wanton laughter filled with mirth and disbelief, yet most of it was ecstasy. Once the laughter faded away, a voice filled with excitement reverberated throughout the void and darkness. The Cursed One has returned. Let the Infinity Cursed Quest commence. Again. End of 3rd volume. The Return of Cursed One. This volume marked the end of Lesser Planes, Lesser Galaxies in Jacob's journey. I know many things remained unanswered, like the other lesser galaxies, what happened to the humans of the common planes, Asher's background, or what Immortica did at the end, and many more. I know no one likes cliffhangers or unanswered questions, especially me, but don't worry, I'm planning to clarify everything as the story progresses and at the right moment. Overall, thank you so much everyone for your support and patronage that keeps me motivated and helps me continue this wild fantasy of cursed immortality. Please do comment and leave behind your reviews for this volume. I appreciate them all, they are very helpful. Last but not least, for some overly worried readers, this is not a harem novel. Please know that there is no harem or romance tag in the novel description. The new volume will start on Monday, August 5th, 2024. Stay tuned and keep supporting Cursed Immortality. 767, Chapter 767, The Entity That Eludes Everyone. In a vast plain filled with neon light, a static voice suddenly rang, breaking the serenity of this mystical place. The 1098th rank Zodiac Enforcer of the Lesser Galaxy of Taurus has been eliminated. The moment this static voice spoke, the neon light suddenly churned and took the shape of an eye. Elaborate. An emotionless, indistinctive voice reverberated through the neon plane. I sensed someone breaking the absolute rules in Lesser Galaxy of Taurus and dispatched the 1098th rank Zodiac Enforcer to investigate. I have recorded everything that the 1098th rank Zodiac Enforcer saw after descending to the scene. Please see for yourselves. As the static voice trailed off, a massive projection suddenly appeared, showing the first-person view through the 1098th rank Zodiac Enforcer's eyes, which started to play. Atlas's golden constant in a lesser demon body. The emotionless voice sounded the moment it saw golden constant 51,117 without even needing for him to reveal himself. Oh, the avatar of one of the lesser minotaur gods serving the darkness, Demiurge's pantheon. Now, this is intruding. What was he doing in the lesser galaxy of Taurus? From what it looks, he seemed to get himself captured and become the catalyst that helped Constant forcibly use the power above the rules. Let me see. The voice sounded amused as the projection suddenly stopped before the neon light started to shift and pulse. Oh ho ho ho, so that's what happened. How bold of you, Darkness Demiurge, to raise a soul farm using the Darkness Dreamscape in not only the lesser galaxy of Taurus, but all of them, and even let the lesser god descend using a distraction and then oversee it. Greedy and bold fellow through and through, but it is still not enough to kill a Valkyrian, even if that lesser god was there with its true body. Unless Darkness Demiurge personally descends and wants to give us a reason to retaliate. That fellow is not that stupid to take this risk for a pawn. Let us continue to watch. The voice didn't contain any anger at all. On the contrary, it was filled with amusement and interest as the projection started moving again until it paused again when Furcus suddenly descended. King of Hell Knights Furcus also descended? What could have compelled him to take this risk for a golden constant? What did he offer? As if hearing the voice command, the projection started playing back and playing again when golden constant 51,117 was pinned on the ground. But this time, his inner thoughts sounded from the projection as if he were speaking out loud. I sacrifice my Timeless City Lord status, Silver Timeless Sand, and Bronze Timeless Sand to Timeless God. Please make your followers escape this plight. It's not enough, the voice muttered, and just as it had predicted, Furcus' voice rang in reply in the same way, not enough. The next words of Golden Constant 511117 sounded, I'm willing to share all my memories of this life. There are clues about A and percentin or Anaran Anaraners percent in them. No, and inners percent me. The projection instantly paused again. Words that elude us. The voice contained a rare hint of seriousness. It again played the projection back and started playing it again, and this time the result wasn't much different. What's going on? Who interfered? The voice expressed disbelief as it played the projection again. It went exactly the same until Furcus brought out more of his true soul, but the voice's owner sensed something strange as it asked. He seemed to be talking with someone else. But there is no one other than the lesser god, enforcer, and himself? Is this projection complete? Yes, it is complete. I've also noticed this strangeness, and even when I was watching live, it was still the same. Please continue to watch and you'll understand. The voice didn't say anything and watched as Furcus said, but his words turned into pre-percent, and then the Zodiac Enforcer cast its powerful spell. However, before the result could be played, the projection turned completely dark, and then there was nothing. What is going on? The voice was extremely serious this time as it played the projection again and again, but no matter what, the result was always the same. Who could elude and interfere with the true omniscient vision? No one was there to answer the voice, and it knew no one existed who could either. So, the Valkyrian died during this time, right? It asked. Yes. And the angelic race of Absolute Galaxy of Taurus is demanding an explanation, the static voice replied emotionlessly. Since they want an explanation, send the Constellation Arbiter Taurus to investigate this. Also, have Constellation Arbiter Taurus detain the Lesser Minotaur God at my behest. He's an important clue about this strange event. Oh, and if Darkness Demiurge opposes, then you can have the angelic races start a war with the Darkness Pantheon. Lastly, after he took care of these matters, have the Constellation Arbiter Taurus personally lead change to the Atlas's dens. The mission is to detain Furcus at all costs, even if we have to exhaust our forces from that place and pin the blame on Furcus for the Valkyrian's death. Furcus memories regarding this matter, I want them all. I have received your order. The static voice sounded affirmative before it spoke again. Another thing I would like your input on. Go on. The voice sounded. One of the 9 higher gods, Whiteness under the fantastic insect Demiurge, had crossed the void and entered the middle galaxy of Leo. Although he hadn't broken any rules or interfered with anything, his existence could cause unimaginable damage if he acted. What? The voice sounded surprised. Fantastic insect Demiurge knows better than anyone to break the rule. Her entire existence is based on rules, and she knows breaking them would only harm her. This matter is not simple. Have Constellation Arbiter Leo investigate the higher god personally, and don't take action without evidence. Fantastic insect Demiurge shouldn't be provoked without good reason. Her existence is of utmost importance to keep the fantastic insects in check. I understand, the static voice answered in affirmative before it vanished from the neon plane. The neon eye suddenly churned and took the shape of the humanoid figure as it muttered, "What could elude even your powers, old friend?" This time, an ethereal voice suddenly rang in reply. "What, are you playing stupid, or what? Didn't you know the answer yourself? From the moment you watched that projection, you already know the answer to that question. Why play dumb?" The figure muttered, "So, one of the remaining universal godly scripture or universal godly artifacts have been surfaced, huh? It's not like I'm playing dumb, but you and I both know none of the aforementioned entities can interfere with our power like that. We are all bound by rules, unless a scripture that is untied with its corresponding artifact is breaking them." The second voice replied with certainty. "But again, it's impossible since it means bringing the universal retribution and awakening it before being forever sealed. No scripture would dare do such a thing. It's simply not in our nature to break the rule of the universe, even if it means perishing." 768, Chapter 768, Buried Memories. No one would believe that a battle in a small corner of lesser galaxies had rattled up an unstoppable storm in a terrifying place away. But the natives of the lesser galaxies, or those in power, were focusing on another matter, which was infinitely more important than some incomprehensible higher power struggle. The most anticipated path of legend suddenly opened in every lesser galaxy, alarming those with the legendary keys. When the path activates, the legendary key begins to pulsate with a vibrant glow. Simultaneously, in the sky above mysterious different locations within each lesser galaxy, swirling vortexes of stardust appear. This vortex forms the Doors of Legend. The Door of Legend wasn't physical. It exists within a dimension, accessible only when the Path of Legend opens in all 12 lesser galaxies. This synchronicity creates a tear in the fabric of reality, revealing the doorway for a limited time. With this, the race to enter the Path of Legend instantly started the moment the signs appeared. Those with the keys can easily pinpoint the specific location of the Door of Legend in each lesser galaxy where it manifests, and some keep it a closely guarded secret. There were always cryptic clues scattered across the galaxies, like the Star Ocean Medallion, celestial alignments, and prophecies. But only those dedicated to unraveling the mysteries can hope to find the Door of Legend this way. Nonetheless, whether they were people in the limelight or those who lived in the shadows, they all started to make preparations because Path of Legend was not some flowery garden. Instead, it was a bloody battlefield. Furthermore, it wasn't just the lesser galaxies who were getting riled up. The powers in the middle galaxies, who always eyed the special vestiges of the Path of Legends, also quickly got the news about the opening of the Path of Legend from their loyal subordinates in the lesser galaxies. After all, a single Path of Legend opening means the same thing for the others as well, since they are all entwined together. So, those with deep connections can easily find out whether they are a galaxy apart or living in the same galaxy. So, they were making their own preparations to send their most talented members to the Path of Legend and snatch the legendary galaxy vestiges once someone entered the path. Among them was a god, a being of immense power whose plans intertwined with the fate of the Path of Legend. Its intentions remained shrouded in mystery, but one thing was certain: the stage was set for a peculiar showdown, and this time, the Path of Legend was destined to be extraordinary. Bang! A powerful knuckle suddenly landed on a young man's face. He seemed to be in his late 20s, wearing a training outfit. The punch knocked him down, and he started coughing wildly, with blood trickling down his nostril. However, despite the young man's coughing fit, his expression was one of a daze and uncertainty, as if he was in the wrong place. "Papa, you went too hard on poor JS. Look, he's even bleeding." A melodious voice reprimanded the punch's owner, who was clearly her own father. Her voice was filled with concern and worry about the young man, which startled him awake from his daze. The young man suddenly looked to the side. His eyes widened before they became slightly misty as he saw a tall, graceful figure with youthful vigor wearing a tight blue training outfit. Her short golden hair greatly complemented her charming, fairy-like oval face. In contrast, her bright, starry blue eyes were fearless yet filled with worry about him as she quickly made her way towards him with a towel. She glared at the old man with a toned built despite being in his mid-50s with a stern face. However, the young man didn't seem to notice the burly man or his surroundings. Only the young woman existed in his eyes, and he called with longing and a hint of fear as if she had vanished. Hope. But his strange way of calling her made Hope stunned, and she looked at him with disbelief. Even the old man raised his sword-like eyebrow as surprise flashed past his eyes. The reason for his strange expressions was simple. They had never seen this young man, who was obviously Jacob, show this kind of expression. He was always stern and impassive, as if he were on a mission and driven only by his goals. Even Hope was never able to break the ice despite giving obvious clues to the young Jacob. He actively avoided her and never bothered to respond to her in any way that made it look like he was interested in her. Maybe that was the reason she was drawn to him and wanted to uncover the mysteries hidden deep in her heart, for she was as stubborn as her father, not to mention fierce. It was to the point that despite the old man's displeasure, he didn't voice it out and was secretly glad that his tomboy of a daughter finally found something she was interested in. The other party was also his student and a capable man, but he was, too, stoic. However, the old man never interfered, nor was he planning to, and let nature take its course. He knew the chances between his daughter and his student were slim unless she took the lead, which he knew she would once she lost her patience. Today was another day at training, and his daughter was here again, watching them train like always after she finished her work as quickly as possible. Breaking the awkward atmosphere, the old man suddenly said in a stern voice, "You got distracted just now? Are you feeling well? I know you lost that priest who was akin to your father recently, so if you need time to settle down, take a break." A rare hint of concern flashed past the old man's eyes as he kindly advised, "Training is not a way to escape your grief, and you have to learn everything there is to learn about deceptive sword style and make it your own. Besides, I'm too old to keep up with you anymore, so you should consider my proposal again and train with Hope. She can easily match you, and it'll be a good chance in pace." Jacob's eyes widened slightly as he heard that familiar voice and turned his head around the tall old man, who gave off the aura of an unmovable mountain despite his advanced age and could still mope the floor with him if he wanted to, despite his humble words just now. He also knows that the old man was secretly trying to match him with Hope, as he always had. How could he forget about this old man, who was like the second person he considered closer to a father figure and, most of all, his mentor? Furthermore, when no one was there and everyone was vying for tech, he was the first investor to support him in realizing his dream, his journey to the top of the world as the most dangerous and richest man. This is the very reason he was dubbed as the Weapon Emperor. Far more importantly, in the strangest way, he also came to become his father-in-law. 769, Chapter 769, Be Immortal for Both of Us. Jacob looked at Mr. V and then young Hope with disbelief before a frown appeared on his face because his memories about the zodiac planes were completely intact. In fact, he clearly remembered suddenly being hit by something ghastly that made his entire soul tremble before he fell into darkness. Furthermore, it wasn't like he had experienced something like this before, it had happened previously. Still, it seemed too real to be just a lucid dream or illusion, yet at the same time, he felt that he didn't belong in this place anymore. At this moment, Mr. V frowned with dissatisfaction as he replied, "You're calling me Mr. V again? I thought we were past that long ago. Call me teacher or Victoras unless you still consider me a stranger." Jacob's mind reeled as he heard that familiar stern tone containing a tingle of care for him. How long had it been since I heard Mr. V's voice? I almost forgot about how he sounds. His eyes were filled with reminiscence and rare sadness. You had punched me so hard. If it was me, I would have also not acknowledged you. Hope was already snapped out of her daze at this moment as she playfully snickered and made her way towards Jacob. Jacob trembled slightly as he heard her mischievous voice filled with concern, just as he remembered. When she got closer, he felt the same warm presence, which was like warm sunlight for someone who lived in eerie darkness. Mr. V, or Victoras, snorted at this daughter's jab, but he was still looking at Jacob with a faint frown, as he could feel Jacob was reacting differently than usual. "Are you all right, JS?" Hope crouched down to Jacob as she moved her hand with a towel to clean Jacob's blood with a hint of anticipation in her eyes for some reason. However, what happened next shocked both Victoras and Hope again as her hand paused, because unlike usual, Jacob didn't shun away or take the towel from Hope's hand and let her touch him and clean his blood as he looked at her with tender eyes completely opposite to his impassive glare. Jacob then suddenly moved his hand as he gently grabbed Hope's hand and began to get up from the ground. Hope followed suit, while Jacob never broke his eye contact with those mesmerizing blue eyes, and the normally fierce and playful Hope suddenly blushed. "Hope, I've never given you what you truly deserve. You were too good for someone like me. Your love and care were wasted on me, who always ran after his ambitions and dreams, yet you still put up with everything, no matter the circumstances." What are you doing?" she asked, trying to calm her wildly beating heart as Jacob was still holding her hand. Jacob suddenly broke into a rare smile as he gently said, "I don't know if it's real or not. I don't care because I know it's not. In fact, I should thank you for making me live at this moment again and giving me a chance to meet her again, even if it's not real. Hope, I've never given you what you truly deserve. You were too good for someone like me. Your love and care were wasted on me, who always ran after his ambitions and dreams. Yet you still put up with everything, no matter the circumstances. I guess even I refused to believe that life could give something so precious, yet I remained blind. Instead of living in the present, I blamed the past and worked for the future. By the time I realized what I'd been given and had taken it for granted all my life, it was too late. How I had wished to trade everything for a little more time with you. Even at the end, I wasn't there with you. I was a fool who was searching for something that never existed, while what I should have done to remain by your side. I even tried to live on and keep your memories alive in any way possible, even if it means living like a corpse just to make your wish to never be forgotten true. Yet, I failed again and lost to death. Jacob's voice was filled with emotions as tears were flowing out of Hope's eyes. She didn't know why she was crying because of this nonsense, which wasn't making any sense. Even the usually stern Victoras was flabbergasted by Jacob's loony talk, yet for some reason he felt sadness and heartache. But Jacob wasn't done, as he let all those thoughts flow out deep within his heart. But I was given another chance at life, and even an opportunity to finally complete my promise to you. I made myself believe that I was doing it for myself, but in the end, it was always for you, and our promise gave me the strength to continue on. Although I don't know if I'll succeed in the end, as long as I have a chance, even if I end up becoming the devil, I won't stop until I complete my promise to you. I'll live on for you and your memories, and you'll never be forgotten. An undying conviction shone in his eyes as he looked at the crying face of his lover, whom he had nothing but love and gratitude for. His thirst for living forever rekindled and burned more fiercely than ever. This is my promise to you and myself. I'll be an immortal for both of us. Jacob's words carried unshakable power and determination. As his eyes suddenly started to change, a flicker of white golden flame suddenly appeared as if he had achieved something, and whatever was restating him started to lose its effect. In Jacob's eyes, Hope's figure started to blur. Still, the smile never left his lips as he turned around and looked toward Victoras, who was also blurry at this moment, and said, I was too proud and maybe even shy to say this to you, and you were gone before I could muster up my courage to say this. Let me say it this time. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Without your support, there would be no Weapon Emperor, and I wouldn't have met with the hope of my life. You are and forever shall be my teacher, friend, and father-in-law. Nothing can change that, and I'll make sure of that. Just as his words left his mouth, the entire reality seemed to be shattered like glass. But it didn't seem over, as Jacob found himself in another reality with a letter in his hand. He was old at this moment. As he looked at the letter, he trembled as it was filled with lovely handwriting. This moment held a very special place in his heart, for this was the very moment his search for immortality started, the same moment when he decided to live on, instead of accompanying his recently dead wife. This letter was her final words to him, filled with love, longing, and acceptance for her fate. It's the poem she wrote before her death while I was squandering my time searching for a non-existent cure. Jacob was full of lamentation and loneliness. As he read those words again, it was as if Hope was reading it to him. For J.S., the love of life, as shadows creep and life begins to fade, my spirit wanes, a fragile masquerade. Yet fear not, my love, for in your heart I'll stay, a flicker of hope, your guiding ray. I'll dwell in whispers of the wind's soft sigh, in sunlight dancing, a mote caught in the sky. Feel me in the warmth of a summer's kiss, and in the tranquility of winter's bliss. Though flesh may wither and my spirit flees, love's ember burns eternally for thee. In your every heartbeat a part of me resides, a silent echo of where passion abides. So grieve not, dear, for I am not alone. My essence lingers, a whispered tone. Within your soul our love will find its art, and thus, my love, we'll never be apart. Together, forever, our spirits entwined, in memories cherished, peace of mind. So live on bravely, with courage and with grace, and let my love fills your life's empty space. For in your heart a part of me will be, immortal love, just you and me. So be immortal for both of us, for wherever you are, there I shall be, your hope. 770 Chapter 770 Awakening and Confrontation. Within a vast, ethereal expanse filled with floating islands and celestial bodies, the sky was a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting and changing constantly. The land beneath was filled with towering ancient trees pulsing with neon spectrum and giving off a mysterious aura. Furthermore, within this ancient forest, strange, otherworldly creatures roam, and some even have their own territories filled with hidden dangers and opportunities. At this moment, in the middle of a hill, a gigantic gray skeleton, 50 meters in length, was lying there. But it didn't appear to be rotting or an ancient corpse, for its gray bones seemed to be carved with moonstone without any kind of dust or profanity on them. Furthermore, for some reason, those otherworldly creatures didn't dare approach this skeleton and actively avoided it as if terrified of its presence. Suddenly, on the gray skeleton, crimson runic markings started to surface, and soon the entire skeleton was covered in them, and they were glowing in a rhythmic crimson pulse. But that wasn't all. The next moment, within the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton, white sparks appeared, and the very next moment thereafter, ethereal white golden flames ignited in them as they burned fiercely. The skeleton suddenly moved the next moment as it started to rise from the ground, making it tremble slightly. Where am I? A confused, spectral voice suddenly rang from the skeleton as the flames in its hollow eyes flickered before they turned intense as the skeleton, who was obviously Jacob, instantly remembered everything. Furthermore, when Jacob noticed his completely transformed body and the hidden power within him, he was even more shocked. I completed the longevity schema. How? And how did I even escape that place and end up here? The more Jacob thought, the more confused and frightened he became because this was too strange, as he knew he wasn't imagining things. He even thought he was in another illusion or that strange state, but he didn't feel he was in one like before. Somehow, he knew it was reality. Jacob quickly tried to test it since it was the only way to confirm it and get answers to his questions. This situation was simply too uncanny. He first looked towards his neck and found the infinity pendant was there, and without hesitation, Cursed Immortality. Jacob tried to summon the cursed book and confirm if he wasn't hallucinating or trapped in an illusion. To his relief, Cursed Immortality appeared, and without waiting, he quickly opened the cover and looked toward the first page. What he saw shocked him while also confirming that he wasn't imagining things at all. Cursed Immortality, Cursed Immortal Physique, 9 phases. Current phase, second phase, first phase, body transformation, complete, stages of body transformation, 3 first stage, cursed heart emergence, complete, second stage, cursed blood condensing, complete, third stage, cursed bone marrow amalgamation, complete, second phase, cosmic crucible totem skeleton, stages of second phase, 1 first stage, cursed totem skeleton, inheritor, Jacob Steve, current phase, second phase, cosmic crucible totem skeleton, first stage progress, 0%, 930 years, all youthful. Jacob was gobsmacked when he saw that the first phase had been completed, and even more shocking, his lifespan had reached over 900,000 years somehow. He clearly remembered that the last time he checked, his lifespan was around 40,000 years, and even if he somehow completed the first phase, he was supposed to get only 5,000 years after completing the longevity schema. Yet, his lifespan had reached over 900,000 years, and the scariest part was he didn't even know how. But then he suddenly thought about something. Nyx. He remembered she went to the dark battle arena to devour the dreamscape realm and control it. That was the only explanation he could think of, but it still didn't make sense how he was able to complete the longevity schema. However, he didn't get a reply at all, and when he tried to enter the nightmare dreamscape realm, he couldn't. Is she evolving again? Morning sunshine. Jacob was startled when a familiar impish, eerie voice suddenly rang in his head. Immortica? Ha 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 ha. What a priceless reaction. Immortica laughed, clearly enjoying Jacob's reaction. But Jacob wasn't in the mood to entertain the eccentric book. What the hell is going on? And here we go again. Immortica muttered before it finally decided to stop tormenting its inheritor. Didn't I tell you at the start that once you completed the first phase, I will be able to communicate with you again vocally? So, congrats, you don't have to read anymore. Ha 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 ha. I wasn't fucking asking if you can speak or not, Jacob retorted as he started to feel like he had just released the devil from its prison and even wanted to put it back. But alas, he knew it was impossible, and now he had to live with it. How did I complete the longevity schema? It was the biggest question he wanted an answer to no matter what, and he knew that if he didn't get it, he would never be at peace. Duh. You know there was only one way this could happen, so, of course, it was me who helped you. Now, show some gratitude to your savior. He, Immortica admitted it without hesitation, as if it was talking about something trifled, but I wasn't impressed at all. It was a massive shock, and they quickly asked, how? You never told me you could do something like that. Jacob was always under the impression that he was in control of the progress of Cursed Immortality, but now, after hearing that Immortica could interfere and control its progress as well, he started to feel uncomfortable, as if he was being controlled. Immortica could manipulate him if it wished. It changed his entire perspective of the cursed book, and he would never accept it. Jacob never thought that after awakening, he would instantly experience such an existential crisis that could directly affect his entire life and path to immortality. 771, Chapter 7071, Bloodline of Infinity. Wow wah, Immortica exclaimed. Instead of thanking me, you are starting to doubt me. Tisk. It seems your paranoia is still as strong as ever. When Jacob heard this, he couldn't help but instantly think about what had happened that day, and he couldn't find any words to refute it. He had indeed fallen into a trap, and the enemy was simply too powerful for him to handle. This made Jacob calm down a little, as he knew Immortica had indeed saved him. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse or a prisoner right now, which could be worse than dying in many ways. Nonetheless, it still doesn't change the fact that Immortica could interfere with his progress, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Even if I'm not happy with it, what can I do? Cursed Immortality is a universal godly scripture that can fiddle around with the entire universe system if it wants to. I can't fathom what it's capable of. He felt bitter as he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could completely control something like Cursed Immortality. Furthermore, compared to those two entities he met that day, Cursed Immortality was clearly more terrifying since it would save him from them. Although he didn't know how they managed to escape that day, feeling the power within, Jacob was sure that Immortica had done something terrifying and even helped him not only complete the longevity schema, but also charged up cursed blood somehow. He knew all those corpses weren't enough to completely charge the cursed blood. No, they were far from enough. Yet Immortality had made it happen. After calming down, Jacob asked sternly, I'm grateful and even flattered that you went out of your way to save me, but it still didn't change the fact that you can interfere if you want to, and I'm not comfortable with it. No one would. Furthermore, he has always told me that I won't do anything if I die. Then, what changed it? No, anyone else would have been thanking me instead of feeling insecure, and they would have already started to cozy up to me. But that's what I liked about you. You just don't want anything else to control you. You can't accept there is someone else above you, and that's a quality required to continue your path. Still, I do owe you an explanation. First, I indeed helped you by breaking the most sacred rule of a godly scripture, and it came with a price that you had paid. As for why I saved you, isn't it obvious? I don't want to lose the source of my entertainment. Ha 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 ha. Jacob felt the urge to punch the eccentric book when he heard the last part, and for some reason, he even accepted since he knew Immortality only wanted to be entertained, but he clearly wouldn't buy it. Price that I had paid? What do you mean by that, and what kind of price? The flames in his eyes flicker intensely as he has very bad feelings about it. I can't go into details, just know that a universal godly scripture is the embodiment of universe laws, which means it has the power to not only interfere but change them. However, for this exact reason, we have the most vicious restriction of all, which is that this power is useless to us. We can't use it, and without any worthy inheritor we are nothing but ordinary antiques. On top of that, not just anyone can inherit a universal godly scripture, you know this better than anyone else. Even after the inheritor is found, making progress in a universal godly scripture is even more difficult, especially as you reach the completion. What I did was akin to going against the entire universe's laws and my own existence. And the worst punishment for me is to directly punish my inheritor. Although the punishment wasn't extreme since those two were also breaking the universal laws in many ways, it was still enough to have killed you even if I saved you. So don't think I would ever do that for you again unless you are ready to pay with your life. Jacob's expression was grave, as he could tell Immortality was unusually serious. As for whether it was telling the truth, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could tell that. Still, Immortality's explanation made lots of sense, but it also made him dreadful of the universe's laws. But he was more confused, so what did I pay? I'm clearly still alive, and I don't feel anything. In fact, my lifespan had been raised to a ridiculous degree. Just what the hell did you do? Ha ha ha. Immortality suddenly laughed, as if that conversation had never happened, and answered, Well, you see, I helped the little nightmare a little, and made it directly devour the entire Dreamscape soul farm, which was spread throughout the 12 lesser galaxies. Although it wasn't available to the entire galaxies, it had still accumulated a lot of Dreamscape soul power. So, when it was completely devoured, you got 70% of that share in soul vitality. At that time, since I had already helped you complete the first phase, and the genesis of the Cursed Immortal bloodline was complete. You need to know that the Cursed Immortal bloodline is extremely special since only I can create it. It has another name, Bloodline of Infinity. This means that your cursed blood is infinite, and even if you used it all, it'll regenerate infinitely. But since you don't have the entire Cursed Immortal physique yet, you can only regenerate the cursed blood by absorbing either others' blood or soul vitalities or by paying with your own lifespan. But don't worry. Since this regenerative process depends on your will, as long as you don't want to use your lifespan to regenerate it, it won't be used. And you can still use the same way of absorbing blood as before to regenerate it. As for why you would use your own blood, it is simple because after completing the first phase, you have awakened my first inheritance ability, Infinity Blood Sacrifice. The Infinity Blood Sacrifice will allow you to sacrifice your blood for any type of wish. The more substantial the wish, the more infinity blood you have to pay for it to be realized. You can even consider cursed blood or infinity blood to be the highest currency of the universe, which the universe won't reject. So, the price at that time was also your infinity blood, and what you had wasn't enough, so your lifespan started to get used to regenerate your infinity blood until the price was paid, and that's where the little nightmare came in handy. Jacob was so shocked that he didn't even react for a while, as this was simply too much for him to take in since not only the truth behind Cursed Immortal Bloodline was shocking, but this inheritance ability, Infinity Blood Sacrifice, was simply reality vending. He can wish for anything as long as he can pay the price. The implications behind it were so huge that he thought he was in an illusion. Furthermore, he instantly understands where Nyx fits in all this. Immortality's scheming abilities are simply too terrifying for him not to be awed and dreadful by them. Suppressing his urge to test this Infinity Blood Sacrifice, he quickly asked, So what you're saying is that the lifespan I currently have is what remains of it after Nyx devours the entire Dark Battle Arena. Ha 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 ha, indeed. How much did I pay exactly? Jacob was curious about the price one needs to pay to have a universal godly scripture make a move. Well, not much, only around 43,899,100 years. Jacob thought he heard wrong, but he knew he didn't as he blurted, Ha! 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 Immortica burst into joyous laughter like crazy as Jacob almost lost consciousness when he realized that he had lost almost 150 million of his lifespan. 772, Chapter 772, Soul Stellar Formation. Jacob didn't know what to feel at this moment as the revelation of 150 million years completely caught him off guard. In comparison, almost 1,000 years were really nothing. Still, after completing the first phase in that strange dream, his mentality seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. He could quickly control his emotions and calm down. Since it's the price I paid to live, then it's worth it even if I was left with few years to live. I can quickly recover all those lost years with Nyx again. But the change of acquiring so much may not come again. Not to mention, Immortica did something to quicken the process. If Nyx hadn't had Immortica's help, I'm afraid it would have taken too long, and now she seemed to be evolving. I should be content with what I have and thankful I'm still alive. The biggest benefit in all this is still the infinity blood sacrifice ability that could allow me to make any wish as long as I can pay with my blood. Only after completing the first phase did the true mystery of Cursed Immortality start to show. After weighing the pros and cons, Jacob, through the loss of millions of years of lifespan, put his head back on his head and felt relief. He also learned more about a universal godly scripture. So, about this ability, I can make any wish? Like if I wish to be immortal and can the price, I can be immortal right now? Jacob questioned as he wanted to know more about this ability and the limitations of it. Hey, greedy, aren't we? Immortica laughed, but the answer to your question is yes. However, I don't think you would be able to pay the price for it unless you sacrifice the whole universe, and last time I checked, you didn't owe a universe. So, you should focus on comprehending the Immortal Chapter. Remember, you haven't even scratched the surface of Cursed Blood yet. Only with Immortal Chapter can you fully unravel its full mysteries and control it. Jacob was slightly shocked, but it wasn't out of his expectations. He finally understood just how powerful the Infinity Blood sacrifice was and what he needed to do to control it. But then Immortica suddenly asked something that made him tremble. But I wondered if your first question after you learn about the Infinity Blood sacrifice would be whether you can become immortal with it, while I was expecting you would ask if you could revive certain someones or not. Hope's face instantly flashed in his mind, and he even wanted to do it. It wasn't like he never thought about it first, but it's none of your damn business, Jacob coldly replied, clearly not wanting to discuss this with Immortica since this matter was only his. All right, don't need to be agitated, it's more interesting in this way anyway. Immortica backed down with clear amusement in its voice. It took Jacob a little while to suppress all those thoughts, but when he finally got to business, he looked towards his gigantic body. He noticed that his water and fire cores were missing, but he could somehow feel them within his head. Not only that, but his cursed heart also seemed to be in his skull with a hex core. What is going on with cursed heart? Why is it in my head with other magic cores? And there seemed to be something else. You finally noticed. You see, now that you have completed the first phase and discarded your previous mortal shell, your entire anatomy has been changed. The biggest change is your soul is now fully revealed and becomes tangible. It's in its first initial stage of cosmic soul evaluation, called the spiritual nebula. You should know that a nebula is a vast cloud of gas and dust. It is often considered the birthplace of stars, but in truth, it also hides the truth of the universe's birth. However, the journey from a nebula to a fully fledged universe involves a series of complex and awe-inspiring transformations. Spiritual nebula is just the start of this journey and the first step of soul cosmic evolution. This first evaluation step is called the soul stellar formation and has 3 stages. The first and initial stage is called the soul gravitational collapse. In this stage, one needs to first take control of one's soul in a spiritual nebula by mastering one's innate elemental law. After reaching a certain proficiency in elemental law, using it, they need to control the spiritual nebula, which is in a gas and dust-like state. Thereby, have the soul gas and soul dust collapse under their own gravity by introducing the elemental law in their spiritual nebula until there is no soul gas and soul dust and it transforms into soul ether. It's like purifying the soul. The second and intermediate stage is called the soul protostar formation. In this stage, one needs to ignite their soul ether with higher proficiency of elemental law and their own soul vitality, then mold it to form a soul protostar, a dense core of elemental soul ether. It is a very dangerous process, by the way, because if one doesn't have enough elemental law control or soul vitality, they will die by either completely blowing their own soul or using up their entire vitality. The third and advanced stage is called the soul star birth. In this stage, the nuclear fusion ignites within the elemental soul protostar, marking the birth of a new and unique soul star. This process is complex, and it all depends on the practitioner's elemental law, proficiency, willpower, and luck. This marks the completion of soul stellar formation. Jacob was astounded when he heard this strange yet mystical evolution of the soul, as it was the first time he had heard it. Can a soul really birth a universe? And I have to undergo this process on top of cultivating the second phase? Jacob quickly inquired, as this would add more complexity to his journey. He had already had his hands full with Cursed Immortality. You see, here you are different from others. The process of soul stellar formation I just explained isn't unique to you. In fact, these steps also have another name, and you are well aware of them. This is the path of legendary rank. The spiritual nebula is fable legendary state, gravitational collapse is legendary noble state, the soul protostar formation is legendary lord state, and last but not least, the soul star birth is legendary king state. Jacob's expression changed as he quickly questioned, "Wait, does that mean I'm already a fable legendary rank?" Immortica playfully asked, "What do you think?" After all, only legendary rank giants would have 50 meters of height. 773, Chapter 73, Second Phase. After Jacob had absorbed the massive disclosure, Immortica continued, "The difference between you and the others is that you don't need to waste effort on your soul because no matter what, it is still part of your body. Or do you think there is another scripture that would allow you to just focus on your body transformation, and you somehow manage to form a spiritual nebula? The answer is, there is none. For others, when they form their spirit bodies and aura bodies in the Inception Legend body step, they need to awaken their soul in the Quasi-Legend step. The true meaning behind it is to sense the existence of your soul and then use the aura glyph or spirit glyph, which at that time should have spread through the entire body, and then assimilate the soul into them. Once this step is complete, the final step is to merge the magic orbits, body, and soul to reach the fable legendary state. But to complete this final step, one needs a catalyst to start the process, and you know about it. It is a star vestige, otherwise known as legendary vestige. A star vestige is formed in the core of an elemental planet, a very rare type of planet filled with elemental law powers, and it's very hard to locate because it appears just like a normal planet until the planet visage is fully formed, and it could only appear in middle galaxies or higher. A star vestige is very special because it contains the purest elemental laws, and by assimilating it with a magic core, one can sense the elemental laws for a period of time and comprehend their own elemental law. The older the star vestige, the purer the elemental laws are in it, and the longer the comprehension time. That's why it is required for a quasi-legend to use it to form their spiritual nebula, because it is almost impossible to comprehend Zodiac Plane's laws without a star vestige. Most importantly, a star vestige also becomes a shell for spiritual nebula to form because physical bodies can't contain it, and magic cores also exist within this shell at completion, and we called this shell a soul totem. The reason a legendary rank is so powerful and difficult to kill is because they can possess other bodies as long as their soul totem remains or they manage to escape. Although their power would wane, they can easily cultivate to their peak again as long as their soul totem has their souls. Although there is more to, you need to explore yourself. But this is the general truth behind a legendary rank. Jacob was again astounded and finally understood the importance of a legendary vestige, how it fits in all of this, and why this rank was called legendary. This soul totem is simply a cheat, a method to cheat death. The bodies are just shells for legendary beings at this point. It seemed I needed to be extremely careful while dealing with a legendary being. But wait, Jacob's flaming eyes sparkled fiercely as he quickly questioned, "I can understand that I managed to form my spiritual nebula because of you, but you just said that bodies can't contain spiritual nebula without a soul totem. So, does this mean my body is my soul totem? Didn't this mean I can't do the same time and escape death?" Ha 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 ha. Immortica suddenly burst into wanton laughter after hearing this question, and Jacob suddenly had a very bad feeling about it. Immortica said, "I'll leave this discussion until you look at the second phase first." Jacob was startled. It had completely escaped his mind since he was busy confronting Immortica. He quickly looked at the second phase. Second phase of Cosmic Crucible Totem Skeleton, Cursed Totem Skeleton. Cursed Totem Skeleton, 0% description. Gather 12 legendary cosmic vestiges and integrate them in the longevity schema. 12 cosmic core points in your skeleton in universal cosmic sequences. The universal cosmic sequence can't be changed, and progress will only be made by integrating with the correct sequence. Universal Cosmic Sequence, 022 first, Longevity Schema, Cosmic Core Aries Point, located at the cubital joint right, grants Fire Elemental Affinity. 2 second, Longevity Schema Cosmic Core Taurus Point, located at the knee joint left, grants Earth Elemental Affinity. Third, Longevity Schema Cosmic Core Gemini Point, located at the cervical spine, grants Wind Elemental Affinity. Fourth, Longevity Schema Cosmic Core Cancer Point, located at the sternum, grants Water Elemental Affinity. Fifth, Longevity Schema Cosmic Core Leo Point, located at the sternomanubrial junction, grants Light Elemental Affinity. Sixth, Longevity Schema Cosmic Core Virgo Point, located at the occipital bone, grants Dark Elemental Affinity. Seventh, Longevity Schema Cosmic Core Libra Point, located at the mandible, grants Void Elemental Affinity. Eighth, Longevity Schema Cosmic Core Scorpio Point, located at the thoracic spine, grants Life Elemental Affinity. Ninth, Longevity Schema Cosmic Core Sagittarius Point, located at the lumbar spine, pine, grants Death Elemental Affinity. 10th, Longevity Schema, Cosmic Core Capricorn Point, located at the sacrum, grants Lightning Thunder Elemental Affinity. 11th, Longevity Schema, Cosmic Core Aquarius Point, located at Cranial Apex, grants Space Elemental Affinity. 12th, Longevity Schema, Cosmic Core Pisces Point, located at the Frontal Eminence, grants Time Elemental Affinity. Completion of this stage will result in 1,000 years of lifespan and Cursed Immortal Totem. Jacob's expression changed when he read the second phase, and he finally understood why Immortica was giving him all that information about soul totems and legendary rank. It wasn't like he didn't have a totem, it was just that his entire skeleton was going to be his totem, and knowing Cursed Immortality, it was anything but ordinary. Calming his emotions, he asked, "How is this Cursed Immortal Totem different from others? And are these 12 legendary cosmic vestiges the same vestiges that I'm thinking they are?" Hey, let's leave the former answer when the right time comes. As for your latter question, you guessed correctly. The 12 legendary cosmic vestiges are the same 12 vestiges hidden in the path of legend, because how could a mere star vestige be worthy of me, Cured Immortality? The star vestiges are the lowest kind of vestiges, and above them are galaxy vestiges born in the core of an elemental galaxy. But the rarest of them all are the cosmic vestiges, born from 12 lesser absolute galaxies. Only cosmic vestiges born from absolute galaxies are enough to give you all those affinities because they are a must-have if you want to be immortal. Jacob completely ignored Immortica's proud tone. He knew things had taken a worse turn, which meant he needed to fight the entire 12 galaxies, and probably the middle galaxies as well, to grab those 12 vestiges if he wanted to complete this second phase. What if someone else claimed it, Jacob asked, which was probably the entire reason he was feeling apprehensive at that moment. Oh, if that's what you're worried about, then you don't need to. Even if someone else used it, as long as you can kill that person before they reach the legendary king state, you can retrieve the cosmic vestige. But if you are too late, then you need to start again from scratch because the 12 cosmic vestiges are a set that has a unique universal cosmic sequence. If a new set appeared, it means a new universal cosmic sequence, and the old one will lose its meaning. Thus, you need to gather the new set from scratch again, and it will continue until you complete the universal cosmic sequence. But why worry so much? After all, you just happen to be currently inside the Path of Legend. 7074, Chapter 7074, All the Benefits. Jacob's discussion with Immortica lasted quite long as there were simply too many things to cover and too many shocks for him to take, especially the truth that he was already within the Path of Legend. As for how he ended up here or how it happened, he already knew it was Immortica's doing, and the Cursed Book's true abilities again shocked him. The biggest change was naturally in Cursed Immortality itself. After completing the first phase, not only can Immortica now speak with him, but the previous summoning time limit was removed, which means he can now summon Cursed Immortality anytime he wants, and there were no limitations on it. The second change was also related to Cursed Immortality. The Infinity Pendant's inner space had been increased from 1,000 cubic meters to 10,000 cubic meters, which was nothing but good news for Jacob. Furthermore, after the first phase, the Infinity Pendant also unlocked a new feature, the Infinite Time Module. The Infinite Time Module can increase or decrease the speed of time for Jacob alone, or within the designated area by Jacob. As for the time limit or area radius, there is no limit. But the crux of the matter was that to use the Infinite Time Module, Jacob needed to fuel it with his own cursed blood. According to Immortica, he can increase or decrease time by millions for himself or for the entire universe as long as he has the cursed blood to fuel it. Jacob was dumbfounded, as he never thought the Infinity Pendant was this powerful. Furthermore, since the Infinity Pendant was still missing a component, the amount of cursed blood needed to fuel the Infinite Time Module was 10 times higher than its original, which made Jacob grimace. Nonetheless, this function was still extremely useful, depending on how he utilized it. He had already experienced the pros of the time acceleration in the Nightmare Dreamscape realm, but it was still not reality, yet now he could do the same thing in reality and more effectively. However, he knew he couldn't utilize this at will since it cost cursed blood, and if he wasn't careful, his lifespan would start to decrease. All of a sudden, cursed blood became extremely precious for Jacob, and his lifespan became a currency. He had never expected there would come a day when he would treat his lifespan like a currency. Furthermore, he started to understand why Cursed Immortality was the exclusive scripture that grants immortality. Without it, no one could utilize Cursed Immortality's true abilities. Not to mention, there were still 8 entire phases left until he could grasp the entire scripture and its power. Nonetheless, Jacob knew he needed lifespan to utilize his abilities of Cursed Immortality, and Nyx became as important as his life for him. Without her, he knew he would never be able to use those abilities to their full potential. Once the shock of the Cursed Immortality settled down, Immortica revealed the next most important thing, which almost made Jacob laugh with mirth, just like Immortica. It was the evolution of the mysterious and terrifying Fighting Giant Spirit. Since the Fighting Giant Spirit was an aspect directly connected to his soul, after his soul achieved the Spiritual Nebula evolution stage, his Fighting Giant Spirit also followed suit and evolved. Although the fighting giant spirit's properties and benefits remained the same and only strengthened, like the aspect of Eyes of Judge, it also awoke an innate passive ability called combat gigantification. Combat gigantification will allow him to manipulate his size by using the soul force once each time he uses this ability. By utilizing this ability, he can become as small as 1 meter and as large as 50 meters, which is his actual height, and this limit will continue to grow with his power. The only disadvantage to combat gigantification was that the shorter his form, the more limited his power of fighting giant spirit. But Jacob didn't care since he was always annoyed by his height, which was simply too eye-catching in many ways. After all, he wasn't always in combat, and now that he was 50 meters tall, Jacob knew he would stick out like a sore thumb, which he really wanted to avoid. The Gluttony Mask was his only option. However, Gluttony Mask also had its limitations. It didn't allow him to use his true powers as long as he was in disguise. This was a price to pay for a perfect disguise. But now, with combat gigantification, he didn't need to always be in disguise, and fighting giant spirit wasn't his main source of power at all. After all, Jacob knew he could crush quasi-legends like ants because of how powerful he had become. Other than the fighting giant spirit, his Eyes of Judge were also strengthened, and according to Immortality, they were now on the verge of breaking through into the intermediate awakening stage. As for when it was going to happen, he didn't give any clues except that they were directly related to his soul, and it was enough to make Jacob form his own guess. His other abilities also existed, but most of them had become useless, especially all those aspects he acquired in his early days. The only useful abilities he was left with were the mortal danger sense from the infant mortal giant and the fluid acceleration from bloodstorming bug, which he had with him since the very beginning. After sorting out everything and getting all the information from Immortality that he could for the time being, Jacob closed the cursed book. He sighed deeply while looking at the ethereal scenery around him. Suddenly, his flaming eyes compressed into 2 flaming dots as he was focusing on something deep within, searching for a certain feeling. Soon, something magical happened. A vague mystical symbol suddenly appeared on Jacob's forehead, and the next moment, Jacob's gigantic body started to shirk in size until he was only 2 meters tall, and the symbol on his forehead vanished. Now, he was standing in a crater of his own footprint. Seeing that the combat gigantification worked after he followed his instincts just as Immortality told him, Jacob was elated. He finally felt like he was no longer an attention-drawing clown. Yet Jacob also felt a part of his power diminished after decreasing his size so much, but he was still left with about 80% of his strength, which was still too much for any quasi-legend. The next moment, clothes appeared on his skeleton body. Although they were old from the time when he wasn't a giant, he still kept them. Not to mention, anything below legendary rank was nothing but ordinary treasure for him, so he wasn't too bothered about them. Besides, he can always modify his unique rank clothes, so it was a big deal at all. Looking around the hill, Jacob decided to create a small cave for himself because he still needed to do something before he started his journey in the path of legend. 775. Chapter 775, Realizations. Jacob sat cross-legged in the newly opened cave. His flaming eyes were completely gone, leaving behind 2 hollow sockets. He was in this position for hours as he was trying to focus on his cursed heart, which had apparently merged with his spiritual nebula and was currently hidden within his head. At this moment, suddenly, Jacob could see a spherical nebula filled with ethereal neon mist surrounded by endless darkness. I succeed! Jacob was elated as he knew this nebula was none other than his own soul. After his last encounter with death, Jacob seemed to have gained some kind of control over his inner self, and he could feel that the soul force had also undergone some peculiar changes. That's why he didn't leave to explore the path of legend. He wanted to comprehend this more. Just as he thought, after focusing his soul force, he was able to track back to its origin, which was also his soul. Utilizing the Eyes of Judge, he seemed to have connected his vision with his soul force as well. Now, he was able to see his spiritual nebula, but it wasn't enough for Jacob, as he wanted to see the cursed heart and his magic core situation. So, upon focusing on the spiritual nebula, Jacob's vision started to draw nearer and nearer, until he was within the neon nebula filled with countless particles. It was a very strange experience, as he could feel a sense of familiarity with those particles. Jacob didn't know how deep he had come or how long it had taken him, but when he seemed to have reached the very center of the nebula, he was able to see a breathtaking, spectacular scene. He saw the inky black cursed heart pulsing with crimson light, and within one of its lobes was the revolving hex core. But it wasn't all, as he found his fire core and water core revolving around the cursed heart-like planets around its star, and then he finally noticed that it wasn't just his 2 magic cores. Instead, the entire nebula seemed to be revolving around the cursed heart. Jacob found himself stuck watching this grand scene that was happening right within him. A sense of profoundness washed over him as if he were comprehending something. More time passed until he lost his sense of time, when he suddenly snapped out of that strange state. Even what made Jacob uncertain was that he didn't know what he had just grasped. It was like he knew, but he forgot about it the moment he gained his sense. At this moment, what is that? Jacob was startled when he noticed that there was something attached to his water magic core. It was a block of ethereal purple ice that was half absorbed into his water magic core. It was as if it was integrating with his water magic core, which shocked him since it was too strange. There was nothing like this around his fire magic core. Furthermore, now that he was focusing on his water core, he could actually sense something strange happening to it. The next moment, Jacob's vision shifted as his empty eye sockets suddenly lit up. His vision returned to the empty cave, but his eyes were burning with disbelief and a hint of anticipation as he guessed something. Without waiting, Jacob raised his palm in front of him and then channeled water mana. The next moment, ethereal blue mana swirled on top of his palm, but unlike before, it had a hint of purple mixed in it, and he could feel a terrifying chill from it. Apparently, he had sensed this kind of chillness before. Yin ice. Jacob instantly realized that the block of purple ice integrating with his water core was none other than Yin ice, the main part of the damaged legendary treasure Yin Sky Island. He was supposed to get it, but was interfered with by Golden Constant and his goons. He had almost forgotten about it after he was barely able to keep his life, so he didn't care about some treasure he failed to grab. But now, it seemed that Immortality had not only saved his life and brought him to the path of legend ahead of time, but it had even helped him with Yin ice. Jacob felt even more complicated when he realized this. He even wanted to summon the cursed book and questioned why the Yin ice was so important and what its effects would be on his magic core once it was successfully assimilated. But he decided not to and waited until the integration process was complete. He just didn't want to give the cursed book the satisfaction of seeing his current state of mind. Nonetheless, despite his gratefulness, Jacob's vigilance was still the same, or he wouldn't be wasting his time conforming to the changes in his body. After calming down, Jacob probes another hidden space within his body, the solar plexus, where Autark is located. The last time he checked, Autark was still wounded. But when he investigated his solar plexus, Jacob was astounded because Autark was fully recovered. Even its broken body was completely regenerated. Jacob's mind raced as he communicated with Autark. "You recovered, sir?" Autark's emotionless voice rang. "I've recovered some time ago, and I'm glad that you are fine. I wasn't able to reach you previously." "I was unconscious," Jacob stated. "For how long have you been unable to reach me?" Autark replied without hesitation. "I don't know the exact time, but it took me around 4 years to recover, and I instantly tried to reach you. I think 5 more years have passed since then." "I've been out for over 9 years?" Jacob was in utter disbelief. For him, it seemed like only a few hours had passed, but it turned out he had been uncurious for 9 years. Although he was still fine, he still felt surreal that he was still alive despite lying in the middle of Path of Legend for 9 years. 776, Chapter 776, Towards the Cosmic Vestige of Taurus. 1. At this moment, Jacob's figure in his long windbreaker flashed past the ancient trees, a circular disc shimmering in ethereal light. But it wasn't just a normal circular disc, it was made like a stylized celestial compass with zodiac symbols etched on it. One of the zodiac symbols of Taurus was glowing brightly as the curled needle on the compass pointed in a certain direction. This was the legendary key of Taurus that Jacob had found many years ago, and right now, it is finally showing its true function and usefulness. The moment Jacob learned that he had been in the Path of Legend for over 9 years, his first reaction was anxiety. He thought that Immortality had opened the Path of Legend using its prowess, which probably meant all the paths in other lesser galaxies had been opened as well. Although Immortality refused to say anything about the Path of Legend except that this was a neutral grounds and everyone was for themselves here, he assumed the worst from the get-go. If the Path of Legend was opened for 9 years for others as well, this means that others had a head start of 9 years, and they might have already claimed some legendary vestiges or all of them. However, when he took out the legendary key to see if he could get some clues, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the key instantly came to life the moment it appeared in the Path of Legend environment. The compass point that was pointing towards the sky before started to point in a direction, and the symbol of Taurus glows brightly. Jacob presumed that since the zodiac symbol was still glowing, this could only mean one thing: the legendary vestige of Tarsus remains unclaimed. Although this didn't give him any clues about other legendary vestiges, as long as this was still unclaimed, there was a hope that others were still in a similar potion. Immortality might have used its prowess to pull him into the Path of Legend ahead of time, knowing his situation, but the Path of Legend might still not be open to all galaxies. Nonetheless, Jacob quickly made his preparations before leaving to follow the legendary key direction, knowing that the truth would surface when he found someone else. Furthermore, if the other legendary vestiges were still unfound, he needed to gather the other legendary keys for those vestiges, since this was the easiest way to find them, and those keys would be in the hands of powerful figures. However, for current Jacob, as long as he doesn't encounter a veteran Fable legendary rank, he is confident in overpowering everyone in the Path of Legend. Furthermore, he knew he was still a rookie legendary rank who didn't even know what he could do with all this power, especially Soul Force. He could tell there was far more to it than just telekinesis and spiritual pressure, especially after encountering those terrifying existences that day. As Jacob ventured into the ancient forest, he passed many beasts, and he could sense their prowess. They were at least in the early stage of quasi-legend rank. but they were no threat to him, and he was also not interested in them at this moment since he wanted to find the cosmic vestige of Taurus as quickly as possible. Although he knew the cosmic vestige of Taurus came second in the universal cosmic sequence and that he wouldn't be able to use it without acquiring the cosmic vestige of Aries, he still wanted to acquire it first before vying for the others since he had the legendary key for it. Moreover, he would also get more information on how the legendary key works and why it is relevant to acquire the other cosmic vestiges. After all, if a legendary key was a must-have to acquire the other cosmic vestige, then Jacob would have to find people with the corresponding keys first. But if the legendary key turned out to be irrelevant, then he just needed to find their locations, and he didn't mind going through some disadvantages that came his way. But Jacob had a feeling that it was the latter case rather than the former, since there were also the Star Ocean medallions in the picture that could grant passage into the path. As Jacob followed the legendary key's direction, he noticed that the surrounding trees had become denser and were growing taller and taller. Furthermore, the amount of mana in the air has become denser. However, he noticed something peculiar in the air at this moment. Something seemed to be mixed in the air, which directly affected someone's mind. Is it poison? Jacob wondered as he looked towards the towering trees. These trees appeared like Babel trees, but their roots covered the lands, and they pulsed in emerald light. Some of these trees even had vague runic patterns. Furthermore, the three with those runic patterns have golden flowers on them, which attracts others' attention. When Jacob looked towards those flowers, he found strange mist emitting from them, invisible to the naked eye, and he instantly guessed that the poison in the air was coming from them. After his eyes of judge became more powerful, he was now able to see more, not just the color spectrum of particles, but also more unique details about anything with magic, and he now didn't even need to use his soul force to see those details. He was excited about what he would be able to do once his eyes reached the intermediate stage of their awakening. But right now, with his flaming eyes, he looked just like any lich, and he knew he could use his current appearance in many ways. Moreover, the Star Watch seemed useless here as there were no signals for Star Network, which also means that there was no interference from outsiders in the Path of Legend. However, at this moment, Jacob suddenly stopped and stowed away the legendary key before he turned invisible, hiding behind a tree and coldly looking southeast. A few minutes passed like that, but Jacob remained hidden. At this moment, a silhouette of a large beast appeared. Above this beast were three people wearing ancient-style robes, which weren't the norm in the lesser galaxy of Taurus. Furthermore, the barbarian with a horn glowing in the middle of his forehead was holding a runic disc in his hand and closely observing it. He suddenly opened its mouth and said to his other two companions, "The key traces vanished here." Jacob's eyes flickered in astonishment when he heard those unexpected words. They can track legendary keys, 777, chapter 777, towards the cosmic vestige of Taurus. 2. The barbarian and his companions, who were actually two white tiger-face orcs, looked at the barbarian with incredulous expressions. "Did you break the spiritual star tracker, Captain?" The white tiger orc with a rune symbol below his left eye asked. The barbarian retorted, "How the hell did I break it when I didn't even do anything? Did you see me fiddling with it on our way here?" Then could it be the person with the legendary key is already out of its range? The second orc made a guess, which was the only explanation that I could think of. The barbarian didn't retort this time since he knew this spiritual star tracker had a limited range. They were searching for legendary keys in this area when it reacted all of a sudden, and now the signal was completely gone, but this matter still irked him for some reason. We were very close to this person, but he suddenly disappeared. The only possible explanation is that this person with the legendary key sensed our presence and used a teleportation treasure to teleport over 100,000 miles away from the spiritual star tracker range. The legendary key can't be stored in any special treasure or hidden by any means. Since those bumpkins from backwater lesser galaxies are not capable of possessing such treasures, it's safe to assume that someone from our competitor had already gotten his hands on the legendary key. "Let's report it to the little boss," the barbarian solemnly stated. He was about to control the bear-like beast when suddenly it trembled. The next moment, blood started to trickle down from its eyes and mouth before its massive body started to fall. The barbarian and his companions were shocked as they quickly jumped off the beast and landed on the ground with incredulous expressions on their faces as they watched the beast drop to the side while its blood gushed out from its eyes and mouth uncontrollably. It was deader than dead. Who? The barbarian was instantly alarmed as a bone spear appeared in his hand, and he took his fighting stance. His two orc companions weren't any different. They all knew the Path of Legend was riddled with mysterious dangers, and all kinds of entities existed in this place. This forest was also a dangerous place filled with unknown beasts. At this moment, the spiritual star tracker in the barbarian's hand was suddenly enveloped by a powerful force, escaped from his grip, and slid to his left. Before they could react, very interesting, a spectral voice filled with chilly coldness rang at this moment, and a mountainous pressure suddenly descended on the three. They were horrified to find themselves completely immobilized under this horrifying pressure, and even their minds seemed to be affected by it. Furthermore, the barbarian instantly thought about something as he found this pressure familiar, and that realization brought him even more dread, as he didn't dare believe it. How could this kind of existence in this part of Path of Legend? He thought as he tried to remain conscious under this pressure, and he stopped himself from kneeling down. But his companions weren't like him. They were only able to endure for a second before they dropped to their knees while panting heavily. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall figure wearing a dark windbreaker and a hood walked in front of them. 2 dim white flames burned under the darkness of his hood, making him appear extremely eerie. After Jacob heard their little conversation, his interest in this spiritual star tracker was piqued. When he saw them about to leave, he had no choice but to make them stay. It was also an opportunity to test his advanced prowess. When he tried to use his blood manipulation on that quasi-legend beast, he was surprised when he found there was very little resistance, unlike before when he could only manipulate the blood of an ordinary, unique rank. So, without hesitation, he directly changed the flow of the beast's blood and made him die without even touching it, and the beast was simply unable to resist his control over its own blood. He could have done the same thing with these 3, but then he decided to test his soul force, and the results were right in front of him. They were completely immobilized under the pressure of his soul force, and he wasn't even releasing it up to 100% yet. He could guess that if he had used 100% of his soul force pressure on them, they would have turned into blood paste. Nonetheless, Jacob was extremely content with this small test and had some idea of where he stood with his current prowess. The barbarian felt a chill running down his spine when he saw the hooded figure stop in front of them, and he wanted to plead for his life, but the pressure was simply too great that he couldn't even open his mouth. Jacob also didn't intend to ask them any questions. He simply issued a command, "He's yours." The barbarian was startled, and the next moment, a tiny dark creature appeared beside his ear before it bolted into his head. He had no idea his death was already inevitable. Jacob then looked towards those 2 orcs and decided to try something since it would take some time for Autark to finish off the quasi-legend rank barbarian. Jacob focused on one of the orcs and his flaming eyes flicked, and the next moment, the orc's head suddenly blew up like a balloon, creating a bloody scene. Not only that, the orc's blood wasn't splashed, but condensed in a glob before all of his blood was out of his body, and his headless corpse looked like a dry tree branch. While the barbarian and remaining orc were trembling in despair, Jacob was elated because he didn't use his blood manipulation at this moment. He did all of this with his soul force. It wasn't like he never tried to do the same thing before, but he was limited by the amount of soul force he had previously. But now, his soul force was like a vast lake compared to his previous soul force, which was like a small cup. Furthermore, he could feel that his control over his soul was far more precise and efficient now because of his spiritual nebula. Jacob also discovered another reason for his overwhelming control over his soul force, which was none other than his cursed heart. Comment. After Jacob heard their little conversation, his interest in this spiritual star tracker was piqued. When he saw them about to leave, he had no choice but to make them stay. It was also an opportunity to test his advanced prowess. When he tried to use his blood manipulation on that quasi-legend beast, he was surprised when he found there was very little resistance, unlike before when he could only manipulate the blood of an ordinary, unique rank. So, without hesitation, he directly changed the flow of the beast's blood and made him die without even touching it, and the beast was simply unable to resist his control over its own blood. He could have done the same thing with these 3, but then he decided to test his soul force, and the results were right in front of him. They were completely immobilized under the pressure of his soul force, and he wasn't even releasing it up to 100% yet. He could guess that if he had used 100% of his soul force pressure on them, they would have turned into blood paste. Nonetheless, Jacob was extremely content with this small test and had some idea of where he stood with his current prowess. The barbarian felt a chill running down his spine when he saw the hooded figure stop in front of them, and he wanted to plead for his life, but the pressure was simply too great that he couldn't even open his mouth. Jacob also didn't intend to ask them any questions. He simply issued a command, "He's yours." The barbarian was startled, and the next moment, a tiny dark creature appeared beside his ear before it bolted into his head. He had no idea his death was already inevitable. Jacob then looked towards those 2 orcs and decided to try something since it would take some time for Autark to finish off the quasi-legend rank barbarian. Jacob focused on one of the orcs, and his flaming eyes flicked, and the next moment, the orc's head suddenly blew up like a balloon, creating a bloody scene. Not only that, the orc's blood wasn't splashed, but condensed in a glob before all of his blood was out of his body, and his headless corpse looked like a dry tree branch. While the barbarian and remaining orc were trembling in despair, Jacob was elated because he didn't use his blood manipulation at this moment. He did all of this with his soul force. It wasn't like he never tried to do the same thing before, but he was limited by the amount of soul force he had previously. But now, his soul force was like a vast lake compared to his previous soul force, which was like a small cup. Furthermore, he could feel that his control over his soul was far more precise and efficient now because of his spiritual nebula. Jacob also discovered another reason for his overwhelming control over his soul force, which was none other than his cursed heart. 778, Chapter 778, Towards the Cosmic Vestige of Taurus. 30. Jacob continued his journey towards the unknown while following the direction of the legendary key. However, most of Jacob's focus was on the information that he received from Autark after he possessed the barbarian's body. It turned out that the Path of Legend was opened over 7 months ago for all the lesser galaxies. Since almost all the high-ranking figures of the lesser galaxies belong to the 3 absolute factions, their loyal subordinates informed the higher-ups in the middle galaxies using secret methods privy to these factions. Jacob wasn't surprised that the absolute factions existed in the middle galaxies. He already knew that these 3 factions represented the main forces of the zodiac planes, so their roots were extremely deep. But what surprised Jacob was that the 3 absolute factions were even more terrifying in the middle galaxies, and unlike the roughnecks in the lesser galaxies, they were extremely united. The barbarian and his 2 companions also belonged to the middle galaxies, and they came here by earning a slot in the entourage of Zodiac Universal Bank through some extremely fierce selection back in the middle galaxies. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones, and they only represent the Zodiac Universal Bank of the middle galaxy of Gemini. There was also another entourage of 11 galaxies belonging to the Universal Zodiac Bank, and they were all competing with each other and other powers to acquire the cosmic vestiges for the descendants of legendary kings. According to the barbarians' memories, legendary kings were known as galaxy kings in the lesser galaxies, and they were the highest esteemed figures of the middle galaxies, each controlling tens of planets. Yes, planets. The middle galaxies or legendary middle planes were entirely different from the lesser planes and extremely mystical. This revelation shocked Jacob, and he looked forward to stepping into this place and witnessing it himself. Anyhow, the people from the middle galaxies could come to this place because a group of legendary kings from each faction performed some secret ceremony and opened a path for them. The exact method was only known to them and a well-guarded secret. The spiritual star tracker was also given to their groups to seek out legendary keys because it was the easiest way to track down cosmic vestiges and held a unique advantage over those who didn't have one, just as Jacob earlier conjectured. What advantage they held was only known to the leaders of these teams, and people like the barbarian were only here to earn the merits and favor of these scions of these powers. They were also under a powerful contract known as the Zodiac Soul Contract, to ensure they won't betray those scions or hide any information. That's why they were given those spiritual star trackers, which were normally in the hands of these powers. They can also track legendary vestiges in the middle galaxies. Since Jacob knew about the ranks of these legendary vestiges, he knew these trackers worked on any rank of legendary vestige. This answered another question about how those middle galaxies seek out legendary vestiges. Furthermore, the barbarian and orcs seemed to have no idea about the legendary vestige ranks. They only knew that the 12 legendary vestiges that the legendary king's descendants wanted were slightly special and superior to the legendary vestiges found in the middle galaxies. After all, using the merits earned here, they can exchange an ordinary legendary vestige, especially if they find the locations of legendary keys. They can even claim multiple legendary vestiges from legendary kings with enough merits. That's what motivates these people to risk their lives for those scions and fight each other to earn merits. As for taking these 12 legendary vestiges for themselves, they didn't even think about it since they would earn a legendary king as their enemy, and they can't do it even if they want with the Zodiac Soul contracts in place. The people of lesser galaxies were ordered to either kill or enslave them if they held some value. Only those with absolute loyalty could join their groups and have any chance of entering the middle galaxies. The attitude of the middle galaxies towards the lesser galaxies was extremely disdainful. They all consider them farm animals, which they could raise or put down as they wished. Jacob didn't feel anything about it because he knew that for people in power, the ordinary people were nothing, and any threat would be nipped in the bud. He had experienced it personally. There was even more shocking information about the legendary planes, which would be useful once he entered the middle galaxies. For now, Jacob knew he had to focus on acquiring the legendary vestige of Taurus first before moving on to collect the other vestiges. He was also relieved to know that no one had acquired any legendary vestige yet, as those people from the lesser galaxies were scattered in the Path of Legend, and it was extremely hard to search for them. But this didn't mean everyone had a similar mindset as him. Some loyalists were in possession of legendary keys, and once they found their masters, they would hand them over without any resistance. People like him, with their own goals, were scant, and he didn't know if they had acquired any legendary keys and were able to hold on to them like him. Nonetheless, Jacob's goal for now was the legendary vestige of Taurus. As he went deep into the forest, the surrounding scenery started to change. At this point, Jacob slowed down because he saw the trees ahead were completely different from his surroundings. They were dark, and there wasn't any light passing through them, as if those trees absorbed any trace of light, and the path ahead was pitch black. Jacob mused that it was probably another wonder of the Path of Legend, and the legendary key was also pointed in that dark forest direction. He didn't feel any danger from it, but he was still careful as he slowly entered the pitch-black darkness and vanished. 779, Chapter 779, Towards the Cosmic Vestige of Taurus. The pitch-black darkness didn't affect Jacob's vision, as he could clearly see everything. However, as he went deeper, Jacob felt the gravity in this place becoming stronger, and a strange mist filled with a potent toxin appeared. Yet Jacob's footsteps never came to a halt until he saw a flash of entral light suddenly bolting past him. He instantly stopped and looked around, and his golden-white flame eyes started to turn golden entirely. What are those? Jacob was surprised to see many white blobs of different sizes hiding in the dark trees' crowns, and black particles were emitting from them. Furthermore, upon observing them, Jacob saw that those white blobs were moving and that more were gathering around him. Are they some living creatures? Jacob wondered, but since he didn't feel any danger from them, he decided to ignore them and start moving again, this time using his full speed. Jacob almost became a streak when he moved at his current full speed, and he could cover miles within a second, almost like teleportation. His physical prowess was simply too shocking after completing the second phase, and he was still not using his entire power and abilities. But what surprised Jacob was that those white blobs were keeping up with him and following him like the plague, and more were gathering as he moved deeper into this strange forest. At this moment, Jacob noticed that wavelengths of the dark particles around those blobs were trembling, as if they were agitating and restless the deeper they went and followed the legendary key. After some time passed, he noticed those small blobs suddenly started to congregate and merge together, incorporating into the massive, ethereal white entity. Even without the eyes of Judge, he was able to see a white ethereal cloud gathering in the sky. At this moment, Jacob finally felt a powerful soul force gathering within this incorporated mass. Although it wasn't dangerous, this thing, whatever it was following him relentlessly, and he couldn't shake it off. Jacob decided to summon Immortality before he suffered from his own arrogance, and this thing became truly dangerous. What is that thing? Oh, they are the ghost residues of Burmese ghost trees around you. They usually eat on people's emotions sneakily without the victim even realizing it until they turn into empty husks, and only people with special visions can see them. Powerful souls are the only way to counter them. But you are now immune to these tricks, yet your soul signature is unique, and since you don't know how to keep it hidden yet, those ghost residues will see you as an extremely rare delicacy. They are even willing to incorporate with each other to feed on your soul, which is a very rare behavior in Burmese ghost trees. You can say you have hungry ghosts after you, he. Jacob simply ignored the last part, and he became serious as he watched that massive cloud of ghost residues continue to grow, and the strange soul force they were releasing was becoming stronger. Are they any threat, and how should I deal with them? How do you kill a ghost? They are indeed a threat if you let them continue to grow. This place has millions of Burmese ghost trees, and they've also started to notice you. But the time required until they become a true threat to you is still quite far. As for how to deal with them, didn't I say only powerful souls are capable of handling them? But the matter of regretting killing the ghost race is entirely different, and we'll talk about it when you encounter that species of dark being. Nevertheless, it'll be quite entertaining, ha ha ha. Jacob's eyes flickered continuously when he heard Immortaka's explanation, and he was little revealed, knowing that they required time to become a threat to him, but he was still quite shocked, knowing that this kind of tree could become a threat to even a fabled legendary state ranker. After thinking about it, Jacob decided not to take action and continued forward. He knew that even if he used his soul force to get rid of those ghost residues, there would be more and more, which would only delay him further. After all, killing millions of ghost residues didn't sound like a simple process, and he was not willing to tire himself out. Just like that, the white cloud relentlessly followed Jacob as he followed the direction of the legendary key. Jacob could feel the gravity becoming stronger while the cloud of ghost residues also tried to inflict its soul force on him, but both were useless in slowing him down. At this moment, Jacob noticed something ahead while the legendary key in his hand glowed even brighter. A few miles ahead of him was a structure illuminated under a starry light, and the cloud of ghost residues behind him suddenly stopped following him as well. Jacob was surprised when he noticed the soul force on him suddenly vanished, and the cloud of ghost residues behind him instantly retreated as if they had encountered a terrible enemy. They were clearly very afraid of that struck in starry light. This action of ghost residues also made Jacob vigilant. He slowed his speed as he approached the clearly ahead. Looking at the brightly lit legendary key, Jacob mused, could it be I reached the place where the cosmic vestige is located? This was the only explanation he could think of, but he didn't move hastily. When he reached the clearing, he looked around for any danger, but there was nothing there, and his eyes did not show him anything out of the ordinary except that starry light. Jacob finally looked towards the structure under the starry light. It was a high tower reaching all the way to the neon sky. Its walls were emerald, and under the starry light they seemed to glow like a starry sky. Furthermore, there was only a single entrance, a massive black arc door, and Jacob instantly noticed the glowing symbol at the top of this door. It was the symbol of the Taurus constellation, matching the symbol glowing intently in the legendary key. Jacob knew he had reached his destination. 780, Chapter 780, Demigods and Gods. Jacob slowly approached the gigantic gate of the monolithic tower. He felt an arcane aura emitting from it, and the legendary key in his hand glowed brighter. Although he didn't know if this was dangerous, he didn't get any such feeling from this tower except for the powerful gravitational force, which seemed 500 times stronger than what he had experienced in the forest. But it was still not enough to cause trouble for Jacob. Suddenly, just when he was 10 meters away from the door, an ethereal voice suddenly rang. The Tower of Taurus welcomes you, trialist. Jacob was startled when he heard this ethereal voice which seemed to be coming from the Taurus symbol above the door. At this moment, the compass, like a legendary key, suddenly hummed and released a powerful emerald light before Jacob could react. It suddenly seemed to resonate with the Taurus symbol on the door, as the symbol started to revolve, and that voice suddenly sounded again. The tower detects the legendary key of Taurus. You're given 3 one-time options. First, you can use the legendary key of Taurus and directly pass the first 4 trials of the Tower of Taurus and take the remaining 3 trials at Star Warrior difficulty. Failure penalty is loss of legendary key, and you will only have 3 more chances to enter the tower again and take the unprivileged trials. The reward will be the legendary vestige of Taurus. Second, you can use the legendary key of Taurus to exchange for 3 lifelines, which means even if you die within the tower, you'll revive at the same point until your lifelines run out. You will also have the privilege to pass the first 2 trials of the Tower of Taurus. But you must pass the remaining 5 trials at Star Master difficulty. Failure penalty is loss of legendary key, and you will only have 2 more chances to enter the tower again and take the unprivileged trials. The rewards will be the legendary vestige of Taurus and a legendary Lord State Domain spell suitable for you. Third, you can use the legendary key to instigate the Star King difficulty level tower trial. But be warned, you have to clear all the trials without any lifelines, and the failure penalty is a certain death. The rewards will be the legendary vestige of Taurus, a legendary King State legacy or treasure of your choice, and an ascension permit. You may choose now. Jacob was shocked when he heard those 3 choices. He didn't expect the legendary key to have this kind of function. He always wondered what kind of advantage the legendary key had over those with only medallions. Now he knew why those arrogant guys from the Middle Galaxies were searching for legendary keys like bloody hounds, and even the legendary kings were willing to pay some unknown price to send their descendants here. If those people really knew about the presence of the third option, then it all made sense to Jacob. However, he was still confused about what this ascension permit was. Since it was the reward for passing the most difficult trial with a legendary king rank legacy or treasure, he knew it must be unimaginably extraordinary, but just the allure of a legendary king rank legacy or treasure was enough to tempt even Jacob. After all, he had seen what the broken legendary treasure Yin Sky Island could do, so what would a complete treasure be capable of? Furthermore, it would also become his most powerful trump card once he entered the Middle Galaxies. But Jacob didn't let greed cloud his judgment. Instead, he asked Immortica, "What do you think? Do you know what this ascension permit is?" Well, it's not a big deal to reveal it to you, no? You see, the legendary planes or Middle Galaxies is known as another name among the people, the demigod realm. You should know what this implies, the legendary rank in a sense, and certainly the rank of a demigod. So, what came after the demigod? Jacob's expression changed as his mind reeled when he heard this unknown yet startling fact, and he instantly made a terrifying assumption. He quickly replied, "If legendary rank is the rank of demigod, then the next rank should be god. Could it be that this ascension permit is related to godhood? Ha. The next rank after legendary rank is the mythical rank, also the rank of gods, and since the middle galaxies are the realm of demigods, the upper galaxies are the realm of gods. But it's still quite far away from you, so I'll leave the details of mythical rank once you reach it or come closer to it. All you need to know is that just like you need the Path of Legend to enter the Middle Galaxies, to enter the Upper Galaxies, you also need to either cross the Universal Void, the space between the lesser galaxies known as the Star Ocean Boundary, or seek out the Mythical Ascension Bridge. And just like the Path of Legend, the Mythical Ascension Bridge also required a particular pass like the Legendary Keys or Star Ocean Medallion to enter, and that pass is the Ascension's Permit, and they are the only way to enter the Mythical Ascension Bridge. Furthermore, these ascension permits only exist in the Path of Legend's Cosmic Vestige trials. Acquiring them is even more difficult, and the participants have only a single chance. If they fail, they will lose not only their lives, but also the legendary keys and the chance to open the trial for the ascension permits. So, now you can imagine how desperate those legendary kings have to be. They neutered their own descents with everything they had just so they could acquire this permit and ascend to godhood, and let me tell you, they would never give up and do this process again and again until they acquired it, even if it means to sacrifice their entire bloodline. Isn't it ironic yet amusing at the same time? Ha. Under Immortica's maniacal laughter, Jacob's eyes burned with intense heat. He felt his blood boiling as he looked towards the Tower of Taurus. At this moment, Jacob had already made his decision. 781, Chapter 781, The Tower of Taurus 1. I choose the third option, Jacob declared without hesitation. Although he knew the third option would result in the death penalty, he was also confident in himself. After all, no one with his current prowess had taken this trial, and this was his biggest advantage. Even if there were even harsher penalties, Jacob would have done the same thing since he wanted to acquire the Ascension Permit, or who knows when he gets such a chance. Just like the legendary key, the Ascension Permit was equally important if he wanted to continue his journey. Furthermore, he knew Immortality also told him about the Ascension Permit because Immortality knew if he didn't find this Ascension Permit worth it, he might not select this option at all. At this moment, the voice from the Tower of Taurus responded to his choice, and the legendary key suddenly released a strong light. Jacob felt a powerful pulling force, and he let go of the key. The next moment, the key turned into an emerald light and bolted towards the symbol above the door before vanishing within. You have used the legendary key to instigate the Star King difficulty level tower trial. The Star King Tower Trial of Taurus has been opened. The very next moment, the closed door started to pull inwardly, revealing a pitch-black opening. Even Jacob couldn't see anything, which surprised him. But since he had already decided, he entered without hesitation and vanished into the darkness before the door instantly closed. The starry light on the tower dimmed down, and only the symbol of Taurus continued to shimmer in mystical light. The moment Jacob entered the darkness, which seemed absolute, a void that seemed to swallow all light, Jacob's senses strained against the emptiness, but his enhanced vision pierced through the veil. The air was thick with an unseen pressure, and as he ventured deeper, the pull of gravity grew stronger, each step a battle against an invisible force. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared in the distance like a beacon in the abyss. As he approached, the light transformed into a sprawling forest, its trees towering into the unknown and exotic flora, creating a serene atmosphere. Jacob was astounded. He wasn't expecting something like this in a structure. It was like he had entered another dimension. Yet Jacob sensed something was amiss. The foliage pulsed with an unnatural energy, and dark tendrils seemed to writhe beneath the surface. Jacob's eyes started to flicker in golden light, and he instantly knew that this tranquility was deceptive. This serene atmosphere disappears under Jacob's eyes as many strange symbols are hidden within the foliage, and if the entrant fails to see through those illusions, they will be in a world of trouble and pain. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The Cursed Immortality's page suddenly turned, and words started to appear on it. Tower of Taurus Level 1, the Verdant Vestibule Challenge. Navigate through the treacherous terrain without triggering the hidden traps. Jacob was startled when he read those words, as he clearly remembered it was the same thing that happened every time he entered a plane trial. The Cursed Immortality always revealed what needed to be done to clear a plane trial, and it seemed the same was true for this tower trial. Is this place like the plane trials? Jacob quickly asked Immortality, as this was the only explanation he could think of. But unexpectedly, Immortality didn't reply and went completely silent as Jacob looked confusedly at the cursed book in front of him. He knew the cursed book would never miss a chance to preach its twisted beliefs. Jacob called again, but he met with complete silence. Then Jacob suddenly thought about something. Immortality can't appear in a plane trial and always vanished. Could it be the same thing here? But the difference is that I can now keep Cursed Immortality out while only Immortality is restricted. Are these changes because of the first phase or because of the tower? Although Jacob didn't know how much he guessed right, with the current information he had, this was the only possible explanation he could think of. Nonetheless, he was more than happy not to hear that annoying, eerie voice. Furthermore, if Cursed Immortality could easily see through these trials and provide him with guidance, these trials would be a breeze for him. So, without hesitation, he closed the cursed book and started making his way towards the path ahead. Although all he had to do was navigate through this terrain filled with traps, it wasn't as simple as it sounds. First, he can't be injured or trigger any traps, or the trial will fail directly, and he knows the consequence will be death. Second, if he didn't have the judge's eyes, this trial would be even more troublesome for him, and he mightn't even be able to clear it. Without a doubt, this trial was extremely difficult, and it wasn't about fighting, but about wits. If Jacob only thought that he would slaughter his way out of this place, now he knew might wasn't always the answer. As Jacob looked towards the towering trees, he found they were filled with hidden symbols, shimmering in crimson runes. He could see dark particles emitting from them. The dark particles always represented dangerous things, so he knew he couldn't step over them. But what made him solemn was even the trees were filled with these symbols. However, Jacob quickly discovered another school of symbols which were green. White particles were emitting from them, and they were making strange patterns among the crimson symbols. Other than those two symbols, he found nothing else, and he instantly knew what he had to do to trek this place. Jacob was standing on a green symbol that covered a mile radius area, which meant he had to follow these green symbols and trek out of this place. Nonetheless, Jacob was still shocked to learn just how difficult this tower level was, and this was only the beginning. 782. Chapter 782. The Tower of Taurus 2. Jacob moved forward cautiously, his senses on high alert. He thought those symbols were the only challenge at this level, but he was soon proven wrong. When he was on his third green symbol, which was only 3 meters in diameter, the next symbol was on the tree branch, and its space was only enough to place a single step and lead all the way toward the other tree branches. He started to wonder if anyone could pass this challenge without his eyes of judge. He discovered that those runes were actually like the magic runes he was familiar with, and only a peak rune artificer could calculate the path through this place. Even then, it would take extremely long to find the correct runes, and there were high chances of making a mistake, which meant death. So, this challenge wasn't only about fighting or finding a way, but also about the test of one magic knowledge. Should I try using that disc? But what if it's backfire? After all, I don't think this trial would allow such a loophole like a flying treasure. Jacob thought about using the golden discs he had gathered after killing all those assassins from the Atlas. But upon thinking about it, he didn't take the risk since he was capable of moving forward as long as his movements were flawless and precise. After analyzing the path forward, Jacob leaped towards the tree branch, which was around 30 meters away from him and 4 meters high. Not to mention him, but even a quasi-legend could make this jump easily. But the moment Jacob stepped on the green symbol on the branch, the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift all of a sudden, revealing hidden pits filled with sharp spikes glowing in menacing red light. Jacob's mind reeled as he knew things were turning hectic. He quickly jumped towards the next symbol, and at this moment, those glowing spikes started to shoot in his direction, and their speed was insanely quick. Jacob thought he had triggered some kind of trap, but since nothing happened, he knew it was part of the challenge and sighed in relief. Without hesitation, he dodged and weaved, his movements fluid and precise as he jumped from tree to tree while dodging those spikes. With each passing moment, his confidence grew. The challenges, while formidable, were not insurmountable. At this moment, Jacob saw creatures suddenly materialize from the shadows of trees, their forms shifting and changing. But Jacob was ready. His enhanced senses allowed him to perceive the world in a way that others couldn't. He could see the faintest disturbances in the air and the subtle shifts in the earth, and he knew those creatures were only illusionary. But their auras could shake even a quasi-legend, yet they were unable to institute any fear in him, as his movements never stopped while they chased after him. Now, he understood why this place was called treacherous terrain. An unknown amount of time passed, and as he delved deeper into the forest while trekking in those green symbols and avoiding those traps and creatures, the trees began to change. They grew taller, their branches more gnarled and twisted. Strange, bioluminescent fungi clung to their trunks, casting an eerie glow. The ground became more uneven, with deep chasms and treacherous slopes. Suddenly, a colossal tree appeared before him, its roots delving deep into the earth. It was unlike any tree Jacob had ever seen. Its bark was a metallic gray, and strange symbols were etched into its trunk. But Jacob's flaming eyes contracted when he noticed something completely unusual. At the base of the tree, a hidden door shimmered with an otherworldly light. Is that it? Jacob mused with anticipation. Although this colossal tree looked eerie, he saw that the surrounding area had no symbol at all. After hesitating for a moment, Jacob landed in this area, and to his relief, nothing happened. Jacob then looked back and was astounded to find that the illusionary creatures and traps had vanished without a trace, and the forest looked ordinary. I guess this is it. Jacob approached the hidden door cautiously. His senses were at an all-time high. This was undoubtedly a significant point in the trial. After making sure there was nothing strange, he reached out to touch the door. The next moment, a faint hum rang, and it opened with a soft click, revealing a descending staircase behind. Is this path to the next trial or some other part of this level? Jacob mused, and with a deep breath, Jacob stepped into the darkness. As he moved forward, the air grew colder, and a faint hum filled his ears. He was probably descending deeper into the heart of something. At this moment, Jacob saw an ethereal glow ahead. It was a barrier. After carefully analyzing it, he moved forward, and the barrier didn't stop him at all. Furthermore, he had already summoned Cursed Immortality. The moment Jacob stepped through the ethereal barrier, he was enveloped in a world of stone. Towering walls of gray granite stretched into the darkness, their surfaces etched with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and change with every blink. The air was heavy with the scent of stone and earth, and an eerie silence hung over the labyrinth. At this moment, the words on Cursed Immortality changed. Level 2, the Stone Labyrinth Challenge. Find the correct path through the labyrinth while avoiding deadly traps and puzzles. It's really the second level. Jacob breathed a sigh of relief when Cursed Immortality confirmed his conjecture as he observed the second level. He didn't find any of those symbols on the ground or those stone walls. After observing for a while, Jacob noticed many things. This seemed like a maze of stone corridors. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings depicting unknown history. The path constantly shifted every 5 minutes, making it difficult to retrace one's steps. Jacob also discovered some clues to trek this maze. He found that sporadically, a tiny glowing symbol would appear among the carvings of a stone wall. Furthermore, after carefully analyzing this symbol, he discovered it was a word meaning left, and it wasn't the only character. Another character, which means right, also appeared. Jacob instantly knew what he needed to do now as he was ready to pass this stone labyrinth. 783, Chapter 783, The Tower of Taurus 3. Jacob's feet sank into the cool stone floor as he walked, each step echoing through the cavernous space. The walls were adorned with strange symbols, and the air was thick with an oppressive silence. Jacob moved cautiously, his senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to conceal a potential threat. The carvings were more than just decoration. They showed clues to the path forward, and Jacob didn't dare miss any. Furthermore, he noticed that the path without any of those hidden symbols was riddled with strange traps, and he didn't dare step inside to experience them. Moreover, this time, there wasn't a condition like not to trigger any traps, so he was more at ease. But still, he didn't dare belittle this place. As Jacob ventured deeper into the labyrinth, the entire structure suddenly trembled. The next moment, the walls began to close in, the pressure mounting. Jacob was startled and quickly picked up his speed. The path twisted and turned as he searched for those symbols, but to his shock, there were none as he was busy escaping getting crushed by those walls. Although it was still debatable if they could really crush him, he didn't want to stay and find out. The path was leading him in circles. Dead ends appeared and disappeared, and the carvings on the walls seemed to mock him with their cryptic messages. At this moment, Jacob didn't care about a series of deadly traps hidden within the labyrinth. As he stopped in these corridors with traps he experienced, pressure plates triggered hidden glowing spikes, illusionary walls concealed bottomless pits, and darts shot from unseen apertures. Jacob had to rely on his eyes of judge, enhanced senses, and quick reflexes to avoid falling victim to these treacherous deceptions. At this point, Jacob finally saw the symbol he was searching for as his body twisted, and the next moment he finally got out of that strange part of the maze. In front of him, the labyrinth now stretched out before him. A maze of twisting corridors and dead ends appeared. He followed the unique symbols carefully, his path a winding ribbon through the stone labyrinth. In this part of the labyrinth, he found crimson symbols appearing and marking areas of danger, their glow intensifying as he approached. Some of these areas contained hidden traps, and others were even guarded by illusionary creatures. Jacob's expression changed when the labyrinth suddenly trembled violently again, and he knew something strange was coming again. At this moment, Jacob suddenly felt the temperature rise, and he heard the wind whistling. He quickly looked up, and he was shocked when he saw 4 burning rocks falling towards him. Jacob's agility and reflexes were put to the test again. He quickly dodged the falling burning rocks. Just when he moved to the next corridor, the walls suddenly turned bright, and magic blasts shot towards him while those strange creatures were charging at him at ridiculous speed. He quickly evaded those magic blasts and outmaneuvered the illusory creatures. His mind raced, calculating his next move, while his body reacted instinctively. Hours passed as Jacob navigated the labyrinth, and even he started to feel somewhat tired. The challenges grew increasingly complex. He encountered puzzles that tested his intelligence, traps that demanded quick reflexes, and creatures that pushed him. It was far more taxing than fighting. The puzzles were quickly solved with the help of his eyes of judge, for they were merely patterns hidden within the walls, and his eyes could see through all lies and deceptions. Furthermore, those puzzles were not overly complex or required searching other areas to find clues, or maybe that's the case for him. Every time he solved a puzzle, new pathways opened, and he carefully moved forward. At this moment, Jacob appeared in a long corridor. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the corridor, which was quite strange in this gloomy atmosphere. As he approached, the light grew brighter, and the entire scenery suddenly shifted. He found himself in a completely new environment, and he knew it wasn't an illusion. Around Jacob was a massive, cavernous space filled with jagged rocks and molten lava. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur, and the ground trembled beneath his feet. The walls were lined with forges, and in the center of the room, a colossal forge pulsed with an intense heat. Furthermore, raw materials floated in the air, enveloped in an entral bubble. Jacob was astounded when he saw this strange place, and he knew this was another strange test. Jacob took a deep breath, his mind racing. He had survived the labyrinth and appeared in the next level. To confirm it, he quickly opened Cursed Immortality, and just as he suspected, the new words appeared in the book. Level 3, the Earthen Forger Challenge. Create an Earth Element Affinity Treasure of Advanced Quasi-Legend rank using the provided materials, treasure design, and tools in the 3rd level within 8 hours. Remaining time, Bro 7H 1059M 55S. Jacob's expression changed slightly when he read the details of this peculiar challenge, and there was even a time limit to complete it. These tower trials are fascinating. No wonder it's so hard to complete. It's not just a test for fighting prowess, but also the test of skills and knowledge. Jacob's teeth rose slightly as he flashed an eerie smile. Although it might be somewhat difficult for others, for him, this challenge was more than welcoming since his forging skills were something he was proud of, and he never stopped practicing and learning more. Since time was limited, Jacob quickly acted as he moved towards the materials hovering in the air, encased in those strange bubbles. Furthermore, he was astounded to find tools in those bubbles, and he finally understood why he wasn't given any, even though they were mentioned in the challenge. But first, Jacob moved towards the center of the cavern, where a colossal forge pulsed with intense heat, its fiery core casting dancing shadows across the cavern walls. The air was thick with the scent of molten metal and ozone, and the ground trembled with the forge's rhythmic heartbeat. However, Jacob's actual focus was not this forge but something beside it. Suspended in midair was a holographic interface. Its surface shimmered with complex diagrams and symbols. It was the design for the treasure he needed to forge. 784. Chapter 784, The Tower of Taurus 4. Jacob studied the design of the hologram. It was an arm guard called the Earth's Might, and it wasn't just a simple treasure, it also had an array of complex runes engraved. Although it's slightly complex, it isn't difficult. At least not as difficult as my planet destroyer. 8 hours should be more than enough, Jacob concluded as he finally looked towards the materials mentioned in this design with pictures. After remembering everything, he moved towards those ethereal bubbles with materials and tools. As he moved towards them, the temperature rose dramatically, filling the air with crackling energy. The forger's tools and materials were scattered throughout this level, and Jacob quickly spotted the one mentioned in the design. Without hesitation, Jacob moved towards the first material closest to him. It was a metal twinkling with a starry hue called the elemental star ore, one of the main components of the Earth's might. However, when Jacob tried to grab it, his hand passed through the bubble like an illusion, and he caught nothing but empty air. Jacob was startled. He thought he would need to burst those bubbles forcefully, but that clearly wasn't the case. He tried again, this time encasing his hand with mana, but his hand again passed through the bubble. His expression turned serious. He was confident they weren't illusions, so he knew there had to be another way to get those materials. Then his eyes suddenly flashed as he thought of another method. He felt a peculiar undulation from those bubbles because of his soul force. This time, Jacob used his soul force to envelop the bubble, and to his surprise, the moment his soul force met the ethereal bubble, he felt its presence like any tangible thing. As for why he didn't use it right off the bat, it was simple. Jacob had already learned a painful lesson about not grabbing unknown things with his soul force. So, he was meticulous about this point and only used it when he had no other choice. After all, he still has a long way to go before he learns about the soul force. So, I wasn't wrong. These bubbles can only be touched through soul force. What a vicious thing to do. After all, not all quasi-legends can wake their soul force before becoming legendary rank. So, if someone without it came here, they would be completely helpless. And once the time passes, Jacob started to understand that the tower's trials were extremely vicious in one way or another. They first gave hope and then snatched it away the next moment. Once his conjecture was confirmed, Jacob controlled his soul force and put pressure on the bubble. The next moment, it burst, and the material within was finally free and floated towards Jacob under his soul force. Furthermore, Jacob noticed another point at this moment. To break the bubble, he needed to use some of his soul force, which was almost 5% of what he had when he was a quasi-legend rank. This means that a quasi-legend needed to rest between gathering these materials, otherwise that would mean wasting massive time. But for Jacob, it was no longer an issue. He quickly expanded his soul force, which covered a 100-meter radius. Although he didn't know what this area represented, he knew there was more to it because he could see everything in this range without any blind spots. It was like God's zone when he used fluid acceleration above 20x. Jacob didn't dwell on it for long because he knew he would know once he received that legacy or entered the legendary planes. At this moment, within 100 meters, the ethereal bubbles began to burst, and all the materials entered Jacob's infinity pendant. Since he could grab those materials, and the tower didn't react, he wouldn't leave them here. After all, they were all quasi-legend rank materials, and there were almost 1,000 spread over a 500-meter wide space on the third level. The task that could have taken a quasi-legend with soul forever to complete was completed by Jacob within 5 minutes. He pocketed everything else except for the materials needed to forge the Earth's might. Now that the materials needed for the Earth's might had been gathered, Jacob had over 7 hours to create this arm guard. As he began to work, he realized the difficulty of the task and the importance of soul force. Because to use the furnace, one needed to fuel it with no other soul force. The tools were no different. They were unlike anything he had encountered before, and the forging process required a delicate balance of heat, which required soul force. Although he didn't know why this place ran on soul force, Jacob noticed that using soul force in forging was extremely efficient. His proficiency increased by hundreds of times. Now, Jacob was even tempted to take this entire forge within his pendant, but he felt that the furnace was unique, and if he tried to uproot it, he might fail. So, he was content with these exceptional tools. After figuring out the crux of this place, Jacob was undeterred. He focused on the task at hand, his mind a whirlwind of calculations and techniques as his soul force put to the test for the first time. Time flew by as Jacob worked tirelessly. His soul force started to exhaust, and he finally felt fatigued. With each passing moment, the arm guard took shape. The final touches were the most challenging, requiring precision and skill to carve those runes. At this moment, as the last spark flew from the forge, the weapon was complete. It was an exquisite dark brown armor guard filled with runic lines, a testament to Jacob's skill as a forger. It took him around 3 hours to forge it, and his soul force was almost exhausted, but a surge of satisfaction washed over him as he held the arm guard. However, before he could test it, a pillar of emerald light fell over the arm guard in his hands, startling Jacob. But he didn't sense any danger and remained in his place as he could guess it was the tower evaluating the arm guard. A few seconds later, the pillar of light vanished, and the next moment, in front of Jacob, a light door materialized. Does this mean I passed the third test, and this door leads to the 4th level? Jacob's eyes shimmered as he saw the arm guard in his hand. He knew that this was his reward since the tower didn't take it. Without hesitation, Jacob wore the arm guard, Earth's might, and with renewed determination, he stepped forward, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him on the next level. 785, Chapter 785, Secrets of Vitality. The moment Jacob stepped into the 4th level of the Tower of Taurus, a cold, refreshing breeze brushed past his body. This place seemed completely different from the volcanic forge of the 3rd level. When Jacob looked around, he was slightly surprised to find himself standing at the peak of a mountain, probably thousands of meters high, because around this mountain were nothing but clouds. At this moment, he noticed something unusual. A few meters away from him was a stone altar, and in the center of this altar was a tiny emerald sprout, which was very strange because there were no plants or even a blade of grass in this place. Jacob quickly opened the Cursed Immortality to see what this strange trial was about. Level 4. The Earth Fruit of Vitality Challenge. Help the Earth Tree of Vitality bloom, bear the Earth Fruit of Vitality, and harvest the ripe Earth Fruit of Vitality in 2 hours. Remaining time, 01H, 59M, 529M, 5T6S. What? Now I need to be a horticulturist? And I only have 2 hours to complete this challenge. Jacob was shocked. He didn't know there was aggressions involved in these levels, and he was stumped. Even if he could do it, the time was simply too short because he knew this Earth Tree of Vitality was most likely that tiny sprout. He needed to help it grow up into a complete tree and then harvest this Earth Fruit of Vitality. Jacob's mind raced as he quickly analyzed this situation. He knew that this challenge was doable since this was a trial, he just needed to find a way. Since it has vitalities in its name, could it be I need to use my vitality to help it grow? Would the cursed blood work? Jacob thought that he had some attainment when it came to vitality. After all, the third stage of the first phase was about robbing others of their vitality, and he was proficient in it. Furthermore, he knew about the properties of his own cursed blood, but he still hesitated because he knew that if he used his cursed blood, he would be using his own lifespan if he didn't replenish it. That's why he didn't even test the Infinity Blood Sacrifice or Infinite Time module, because both abilities required cursed blood, and unless he had backup, he wasn't planning to touch these two abilities. But now, he had to make a choice, and he knew this was the quickest way to complete this level. However, at this moment, Jacob suddenly felt the mountain rumble as if something massive was coming. He quickly looked down and was astounded when he saw the cloud ring a few hundred meters below the peak, stirring. The next moment, something ran past the clouds. It was an 8-meter diameter dark skeleton wolf with blue flaming eyes and crimson runes etched on its dark bones. It was a dark beast of dark beings. But what surprised Jacob was, it wasn't the only one. After this one dark beast showed up, more and more crept out from the clouds until there were thousands of them, and they weren't showing any signs of stopping. The mountain surface was soon craving with these dark beasts. It was just like an ant hive had been provoked. Furthermore, those dark beasts were charging madly towards the mountain peak from all directions. They are real. Jacob's expression was dignified when he observed with the eyes of judge. To his surprise, those dark beasts were all in 3 steps of legend rank. Could it be, not only I need to help this tree grow, but also protect it? Jacob's expression went grave as those beasts were quickly approaching. This was too much even for him, but he had no choice but to play along. My soul force is still not completely replenished, and if I use it to suppress them, I'll soon run out of it, and that wouldn't be good for me. So, I can't use it. I should use another method to get rid of them, or use the Infinity Blood Sacrifice to help this damn tree proliferate. Jacob's eyes flickered coldly as he was forced to make a choice. At this moment, Jacob snapped out of his thoughts because a few black streaks suddenly appeared among the army of dark beasts, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the summit as if they could teleport. The black streaks suddenly turned into pitch-black crows as dark smoke rose from their bodies. The next moment, they charged directly toward the Earth Tree of Vitality sprout. Humph! Jacob sneered coldly, and the next moment, his soul force bloomed in full power, and those dark crows instantly paused in their spots under Jacob's soul force. Although he still ended up using the soul force, he had no choice since he was caught by surprise by their strange ability. But it was only a moment since those crows won't be able to do the same anymore. With killing intent shining in his flaming eyes, he clenched his fist, and the next moment, those dark crows, which numbered around 100, were blown into smithereens. This was the power of a Fable legendary state soul force. Jacob quickly retracts his soul force since it is limited, and the threat is far from over. But at this moment, Jacob notices that tiny corporeal crimson marbles are scattered on the ground. They are the dark magic cores of those dark beasts. However, at this moment, something even more astounding happened. He saw the altar below the Earth Tree of Vitality sprout suddenly lit up. The next moment, under Jacob's flabbergasted look, the dark magic cores released ethereal crimson energy flowing into the Earth Tree of Vitality. At the same time, those glistering dark magic cores turned to dust. The altar stopped glowing once all the energy was absorbed. It was like a bolt of lightning struck Jacob at this moment when he saw this scene as he looked towards the Earth Tree of Vitality's altar, and then that endless stream of charging dark beings. Realization dawned on him as his flaming eyes burn. Blood vitality, soul vitality. How the fuck did I miss something so obvious for so long? Didn't dark beings refine life crystals with living beings' life force? Life force should contain their soul vitality as well, since they would instantly die once their entire life force turned into life crystals. Furthermore, the dark beings couldn't have their lifespan or vitality, for they required life crystals to fuel their dark flame, and the stronger the dark flames, the more chance they had to evolve. So it won't be wrong, their vitality is within their dark flames, which exist in their dark magic cores. This altar had just proved it as well by directly absorbing the vitality within the dark magic core. I can't be wrong about it. How could I have missed this point about the dark beings and life crystals? It's not like they didn't have any vitality, but it's just that they kept it in another place. If this altar can do something like that, shouldn't I be able to do it as well? I have to research this. Jacob's heart raced as he wanted to try this because this matter was too important. Jacob was forced to calm down since he had to finish these tower levels first. Nonetheless, now that he had discovered this point, he knew how to help the Earth Tree of Vitality grow and bear the Earth Fruit of Vitality. From the start, the correct method to achieve this was slaughter. Jacob might not have been good at farming, but he was good at slaughtering. 786, Chapter 786, Earth Tree of Vitality. After figuring out the secret of the Level 4 trial, Jacob didn't hesitate anymore. He took out multiple atomic grenades and activated them all. He threw them precisely 10 meters ahead of the incoming Dark Beings army. Since all he needed to do was help the Earth Tree of Vitality devour the dark magic cores of Dark Beings, it was straightforward for him to use the atomic grenades. Furthermore, those atomic grenades were now almost useless for him because they were too weak for anyone who could be called his enemy. He wasn't arrogant enough to think his current arsenal of weapons was enough to harm a legendary ranked being, because he knew he would survive without a scratch from the atomic grenades. But it was a different story for the Dark Being army. In fact, this was the perfect stage for atomic grenades to perform at their full potential. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, powerful explosions started to ring as small mushroom clouds rose from the mountain, following shockwaves and tremors. Jacob remained completely still as he observed the areas of the blast with his eyes of judge. He wanted to see if this mountain was enough to handle the explosion of atomic weapons, because if he ended up destroying it, then he would not even have a place to regret. Furthermore, he knew if he used the atomic ammo of Planet Destroyer, not even Magic Core would survive their terrifying radioactive heat waves. But if his Dark Being army were endless, and this mountain was indestructible because of the tower, then he wouldn't hesitate to launch a few sun missiles that he had to complete this trial. At this moment, Jacob finally noticed what he was waiting for. He saw that the area of the blast was completely fine, not even cracks appeared on the mountain's surface. Furthermore, hundreds of dark magic cores started to release the crimson mist as it flowed towards the summit where the altar was located. Jacob flashed an eerie smile. Just as I thought, since this trial is about killing the dark beings and there are even quasi-legends involved, how could this mountain be normal? Or a single spell from a quasi-legend would raise to rubble. After confirmation, 4 blue X-Sun missiles suddenly appeared around Jacob, suspended in the air with his soul force. He adjusted them to 4 different points and launched them. The dark beasts, who weren't slowed by the explosion or deaths of hundreds of their comrades, completely ignored the incoming calamity before the missiles exploded in the middle of their army. The booming voice was like the world had blown apart this time, and the entire mountain shook violently. White radioactive heat waves rippled the whole mountain and raised the dark beasts into dust. Those closest to it, even their magic cores, turned to dust. The entire army was suddenly wiped clean by the explosion, but Jacob remained standing in front of the altar like an unshakable mountain. Even the shockwaves that could have previously left him half dead were now like a warm breeze to him. Just seconds after the explosions, a massive crimson mist rose and flowed towards the altar, cleaving a storm. Jacob could literally feel the vast and pure vitality, and he suddenly wanted to uproot this altar and take it with him for research. Although its function suited him, he knew it was unrealistic, just like that forge. So his attention was on the sprout as it started to grow at a terrifying rate. It turned into a seedling from a sprout as small, tiny, pointy leaves began to grow on its branch. Those leaves gave off terrifying vitality that even made Jacob astounded. This level brings too many surprises to him. Just the altar that could rob the dark beings of their vitality was a treasure of its own, but the actual treasure was this Earth Tree of Vitality. By the time all the mist was absorbed, the Earth Tree of Vitality was now a sapling, and this sapling gave off an intoxicating scent that could make anyone go mad with greed. Even Jacob wanted to eat it. However, he didn't lose himself in that scent. He knew he needed more vitality, so he turned his focus toward the mountain below. Although it was now filled with radioactive fog, he could see more and more dark beings quickly appearing. Some of them died the moment they reached the blast zone, but the effects were slowly wearing off since there were simply too many of them. Some of those dark beasts were even using the corpses of their comrades to move forward. I only have 2 more blue X-Sun missiles, 8 white Sun missiles, and around 50 atomic grenades left. If they are still not enough, then I have to launch hydrogen bombs, but they will cause too much damage. Well, I'll see when I reach that point. Jacob's eyes flicker with killing intent as he waits for those dark beings to fill the mountain again. But at this moment, those dark crows suddenly appear again, slightly larger than the previous ones, and they instantly teleport to the summit. But Jacob was ready now, and he instantly used his soul force to restrain hundreds of dark crows before blasting them apart. Although he felt exhausted, as he only had around 9% of his soul force left, he knew he couldn't avoid using it, or if something happened to the Earth Tree of Vitality, he would instantly fail the trial. After taking care of the ambushers, he launched the remaining blue X-Sun missiles, with another 4 white Sun missiles. Just seconds after the explosions, a massive crimson mist rose and flowed towards the altar, cleaving a storm. Jacob could literally feel the vast and pure vitality, and he suddenly wanted to uproot this altar and take it with him for research. Although its function suited him, he knew it was unrealistic, just like that forge. More and more world-shattering explosions occurred as Jacob stood guard in front of the altar, watching another massive cloud of crimson mist being absorbed by the Earth Tree of Vitality. This time, the sapling turned into a young tree, as its lustrous emerald leaves gave off a terrifying aura of vitality. Furthermore, Jacob noticed there seemed to be glowing dots on the leaves and starry runes on the tree bark as if stars were etched on them. But what truly caught his attention was a fully bloomed golden flower. In the center of this flower was a tiny emerald bud like a pearl, giving off an intense aura of vitality and a mysterious force which made one's soul feel refreshed just by taking a whiff of it. Jacob instantly knew this was the earth fruit of vitality, but it wasn't ripe yet, so he needed more vitality. Just like before, Jacob waited for a while for those dark beings to gather together before launching another volley of atomic bombs while defending the tree from those dark crows. Furthermore, this time, the dark beasts seemed to be launching a magic attack, but Jacob intercepted them by launching missiles and atomic grenades. The earth fruit of vitality was quickly growing while Jacob was getting exhausted from using soul force. Although this trial was the shortest, it was the most prolonged and complicated for Jacob. But he persisted, and just when he thought he had to use the hydrogen bomb arsenal, he saw the fruit bud fully grown, releasing an intense wave of vitality. Jacob felt his soul force suddenly replenishing. Looking at the diamond-shaped emerald fruit, which was glowing intensely in a starry light, Jacob wanted to eat it. But suddenly, the tree started to wilt as if it had served its purpose. At this moment, Earth Fruit of Vitality dropped from the tree branch, and the moment it dropped, Jacob wanted to catch it, but the next moment, his vision suddenly darkened, and he felt his entire body shift. When he regained his vision, he was no longer on the summit of the mountain. 787, Chapter 787, The Earth Guardian's Chamber. Jacob remained baffled for a little while when he thought about what had just happened. Not only he wasn't able to get the Earth Fruit of Vitality, but he wasn't even allowed to touch it before he went to the next level. For some reason, this left a sore taste in his mouth and made him somewhat resentful. After all, he expects to get that fruit as a reward for his labor and all those atomic bombs he had used. If anything, he hoped to get at least a seed of Earth Tree of Vitality so he could nurture his own, yet the tower didn't allow it. Jacob knew that fruit was extraordinary. Not only did it have a huge amount of vitality, but he felt pure soul force in it when it was fully ripped. He knew that if he could eat it, his soul force might quantitatively increase or undergo some changes. Yet, the tower was even more vicious than he had thought, and he felt anger. However, he quickly calmed down when he considered his purpose. He had already decided to search for treasures like the Earth Tree of Vitality in the future. After calming down, Jacob looked around and saw he was standing in a massive stone chamber. It was plain without any decoration, but it wasn't empty as his eyes fell onto something. He saw a colossal stone statue about 50 meters tall standing at the heart of this level like a guardian. Its body was adorned with intricate carvings, and he held 2 battle axes in his hands. Just as Jacob observed it, suddenly, the lifeless eyes of this stone statue glowed with an otherworldly light, and a powerful pressure was released from him. Jacob instantly felt a sense of danger. He quickly opened the Cursed Immortality, as he had already thought about what this level was about. He just wanted to confirm it. Level 5. The Earth Guardian's Chamber Challenge. Defeat the Earth Guardian without sustaining fatal injuries. I knew it, Jacob could only sigh. At this moment, his soul force was almost exhausted, and despite not having any physical exhaustion, he still felt tired. This was the most disadvantageous aspect of soul force. Furthermore, Jacob had already guessed the tower had no intention of giving him any time to catch his breath or recover his soul force. Now, he needed to defeat that Earth Guardian without sustaining any fatal injuries, and from the pressure the Earth Guardian was releasing, Jacob knew that guy was far more powerful than a quasi-legend. He may even have a Fable legendary rank. If he was in his top condition, he could have easily defeated this Earth Guardian as long as it wasn't a Fable legendary rank. Even now, it was possible. But now, he needed to replenish his soul force, and since this level didn't have any time limit, he was planning something hazardous. But he had no choice since there were still 2 more levels left after this, and he felt they would be no less dangerous, especially the final level. So, he was willing to take this risk. Furthermore, he had some spirit tree nectar that could evaluate one's soul, but it was far from enough to current him, but it was still better than having nothing. At this moment, the Earth Guardian's 2 glowing eyes, like orbs of pure energy, scanned the chamber, searching for its opponent, and Jacob instantly felt a powerful sense locked on him. The next moment, the Earth Guardian moved like a lightning streak, and in the blink of an eye, it was already upon Jacob, swinging its gigantic battle axe at him. Alarmed, Jacob instantly dodged it. Boom. When the axe landed on the spot where Jacob was standing, a huge explosion occurred, and the entire stone chamber trembled under its might. Jacob's expression was grave because he could tell that force was not something a quasi-legend could display. He was now sure that this Earth Guardian's physique was at least of Fable legendary rank or not far from it. He would only hope that it didn't have soul force or that his plan would fail before it began. The Earth Guardian instantly sensed he had missed the target, turned around, and found Jacob standing hundreds of meters away. Slumber Hex. Jacob instantly used the Slumber Hex to put this guy to sleep and buy himself time to recover. The Hex mana naturally followed after the Infinity Pendant's storage space had increased to 10,000 cubic meters. Before, he couldn't use his hexes on 3 steps of legends because the Hex mana wasn't enough. But now, he can curse 2 Fable legendary ranks with this much Hex mana, and the duration of his hexes has already increased. But he must also replenish it with an equal amount of dark magic cores. However, in this situation, he didn't care about it at all. But at this moment, Jacob's expression changed because despite casting the Slumber Hex on the Earth Guardian, he felt the Hex miss the target and no mana was used. Before he could even figure out what had happened, the Earth Guardian moved again, and this time, his battle axes shimmered with an emerald aura like blazing fire. Jacob knew the Earth Guardian was now using an aura, which would make this attack hundreds of times more powerful. The aura was strong enough to pin down any quasi-legend on the spot. Even Jacob had to use his full strength to dodge it. Boom! Another massive explosion rang akin to a white sun missile explosion, causing a powerful tremor. Slumber Hex. Jacob used the Hex again, this time before the Earth Guardian could react, yet to his shock, it missed again. But this time, the Earth Guardian seemed to be prepared, and at this moment, emerald energy orbs started to appear around Jacob like bubbles. Jacob's expression changed because those energy orbs were none other than aura. He had never seen something using aura like this before, but he didn't have to analyze this strange spell because a sense of dread washed over him as more and more of those aura orbs appeared. Jacob knew he couldn't touch them, and he wanted to distance himself from them, but they were all over the chamber, and the only place there wasn't any was close to the Earth Guardian. At this moment, the Earth Guardian's eyes shimmered, and those aura orbs released powerful undulation before, boom, boom, boom. They started to explode one after another, and their explosion was as powerful as 10 atomic grenades. The entire stone chamber trembled under those explosions, and when the final explosion concluded, Jacob's figure appeared again. His clothes were in tatters, but he was not physically harmed. But rage burns in his flaming eyes with a hint of astonishment. So, the aura can be used like this, huh? It seemed I had neglected aura and spirit while researching other things. This trial is revealing more and more interesting things. It seemed I needed to endure more. Comment 0. Leave the first comment for this chapter. 56 vote send gift swipe down to continue 788. Chapter 788 New Discoveries. The Earth Guardian's strength was immense, and Jacob continued to endure as he studied its fighting style and how it used its aura. He had never fought someone with this kind of control over its aura at such a high level. Furthermore, the Earth Guardian never showed any sign of soul force, which made things much easier for Jacob because no matter what trick the Earth Guardian tried, it couldn't scratch his skeleton. All Jacob needed to avoid was the battle axe's attacks, and they endured some pain. As the battle dragged longer and longer, the Earth Guardian seemed to have endless aura and stamina. However, the Earth Guardian's opponent was also a monster with endless endurance. As long as Jacob wasn't forced to use his soul force, his physical stamina seemed to be limitless, all because of the cursed blood. Moreover, Jacob had already noticed that he could turn his cursed blood into his soul force if he wanted to, but he tried to save it for a more dangerous situation and even hoped he wouldn't use it at all. The Earth Guardian continued bombarding Jacob with all kinds of aura attacks and physical attacks. Its physical attacks were capable of shattering stone with a single blow, and it could manipulate the surrounding earth, creating walls, spikes, and other obstacles with aura. But what fascinated Jacob was that the Earth Guardian wasn't doing all this with spells at all. Instead, it was doing it with just aura. It scatters its aura around the chamber and turns it into anything, especially the aura explosions. With his eyes of judge, Jacob analyzed every attack in detail, and as time passed, he became more proficient in it. It was a strange feeling, as he had never done anything like this before. At this moment, he realized that his eyes of judge could also see the hidden secrets of spells and magic. The endurance battle became an experiment for him. Furthermore, Jacob also discovered why his slumber hex was missed on the Earth Guardian. It was because the Earth Guardian didn't have any consciousness, or more accurately, didn't have any soul. It was like a puppet, and this was also the reason it didn't have any soul force. But then Jacob soon realized that in addition to the Slumber Hex, the No Agility Hex and Powerless Hex instantly worked on the Earth Guardian. Jacob had never used these two hexes before because the Slumber Hex was enough to do the job. Yet now, he was realizing that they were different and more complex than he had imagined. He concluded that the Slumber Hex was exclusive to souls, while the No Agility Hex and Powerless Hex were physical hexes, and they could work on soulless beings like puppets. This was a huge discovery, and something he had overlooked because of how powerful the Slumber Hex was. Finally, the Soul Tether Hex was also soul-related. Once he realized this, Jacob knew that he had been so focused on progressing in the Cursed Immortality that he had ignored everything else. So, he was determined to analyze his abilities thoroughly once he got out of there. After all, now that he had a long lifespan and could replenish it with Nyx's help, he would use some of it to reorganize his skills and abilities while also starting the comprehension of the Immortal chapter again. Moreover, Jacob acknowledged that he had become too dependable on his weapons. Now that he realized that magic could achieve the same kind of destruction, he decided to focus on his strength. Although the weapons were good, they were expendable. In the end, his personal strength matters the most. He was no longer a human with a limited lifespan, so he needed to stop thinking and acting like one. Anyhow, once the Guardian was hit by the No Agility Hex and Powerless Hex, its speed and power rank directly decreased to the Beyond Unique rank. So, no matter how it attacked, it was like a child hitting a boulder, and Jacob could finally relax and no longer bother to dodge the Earth Guardian and focus on recovering his soul force. Nonetheless, the Earth Guardian never stopped attacking Jacob and continued like a mindless machine, which gave Jacob more time to analyze its aura manipulation in depth. Hours passed, then days, as the strange fifth-level trial of the tower continued. The bizarre scene of a skeleton sitting cross-legged while a massive statue continued to pummel him to no avail continued to play out. The trial would require anyone to defeat the Guardian. They would need to use all of their skills and abilities while dodging the Guardian's relentless, mighty attacks, exploiting its weaknesses, and turning into a resting area for Jacob. At this moment, Jacob's hollow eyes of Jacob suddenly lit up with flames as he stood up while the battle axes landed on top of his skull before they instantly retracted without leaving any scratch. "I'm fully recovered." Jacob mumbled as he looked towards the giant Earth Guardian, who was preparing for another attack while it was still under his 2 hexes. "I've already learned your aura manipulation and the pattern of your attacks. As a token of my appreciation, I'll put you out of your misery." The next moment, Greed's flaming aura started to spread from Jacob's feet and envelop the Earth Guardian's entire body, instantly restraining the Earth Guardian's movement like a bug caught up in a spider web. Jacob's eyes flickered, and the next moment, the fire aura around the Earth Guardian instantly ignited, causing a massive explosion filled with high temperature. But Jacob remained unmoved as he watched the dust steal. The Earth Guardian was nowhere to be seen. His fire aura had completely pulverized it. Furthermore, the aura explosion caused by the fire aura was even more substantial than the aura explosion caused by the Earth aura of Earth Guardian, despite Jacob's fire core still at the peak of unique rank. Moreover, despite the power rank of the Earth Guardian plummeting by 3 tiers because of the Powerless Hex, its body was almost at Jacob's current body level, so it should be impossible to do anything to the Earth Guardian. But Jacob achieved this because he had used the special soul force filed with the aura explosion, taking it a step further. The result was nothing but disastrous for the Earth Guardian or any of Jacob's future enemies. Jacob had unknowingly learned a distinctive concept of Fable legendary rank at its initial stage, Soul Aura Spirit Fusion. 789, Chapter 789. The Earth's Riddler. Jacob was astounded when he stepped into the 6th level of the Tower of the Taurus, because this level was a stark contrast to the previous ones. It was a vast, open space filled with stars and constellations. Furthermore, the gravity here was almost non-existent, as Jacob felt he was floating in the vast, endless space. At this moment, Jacob's eyes contracted when he spotted something completely unexpected. A few meters away from him was a hooded figure, its face obscured by shadow. Jacob instantly raised his guard. He thought this trial was like the 5th level, and he needed to fight this hooded figure, but for some reason, he didn't sense any danger from this person or its power level, which was even more worrisome. Yet an ancient ethereal voice rang before he could open the Cursed Immortality to see the challenge. "Welcome, trialist, who've conquered trials and faced the unknown. Your journey is arduous, for you walked the path of the unknown. You've conquered Earth, yet you seek the sky. But the sky demands a challenge, new and bold. A test of ages, a story untold, this hurdle claimed countless souls. So face this challenge with heart and might, and prove your worth with all your might. For victory awaits beyond the fray, a triumph earned, a glorious day." Jacob was startled to find that this guy could speak, and his tone was cryptic. This trial was extremely strange, and he didn't know what it was about. "Who are you?" he asked while quickly opening the Cursed Immortality. Level 6, the Earth's Riddler Challenge. Answer the 3 riddles of Earth's Riddler in succession without failing in a single try. 3 riddles? Jacob was startled as he didn't expect this strange turn of events. At this moment, the Earth's Riddler's cryptic voice echoed through the space, cold and distant. "I, a scholar lost, forgotten, and alone, seek secrets, mysteries unknown. Not worthy of your notice, I confess. But now, I turn to you to put me to the test. 3 questions I pose, a challenge to your mind. If you quench my thirst, a treasure you'll find next. But fail, and in the earth you'll be confined. So answer well, trialist, and leave your mark behind." The Earth Riddler paused before speaking again, taking on a sinister tone. "If you fail, you will be trapped here forever, a prisoner of your own ignorance." Jacob could only accept this as he was determined to overcome this challenge. "All right, I'll entertain you. Bring forth your riddles," he said, his voice firm. The Earth's Riddler chuckled, a cold, mirthless sound. "Very well. Riddle 1, I am born of Earth, yet I fly so high. I nurture life, yet I can cause death to die. I am a gift, a curse, a force unseen. What am I? Jacob pondered the riddle, his mind racing. Although he looked confident, he wasn't. After all, how could he know the answers to these riddles? They could be anything. But he still had some clues. Since this trial was about Earth, the riddles were also related. But the answer could still be anything. However, his expression suddenly changed ever so slightly when the words on Cursed Immortality in front of him suddenly changed, and his eyes glowed intensely. All worries vanished in smoke as he replied confidently, "The answer is nature." The Earth's Riddler remained silent for a moment before he nodded. Correct. Riddle 2. A spark ignited, a flame that grew, a fragile gift, a treasure, true. It ebbs and flows, a precious art. What is it? Jacob glanced over Cursed Immortality before his teeth rose slightly. Without hesitation, he replied, "How simple. It's life's." The Earth's Riddler seemed to tremble, a chilling sight. Correct again. Riddle 3. A quest eternal, a journey long, a precious gift, ever fleeting and strong, to cherish it, to make it count. Jacob was surprised because these riddles were more challenging than the others. He knew that he wouldn't have failed without the surprise Cursed Immortality brought him. He had never expected that Cursed Immortality would give him the answers and make this most challenging trial seem simple. He glanced over the Cursed Immortality, its pages flickering with an ethereal light. The words on the pages seemed to dance and shift as if they were alive. "Longevity," he said, his voice filled with certainty. The Earth's Riddler nodded, its voice filled with a strange satisfaction. "Correct. You have passed the test. Proceed to the final level." The Earth's Riddler didn't make things difficult, and a passage appeared before him. Jacob glanced towards the Earth's Riddler before entering the passage. "This presence, I finally remember those words." The Earth's Riddler, who was left alone, suddenly started to mutter like a madman, "A seeker of peace, a soul laid to rest, yet here you stand, a trial to be passed. Your successor, a spark, a flame so bright, will you guide their path or plunge them into the night? A question lingers, a mystery untold. Will you return or vanish, grown cold? Or is this your end, a final decree, to watch from afar, eternally?" The Earth Riddler's entire body trembled as its mumbling stopped before its confused voice rang. "What was I saying? Did I forget something important, again?" At this moment, Jacob stepped into the seventh and final level of the Tower of Taurus. Jacob found himself in a vast, circular chamber adorned with intricate murals depicting the history of a bull-like creature. Each mural was a masterpiece, capturing the essence of this celestial bull. Jacob was instantly drawn to those murals. The first massive murals recovered, a cataclysmic event that shook the heavens, and the raw power of the cosmic forces slowly shaped a neon bull. It seemed to be the story of its birth. The next mural records a battle between the bull and a pitch-black silhouette that seemed blurry no matter how Jacob looked at it. He witnessed the courage and ferocity of the celestial bull as it fought for its survival. The details of the battles appeared like a blur in his vision, and it only saw the bull submit to the dark silhouette at the end. This dark silhouette gave something to the bull. Before the murals changed again, the bull appeared again, this time like a hominid. It seemed to be with a woman sitting under a tree in a beautiful garden. Jacob instantly spotted the fruit on the tree. It was the Earth Tree of Vitality. The scene suddenly changed in the next mural. The same garden was now turned into a lava lake. The Earth Tree of Vitality was now turned into charred wood, and chaos was everywhere. The bull seemed to be holding the unknown in its hand as it roared toward heaven, and the sky was filled with nothing but countless meteorites. In the final mural, the bull appeared again, and this time with him were 11 more blurry figures who were surrounding the dark silhouette that was in the second mural. What the hell? Jacob didn't know what this was all about, but he sensed a strange power in those murals restraining even his eyes of judge, which seemed incomplete. At this moment, before Jacob could ponder over it, his attention shifted towards the chamber's center. Jacob saw something suddenly materialize at the center of the chamber. It was a hominid neon figure with a bull's head, and he looked almost identical to the bull in the murals. 790, Chapter 790, Unexpected Completion. Jacob's expression was solemn as he looked at the corporeal hominoid bull in front of him, and he quickly glanced toward Cursed Immortality. Level 7th, the Wisp of Taurus, final challenge, defeat the Wisp of Taurus. So, it's really Taurus. Jacob had already guessed the origin of the bull in the murals when he connected the dots and where he was. It won't take a genius to guess that since this tower was related to Taurus, these murals should also be about Taurus. However, he couldn't understand why many of his images of the murals were blurry, and the strange power hidden in them made even his eyes of judge helpless. Nonetheless, Jacob knew this final trial wouldn't be easy because, despite only being a wisp, the opponent in front of him was probably a mythical entity or even something more terrifying. Jacob knew he had to use his full power and everything to defeat Taurus, but at this moment, something completely unexpected happened. The corporeal wisp of Neon Bull Taurus suddenly started to tremble, and then a bombing voice reverberated in Jacob's mind. %. The voice was so powerful that Jacob felt his soul tremble, and his vast soul force started to exhaust at a terrifying speed. It was a kind of mental defense. Jacob felt pain, unimaginable pain, just because of this voice. He couldn't understand anything at all, and he thought it was some kind of soul attack. But at this moment, the voice suddenly faded away, and Jacob was breathing heavily. He was horrified to find that almost all of his soul force had been used up. He looked towards Taurus, and then something even more bizarre happened. The hominid neon bull nodded toward him, and the next moment, it turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Jacob was flabbergasted and thought it was another attack, but he couldn't sense anything. Before he could comprehend what had just taken place, he felt his figure pulled by a powerful voice, and then his vision instantly shifted. The next moment, Jacob appeared in an endless ethereal emerald space, and to his shock, his soul force quickly started to recover, making him even more confused. Am I under an illusion? He thought, as this was too strange. At this moment, the ethereal voice of the Tower of Taurus rang. Congratulations, trialist. You have passed the Star King difficulty level, Tower Trial of the Tower of Taurus. The rewards of Star King difficulty trial will be granted. First reward, the legendary vestige of Taurus has been given. At this moment, under Jacob's flabbergasted and incredulous eyes, a crystalline, emerald-green octahedron, radiating a sense of stability and growth, appeared. Furthermore, within this octahedron was the symbol of the Taurus constellation, shifting in neon light. Without any doubt, it was the comic vestige of Taurus. Jacob moved his hand to grab it with still doubt, yet when he grabbed the vestige, he instantly felt the pulsing life force within and a mysterious power hidden in this palm-sized octahedron. It was like he was holding an alive planet in his hand. It is real. Jacob finally believed it, but he also became even more confused. He had no idea what happened in the last trial or why the wisp of Taurus just let him pass, and it was clearly saying something to him. Yet he was so weak that he couldn't understand it all. The shock that majestic voice brought him was still fresh in his mind. It almost shattered his soul. At this moment, the tower voice rang again once Jacob accepted the vestige. The second reward, Legendary King State Legacy or Legendary King State Treasure. Jacob quickly snapped out of his stupor as his mind raced. He decided to put this matter on hold since this reward was something he really wanted. At this moment, a corporeal projection appeared in front of him. He could choose from the list of Legendary King State Legacies and Legendary King State Treasures. He quickly read their introduction with 8 options between 4 legacies and 4 treasures. Legendary King State Legacies 1. Cosmic Soul Palace of Invulnerabilis. General Introduction. This legacy will give birth to a Cosmic Soul Palace within the True Soul. Thereby, the Cosmic Soul Palace can defend against powerful soul attacks and protect its master from true death. The Soul Palace's defensive capabilities are directly connected with the user's true soul. More information after selecting this option. 2. Cosmic Soul Artifact of Destructio. General Introduction. This legacy will birth an innate Cosmic Soul Artifact within the soul that suits the user the most. The user can use the Soul Artifact to attack the souls and physical entities. The Soul Artifact power is directly connected with the user's true soul. More information after selecting this option. 3. Mighty Earth's Soul Aura and Spirit General Introduction. This legacy will grant the user the Earth Law Aura or Spirit Affinity. The Earth Law Affinity will have an absolute advantage over all the Earth-related elements and increase power when fighting in an affiliated environment. The user can also absorb the vitality from Earth-related elements. More information after selecting this option. 4. Zodiac Soul Stellar Formation Taurus Constellation Volume. General Introduction. This legacy held the secrets of creating the Zodiac Soul Stellar Formation and starting the path of Zodiac Soul Evolution. Disclaimer. This legacy is only a part of the true legacy of Zodiac. If you select this legacy, you must search for the other parts before you can utilize this legacy. More information after selecting this option. Legendary King State Treasures 1. The Celestial Earthblade General. Introduction, a legendary king weapon forged from the heart of a dying elemental Earth star, capable of cutting through any substance and inflicting law injuries. More information after selecting this option. 2. The Earth King Armor General Introduction. An indestructible suit of armor that provides unparalleled protection, enhances the wearer's abilities, and protects from law injuries. More information after selecting this option. 3. Space Travesty Shuttle. General Introduction. A vessel unrestrained by any space restriction below the mythical rank. More information after selecting this option. 4. Spirit Artificial Intelligence Cipher Phantasma, Sake B General Introduction, a treasure created by Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanics Ultimate Algorithm as a core. It has learning, reasoning, problem-solving, perception, natural language processing, machine learning, expert systems, deep learning robotics, capabilities of the legendary King State, Spirit Natural Intelligence Mechanic Race. More information after selecting this option. 791. Chapter 791, Reward and Permit Acquired. When Jacob read the general introductions of the 4 legendary King State treasures and legacies, he was astounded, and a hint of greed surfaced in his eyes. He wanted all 8 items, especially those 4 treasures. Since he had cursed immortality, those 4 legacies didn't have much use to him except as a reference to control his soul force and learn more about the secrets of legendary rank, but these 4 treasures were extremely enticing. Every treasure is helpful to him, especially the peculiar one, the Spirit Natural Intelligence Phantasma, SNIP. which was created with the core of a legendary king of the spirit natural intelligence mechanic race. Although Jacob had never heard about this race before, the moment he read the details of these treasures, he instantly thought of the artificial intelligence of the prominent organizations like Dark Rose of Dark City, White Sage of the Alchemy Guild, and, most terrifying of them all, the Star Administrator Artificial Intelligence, SAAI. Although there wasn't any proof, Jacob felt he might have stumbled upon the origin of these artificial intelligences. Nonetheless, it was only his guess, and he wouldn't know for sure until he had more information about this spirit natural intelligence mechanic race. At this moment, he was really in a dilemma as he looked at all these treasures. No matter how curious he was, since he could only choose one, he needed to choose something practical that could help him preserve his life in a dangerous situation. Jacob also noticed the unique legacy Zodiac Soul Stellar Formation, Taurus Constellation Volume, because it was the only legacy with a disclaimer and couldn't be used unless he found all the remaining parts. He had already guessed where those remaining parts were, but this was simply too troublesome. He couldn't bother with it since he already had a universal godly scripture, so he had already given up the legacies. Furthermore, it wasn't like this was the only trial he would undergo because there were still 11 more legendary keys. So, as long as he got his hands on those keys, he could choose a legacy again, as long as those trials had the same rules and rewards, and the same goes for the treasures. Once he thought about this point, Jacob instantly calmed down and seriously looked between those treasures. The first is a weapon, and I don't need it, while the second is an armor. I can do without it. It's just that the law injuries in those two weapons seemed quite a big deal, and they might be something unique to a legendary king, but since I have no legendary king as an enemy in this place, I don't need it. Now the choice remains between the Space Travesty Shuttle and Snap. Both treasures seem to be related to magic mechanical technology, while the latter is even more likely to carry the secret of this mechanical race, Jacob thought for a while, and after weighing the pros and cons, his choice became obvious as he voiced his choice. I chose the legendary King State treasure, the Space Travesty. From the information he acquired from the barbarian he encountered in the forest, he knew what kind of place the legendary planes were, so the Space Travesty Shuttle was the most optimal choice for him. It could not only help him in the path of legend, but also in the dangerous legendary planes. You have chosen the legendary King State treasure, Space Travesty Shuttle. The treasure has been given, and its details will be revealed to you. The very next moment, a sleek, aerodynamic vessel with a distinctive futuristic design appeared in front of Jacob. The shuttle was roughly shaped like a triangle, with a pointed nose and broad wings. Its exterior was an inky dark metallic color as if made with fragments of space, and dark blue runes were carved in beautiful design on its metallic frame. However, Jacob frowned because this shuttle was only palm-sized. How was he supposed to fit in this thing? But he didn't panic. He looked at the projection, which had changed from the items list to the function list of the Space Travesty Shuttle. Space Travesty Shuttle, Soul Artifact, Advanced Legendary King State Rank. Introduction. Space Travesty Shuttle is a highly advanced spacecraft capable of traversing vast distances across the cosmos at incredible speeds. It is equipped with cutting-edge magic technology and features that make it a truly remarkable, unstoppable vessel. Soul Artifact. Space Travesty Shutter's body is made with a space soul totem of a legendary king state rank, making it a soul artifact with its spirituality and thus can be kept in its master's true soul. Soul Artifact Acknowledgement. Anyone who wants to be acknowledged by the soul artifact has to prove their worth. Key functions. 9.1. Size Sway. The Space Travesty Shuttle's size can be changed according to its master's will. It can be decreased to a minimum of 10 inches and increased to a maximum of 1,000 meters. 2. Instant Hyperdrive. The shuttle is equipped with a powerful instant hyperdrive engine that allows it to travel through open and restricted hyperspace, bypassing the limitations of standard space. 3. Dimensional Space King Shielding. The shuttle is protected by a powerful dimensional shield that renders it invisible to any form of detection and makes it impervious to enemy attacks. 4. Life Support Systems. The shuttle is equipped with advanced life support systems that can sustain any life form by absorbing matter from space and converting it into pure life vitality and mana for a very long period of time, even in hostile environments. 5. Travesty Space Jump. The Space Travesty Shuttle can instantly jump 100 light-years away from its initial potion while leaving a fake trial, making it impossible to track. 6. Weaponry. The shuttle is armed with a variety of weapons, including matter cannons, missile launchers, and point defense systems. 7. Advanced Soul Sensors. The shuttle is equipped with unique space sensors that are directly connected to its master. They can detect and track objects, hidden dimensions, and enemies across vast distances, even in the vacuum of space. 8. Soul Self-Repair. The shuttle can automatically repair itself even after sustaining significant damage with its master's soul force. 9. Travesty Space Blessing. No restraint or blockade can stop the Space Travesty Shuttle below the mythical rank. It is 100% immune to all elements, 15% immune to all laws, and 30% to space law. Fuel. 2.1. Soul Force. Space Travesty Shuttle can use its master's soul force as fuel to operate and use all its functions. 2. Legendary Rank Soul Totems. Soul totems are optimal fuel for the Space Travesty Shuttle. Depending on their rank and the function the Space Travesty Shuttle uses, their time of usage can vary. Jacob was flabbergasted when he read the entire details of the Space Travesty Shuttle and then read it again to verify if he wasn't imagining things, and he clearly wasn't. He only had a single thought about this treasure: terrifying. Not only was this Space Travesty Shuttle the ultimate vessel capable of traveling unrestrained in space, but it could even escape while fooling its enemies. Furthermore, it was a soul artifact that he had never heard of before. He could even keep it in his soul, which was truly amazing. He was thrilled that this ultimate escaping vessel was now his, and he finally understood why its size was so small. But the only thing that made Jacob somewhat flustered was the fuel, which was either his soul force or the soul totems of the legendary king. Since this treasure was at the peak of legendary rank, he knew its fuel consumption would be ridiculous. Nonetheless, Jacob didn't miss its description, which revealed that this Space Travesty Shuttle was made with the body of a legendary king's soul totem with space affinity. This also made him somewhat fearful, since it was clear that legendary kings were treated like materials to create these soul artifacts. Jacob grabbed the Space Travesty Shuttle, which was almost weightless, very smooth, and cold to the touch. If he hadn't read its description, he would have thought it was just a toy. Moreover, the moment he grabbed it, Jacob felt a sleeping will in this small shuttle, which seemed to be in slumber. It was like this shuttle was a living being. He was again amazed by this treasure. "How do I make it recognize me as its master?" Jacob asked. "Soul artifacts can only be subdued by soul force." The voice emotionlessly replied and didn't allow Jacob to ask any more questions as it continued. "The third reward, an ascension permit, has been given." Jacob was planning to ask more, but stopped as a violet golden ring appeared in front of it, and a mysterious golden glyph was carved on the surface of this ring. "This is it?" Jacob grabbed the ring, which was apparently the key to entering the mythical ascension bridge. He felt nothing from the ring except the glyph, which seemed to carry a hidden power. At this moment, just when Jacob thought it was over and the voice rang again, "The Wisp of Taurus has acknowledged you. The hidden condition has been met." 792, Chapter 792, Unexpected Benefits and Soul Artifact. At this moment, Jacob appeared outside vast empty plains. It was the same place where he had entered the Tower of Taurus, but now the Emerald Tower and the starry light had vanished. It was now just a patch of barren land. However, Jacob didn't pay any attention to it, as he was looking at the celestial object in his hand with an incredulous expression. The celestial object was none other than the compass-like legendary key. It was still the same, but the symbol of Taurus on the legendary key was now turned into an image of a neon bull, while the rest of the 11 symbols were no longer listless but shimmering in starry light. The Tower of Taurus gave him the legendary key upon meeting the unique condition of being acknowledged by the Wisp of Taurus. The only explanation he was given was that he needed to get acknowledged by the rest of the 11 zodiacs, and the secret of the legendary key would be revealed. Nonetheless, Jacob was still confused and couldn't help but be wary when he thought about how the Wisp of Taurus reacted in the final trial. Now, he has this legendary key back, which was supposed to be used after he chose the third option. Furthermore, this legendary key was clearly different. The zodiac symbols were now active, while the Taurus symbol was changed. Lastly, the compass needle had vanished, and replaced it was an ethereal image of a half-white blazing sun and half-black moon. Cursed Immortality. Is this because of you? Jacob instantly summoned the cursed book and got to the point, since this was the only thing that made sense. After all, he wasn't arrogant to think he was unique enough to be acknowledged by the Wisp of Taurus. The only remarkable thing about him was cursed immortality. "Ha ha 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 ha! Why do you think it's because of me? I was restricted in that place. How could I have interfered?" Immortica's playful voice rang. "Jacob didn't buy it at all. You haven't interfered? This entire time you were showing me the contents of the trials, and you even helped me through the 6th level. Do you think I'm an idiot?" he sternly retorted. "Hee hee, then instead of questioning me, you should be thanking me. I'm not playing your mind games. I'm grateful for your help. But you know, I can't be at ease when things take a strange turn, especially this kind of ridiculous turn." "Just what is your relationship with Taurus and other zodiacs?" Jacob coldly asked. "I can't answer that. Just think of it as a perk of being an inheritor of a universal godly scripture for now," Immortica ambiguously replied. Jacob's expression turned ugly, but he was secretly relieved since his guess was right, but he was still somewhat uneasy. He couldn't do anything if Immortica didn't want to tell him, and he couldn't threaten or do anything to this eccentric book. Jacob calmed down as he asked another vital question. "Since you can't tell me, at least tell me why I was given this legendary key back and what kind of secret it held. You'll naturally know once you complete it. You've already known the method how to. But I'll tell you something you don't know. This legendary key can no longer guide you to other trials locations. But as long as you find one, you can enter the Star King level trial without its corresponding legendary key. The biggest perk of this key is that even if someone else has already entered the trial before you, you can still enter and interfere as long as they haven't gotten the vestige. However, the same things go for the holder of the corresponding legendary key. Like you, they can also interfere in your trial as long as they have the legendary key of that trial. The only downside is, if the person before you select another difficulty, you can't change it and appear in the same difficulty as them, and the same goes for the other person. If you choose the Star King difficulty, they also can't choose any other difficulty and must take the same difficulty trial. But knowing you, I don't think it's a problem, right? He. Jacob's eyes shimmered with astonishment when he heard the true purpose of this legendary key. He was really worried that someone else would clear the trial before he could find them, and if they failed, they would waste the only chance to enter the trial if they selected the same difficulty, or, worse, fled the place after acquiring the vestige. However, if this key really helps him do what Immortality just revealed, he doesn't need to worry about it at all. As long as he gets there in time, he can easily snatch the vestige, and even if they fail and lose the key, he can still take the trail. Furthermore, the legacies and the treasures in the towers were too enticing to Jacob, especially after he had acquired the space travesty shuttle. As for being forced to undergo the same difficult trial as the other party, Jacob could still tolerate it since the legendary vestige was more important to him than treasures and legacies. Moreover, this would only happen if he didn't find the trial or the person holding the legendary key first. Now, Jacob was really feeling glad about getting acknowledged by the Wisp of Taurus, even if it was because of Cursed Immortality. Things were far simpler now. Jacob's resentment completely vanished as he asked, "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say, but I hope you can tell me when you can about these 12 zodiacs. Now, tell me what's the deal with this soul artifact, and how do I make it acknowledge me as its master? The tower wasn't clear about it. Of course I will." Immortality promised without hesitation before it continued. A soul artifact is like a legacy treasure, but unlike the legacy treasure that only had an unintelligent will, a soul artifact is intelligent with its own conscience. You can call it an artifact spirit. As you might have already guessed, a soul artifact can only be formed with the soul totem of a legendary king state rank, a true demigod, which also grants it spirituality and a new artifact spirit born. But the thing is, the personality of an artifact spirit also inherits some traits, and even personalities of legendary king state depend on the power of a legendary king, and how many abilities the soul artifact inherited from the legendary king's soul totem when they were alive. Depending on the personality and traits of a legendary king, an artifact spirit can be gentle, cruel, arrogant, unyielding, and such. If an artifact spirit is gentle, it will accept anyone with good nature as long as they meet the minimum requirements of soul force and reject cruel people. If its nature is evil, it will devour anyone who tries to tame it and can even scheme if the other party is too powerful. It will retreat for the time being before bidding its time to devour its master the moment an opportunity arises. And don't even think that you can trick an artifact spirit, because a soul is a window to one true nature, and a soul artifact can easily see through a person's soul. That's why a soul artifact is a double-edged sword, especially those evil ones. Even legendary kings have to be careful while taming it. Artifact spirits are only loyal to their creators, or if someone truly wins over them, Immortality revealed. Jacob's expression turned grave. He never expected such complications when it came to taming soul artifacts. This means he can't be careless with these things as long as he isn't absolutely confident in handling these artifact spirits, especially those evil artifact spirits. What about the space travesty shuttle? What is its nature? The thing is, you don't need to worry about such things as long as you can use your soul force on a soul artifact. It's good as long as it accepts you, but if it doesn't, all you have to do is overpower the artifact spirit. As long as it lets you imprint your mystic signature, no matter what kind of personality it had, it can never escape your grasp because you have the cursed heart. Ha 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 ha. 793, Chapter 793, The Lively Path of Legend, 1. In another area of Path of Legend, there are active volcanoes, and the lands are flooded with lava rivers. On top of that, the entire place is swarming with deadly fire creatures, making it a no-man's land. On a small island above the rivers of lava, a few hominid creatures in full-body golden armor were constantly fighting the incoming waves of volcanic creatures as corpses continued to pile up. Yet, these hominid creatures didn't seem to be at any disadvantage at all. They were like a well-trained and disciplined army as they encircled the golden carriage, protecting it from harm or attacks. Where are those slaves? Are they not here yet? An icy yet melodious voice rang from the carriage with a hint of annoyance. A tall hominid creature adorned in black armor from head to toe stood guard on the carriage door, holding a long white halberd with black dragon markings on it. When he heard the icy voice, it respectfully replied, "I've just received updates from the mercenary cortege. They had found the slave, but they encountered these lave beasts. But there is no need to worry, your highness. They should be here at any moment." Those lowly slaves can't even handle these little things? Get rid of them once they've arrived. They are unworthy of my imperial father's rewards. The icy voice rang again, filled with brutality. "As you will, your highness." The black-armored being acknowledged without hesitation. "Head guard, the cortege has arrived." "We can see them," a golden-armored being loudly reported as he thrust his spear, releasing a terrifying golden beam that instantly slaughtered many volcanic beasts. "I'll receive them. Protect her highness." The head guard in black armor solemnly replied, and the next moment he vanished without a trace. The next moment, he appeared a few hundred meters away from the small island, right in front of a group of giants in armor fleeing toward the island. Behind them were thousands of lave creatures like hungry ghosts, and few of them were even quasi-legend rank. A giant with menacing tattoos instantly spotted the head guard floating in the air. His eyes flashed with relief and excitement as he shouted, "Royal Guard, help us, we have brought the key." The head guard didn't move and asked, "Show me." The giant and his group were startled, but they knew that if they didn't comply, this arrogant prick wouldn't help them, and they weren't worried that they would be harmed since Zodiac soul contracts protected them. So, the giant quickly takes out the legendary key from the chest plate of his armor and throws it without hesitation towards the head guard. "Here, take it." The head guard caught the key, and after confirming that it was not fake, he nodded before saying, "You did good, but alas, you have annoyed the princess." His voice was filled with pity, but a hint of gloating disdain was evident. The giant and his group instantly felt something was wrong. Before they could reply, the head guard suddenly pulled out a white talisman and activated it. The next moment, a barrier suddenly materialized and instantly locked a 500-kilometer radius area, trapping the group of giants and thousands of lave creatures within while the head guard remained outside this barrier. "You fucker. Don't you fear the Zodiac soul contract?" The giant roared with rage. Tiesk, really a lowly sav. He clicked his tongue. "You can't even tell that I'm not directly harming you at all. I'm just protecting you by using this previous defensive talisman, and those beasts just happened to be in its range when it was active. All you need to do is to get rid of them, and you'll be safe. I wish you luck." The head guard innocently explained as two glowing eyes shimmered behind the black helmet with cunningness, and without waiting for the mercenary's reply, he vanished. The head guard reappeared in front of the carriage again and respectfully shocked the legendary key. "I've executed Her Highness's order and retrieved the legendary key. Finally, we can leave this darn place." The icy voice muttered as the carriage door opened. A dense, dark mist suddenly escaped from within, and a sharp claw emerged from within the mist and grabbed the legendary key. In another place in the Path of Legend, which was actually one of the floating celestial bodies in the sky. It was the ruin of an ancient city crawling with shadowy creatures that crawled in shadows. At this moment, in the ruin of a castle, a powerful white orb of light illuminated this place, and the shadowy creatures didn't dare step into it. Countless pairs of terrifying eyes stared at the group of people standing under the light, waiting for the light to go off and then tear them apart. This group of people were dressed like clergymen, with white masks covering their faces. They were gathered around a gorgeous figure of a woman in white bishop robes and silver mantilletta. Her head was covered with a silver skull cap. She was holding a white golden monstrance etched with multicolored gems with both hands and seemed to be prying. "What is taking Archbishop so long?" a priest cried in terror. "Calm down. Those vile things are afraid of holy light." The woman in bishop robes impassively stated, "I've just received a divine message. The Archbishop will be here." Although she may sound calm, there was a tingle of anxiety mixed in it. But she knew she couldn't show fear here, or things would go south quickly. How unlucky. We ended up in this creepy place when we entered the Path of Legend, and that darn arrogant Archbishop is taking its sweet time. If I had known this place was so dangerous, I would have never left the lesser galaxies. I could have ruled over the Cardinal Spirit Temple for a very long time. Yet here I am, surrounded by these vile things and these useless fools. I've been greedy despite achieving this much with my background. Now, my life is in the hands of another. Again, she thought in frustration as she looked at the light orb above her. A relentless glint flashed past her eyes. No, I have the rare growth type Holy Magic Core, and, on top of that, the legendary Key of Libra in my hand. Even if that arrogant Archbishop didn't care about my talent, he cared about the key. He had to come here. Once he arrives, I'll be safe, and after getting to the Middle Galaxies, I'll be able to get the promised reward and achieve the legendary rank. I have to endure for the time being and bid my time, like I've been doing all this time. The dark runes suddenly trembled at this moment, and an ethereal voice rang. "O holy justice God, guide your little sheep and cleanse the darkness." The moment the prayer-like chanting rang, a white light suddenly descended in dark runes and started covering every corner. The shadowy creatures suddenly screamed in agony and started to burn, releasing dark smoke and fleeing in all directions. The clergymen were startled before they cheered in joy. The only calm person was the bishop, but delight and relief were evident in her eyes as she looked at the illuminated white light. At this moment, something appeared above the rune, 10 white-winged horses with long golden horns in the middle of their heads. They were extremely eye-catching as they glowed in faint golden light, and people were riding them, wearing golden robes. The person in front of this group was an extremely handsome man in archbishop robes, and his long silver hair fluttered in the wind while he was holding a golden staff as they quickly descended towards the group of clergymen. When the bishop saw these people's appearance, especially their silver hair, her heart skipped a beat and her body trembled in fear. After a very long time, a figure that she could never forget flashed in her mind. "No, they just look alike." She quickly calmed down. At this moment, the silver-haired man looked at the clergyman and sighed in relief before he flashed a gentle smile and amiably said, "Thank the holy justice god that you all are fine. Who among you is the previous pontiff of Lesser Liber Galaxy's Cardinal Spirit Temple and newly appointed Bishop Alice?" 794, Chapter 794, The Lively Path of Legend, 2. In a gloomy swamp, the air was filled with poisonous gray fog and ghostly shadows roamed around the place. But in the depths of this terrifying area was a clear patch of starry land, and in the center of this land stood a colossal violet tower surrounded by bolts of violet lightning. But at this moment, the once peaceful, solitary place was now filled with corpses, blood, and gore. In the center of this massacre stood a cloaked figure who was holding a disheveled, white-skinned goblin in front of it with ethereal pitch-black arms as blood trickled from multiple wounds on its body. Spare me, and I can promise you anything. My father is a legendary king." The goblin stuttered weakly, terror blazing in its eyes as it looked toward the cloaked figure before him. It was like he was gazing into an endless abyss of darkness. "Hee, you bunch of shits don't have a spine, do you?" An eerie voice sounded behind the hood, filled with scorn. "Aren't you hunting me because I have the legendary key? I was being nice, not taking action against you weaklings, but you just never gave up. Do you think just because you are from the Middle Galaxies and a son of the legendary king, this gives you the right to look down on lesser galaxies and hunt us down like dogs? And when the situation goes against you, you will get pardoned just because of your status? Let me answer this for you. If you're ready to kill someone, be ready to get killed as well. Now, suffer in darkness." Before the goblin could plead or react, the dark hands holding him suddenly turned into a canopy of darkness, engulfing him entirely. When the darkness retracted back into the cloaked figure, the goblin's lifeless corpse hit the ground, and its eyes were pitch black. The cloaked figure didn't seem bothered by this carnage scene as it sighed in disappointment and muttered in a flustered tone, "Despite being a legendary king's descendant, his soul was so weak. I didn't make progress at all. The same goes for his goons. I thought it would have been worth it if I acted a bit, but I was wrong. Only legendary rank could satisfy my needs now." After lamenting for a moment, the figure finally turned around and looked toward the lightning tower under the starry light, its eyes lit up. "Well, I guess I should focus on collecting these cosmic vestiges and stop paying attention to these weaklings." Without hesitation, the figure moved toward the door of the lightning tower, and a legendary key pulsing in violet light appeared in its hand. The next moment, an imposing voice rang. "The Tower of Capricorn welcomes you, Trialist. The tower detects the legendary key of Capricorn. You were given 3 one-time options. First, same as Tower of Taurus. Second, same as Tower of Taurus. Third, same as Tower of Taurus. You may choose now. Wait, what is this ascension permit?" The figure asked in an astonished voice, clearly unaware of the permit. No answer was given. However, she didn't seem to be asking the Tower of Capricorn to begin with. At this moment, an ethereal, deep voice rang in her mind. "You need to enter the mythical ascension bridge, which leads to the mythical planes or upper galaxies, just like the Path of Legend, which leads to the legendary planes or middle galaxies, and wait this." Astounded by the information, she was startled because she had never heard this voice get so agitated. "What happened, Old Chaos? Is there some problem with this permit? Do you want me not to select this option? I can understand the third option is quite dangerous." She quickly asked, thinking it was because of the final option that this voice had reacted like this. "It is here, right in the Path of Legend," the deep voice suddenly said with a hint of excitement. She was again shocked and quickly probed. "What is here?" "My universal godly artifact." "Wait, what the hell is going on? How's that even possible? I just lost connection." Far away, Jacob had left the Tower of Taurus area and was back in the ancient forest. He was now moving randomly in search of clues to another legendary key or the tower while the spiritual star tracker was in his hand. Although he didn't know when he would find another tower or legendary key, he was sure that he could at least detect the legendary key with this spiritual star tracker. Furthermore, it wasn't like Jacob didn't have any target. In fact, he was planning on heading toward the meeting place in the barbarian's memories and apprehending the person who hired the barbarian and those 2 orcs and gave them the spiritual star tracker. Jacob was sure that the person behind them would definitely have more methods to track legendary keys, or that the person might have already found one. Although he didn't know how much time had passed since he had entered the tower, he knew he needed to hurry, or he might even lose a legendary vestige and a chance to get the legendary king's treasure or legacy if someone else beat him to it. Furthermore, the secret of the legendary key could only be unraveled after he gathered all the recognitions of the other 11 zodiacs. But this was his second priority, for the main priority was still collecting all the cosmic vestiges and completing the second phase. However, at this moment, Jacob suddenly stopped and frowned with a hint of confusion as he touched his skull face and muttered, "Why did the gluttony mask suddenly burn? And I sense agitation from it. It wasn't my imagination. I'm not even using it right now, and it's only at the unique rank, so it shouldn't be acting up since it has never happened before. Furthermore, now that I think about it, this gluttony mask is also a soul artifact, but it's bizarre and different from the soul artifacts described by Immortica. Immortica also never provided me with any information about it, but why did it act just now?" Jacob brushed it off as a futile attempt to escape from his clutches. His eyes flickered coldly. Since no soul artifact can escape my possession and harm me, you can only be obedient and behave like a good tool. 795. Chapter 795, The Legendary Key of Aquarius. 1. In the path of legend, there lay a deadly mountain range, a land where even the bravest souls trembled to tread. The jagged peaks stretched across the horizon like the teeth of a slumbering giant, each one piercing the heavens, towering far above the clouds. The air in this cursed place shimmered with an otherworldly energy, charged with a power that made the skin crawl. The sky above was a perpetual twilight, neither day nor night, as if the sun itself dared not fully rise nor set over such a cursed domain. From the highest peaks, arcs of purple lightning crackled incessantly, leaping from crag to crag in a chaotic, unrelenting dance of raw energy. The bolts split the air with deafening roars, their brilliance illuminating the dark skies with flashes so intense that they left after images burned into the retinas of those who dared to gaze upon them. It was as if the lightning were alive, imbued with a malevolent sentience, hunting intruders with a relentless fury. The ground beneath the mountains was a desolate wasteland, scorched and blackened by countless lightning strikes. The earth was littered with charred remains, trees reduced to ash, rocks melted into twisted forms, and the skeletal remains of those who had been foolish or desperate enough to venture too close. The very air reeked of ozone and burnt earth, a heavy, acrid scent that clung to the lungs and stung the eyes. But as deadly as the purple lightning was, it was not the only peril that awaited within this accursed range. From the shadows of jagged rocks and the yawning mouths of hidden caves, there hide the lightning beasts, creatures born of the storm itself. Their bodies crackled with volatile energy, every inch of their form a conduit for the storm's wrath. Their eyes glowed with a menacing violet light, a stark warning to any who crossed their path. The beasts moved with a terrifying speed, their forms flickering like phantoms, impossible to see until it was too late. Each beast was a living nightmare, a creature of claws and fangs wreathed in an aura of electrical energy that could sear the flesh from bone in the blink of an eye. To encounter one of these monsters was to dance on the edge of oblivion, with death a near certainty. Yet, despite the sheer ferocity of this land, there were those who dared to enter its deadly confines. At this moment, 5 powerful figures, each shrouded in a protective barrier of potent magic, were in pursuit of a lone figure ahead of them. This lone figure was tall and imposing, a crimson shield floating above his head, deflecting the barrage of purple lightning bolts with ease. His steps were swift and purposeful, yet there was a deliberate nature to his movements, as if he were leading his pursuers deeper into the mountain range. The 5 figures behind him were desperate, their focus entirely on capturing the fleeing man. They seemed to pay little heed to the deadly environment around them, their powerful barriers holding off the onslaught of lightning. But as they ventured further into the mountains, the landscape grew ever more treacherous. The air buzzed with increasing intensity, and the ground beneath them began to tremble as if the very mountain was alive, sensing their presence. Suddenly, the terrain shifted. The group stumbled upon a deep canyon that cut through the heart of the mountain range, its depths shrouded in darkness. The canyon seemed to yawn open before them, a black void that seemed to stretch endlessly downward. The sides of the canyon were steep and jagged, making retreat impossible. Without hesitation, the lone figure leaped into the canyon, disappearing into the shadows below. The 5 pursuers hesitated for only a moment before following, their desperation overriding their caution. As they descended, the air grew thicker with the scent of ozone, and the sound of crackling electricity filled their ears. The walls of the canyon were lined with veins of purple energy, pulsing and throbbing like the lifeblood of the mountain itself. The lightning beasts that had been patrolling the mountain slopes above now circled the canyon's rim, their eyes glowing with malevolent hunger. Sensing prey, they began to converge on the intruders with terrifying speed. The 6 figures landed at the bottom of the canyon, their barriers flickering as they absorbed the impact. They were now surrounded on all sides, the lightning beasts closing in, their growls resonating with the low rumble of distant thunder. The beasts moved as one, descending upon the group with a fury that mirrored the storm above. But these were no ordinary travelers. Each of the 6 figures unleashed their own magic in response, creating a dazzling display of power that lit up the canyon. The air was filled with the crackling of energy as spells clashed with the beasts' attacks. For a moment, it seemed as though the beasts might overwhelm them, but the figures moved with precision, their combined strength pushing back the onslaught. As the last of the beasts was vanquished, the canyon fell silent, save for the distant rumble of thunder from above. The 6 figures now stood facing each other in the shadowed depths of the canyon, the tension between them palpable. Their barriers were flickering, weakened by the battle, but their resolve remained unbroken. The man with the crimson shield lowered it, his eyes narrowing as he regarded his pursuers. "So, you finally caught up," he said, his voice echoing off the canyon walls. "But did you really think it would be that easy to take it from me?" One of the pursuers, a woman with a barrier that glowed with a faint golden light, stepped forward, her tone icy. "I admit you've successfully lured us here, but in the end, you have underestimated us. You might be the heir of the Thunder Galaxy King, but don't forget, I'm also the Myriad Galaxy Guardian's heir. You cannot escape this time. Surrender now, and sign a soul contract with me, and I'll spare your life." The man chuckled, the sound devoid of humor. Tisk, tisk, should I feel honored or insulted that the princess of the little myriad galaxy guardian wants to enslave me? Did your confidence come from these toy boys of yours? You're too full of yourself, and I despise that trait the most. Without another word, the man turned and sprinted deeper into the canyon, his speed leaving the others little choice but to follow. The canyon twisted and turned, its walls narrowing and widening in unpredictable patterns. The air grew colder, and the sound of the storm above seemed to fade, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed in on all sides. Finally, the canyon opened up into a wide chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness. The walls were lined with strange, glowing runes that pulsed with ancient energy. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change under the flickering light. The man with the crimson shield came to a stop before the altar, turning to face his pursuers once more. "This is the end of the line," he said, his voice cold and resolute. "Only one of us will leave this place alive. Don't be afraid, he's just a dying man trying to play mind tricks," the woman coldly replied, though she was secretly vigilant. The place was too strange, yet she couldn't help but feel excitement at the thought of hidden treasures within. The 5 pursuers spread out, forming a loose circle around the man. Their barriers flared to life once more, each one glowing with a different hue. The air between them crackled with tension, the promise of violence hanging heavy in the air. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, with a roar that echoed through the chamber, the battle began. 796. Chapter 796, The Legendary Key of Aquarius. 2. The tension in the chamber was palpable. Each one was a quasi-legend of immense power, especially the lone man and the woman leading the other 4. These 2 were the heirs of legendary kings, and the education and training they had received were the best of the best. Moreover, they had already awakened their soul force and were equipped with at least one Fable legendary rank treasure, a privilege only for the heir of legendary kings. But it was clear that only one would leave this place alive. The ancient runes on the walls pulsed with an eerie light, casting flickering shadows across the stone floor as the combatants didn't take direct action, as if they were all wary. At this moment, the man with the crimson shield was the first to move. He lunged forward with a speed that defied the eye, his shield blazing with a crimson glow that lit up the chamber. Undoubtedly, an initial Fable legendary rank treasure required not only mana, but also soul force to operate. He swung it like a weapon, the force behind the blow enough to shatter the stone. The closest of the woman's allies, a burly man encased in an emerald barrier, barely had time to react before the shield struck him with the force of a thunderclap. His barrier crumpled under the impact, and he was sent flying across the chamber, crashing into the wall with a sickening thud. Blood spattered across the floor as his body went limp. His allies cried in alarm while the woman remained composed. Yet her eyes flickered with killing intent with a hint of solemnity as a golden staff appeared in her hand. There was no time to dwell on the fallen. The others moved in quickly, flanking the man with the shield. A lean figure with a barrier of icy blue slashed at him with a blade that shimmered with frost. The woman herself, her golden barrier glowing fiercely with the staff in her hand as she hung back slightly, directing the battle with a calculating gaze. She was waiting, biding her time. The man with the crimson shield parried the blade of frost with a swift motion, but the attack left him open for a split second. Another pursuer, wielding a pair of blazing swords, struck from the side, aiming for the man's exposed flank. The swords connected with the crimson barrier around the man, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The barrier held, but the force of the strike staggered him. Although he had a legendary rank treasure, operating it with quasi-legend rank strength was another story. Each time he used it, a large chunk of his small soul force would be used. "Press him. Don't let him recover," the woman ordered, her voice cold and commanding, as she knew she had the absolute advantage. The pursuers obeyed, converging on the man with a relentless assault. Magic flared as spells were unleashed. Blazing meteorites, shards of ice, and bolts of pure energy all rained down upon him. The man's shield spun with incredible speed, deflecting the attacks, but the strain was beginning to show. His movements were growing slower, his breathing heavier. With a sudden, vicious swipe, the man shattered the barrier of one of the attackers, a woman cloaked in shadows. She screamed as the crimson shield tore through her defenses and her body, sending her crumpling to the ground. The man tried to press the advantage, but the others were too quick. Another blade sliced through the air, catching him across the back. Blood sprayed, staining the ancient stones beneath them. He grunted in pain, but kept fighting, driven by sheer willpower. His eyes were locked on the woman with the golden staff, his resolve unwavering. He knew she was the true threat, the mastermind behind this ambush. The others were merely pawns, expendable in her eyes, and it was becoming clear that she intended to use them that way. The man with the crimson shield was wearing down, and she could see it. "Finish him off," she commanded, and her remaining allies surged forward, throwing everything they had at him. The air filled with the crackling of magic and the roar of battle. The man's shield blocked the worst of the onslaught, but there were too many, and his strength was failing as his soul force were on the brink of exhausting. At this moment, the barrier flickered, cracked spiderwebbing across its surface. The woman with the golden staff watched with a predatory gaze, her eyes glinting with the thrill of victory. Just as the barrier of shield finally shattered under the relentless assault, the woman made her move. She decisively directed a pulse of golden energy at one of her remaining allies, sending him crashing into the man with the crimson shield. The impact drove the last breath from the man's lungs, and the force of it obliterated the final vestiges of his defenses. The ally she sacrificed screamed in shock and agony as the man's desperate last strike cleaved through him, killing him instantly. The woman with the golden staff barely flinched as her ally's blood sprayed across the chamber. She was already preparing her final attack. The man with the crimson shield was on his knees, barely able to stay upright. Blood streamed from his wounds, and his breathing was ragged. Yet still he glared at her, defiance blazing in his eyes. "You won't win, not like this." But the woman merely smiled, her golden staff shimmering with power. "Just die," she sneered, her voice filled with cold satisfaction. She raised her staff, gathering her energy for the final blow. The man with the crimson shield tried to rise, but his body betrayed him. His vision blurred, darkness closing in at the edges. He knew he was finished, but he refused to yield even in his last moments. At this moment, a golden talisman appeared in his hand, but his expression suddenly changed when he felt the talisman didn't activate. "Huh, do you think I won't know you have an escape talisman? My Fable legendary rank mystical golden staff can lock the surrounding space. Now, stop struggling," she viciously snickered. The man was in despair as he never expected this. He was unwilling to die in this place. His hand tightened around the hilt of his weapon, ready to strike one last time, but it was too late, and the woman had no intention of giving him any chance. The woman unleashed her final attack, a lance of golden energy that tore through the air and struck the man in the chest. His body jerked as the energy coursed through him, and then he collapsed, his life finally extinguished. The chamber fell silent, the echoes of the battle fading into the darkness. The woman with the golden staff stood amidst the carnage, her chest heaving with exhaustion. She had won, but the cost had been high. Her allies, those she had used as shields, lay dead around her, yet there was no remorse in her eyes, only the fierce, burning excitement of victory. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the crimson shield now lying abandoned on the cold stone floor. Reaching down, she picked it up, feeling the power thrumming within it. A smile crept across her lips. It had been worth it. Everything she had sacrificed, everything she had endured, had led to this moment. Now, this legendary shield was hers, and with it, the legendary key that would grant her the power she had long sought. But even as she savored her triumph, a faint unease stirred in the back of her mind. The chamber was too quiet, the victory too easy. She glanced around, her instincts sharp despite her weariness. The runes on the walls still pulsed with that strange, ancient energy. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding. However, she pushed the feeling aside. She had won. Nothing could take that from her. Clutching the crimson shield tightly, she crouched down and took the man's space ring. Then she searched through his clothes and finally found the shimmering legendary key wrapped in cloth within the man's robes. But at this moment, a sense of impending death suddenly appeared as the fine hair on her body stood, and a chill ran down her spine. She knew something was wrong as her soul force was stirring in warning on its own, but she had almost used it all. Nonetheless, as ruthless and cunning as she was, she instantly reacted as a dark gray talisman appeared in her hand. But before she could even use it, her vision suddenly started to fade as she heard two fleeting words, like a death sentence. Slumber Hex, 797, Chapter 797, The Legendary Key of Aquarius, Thirst. 2 days ago, Jacob moved silently through the ancient forest's dense underbrush, his senses heightened as he followed the trail left by the barbarians' group. Autarch had already sifted through the memories of the barbarian Jacob had captured, extracting every detail that might lead him to the rendezvous point. The barbarian was actually one of the loyal followers of the Princess of the Myriad Galaxy Guardian, an independent power of Leo Galaxy. Jacob's eyes narrowed as he navigated the twisted trees. The group had been cautious, covering their tracks well, but they hadn't anticipated someone with Jacob's skills would be hunting them. After hours of tracking, Jacob arrived at a secluded clearing where the trees parted to reveal a small, hidden glade. His gaze swept over the area, searching for any sign of the woman's group. The barbarian's memories had led him here, but it seemed deserted. He frowned, knowing there had to be something more. The group wouldn't have chosen this place for no reason. Then suddenly, he whispered a chant in a runic tongue, one Autarch had pulled from the barbarian's mind, a spell known only to members of the woman's group. As he finished the incantation, the air shimmered before him, and faint, glowing runes appeared, etched into the ground in a circular pattern. A message, Jacob murmured to himself, recognizing the cryptic runes as a form of magical communication. He studied them intently, his mind racing as he deciphered their meaning. It was a directive, a set of coordinates, and a warning only visible to those who knew the spell. The runes indicated a location beyond the forest, near the outskirts of an ancient ruin where the group had agreed to regroup. Without wasting time, Jacob retraced his steps back to the forest's edge and made his way to the new location, moving with the agility of a shadow. When he arrived, he found the group encamped near the ruins, their figures barely visible in the fading light. He remained concealed, cloaking his presence with a stealth that made him invisible to even the sharpest senses. The woman, now fully in command, was at the center of the group, her posture exuding confidence and authority. 4 of her men were gathered around her, listening intently as she discussed their next move. "One of our scouts has already confirmed it," she was saying, her voice low but clear. "The heir of the Thunder Galaxy King has been spotted. He's killed a lesser galaxy idiot and taken the legendary key of Aquarius." Murmurs spread through the group, a mixture of admiration and tension. The woman continued, her eyes gleaming with ambition and calculation. "This is our chance. The heir is strong, no doubt, but he's still inexperienced. If we move quickly, we can catch him off guard and take the key for ourselves. Once we succeed, you all will be generously rewarded for your work. And I promise that once I become a legendary king, I'll owe everyone here a favor." The mercenaries' eyes shimmered with excitement as they nodded in agreement, their expressions hardening with resolve. They began to prepare, gathering their gear and weapons in silence. The woman's eyes flickered with excitement, and her mind was already calculating their approach. But they had no idea Jacob had already observed all of this from the shadows, his mind working just as swiftly. Although he didn't know who this heir of the Thunder Galaxy King was, since he had the legendary key and this woman was already going after him, Jacob decided to remain hidden and bid his time. They were now players in his game, but players that could potentially be exploited. He could see that the woman's plan was sound, her group was skilled, and their numbers gave them an advantage if that guy was alone. However, she had no idea he was watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As the woman led her group out of the encampment, Jacob followed at a distance, his steps silent as a breeze. He trailed them for hours, his patience unyielding as he remained hidden from sight. The group moved quickly, driven by their desire to catch the heir and claim the key. Finally, they reached a secluded area where the heir seemed to be hiding. The woman and her group slowed, their senses on high alert as they prepared to confront their target. Jacob could see the excitement in the woman's eyes as she anticipated the impending battle. Jacob watched intently as the woman's group closed in on their target, but he was surprised when a crimson streak of light suddenly bolted in another direction. He quickly saw the lone man with the crimson shield fleeing. It was an unexpected situation for both the woman and Jacob even wanted to use his slumber hex on him. Still, he hesitated when he saw the woman and her group instantly chase after the guy with the shield. Although he didn't know who this heir of the Thunder Galaxy King was, since he had the legendary key and this woman was already going after him, Jacob decided to remain hidden and bid his time. Another reason Jacob didn't use his hex was that the crimson shield gave him a strange feeling as if his hex would not work with that shield around, which was quite strange. So, he continued to follow and ended up in the region of the mountain range covered with purple lightning. He had to admit that this place was extremely terrifying, but for Jacob, it was an unexpected opportunity. But first, he needed to take care of this group. Jacob watched the battle, which was swift and brutal. The woman emerged victorious by using vicious and decisive means, and he even approved of her undertaking. When everything was over, Jacob waited until the very last moment. Just as the woman claimed her prize, her triumph turned to horror as Jacob uttered, "Slumber hex." Jacob stepped out of the shadows. His presence was revealed as the woman's body hit the bloody group. "You had been so close, only to be undone at the last moment. What a tragedy." Jacob looked towards the woman, but his eyes were icy and emotionless. He had already seen everything she had done, but in the end, he was the one who was going to claim all the harvest, and he had no pity for her. The only reason he wasn't crushing her head under his foot was because he wanted her memories. "Autark, take her memories. But be careful, since she's the heir of a legendary king, there might be some security measure to ensure no one probes her memories," Jacob sternly ordered with a warning. He had already learned some common sense of legendary ranks from the barbarian memories. Searching for other memories directly from their souls is also a trait of legendary rank, and there were also many countermeasures against it, so the other wouldn't find the core secrets of an organization. Furthermore, Autark almost died when he tried to take Sebastian's memories, so Jacob was now conscientious about this as well. Nonetheless, this woman was an heir of a legendary king, and her memories would be enough to enrich his knowledge about the legendary rank even more. While Autark followed Jacob's order, Jacob waved his hand, and the legendary key, with the crimson shield and golden staff, and everyone's space rings flew towards him. He was especially excited about the crimson shield and the golden staff, which the woman called the mystical golden staff. He had never expected to get 2 Fable legendary rank treasures. Furthermore, unlike those two, Jacob's soul force was on the same level as the Fable legendary state, and in his hand, these 2 legendary treasures could showcase their true might. 798, Chapter 790, Art of Nature, Lightning Meditation. 1. Jacob stood in front of the dry corpses of the woman's group and the heir of the Thunder Galaxy King. The woman had also turned into a wilted corpse devoid of any blood or vitality. As for where all the blood went, it was currently hovering above Jacob's palm, condensed into a dark crimson orb. Jacob couldn't help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the woman's corpse. She also had a mysterious sigil within her brain, so I didn't let Autark take any risk. But one thing is now clear. The mysterious sigil that Autark encountered in Sebastian's brain was the work of a legendary rank, or even a mythical rank expert. Autark told me that this sigil wasn't as powerful, and he might be able to devour it when he reached the legendary rank. but the sigil within Sebastian's brain was far more powerful and complex. I need more information about what these sigils actually are. For now, it would be safe to assume they are unique to legendary kings. Once Jacob discovered this fact, he instantly gave up on the woman's memories and directly absorbed her blood, killing her in the process. He glanced at the blood orb in his hand, but didn't intend to devour it. Instead, he stowed it into his pendant as before, since he didn't need any extra blood vitality at the moment. In fact, ever since Jacob discovered the abilities of his cursed blood, he had been storing the blood he encountered for emergencies. Now that he had taken care of these people from the Middle Galaxies, he looked towards the legendary key shimmering in black ethereal light. It looked just like the legendary key of Taurus before the tower changed it, with the only difference being the light and the pulsing symbol of Aquarius on it. Furthermore, Jacob noticed another difference. The symbol of Taurus, which should be gray on this key, was actually not present at all. Where did the symbol of Taurus go? Could it be related to the completion of the trial? Jacob guessed, since this was the only thing that made some sense in this scenario. Nonetheless, it didn't matter since he had already acquired another legendary key, but he had no intention of searching for the trial. Getting the other legendary key or disrupting others from obtaining the vestiges came first. Since he already had the legendary key, no one else could enter the trial without it. Furthermore, Jacob's main target was the cosmic vestige of Aries, since without it he couldn't use the vestige of Taurus to raise his power. The vestige of Aquarius was second last in the universal cosmic sequence, but Jacob didn't leave. He looked toward the vast chamber's walls, which were lined with strange, glowing purple runes that pulsed with energy, giving off the aura of lightning outside the canyon. Then he looked at the center of the chamber, where a massive stone altar stood. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change under the flickering light, which also emitted an intense aura of lightning. Although he didn't know what this place was since it was hidden deep within the Lightning Mountain range, he knew there was some kind of secret there. Furthermore, this place was fraught with lightning, which had another meaning for Jacob. He might be able to complete the third meditation exercise of the Art of Nature, the lightning meditation, which required an environment filled with natural lightning. In the unique plains, Jacob had already planned to visit the Thunder Giant's territory, the Thunder Mountains, to see if he could complete the lightning meditation there before entering the Path of Legends. There were rumors that the Thunder Giant's territory was filled with natural thunder, but things went south, and he ended up in the Path of Legends before he could visit the Thunder Giants. However, when he saw this place, he instantly thought about the lightning meditation again, and he knew he had to take advantage of every opportunity to get stronger. The Art of Nature had never disappointed him. Furthermore, every time he made progress with a meditation exercise, not only did a new magic core form, but his other magic cores related to the Art of Nature increased in rank. If he could complete the lightning meditation, not only would he obtain a magic core of the lightning element, but if the rank of his magic cores increased, they could directly reach the Fable Legendary rank, or at least the Quasi-Legend rank. Jacob walked towards the stone altar, directly opened the eyes of Judge at full capacity, and began analyzing it. The more he observed, the more shocked he became because he saw extremely dense energy hidden under the stone altar, or the entire floor for that matter. Furthermore, at this moment, Jacob noticed that this energy was channeled through the runes on the wall. These runes were like a spiderweb, spreading throughout the entire canyon, with purple energy pulsing through them, while the stone altar was the focal point of this dense energy. This energy has the same aura as the purple lightning on the surface, and those beasts. Could this altar be the real reason behind all the lightning in this place? Jacob mused as his eyes flickered with a hint of surprise and delight. Jacob suddenly approached the altar's surface with his hand. The moment his bone finger touched it, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly discharged from it and latched onto it, trying to destroy it. However, Jacob felt a tiny sting, like an ant's bite. His skeleton was extremely sturdy, and despite the destructive might of this lightning, it couldn't even graze his bone. However, the more important thing was that this altar was capable of discharging purple lightning, which excited Jacob as he quickly made his decision. Without hesitation, he jumped onto the altar and took a cross-legged position. The very next moment, a massive amount of purple lightning suddenly gushed out of the stone altar and covered his entire body, making him look like a lightning rod. Jacob only felt slight discomfort, as if countless ants were crawling all over his body trying to dig into his bones, but it wasn't enough to deter him. If it had been any quasi-legend rank expert, they would have turned into cinders under the assault of this lightning. Jacob quickly emptied his mind, recalling the third meditation exercise of the Art of Nature, the lightning meditation. His breathing pattern started to change into a certain rhythm and soon turned chaotic like lightning around him. He was one with the lightning. 799, Chapter 799, Art of Nature, Lightning Meditation, 2. The lightning meditation is the third exercise in the ancient book of the Art of Nature. It is one of the most grueling and intense practices, testing the practitioner's physical and mental limits. Unlike the previous meditations, this exercise spans an entire week and must be completed in a single sitting, like the fire meditation, without any interruptions. The practitioner must remain focused and endure extreme conditions for 168 hours to complete it, 2 extra days from fire meditation. Moreover, to begin the lightning meditation, the practitioner must find an environment teeming with potent lightning energy, typically in the heart of a thunderstorm or an area known for constant lightning strikes. The atmosphere should be thick with electric charges, with lightning crackling incessantly, providing the raw energy necessary for the meditation. When Jacob saw the details of his exercise in his previous life, he naturally didn't believe it. It was utterly ridiculous, as no human could endure lighting for such a long time. Not to mention, to reach this point, one needed to complete the fire meditation fires, which was impossible on its own. Yet, now that he was in the zodiac planes, this impossibility became reality. He had already completed 2 meditation exercises and was about to start the third one, which seemed like a fantasy before. As the lightning swirled around his entire body, Jacob's mind was calm as he focused on the breathing technique. The breathing technique for the lightning meditation was similar to the fire meditation, but far more perilous. The practitioner must inhale the charged air, drawing in raw lightning energy. Each inhalation electrifies the body, causing excruciating pain as the lightning courses through the veins, threatening to tear the body apart from the inside. The first breath was the most crucial. The practitioner must inhale deeply, allowing the lightning energy to surge through the body, electrifying every cell. This initial shock is the most intense. After the initial shock, the practitioner must continue to breathe in the lightning-charged air. Each inhalation brings more lightning energy into the body, while each exhalation releases excess energy, preventing the body from overloading. The process must be continuous and rhythmic, with the practitioner maintaining a delicate balance between absorbing enough lightning energy to progress and not overloading the body. Yet Jacob was now a skeleton, so he wondered if the same rules applied to him, but soon he realized the difference. As he started the breathing exercise, his breathing shifted, becoming erratic and unpredictable, mimicking the chaotic nature of the surrounding lightning. Each breath was a strike of thunder, each exhale a crack of lightning. He aligned himself with the rhythm, letting the chaotic energy flow through him rather than resist it. As Jacob entered the meditation state and the lightning meditation started almost instantly, the gravitational force around him appeared and began to increase until it reached over 1000 G. Jacob had already guessed this from his early experience with the fire meditation. But for the current Jacob, this much G-force was nothing as he focused on breathing while enduring the pain of the lightning. As the lightning wreaked havoc within his body, Jacob suddenly felt his water core and fire core activate. Potent water and fire mana began to spread through his form, creating a strange harmony with the destructive lightning. The combined energy of the 3 elements weakened the force of the lightning, allowing him to endure it more easily. This phenomenon reminded Jacob of the fire meditation, in which the water core had similarly counterbalanced the fire's destructive power. These exercises had an order, a strict pattern that had to be followed to reach completion. Time lost all meaning. The days passed in a blur of purple lightning and crushing gravitational force. The entire stone chamber was now completely lit with pulsing purple runes, and the stone altar discharged massive amounts of lightning. The purple lightning outside the mountain began to vanish as it was drawn into the chamber, leaving the surrounding area eerily quiet. A corporeal violet bubble surrounded Jacob, filled with crackling lightning. The bubble was impenetrable. Anyone who dared approach would be crushed by the intense G-force or incinerated by the destructive lightning. As Jacob continued his meditation, an arcane aura began to emanate from him, spreading throughout the canyon and beyond. The lightning beasts outside were drawn to this aura, their instincts compelling them to charge toward its source, mad with the desire to reach it. But Jacob was oblivious to the chaos he was causing. His mind was merged with the lightning, his breathing steady as the energy continued to pour into him. Then, the nature of the lightning began to change. As it flowed through him, the dark runic lines of the longevity schema started to surface on his skeleton, pulsing with a crimson glow. The wild, chaotic energy began to converge, drawn towards a single point within Jacob's skull, where his spiritual nebula resided. A singular violet point started to condense around his cursed heart, surrounded by the water and fire cores. It was like a tiny star revolving around the cursed heart, slowly growing in intensity. The singular point soon turned into a vortex of violet lightning, a swirling mass of raw, concentrated energy that pulled in every stray spark from the environment. After an indeterminate amount of time, the lightning energy began to condense into a small, dense core within the vortex. Initially, it was a chaotic swirl of lightning, but it gradually stabilized, the mana directing the energy into a cohesive, spherical form. The lightning magic core was forming. Just as with the fire and water cores, tiny white stars, rectified stars, began to appear within the lightning core. These stars signified the successful conversion of chaotic lightning energy into a structured, controllable form. The number of stars increased steadily as the core solidified, eventually reaching 100, the hallmark of a unique rank magic core. But the process was far from over. The moment the lightning core reached the unique rank, it released a powerful ripple that made the fire and water cores tremble. The next moment, more rectified stars appeared in all 3 magic cores. 199, 499, 999, the limit of the unique rank, but it didn't stop there. The three magic cores began to shake, the rectified stars within them shifting and gathering into the center of each core, forming a disc-like structure. This was the sign of a breakthrough, a transformation into a legendary rank magic core. 800, Chapter 800, Lightning Meditation at Completion. The zodiac planes followed the star magic system, where magic cores were strengthened by magic orbits with the help of scriptures. However, in the legendary planes, among the legendary ranks, this process was known as the fire stage of the star magic system's evolution, called intramural planetary forging. Intramural planetary forging includes the ranking of magic cores, divided by star rank. Rare to extraordinary rank, epic star rank, epic rank, and unique star rank, unique rank, with each star rank containing 9 star tiers. This stage prepared the magic core for its next evolution, the World Core Seed stage, transforming the core into what was commonly known as the Fable Legendary State Magic Core. At this stage, the magic core became a concentrated point of raw magical energy, similar to a seed. This seed contained elemental energies that had been condensed during the intramural planetary forging. However, it wasn't so simple. Reaching this stage required a spiritual nebula, as the magic core followed the path of planetary magic evolution. In contrast, the soul followed the path of soul cosmic evolution. Without soul cosmic evolution, no one could follow the path of the magic core's planetary magic evolution. Both the World Core Seed and the spiritual nebula, Fable Legendary Rank, existed in their most elemental forms, and the first step was to stabilize them. One had to balance their mastery of elemental laws with the magic core, refining it through their soul force and spiritual nebula, much like controlling a nebula cloud. This is why the legendary rank was wholly different and referred to as demigods. At this moment, this exact process had begun within Jacob's spiritual nebula, not just for one magic core, but for 3. As the cores approached the threshold of the legendary rank, the surrounding environment reacted violently. The elemental energy within the cores became unstable, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Furthermore, the gravitational force around Jacob increased exponentially, reaching over 25,000 G, enough to pulverize the body of an ordinary quasi-legend or even a Fable Legendary Rank practitioner. Suddenly, the sky above the canyon darkened, and mystical celestial phenomena, including neon shooting stars, became visible to nearly the entire path of legend. An ethereal neon energy gushed out from the space around Jacob, flowing directly into his spiritual nebula. This mystical stellar energy was a higher form of star energy, which transformed into either stellar aura energy or stellar spirit energy, depending on the path of the legendary rank. As massive amounts of stellar energy surged into his spiritual nebula and surrounded the 3 magic cores, the cores suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Jacob's entire body jerked as if a part of him had been struck with a hammer. However, it wasn't over yet. The fragments of the 3 magic cores compressed together, forming 3 ethereal, concentrated points of green, blue, and violet. A powerful suction appeared from the ethereal points, drawing in stellar energy like a waterfall. As the World Core seeds of fire, water, and lightning solidified, a blurry astral hominid projection appeared behind Jacob, radiating the combined power of all 3 elements. This process continued for a while until the lightning meditation reached its completion. Outside phenomena gradually faded away, and all the stellar energy vanished from the chamber, revealing Jacob's sitting figure. At that moment, the intense gravitational pressure around Jacob disappeared, marking the end of the lightning meditation. His hollow sockets, once dark and abyss-like, ignited with ethereal golden-white flames. A powerful ripple suddenly erupted as Jacob opened his eyes. The altar beneath him shattered, the runes on the walls burst into blinding light, and the surrounding landscape shook. An eerie silence followed. There was no more sound of lightning or beasts. Jacob stood there, feeling the new power coursing through his skeleton. It wasn't just about forming 3 legendary magic cores. His Eyes of Judge seemed to have undergone another evolution and advanced. Lightning meditation. What a huge surprise. Not only did I gain a new magic core while the other 2 evolved into legendary magic cores, but my body has been strengthened by at least 3-fold. And that strange energy directly elevated my Eyes of Judge and Soul Force. Just what is the background of the art of nature, and how did it end up on my old planet? Jacob wondered, his eyes flickering as a peculiar conjecture surfaced in his mind, only to vanish quickly. Jacob tried observing his spiritual nebula and was pleasantly surprised to see that it had expanded slightly. The 3 magic cores were now completely ethereal, radiating the purest form of stellar energy. There was no aura or spirit left in them, startling Jacob. The fake aura and spirit glyphs he had formed using the scripture of blank were now gone. Raising his hand, an ethereal violet haze condensed in his palm. As it appeared, violet lightning crackled around it with pure destructive might. Suddenly, Jacob's eyes flashed with a strange thought, and he focused on the ethereal violet stellar energy. The next moment, it transformed into a calm corporeal energy. Jacob's eyes gleamed with excitement as he focused again, and the calm energy shifted into chaotic flames. His mind raced as the violet stellar energy turned green, releasing intense heat. He repeated the process with the blue stellar energy, which was gentle yet profound. Once he confirmed his guess, Jacob clenched his fist, extinguishing the stellar energy. He was now filled with disbelief and ecstasy as he realized what had just happened. I can switch between aura and spirit for all three elements at will. Just what is this energy? Cursed immortality. Jacob didn't wait. He summoned the cursed book and asked for clarification. After laughing for a good white Immortica, he finally told him about the planetary magic evolution and how it was connected with the soul cosmic evolution. As for the new energy that you can change at will, it is called stellar energy, a higher form of mana exclusive to legendary rankers which contain elemental laws. It's 1,000 times more potent than the star energy that you're used to. Now, you can cast any spell below legendary rank without needing rectified stars as long as you understand their structures and even create your spells. Lastly, stellar energy can also help you comprehend elemental law, and since your stellar energy has turned into spirit or aura, the elemental law present in it is the purest. But then the thing is, Soul Nebula is related to me, so even if you comprehend the fire, water, or lightning law from it, it has no effect on your spiritual nebula at all, nor your magic cores are orthodox. What a dilemma, don't you think? Ha 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 ha!